In July of the 225th year since the founding of the Hunting Alliance, at Tianqing Mountain in Yunqing Prefecture, the apprentice hunter's final exam had entered its fourth day. The assessment covered 6 fundamental disciplines: traps, archery, close combat, tracking, identification, and gathering. Only those who achieved at least a grade B in every category would pass overall and earn the right to officially become hunters. Chen Xiaoming's results were barely passing archery B, close combat B, but traps, tracking, and identification only C, gathering ultimately failing. Ku Dahong passed all 6 with flying colors and qualified. The head instructor, Lin Dong, held the list and read the scores aloud, breaking the tense silence in the exam hall. Those who failed wore grim expressions and turned away, destined to try again next year. The successful candidates were visibly overjoyed. Among them, Yi Qinxue stood out, 5S grades in archery, close combat, tracking, identification, and gathering, and an A in traps, earning an overall rating of excellent. Beneath her cold exterior lay a pride and frost no one could guess. Her long golden hair shimmered in the sun, her snow-white skin untouched by dust. Beneath her hunter's leather armor was a striking figure, sporting long legs and a physique far beyond her peers. No one else even came close. She was undeniably the strongest apprentice hunter of this generation. The surrounding hunters whispered in awe and admiration, their envy mixed with respect because Yi Qiangshu's overwhelming strength left everyone else far behind. Yet she remained silent as ice, her face betraying no emotion. Next, Lin Dong announced another outstanding candidate, Lu Xiu. His 6 grades were archery A, close combat A, tracking A, traps S, identification A, and gathering also rated excellent overall. In a corner stood a youth clad in teal leather armor, his sharp eyebrows and bright eyes framed by a confident smirk. Though lean, his body held the explosive power of a leopard. Others shouted, "Brother Lu scores 6 as," and "Carry us, Lu," voices full of familiarity and respect. Only Yi Qianxue frowned slightly. Lu Xiu jumped down from a tree trunk, landed with hands on the ground, and boasted, "Basic skills, no 6 as, all seated." Before he finished, Lin Dong waved the disqualified away with orders, signaling the transition to the awakening phase of their careers. Fewer than 20 apprentices remained, competing for the coveted hunter positions. Lin Dong began arranging a magic formation. The gathered hunters showed reverence, silently praying for successful awakenings. After 18 years of perseverance, who would reach the end with him? Some gambled 6 decades of bachelorhood just to achieve the knowledge hunter title. Others yearned for the power of weapon hunters. Some carried treasure grade or piles in hopes of becoming gourmet hunters. Excited neighbor Wang Xiaoming gnawed on a chicken leg while Lu Xiu pondered his own destiny. This world before them was the hunting world had traveled through land 100 times the size of Blue Star, teeming with phantom beasts. In this apocalypse, hunters were humanity's sole defense against the monstrous enemies. There were 5 hunter types: weapon, gourmet, knowledge, phantom beast, and elemental, each responsible for different roles. Their powers varied, but all shared the burden of protecting humans. Lu Xiu was convinced he would become a knowledge hunter because of the 7 deadly sins reflecting the awakening mystery. Pride corresponded to knowledge hunters, wrath to weapon hunters, sloth to elemental hunters, gluttony to gourmet hunters, and lust to phantom beast hunters. Greed and envy hadn't yet revealed their new professions, but Lu already sensed his path. Wang Xiaoming's impressive weight made gourmet hunter a natural fit. Yi Qiangshu's cold and proud aura, backed by hidden power, clearly marked her as a knowledge hunter. Lin Nianian's sleepy demeanor suited an elemental hunter, while Lin Heng's violent temper screamed wrath and weapon hunter. Phantom beast hunters were drawn by lust; they couldn't change their nature. Lu Xiu looked down on the erotic paintings Kai Ping was selling and firmly refused to be tainted by lust's influence. He adored the knowledge hunter identition honor among wanderers like him, whose hearts surged with pride and hope. Knowledge hunters could shape the world of cognition, manifesting people and events from history. Their abilities were limitless, just as he dreamed this new life would be. He imagined epic tales akin to Romance of the Three Kingdoms and Journey to the West coming to life at his fingertips, not just power, but the glory of reshaping history. By now, Lin Dong had completed the formation. His voice rang out, "Everyone, begin your awakening." The hunters all responded eagerly, hardly able to wait, as they grabbed the awakening crystals they'd just received from Lin Dong. They closed their eyes, feeling the energy pulsing within, ready to awaken. The so-called awakening crystal was a gem of deep blue, crystal clear like water. According to the official hunting world lore, it could temporarily amplify one of the 7 original sins within a person, pushing it beyond a critical point to trigger awakening. A wave of excited whispers broke out among the team. Lu Xiu also gripped his own crystal, a strange mix of chill and electric heat alive in his palm. He shut his eyes along with the others. In the next moment, pale blue halos radiated from every crystal, layering and stacking until the entire summit of Qingtian Mountain was bathed in a mystic blue glow. Trees and rocks alike seemed dusted in a shimmering frost. Suddenly, warmth surged in Lucio's chest. He snapped his eyes open and saw the golden amber necklace hanging from his neck, glowing so brightly it hurt to look at. The amber's surface seemed to steam and melt away bit by bit. Then, clang! A heavy metallic thud rang out as a pure gold treasure chest, about half a person's height, dropped hard before him. The chest was exquisitely carved, encrusted with verdant tourmalines, agates, pearls, diamonds, and all manner of glittering gems that threw dazzling flashes of light. Dazed, Lucio noticed everything around him freeze as if time itself had been paused. The wind ceased. Birds hovered motionless mid-flap, and trainees who had failed the hunter exam stopped mid-step as they descended. The silence was eerie. This my golden finger? Lucio's heart raced. That ancestral golden amber had brought with him on the journey had suspected it was special. Now it was undeniably changing. He took a deep breath and reached out to open the chest. The moment his fingers touched it, the chest snapped open by itself with a sharp dun sound. A golden light burst forth, and a humanoid silhouette emerged from the chest's mouth. It was a man wearing a hunter's hood, his features strange and mesmerizing. His raised eyes were two ruby-like orbs fixed intently on Lucio. He bowed slightly, smiling with a calm, almost lazy grace. Greetings, young hunter. I am the god of dreams, awakened by your dreams. Follow me, and I will grant you the power to realize your dreams. Lucio looked up, only to see pale golden letters hovering above the man's head. God of Greed LV? Hasn't this annoying rule been abolished yet? The shadow's lips twitched, as if biting back a curse. Its casual demeanor shattered instantly, replaced by a sharp, oppressive aura. Fine, no more pretending I'm the god of greed. He reined in his smile, his voice thick with defiance and seduction. Follow me, and I will grant you all you crave. A cold chill crept over Lucio's chest, and he instinctively took a step back. The so-called god of greed before him had a suspicious origin. Claiming to be the god of dreams before was suspicious enough. Why did the ancestral amber summon such an entity? Was this truly a golden finger blessing, or a death sentence in disguise? Noticing Lucio's hesitation, the god of greed leisurely raised a hand, as if already in full control. His eyes burned with certainty and avarice. Once you've summoned me, rejection is impossible. His low voice resonated with undeniable command. Do not resist. Submit to me, and accept my power. I can make you the ruler of a nation, grant you supreme authority. The god of greed hovered in the air, his voice low and seductive, with crimson eyes gleaming as if dripping blood. Lucio stared straight into those eyes, and somehow, his own pupils had turned the same bloody shade. Deep in his mind, desire surged like a tide. Submission didn't seem impossible, as long as the price was right. That's it. Lucio's eyes bloodshot, yet he still sneered with disdain. In other novels, the extra power often lets the protagonist sit at the top of the river of time, overlooking all beings. The worst is ruling a whole world. Just being a king? God of greed, you really dare to dream small. The god of greed hesitated slightly, then cleared his throat to mask the awkwardness. Becoming a king is just the first step. Soon you'll rule a whole world easily achieved. And he suddenly swooped over to Yi Qiangshu's side, pointing at her. I can grant you a beauty too. Look at her face, her slender waist, her long legs. If you submit, shall be yours. No, no, no. Lucio waved his index finger side to side, expression serious. It's not just Yi Qianxua. My dream is to have 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, gathering beauties from all over, a new bride every day, entering a bridal chamber every night. At the height of his excitement, he clenched his fists, red light burning brighter in his eyes, as if declaring a lofty ideal. The god of greed was silent for a moment, secretly thinking, this guy would make the god of lust love him to death. I can give you endless life immortality for 1,000 years, eternity for 10,000. The god of greed quickly changed tactics. Lucio scoffed, contempt turning from disdain to utter scorn as he looked down at the god. Little greed, your power's low-grade. Hey, race the deal. I have demands for my lifespan. If you can deliver, I'll submit. If not, you can take your leave and I'll keep awakening. How about that? You say it. The god of greed held back his irritation, voice tense. I want to transcend the 3 realms, step outside the 5 elements. Even if heaven and earth perish, I remain. If time falls into ruin, I rise beyond it. Can you do that? Lucio asked with perfect seriousness. Yeah, right. The divine curse nearly slipped out, and the god of greed almost lost composure, roaring inside. If I could actually do this, would I be begging you? This guy's insane. Who's really the god of greed here? After the outburst, he quickly regained his smile, his tone soft as spring breeze. Of course. Immortality, power, beauty all yours, if you just submit. Before the words finished, Lucio bowed deeply on the spot. From now on, I will follow your lead, without question. The god of greed finally breathed a sigh of relief. Managed to fool this guy completely. He extended a translucent hand. Come, accept my power. Obediently, Lucio stepped forward, letting the hand rest on his head. The moment the fingertips touched, a thread of pale golden divine light burst from within him, holy and pure like a blessing descending from the heavens. The golden glow landed on the god of greed, but transformed into hellfire that could burn all things to ashes. The already shadow-like god became even more transparent in an instant. Eyes wide in disbelief, the god of greed stared at Lucio. You are. Before he could finish, the gold light exploded thunderously. In less than a second, the god of greed was completely consumed, leaving behind only one last, fire-distorted word whispered in Lucio's ear. Aminos, is everyone fully awakened? The voice of Chief Instructor Lin Dong thundered across the training ground, snapping Lucio out of his daze. He stood up straight, his breath forming mist in the cold morning air, feeling as if he had just woken from a long dream, one filled with golden amber, an ancient, weathered treasure chest, and a god of greed looking down on all living beings. Glancing around, he saw other trainees excitedly testing their new powers, some throwing punches that whipped up roaring gusts of wind, others making sparks crackle at their fingertips. Time was clearly still flowing, and the so-called god of greed was nowhere in sight. Even that strange treasure chest had vanished without a trace. Had it all been an illusion? Lucio instinctively reached for his chestanly to find the golden amber he had brought through the crossing was truly gone. At that moment, a pale blue virtual frame suddenly appeared, hovering at the center of his vision. Notification: awakening successful, all attributes 5. A game prompt? Did I really just complete my awakening? In this world, anyone awakened as a hunter sees reality completely transformed into data, just like in a game. Lucio took a deep breath and immediately summoned his personal status panel. Lucio. Race: human. Level 1. Class: treasure hunter vacant. Class: talent. Seeker permanently gain a percentage attribute bonus for each naturally found treasure chest opened. Attributes: Strength 11. Agility 13. Constitution 10. Spirit 11. Hunter skills: Trapping advanced 192210000. Archery intermediate 1111000. Material processing intermediate 891000. Swordsmanship intermediate 1201000. Cooking intermediate 899100. Item crafting intermediate 7821000. Talent skill: Chest awareness detects treasure chests within a range of level 100 meters, cooldown 1 hour. Class skill: none. Hunting skill: none. Treasure hunter? Lucio stared at the panel, heart pounding. The common hunter branches were weapon, culinary, beast, knowledge, and elemental classes. He had never heard of a treasure hunter before. Then it hit him: the official developers of his past life game Hunting World had once teased a forthcoming new class tied to the original sin of greed. So that strange experience wasn't a hallucination after all. The god of greed had actually appeared briefly, and what had just completed was the awakening process for the treasure hunter class. Suppressing his rising emotions, Lucio quickly checked the automatically generated spatial inventory created after awakening. Inside lay 2 items, a treasure chest and a map. Just by appearance alone, he recognized this was the very same chest used to summon the god of greed earlier. The info panel popped up simultaneously. Greedy treasure chest. Grade: source artifact. Effect 1. Includes a storage space of 100M, 100M, 100M. Effect 2. Generates 1 treasure map per month. Divine treasure map 0.1. Super treasure map 1. Advanced treasure map 5. Intermediate treasure map 20. Beginner treasure map 73.99. Cooldown 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Effect 3. Class Awakening 1. Each completed class advancement grants 1 class awakening opportunity. Effect 4. Unlocks gradually as the owner's level increases. Description: Essence of greed. Bound. Drops upon soul death. A single glance overwhelmed Lucio with awe. A storage space over 1,000,000 cubic meters. The power to grant extra class awakenings. These effects were unprecedented for any hunter. And what about its grade, source artifact? Lucio had never even seen mention of anything like this in books or forums from his past life. After a brief moment of dizziness, the only question echoing in his mind was, just what rank and level of item is a source artifact? Lucio knew that whether in the Hunting World game of his past life or in the current real world, the rank of items from lowest to highest was common, fine, rare, perfect, epic, legendary, and mythic. In his understanding, there was no such rank as primordial artifact. Yet when his gaze landed on the jet-black treasure chest named Greedy Origin in his backpack, he quickly realized that just by its terrifyingly absurd description and effects, its rarity likely far exceeded even mythic level. Quietly resting alongside it was another item, an old, yellowed map. This was the product just generated by the Greedy chest's second effect, Create Treasure Map. Item: Intermediate Treasure Map Breeze Forest. Effect: when the holder is within 1,000 meters of the treasure, the map automatically reveals glowing points guiding the way. Description: a map marking the locations of buried precious treasures. Follow the markers to find the loot. At the center of the map, a bright red dot flickered, clearly marking Breeze Forest. Lucio was intimately familiar with this area north of Tianqing Mountain, a relatively safer wild hunting ground. Thinking of this, he secretly planned, I have to find time to check it out. What if there really is something incredible there? At the mountain peak, the light array hummed. Head instructor Lin Dong raised his voice, scanning the circle of trainees. Has everyone awakened yet? I'm about to close the formation. Instructor, I'm ready. The hunters responded one after another. At this moment, almost all the students had completed their class transfers. Even Lin Yin, who had been napping in the corner, had finished her awakening. She leaned against a sturdy pine tree, summoning a fireball the size of a fist that danced and lit up her face just as Lu Xiu had expected. She had indeed become an elemental hunter. Wait, instructor. I'm not ready. Lu Xiu hurriedly shouted. The greedy chest's third effect, extra awakening chance, had yet to be used. He absolutely could not miss this opportunity. Speed up. I can't hold the array much longer. Lin Dong's forehead veins bulged as he strained to maintain the gradually closing light barrier, urgently urging him again. Lu Xiu took a deep breath, tightly gripping the awakening crystal. Warm yet overwhelming energy surged from within the stone, flowing through his fingertips up his arms, reaching his heart before spreading through his entire body. Unlike the grand celestial phenomena and godly arrival during his first awakening, this time there were no external signs, only a powerful warmth rushing inside. Moments later, he opened his eyes to see a pale gold notification box appear. Notification, awakening successful, all attributes 5. Finally, this should make me a knowledge hunter, right? He exhaled with hope, immediately pulling up his attribute panel. But when his eyes landed on the class section, his smile froze. Class, treasure hunter, phantom beast hunter. An illusory beast hunter. Who are you calling that? Lu Xiu froze in place, his mind echoing with only one thought. According to the 7 deadly sins theory, only a lecher would awaken as an illusory beast hunter, so does that mean he himself was the real pervert? This was a complete slander. But then another thought struck him. What if this theory simply didn't hold true in this world? What kind of hunter did you awaken as? He grabbed his deskmate Wang Xiaoming and asked. A gourmet hunter. Wang Xiaoming grinned proudly, patting his belly and chuckling. From now on, I can lawfully eat all the delicacies in the world. The more I eat, the stronger I get. Gluttonito gourmet hunter. A perfect match. Lu Xiu's brow twitched as he turned to Kai Ping, sitting a few rows behind. How about you? An illusory beast hunter, Kai Ping smirked slyly. I plan to catch a fox first, then wait for it to evolve into a fox human. Lust illusory beast hunter, also a perfect fit. Next, Lu Xiu looked toward Yi Qianxue. The girl held the book history of the Hunting League heroes, her expression deeply focused. Who else but a knowledge hunter could be so absorbed in reading at a moment like this? Those 3 examples confirmed it for him. The correlation between the 7 deadly sins and the hunter classes was flawless. So is he really the pervert himself? I'll admit it. I'm the pervert. Lu Xiu took a deep breath and said frankly, from now on, I'm sworn enemies with gambling and drugs. Then he patted Kai Ping's shoulder. Xiaoping, can we have a word? In the mist, the faint whisper of the deceased god of greed seemed to echo. See? The god of lust sure likes this kid. Is everyone awakened yet? Instructor here, I'm about to lose it. At the mountain summit, Chief Instructor Lin Dong's face turned red, veins bulging on his forehead as he shouted again. All eyes quickly turned to Lu Xiu. All right, instructor, I'm done awakening. Lu Xiu quickly ended his academic discussion with Kai Ping and shouted out. Only then did Lin Dong deactivate the formation's power supply, staggering to his feet and wiping sweat from his brow. His hoarse voice reminded them, after descending the mountain, remember to register your profession at the Hunter Association to receive your free rookie gift pack. Before he finished, many newcomers were already rushing down the mountain, answering with quick nods. Awakening was over, and everyone had important tasks ahead. Knowledge hunters would build their understanding of the world. Weapon hunters would forge their destined weapons. Illusory beast hunters rushed to contract their first pets. Gourmet hunters eagerly searched for their next feast. Elemental hunters honed their elemental hearts. Lu Xiu slung his backpack and followed the crowd down. He had even more on his plate. As both a treasure hunter and an illusory beast hunter, he had to study treasure maps and capture his first pet. But first, he needed to go home. As the crowd dispersed, only Lin Dong and Yi Qianxue remained atop the now clear summit. The girl stood straight, her gaze as sharp as eyes fixed on the instructor. Trainee Yi Qianxue, do you have something to say? Lin Dong asked, unsettled by her stare. Trap evaluation, she replied calmly, but with stubborn determination in her tone. Oh, you want to know why your trap was graded an A instead of an S, right? Lin Dong saw through her intentions immediately. Yi Qianxue nodded slightly. I remember correctly. Both you and I scored full marks. Lin Dong nodded and patiently explained. Lu Xiu also got full marks, but your full score is because you met all the grading criteria. while his full score is simply because the exam requirements were only that much. On the way down the mountain, Lu Xiao pulled up his attribute panel and took another close look. With the awakening of the Phantom Beast Hunter profession, new talent traits and skills appeared on the panel. Professional talent. Heart of the Phantom Beast increases all attributes of the active pet beasts by 10 and inherits some of their abilities. The limit of active pets increases by 1, currently set to 2. Talent skill. Phantom Beast Contract allows you to form a contract with a non-human creature that isn't stronger than yourself, transforming it into a pet beast. These talents and skills are fixed and consistent among hunters of the same class. Other Phantom Beast hunters also have Heart of the Phantom Beast and Phantom Beast Contract. When they arrived at the Hunters Association in Tianqing Town, a long line had already formed at the entrance. Today, the association president was personally registering new hunters and handing out starter gift packs. Since fewer than 20 hunters had successfully changed professions, it took less than 5 minutes before it was Lu Xiao's turn. The president, Jiang Chunyu, nicknamed Tyrannosaurus, was a gourmet hunter at level 50. Standing at 2 meters and 30 centimeters tall with muscles like rock, he loomed at the door like a black iron tower, exuding an overwhelming presence. The residents of Tianqing Town were already used to his aura. What profession did you awaken? Jiang Chunyu asked, pen in hand, his voice deep. Phantom Beast Hunter, Lu Xiao answered honestly. Jiang Chunyu quickly jotted it down and then asked, which starter gift pack would you like? The Hunters Association offered 4 types of gift packs. 1. Weapon Hunter Gift Pack, a piece of fine grade or Phantom Beast Claw, used to forge your signature weapon. 2. Gourmet Hunter Gift Pack, a piece of fine grade ingredient, which can be cooked yourself or entrusted to enhance physique. 3. Phantom Beast Hunter Gift Pack, a common Phantom Beast egg. 4. Knowledge and Element Hunter Gift Pack, a Mingxian fruit that temporarily boosts mental power. Although these gift packs were free, their value was not considered rare. He'll take the Weapon Hunter Starter Pack, Lu Xiao said without hesitation. A regular Phantom Beast egg didn't appeal to him. It was better to get a good piece of, and find a shop to forge a reliable weapon. Many new hunters who weren't weapon hunters made the same choice. Taking the gift pack handed over by Jiang Chunyu, Lu Xiao turned to walk home, casually opening the package. Although all the ores were fine grade, their quality varied and depended on luck. Inside the package lay a dark greenish-black ore with golden veins winding across its surface, emitting a faint chill. Cold vein iron. Grade, fine. Quality, 53. Description, ore infused with the power of ice. Weapons forged from it carry a natural chill. Not bad luck, Lu Xiao said, weighing the ore in his hand. Cold vein iron was rare, even among fine-grade ores. The maximum quality was 100, and this piece's 53 was enough to serve as the main material. This chunk should be just right to forge a decent blade. Lu Xiao's home was not far from the Hunter Association. After passing through a commercial street and walking another 500 meters, a 2-story house stood inside a courtyard, with a crabapple tree growing in the yard. "Sis, I'm home." He pushed open the rust-red iron gate, which creaked softly on its hinges. A gentle afternoon breeze stirred, causing crabapple petals to drift down, scattering between the patches of melting snow and blue stones in the courtyard, and settling softly on the pristine white dress beside the wheelchair. Under the crabapple tree, Fong Tang rested lightly in her wheelchair. A fine white silk cloth covered her face, her skin looking even softer beneath the mottled shadows of the leaves. A flash of silver gleamed as a female warrior clad head to toe in armor, with a long sword at her waist, stood silently behind her like a vigilant, sleepless statue. Hearing the familiar footsteps and call, Fong Tang smiled, like the sudden blooming of crabapple flowers on a branch, a warm glow spreading steadily. Gently pushing the wheelchair forward, she greeted her brother. "You're back? Today's the final day of your assessment, right? What kind of hunter did you awaken as?" "A Phantom Beast Hunter." Lu Xiao smiled, walking around to the back. Without hesitation, he accepted the gentle push from the armored woman. Zingen slowly rolled the wheelchair under the eaves. "A Phantom Beast Hunter? That suits you well." Fong Tang nodded, her expression filled with relief. "I remember you liked animals ever since you were little." Lu Xiao recalled how, in both this life and the last, had always had cats and dogs around. He smiled knowingly. "I think so too. Maybe that's really why I awakened that way." Fong Tang, Knowledge Hunter, level 39. She was Lu Xiao's older sister, though not related by blood. Years ago, when Lu Xiao was still an orphan, this couple had adopted him. Sadly, both foster parents had died in the wilds while searching for a cure for her. Ordinary people might think rehabilitation of limbs and recovery of sight was nothing unusual in this world of hunters and phantom beasts, but Fong Tang's condition was caused by a curse from a fierce beast, one that ordinary holy medicines couldn't touch. Lu Xiao had asked her several times, but she only shook her head. Keeping the question deep in his heart, he vowed to grow stronger before seeking the truth to restore her sight and legs. The armored female warrior standing guard behind her, Xing, was a virtual god manifested through Fong Tang's skill as a knowledge hunter. Lucio treated her like a guardian spirit or stand from an anime in his past Lithian, immensely powerful protector absolutely loyal to her master. Because Xing was there, Lucio could venture into the wilderness without worry. Are you going hunting today? Fong Tang asked softly after returning indoors. She recalled the fierce passion that had surged through her when she first awakened, one her parents struggled to hold back. Not today. I want to prepare properly tonight and head out early tomorrow. Lucio knew well that after the assessments ended, the nearby outskirts would be packed with new hunters. It was better to go farther out to avoid the crowds, where the prey was plentiful and the hunters few. Then let's buy a cake. We can celebrate tonight. Okay, I'll go get it later. After handing his sister over to Xing's care, he went upstairs. The room was small but tidy, arranged neatly by him. Bow and arrows, traps, healing potions, hunter's leather armor, all the heavy gear from before now fit easily inside his newly awakened space backpack, no longer a burden. Especially with the greedy treasure chest that granted him 1,000,000 cubic capacity, he could easily fit several sets of equipment, even the entire little house inside. He stuffed all his supplies into the space backpack in one go. After confirming everything was packed, he sat on the edge of the bed, content. Lucio opened his attribute panel and studied it carefully while sitting on the bed. Lucio was already well aware of the talents and active skills of the beast hunters, as they had been extensively studied by the vast majority of hunters. But when it came to the talents and professional skills of treasure hunters, he would have to explore them on his own. First, he focused on the treasure hunter's career talent, treasure seeker. The principle was simple. Each time he opened a naturally generated, mysterious treasure chest visible only to hunters, all his attributes would receive a permanent percentage boost. In the hunting world, such treasure chests could form instantly anywhere, perhaps a skill book, a pet egg, a rare material, or a powerful piece of equipment. According to the wilderness rules, the more remote and untouched a place was, the higher the chance a treasure chest would appear. It made perfect sense for a treasure-themed class to boost their attributes simply by opening chests. Next came the active skill chest perception. Its effect was written plainly. Sense treasure chests within a radius of level 100 meters, with a cooldown of 1 hour. However, no details were given on how the perception worked. Since the cooldown wasn't long, Lucio decided to try it out immediately. The moment he activated the skill, he felt a subtle tug at his heart, and his peripheral vision locked onto a spot just below him. Looking down, he realized it was underneath the second floor's floorboards, one layer lower still. Lucio flipped down the stairs, crossed the first floor's living room, then pushed open a door leading to the backyard, feeling the signal pull him further downward. Outside the backyard, a small river called the Qing River quietly flowed through the center of Qingqing town. Locals relied on this river to wash rice, do laundry, and fetch drinking water. Occasional fishermen could be seen on its banks, and small boats frequently carried goods across its surface. The pull was coming from inside the river. Without hesitation, he shrugged off his outer coat and tossed it aside. With a swift leap, he plunged into the water. The river was around 3 meters deep, no challenge for Lucio. Stepping into the soft mud, his feet found an icy cold iron box, which he lifted out of the water. On the shore, the 4 characters' black iron treasure chest stood out, making Lucio grin. Treasure chests were ranked from lowest to highest in 8 tiers: wood, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and rainbow. The higher the rank, the better the loot inside. Black iron chests dropped at least common grade items, with potential up to fine grade. Lucio's expectations were modest. He just hoped for some quality materials to pair with the cold pattern iron he had stocked, saving him some crafting costs. He eagerly pried open the lid. Inside, the contents were clear at a glance. No fine materials as hoped, but instead lay quietly a skill book. Focused shot. Category: hunting skill. Grade: fine. Learning requirements: archery intermediate, strength 10, spirit 10. Description: mobilize your spirit to quickly focus and shoot a more accurate and powerful arrow. A fine-grade hunting skill? Lucio's eyes lit up. He had only hoped for materials, but had pulled a fine-grade skill book instead, a prize even more valuable than materials or equipment of the same grade. Even better, he was already proficient with bows and had reached intermediate archery, fully meeting the requirements. Without hesitation, he chose to learn the skill. In an instant, the proper way to exert force, breathing rhythm, and timing for drawing the bowstring for focused shot poured into his mind like flowing water. The motions became instinctive. A new entry appeared in his skill bar. Focused shot, fine hunting skill, LV1. Effect: concentrate spirit to increase hit rate by 20 and add strength 1 physical damage. At the same time, the emptied black iron treasure chest shattered into fragments of starlight, slowly dispersing before ultimately merging into Lucio's body. Notification: opening a black iron treasure chest triggered the treasure seeker talent, permanently increasing all attributes by 2%. Lucio was stunned not because it was small, but because of how significant the amount was. Just one black iron chest granted a 2 permanent boost to all attributes. That meant 50 black iron chests would amount to a full 100 increase. For ordinary hunters, chests were rare and hard to come by. But for someone with chest perception like him, finding 50 didn't seem impossible, especially since he was the only treasure hunter in this world. At nightfall, after having dinner with his sister, Lucio left home carrying a box of cake. The streetlights brightly illuminated the main road of Tianqing town as he walked, softly muttering to himself, treasure chest detection, treasure chest detection. Each time the skill's cooldown ended, he pressed the mental countdown and activated it again. Unfortunately, several attempts yielded only silence. To improve his chances, he deliberately detoured into seldom visited alleys and quiet corners, but still found nothing. Tianqing town was densely populated, full of hunters, so it wasn't surprising that any freshly spawned treasure chests were quickly snatched up. Finding a black iron treasure chest not far from home in the Qing River had truly been lucky. With that thought, he quietly resolved, if he wanted to keep testing his luck, he'd have to venture into the rarely trodden wilderness. With that decision made, Lucio ended his stroll and headed straight to Old Ty's blacksmith shop. Pushing open the door, he called out loudly, "Iron Uncle." The fiery red forge heated the air. Beside the anvil stood a burly man named Tai Lu, as sturdy as a black bear, carefully inspecting the blade of a freshly forged longsword. At the counter, a 5-year-old girl with a bun hairstyle stood on a stool, swaying her head as she doodled with watercolor pens on paper. "Brother." The little girl, Kiki, immediately ran to the counter waving when she saw Lucio, but her eyes quickly locked onto the cake box in his hand. "Kiki, eat some cake." Lucio placed the box on the counter. "Thank you, big brother." Kiki's eyes sparkled, but she didn't rush to open it. Instead, she glanced toward her father first. Hearing the noise, Tai Lu put down the longsword and ruffled his daughter's hair. "Dad, can I have just a little?" "Just a tiny bit," Kiki asked, showing a size like a ping-pong ball, then shrinking it timidly to marble size, worried he might refuse. "The cake can all be eaten, but then there won't be any candy left for tomorrow," Tai Lu said with a smile, patting her gently. "Okay." For her, the cake was clearly far more important than the candy. Cradling the cake box carefully, she hurried over to the nearby sofa, both cautious and excited. Tai Lu looked back at Lucio, smiling and asked, "Celebrating your awakening as a hunter?" "Yes." "What kind of hunter did you awaken as?" "A phantom beast hunter." "Too bad it's not a weapon hunter. Otherwise, I could have passed on my forging skills to you," Tai Lu said wistfully, though still smiling. Lucio felt a flicker of hope. "Uncle, I actually really want to learn. Could you teach me?" His greedy treasure chest ability would eventually require him to switch to weapon hunter as he leveled up, and forging his own signature weapon early would be ideal. Tai Lu shook his head gently. "My unique skills can only be learned by weapon hunters. Teaching you now wouldn't work. But you don't have to forge your own signature weapon yet. This hunting bow I made for you hasn't gone to waste." Saying that, he pulled out a long black box from under the counter and handed it over. "Here, this is your awakening gift." Lucio opened the Lita black wooden hunting bow lay quietly on a soft cushion. The bow was made of black wood, sturdy but flexible. Thanks to careful maintenance, its surface was polished and glossy, carved with delicate pale blue snowflakes that looked vivid and lifelike. The bowstring was a translucent, almost crystalline sinew, seemingly taken from some fierce beast. At the same time, rows of bright blue attribute panels slowly unfolded before Lucio's eyes. Iceflower grade fine quality. 1. Attack 40. 2. Attack speed 25. 3. Strength 3. 4. Agility 1. Attached skill. Iceflower thorn passive 10 chance to inflict freezing effect on attack. Equip requirement. Strength 10. Durability 200,200. Description. Crafted primarily from fine-grade black feather wood and sinews of the Iceflower spirit deer, forged over a long period by a unique technique. Arrows strike with a chilling cold that pierces to the bone. A fine-quality bow? Lucio sucked in a breath, his gaze fixed intently on the weapon in Tai Lu's hand, its body gleaming cold as ice. On the market, as soon as materials reached fine grade, prices started in the hundreds, and this was a finished weapon at least 3,000 to start. The feeling was like finishing the college entrance exam in a past life, and suddenly having your parents hand you a brand new phone and laptop. Yet Tai Lu before him was no relation, no connection. Just as Lucio was about to politely decline, Tai Lu waved his hand first. The first hunting bow after awakening should be a gift from one's parents. Since yours aren't here, let me fulfill this wish for them. Mentioning Lucio's parents brought a flicker of nostalgia to Tai Lu's eyes. That couple met, fell in love, and married in the hunting group Tai Lu had founded personally years ago. Now their child had grown and taken the hunter's path, while Tai Lu took a deep breath, forcing down his emotions. "Sorry, old people often dwell on the past. Today is your big awakening day. Let's not talk about all that." Changing the subject, he asked, "By the way, since you've come to me with a cake, is there anything else?" Only then did Lucio remember the main reason for his visit. He quickly fished a cold patterned stone from his backpack. "I originally wanted you to craft a weapon for me, But since I already have a bow, please keep this, or... Before he finished, Tai Lu was already smiling, taking the fist-sized stone and weighing it in his palm. You usually use close combat weapons, right? A chunk this size of cold patterned iron is perfect as a blade material. Then it's a favor, Uncle Tai. Lucio nodded eagerly. This time I will charge material fees. That's only natural. Come pick it up in 3 days. Tai Lu pocketed the ore with satisfaction. Lucio bowed in thanks once more. Tai Lu waved his hand. Thanks? You're a hunter now too. Bring me good materials anytime you find them. As a weapons hunter who doesn't go out hunting much, the only way to get stronger is through forging. Hunter ranks don't rise just by hunting. Knowledge hunters gain experience by reading, weapons hunters by forging, food hunters by cooking, and spirit beast hunters. The two chatted casually for a while before parting ways. Stepping out of Tai Lu's smithy, the night breeze was cool. Lucio thought about getting up early tomorrow to hunt and decided to rest early tonight to recharge. Brother, goodbye? Little Coco wiped cream from her mouth and waved her chubby little hand up at him. Goodbye, Coco. Next time he'll bring you a cake again. Hearing the word cake, Coco waved her hand even faster. At dawn, the sky was just beginning to lighten with the pale glow of early morning. The dock in Tianqing town was already bustling with light and sound. Caravans hitched to horses and fishermen calling out from their boats blended into a lively chorus. LV Xiao and his sister Fong Tang sat on the first floor of their home, steam rising from a clay pot in front of them, filled with salted duck egg and lean pork congee that gave off a savory aroma. How long are you planning to be gone? Fong Tang asked gently, sipping her porridge. About 3 days, LV Xiao replied contentedly, scooping a spoonful before adding, I'm going to dig up a mid-level treasure map, and maybe catch a fantasy beast to keep as a pet. What I catch depends on luck, so that's just an estimate. Fong Tang put down her bowl. You brought enough water, food, and beast repellent incense, right? Don't worry, sis. I've been to the wilds before. LV Xiao smiled and nodded. Thanks to the huge storage space of his greedy treasure chest, he had packed a full month's worth of supplies: dried food, water, trap materials, sleeping bag, windbreaker everything, and several extras of each. When his bowl was empty, he wiped his mouth and stood up. I'm heading out. Be careful and come back early, Xing said, gripping the wheelchair handles and pushing Fong Tang to the doorway. Fong Tang leaned against the frame, watching her brother's figure grow smaller as he walked away, eventually swallowed by the busy crowd at the street corner. Suddenly, a faint shadow slid silently down from the begonia tree in the courtyard, condensing into a young man in his early 20s, a crooked smirk playing on his lips. Not going to say goodbye to your brother? He drawled lazily. Xing immediately stepped in front of Fong Tang, her arms morphing into 2 gleaming long blades. Pale blue flames flickered through the gaps of her steel armor as her battle spirit ignited. Fong Tang ignored the youth, maneuvering her wheelchair forward. She handed Xing a letter and quietly instructed, wait for him at home. So cold, the youth feigned hurt. I'm under pressure from those stubborn old fools to let you wait until your brother awakens before leaving. He reached into a space rift and pulled out a swirling shadow vortex. The center stretched open, revealing the blurred figure of an old man. The gateway fully opened. Fong Tang rolled her wheelchair and entered the shadow vortex directly, while the youth bowed respectfully. Respected Dr. Fong Tang, the Learned Society welcomes your return. Stepping out of his home, LV Xiao walked through the noisy main street, heading straight for the west gate of Tianqing town. Built by the sea, Tianqing faced the vast boundary sea to the east, with endless grasslands spreading out to the north and south. The trade route was well established, with caravans moving day and night. To the west stood Tianqing Mountain, connecting to a vast forest home to rare and exotic beasts. It was a natural hunting ground, and LV Xiao's destination for this trip. But before entering the mountains, he had to stop by the Hunters Association to pick up a task in Breeze Forest and make some extra pocket money along the way. The association's entrance was just as crowded. At dawn, novice hunters with the same idea lined up to check the task board, while multiple caravans loaded and unloaded goods amid shouts and bustle. In the midst of the noise, LV Xiao looked up and spotted several familiar faces. Lin Yinyan, Lin Heng, and Yi Qinxue. Lin Yinyan and Yi Qinxue were sitting in a horse-drawn carriage. The driver was Lin Heng, and beside him was a handsome young man who looked somewhat familiar but couldn't be immediately placed. In his left hand, he held a golden, crispy roast chicken, and in his right, a glossy, fragrant roast duck. The horse's hooves clattered rapidly, kicking up clouds of dust. Suddenly, the handsome guy spotted LV Xiao by the roadside. He quickly clutched the 2 roasted birds to his chest, leapt down from the horse with an energetic wave, and called out, Brother LV. Hey handsome, who are you? LV Xiao frowned, racking his brain but unable to match the familiar face with anyone in his memory. It's me, Wang Xiaoming. The guy grinned broadly, clearly amused by LV Xiao's confusion. You? Wang Xiaoming. LV Xiao couldn't believe it. They had only met the afternoon before. Back then, Wang Xiaoming was just 1.6 meters tall and weighed over 300 jing. Now, both his height and weight seemed completely transformed. Wang Xiaoming smugly rubbed his buzz cut. Hee hee. My mom gave me a treasure-grade cooking skill called calorie transformation. It turned all my stored fat into stats and upgraded my figure and looks too. Then he flexed his arm deliberately, showing off a bicep like a solid ball of muscle. Now I can eat as much as I want without getting fat. LV Shio sized up his newly sharpened chin and joked casually. No wonder your head's so pointy now. Set. Wang Xiaoming didn't catch the joke, so he just handed over the untouched roast duck. Want some? LV Shio accepted it without hesitation and bit in, muffledly asking, where are you guys headed? Into the city, to develop in Nantian port, Wang Xiaoming said bluntly. That's the path my parents laid out for me. But if you ask me, I'd rather go barbecue on the mountain with you, brother LV. Nantian port's better, LV Shio nodded. Big cities have more opportunities and stronger hunters. You grow faster. I plan to get stronger there before heading to even bigger cities and more dangerous hunting grounds to prepare for rare beasts. Wang Xiaoming shrugged. That's what they say, though I don't really agree. Then he looked up again. Brother LV, are you heading to the Hunters Association to pick up missions? Yeah, I'm going to level up in the breeze forest, LV Shio said as he finished the roast duck quickly. He declined another offering of roast fish from Wang Xiaoming. I gotta leave now, better get going while it's still quiet. Alright, he'll write to you another day. Wang Xiaoming bumped fists with Hema gesture carrying years of neighborhood friendship. Suddenly, a sharp sound cut through the air, and a flash of silver streaked past. LV Shio reached out and caught an antique silver coin. Adea's fate coin silver. Grade, excellent. Effect, luck 1 effects of the same kind don't stack, effective when in backpack. Description, a special currency from the lost kingdom of Adea, issued as gold and silver coins. When the gold coin and silver coin are within 10,000 meters of each other, they resonate. LV Shio looked up following the coin's path and met the cool, steady gaze of Yi Qianxua through the carriage window. The Nantian Port Professional Hunter promotion is next year. You're going, right? Her voice was calm, but her certainty was unmistakable. LV Shio was momentarily stunned, then instinctively answered, yes. Hunters who reach level 40 can join the promotion exam to become professional hunters and gain a significant boost in strength. He had long planned to advance as quickly as possible and wouldn't miss this opportunity. See you then, Yi Qianxua said and pulled down the curtain. The carriage fell silent except for the sound of the wind. Lin Heng held the reins tightly, stealing a glance. Lin Yin on the horse's back smiled quietly without saying a word. Wang Xiaoming popped his head back in, bursting with curiosity. So, you and Yi Qianxua are a thing? LV Shio shrugged and smiled wryly, I wish. Watching Wang Xiaoming and his group leave Qingtian town, Lu Xiao turned and walked into the Hunter Association. Just as he stepped inside, a sweet-looking young woman approached him, handing over a colorful flyer. You're a new hunter, right? Interested in joining our hidden gold mouse hunting squad? Thanks, but I already belong to a hunting team, Lu Xiao replied casually, bowing slightly before heading deeper into the hall. Saying this saved him a lot of trouble. Several other team members handing out flyers nearby immediately stopped trying to persuade him once they heard he already had a group. After shaking off the pursuit, he found an empty seat in the hunter's hall and began browsing the latest hunting requests. Honestly, before switching to the treasure hunter profession, he had thought about joining a team. Against large magical beasts of the same level, humans were often weaker. Hunting in a group was safer and easier. Even if loot had to be split and fees paid, it helped get through the lower level stages steadily. But now that his profession was fixed, he didn't necessarily have to slay magical beasts. Just searching for treasure boxes in the wild could earn him plenty. By most hunting teams' rules, discovered treasure chests were also considered loot and had to be shared. Greedy as he was, Lu Xiao had no intention of sharing with others. At most, he would look for a loose guild to piggyback on for information. The Hunter Association's hall was dominated by a huge stone pillar in the center, embedded on all sides with stone slabs known as the request boards, resembling LED screens from the past world at a distance. All hunters gathered around to look for tasks suited to them. Here is a 1-star request directly issued by the Hunter Association. Wolf Cull. Target, deliver wolf poison fangs. Reward, 10 alliance coins per fang. Extra bonus of 10 wolf tooth arrows for submitting over 100 fangs at once. Time limit, 3 days, 7 hours, 25 minutes. Description, wolves have overrun the area near Qingtian town recently. Wolf packs have been attacking merchant caravans on Haifeng Plains, urgently requiring a cull to reduce their numbers. This type of quest mainly maintains ecological balance. When a species becomes overpopulated, culls are ordered. If the numbers fall too low, protection is enforced. This holds true for ordinary magical beasts. If a powerful individual appears, the association will recruit hunting teams for the task. For example, Qianjun Tiger. Target, kill the Qianjun Tiger and bring back the tiger flametail as proof. Reward, 50,000 alliance coins. Legendary bow hunting skill storm shot. Time limit, 12 days, 1 hour, 11 minutes. Description: a level 35 exotic magical beast Qianjun tiger infected with the mad mutation disease has appeared in the western breeze forest, dangerously rampaging and disrupting the local ecosystem. Immediate elimination is required. Quests like these, targeting large magical beasts, are the real tough fights. But with the Qianjun tiger's high level and potential frenzy from the disease, it was far beyond who Lu Xiu was now. Closing the request book, Lu Xiu raised his eyes to look once again at the wall of task information. He needed to find a more suitable target. Rockhorn Rhino. Commission objective: hunt and kill the Rockhorn Rhino, and bring back its hardened rhino horn as proof. Reward: 1,000 alliance coins, and a quality level hunting skill instant slash for bladed weapons. Time limit: 5 days 12 hours 15 minutes. Mission description: a rogue beast known as the Rockhorn Rhino, level 15, has been appearing in the western part of the Gentle Breeze Forest's Thornberry Orchard. It often charges through the orchard at night, uprooting and knocking down fruit trees. 20 so far. Note: this Rockhorn Rhino's twin horns are abnormally enlarged, and each charge can uproot fully grown trees. If the beast is defeated within the time limit, the orchard owner will offer a generous bonus. For inexperienced hunters level 1 to 5, it usually takes at least a team of 5 to handle such a target. However, Lu Xiu once hunted a similar beast alone before his job transfer, and is now stronger than ever. This commission suits him perfectly. He quickly mapped out a route in his mind. The Thornberry Orchard on the western edge of Gentle Breeze Forest lies right next to the hills marked on his treasure map. That is the real goal of his trip. Passing through the orchard, he can help Old Shah solve his problem and achieve 2 goals at once. One thing to note is this commission is not an official Hunter Association quest, but a private request from local townsfolk. Such civilian commissions are common on the bulletin board. Warm Cap Mushroom. Objective: collect warm cap mushrooms. Reward: 3 alliance coins per mushroom. Description: unlimited quantity, purchased with no upper limit. Warm cap mushrooms are key ingredients for healing potions, usually bought in bulk by the town's apothecary or merchants. Lu Xiu leaned against the wooden bench in the Hunter Association hall, scanning the densely packed commission cards. As he browsed, he quickly jotted down feasible targets in his small notebook, marking each one with a priority level. In the end, he only officially registered the Rockhorn Rhino commission at the desk. 1. Wolf Pack Cleanup. Can be hunted on the return trip, no prior registration needed. 2. Warm Cap Mushroom Collection. Also pay upon delivery type, no commission slot required. 3. Rockhorn Rhino. Precise and rare target. Must be locked and registered immediately. After confirming the details, he closed his notebook and tucked it back into his waist pouch. Standing up, he pulled on his cloak, pocketed the registration receipt in his chest pocket, and stepped out. The sound of his footsteps echoed through the hall as he pushed open the door. At the gates of Sunny Harbor, 2 guards maintained their usual vigilant watch over passersby. Lu Xiu nodded to them and crossed the heavy iron threshold, stepping onto the dirt road leading to Gentle Breeze Forest. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the high walls, illuminating the long sword at his waist and the faint smile at the corner of his lips. At last, it was time for his first hunt since the job transfer. The wind blowing from the self-boundary sea drifted across the sea breeze plains, only to be blocked by a wall of mangrove trees. Just a faint, warm breeze slipped through the treetops, filtering into the forest and lingering softly. Because of this gentle, lingering wind, locals call this area the Breeze Forest. Its prime location has made it a treasure trove. Any hunter who digs up rare beasts or precious items here can suddenly strike it rich overnight. LV Xiu strolled along the outer forest path, pulling a standard hunting knife from his backpack. He sheathed the blade at his waist, resting his right hand lightly on the handle. His gaze scanned the woods, ears tuned for the slightest sound, ready to activate his treasure box sensing skill if needed. The outskirts were busy with people coming and going. He didn't expect to run into any legendary phantom beasts here. If something suddenly appeared, he'd first suspect a bait or a trap. About 3 meters above, a cluster of phantom-winged butterflies fluttered in the sunlight, scattering phosphorescent powder that shimmered with a clear blue-green glow. Textbooks say these butterflies shift color based on surrounding natural elements. This bluish hue signals a strong wind element presence, fitting the name Breeze Forest. Unfortunately, blue phantom-winged butterflies were common and barely worth anything. Further ahead, a massive snake's nest tree, big enough for 3 or 4 people to embrace, spread thick branches wide. LV Xiu sidestepped around it, inspecting the trunk closely. The tree lures snakes with a fragrant scent. Weak travelers passing beneath risk ambushed by a dozen snakes disguised as branches. But skilled hunters use this trait themselves to catch snakes. LV Xiu studied for a while, confirming all were non-venomous. So his interest waned. If poisonous ones had been present, he'd gladly catch one as live bait for a double trap. The snake nest tree's fruit was worth some effort, though. When gently squeezed, ripe fruit sprayed a foul, but very mild toxin that's harmless to hunters, but repels phantom beasts like a crude stink bomb. LV Shio bent down to pick up a few mature fruits blown to the ground by the wind, slipping them into his backpack. As he pressed on, rare creatures not commonly seen in Tianqing Harbor appeared. Large-eyed dragonflies flickering with electric light dashed by. Wind-seeking birds swooped rapidly through the underbrush, and backpack mice scampered across the ground carrying packs larger than their bodies. Yet these familiar phantom beasts lacked the power or potential LV Shio sought for capture, wanted either strange abilities or outright strength. Suddenly, he stopped, spotting a mushroom with a pale green cap at the tree's roots. He gently picked it and tossed it into his backpack. A warm mushroom found within 10 minutes of entering the forest, not bad luck. He lifted his foot to move again, then froze. About 10 meters ahead in the bushes, a wild wolf with a bluish-green coat walked at a leisurely pace. A faint glow hovered above it, marking its name and level. The blue wolf, level 6, was one of the wolf clan targets issued by the Hunters Association for extermination. As Lu Xiao spotted the green wolf, the wolf spotted him at the same time. The beast, resembling a wolf king, its entire body shining a deep emerald green, suddenly perked up its ears. Its wild, fierce green eyes locked onto him with unwavering intensity. Then, with muscles tensed and limbs coiled like a predator ready to strike, it surged forward at a breakneck speed. Lu Xiao had become its prey. The whistling wind swept through the forest, grass rustling violently, and the entire atmosphere tightened in an instant. Facing imminent danger, Lu Xiao shifted lightly on his toes, already clutching the ice blossom longbow in his palm. Drawing the bowstring taut as a full moon, he inhaled deeply. His essence, energy, and spirit roared into focus under the skill-concentrated strike. His gaze sharpened like a blade, aligning the cold gleam of the arrowhead perfectly with the charging wolf's head. Swoosh! The arrow sliced through the air. Thud! A dull sound rang out as the projectile pierced the wolf's forehead with pinpoint accuracy, the shaft still vibrating from the force. The immense impact stalled the wolf's charge momentarily, but its fierce nature was undiminished. In a flash, Lu Xiao pulled a second arrow from his quiver again, drawing it to full tension, the cold gleam renewed. Swoosh! Thud! A third arrow followed swiftly, streaking through the same spot, piercing once more with deadly precision. All three arrows flew in quick succession, each hitting its mark with tips embedded deeply beyond bone marrow. Although the green wolf was famed for its brutal vitality, it twitched twice beneath the relentless volley before collapsing, the blood staining the grass a dark crimson. Killed green wolf LV6, gained 120 experience. Overlevel kill, experience increased by 100. Level up, all attributes 1, free attribute 1, current level 2. The message on the light screen disappeared in a flash, but Lu Xiao's mind registered no relief. Sheathing the ice blossom longbow, he approached his fallen prey, eyes scanning the massive body with satisfaction. A quality weapon paired with a quality hunting skill, plus the base attribute boost from awakening taking down a target 5 levels above me, is truly effortless. The 2 awakenings had granted him a total attribute increase of 5, equivalent to leveling up 4 times beyond his peers. For a novice hunter starting out together, this was an almost insurmountable gap, not to mention the ice blossom longbow in his hand. Encountering this beast in the wild, most hunters at his level would barely survive, let alone prevail. Drawing a sharp bone-picking knife from his pack, Lu Xiao knelt beside the wolf's corpse, expertly slicing off the pale green venomous fang. His movements were skilled, but his mind also churned, pondering the wolf's origins. Books describe the green wolf as a subspecies of forest wolves, lacking elemental powers. Only the long fang on its right side contained mild neurotoxin. They were cunning and social creatures, relying on pack tactics to ambush prey in the Whisperwind Forest, making them the most common wolf-type mythical beasts there. Yet scanning the quiet woods, there was no sign of a second green wolf anywhere. Have the green wolves in Whisperwind Forest proliferated this much already? Lu Xiao muttered softly. Given their pack-bound nature, a lone wolf hunting by itself was highly unusual, unless it had been cast out from its pack, becoming a lone wolf. The books also noted that green wolf packs typically maintain numbers around 1,000. Once that number was exceeded, the alpha wolf would expel the weakest members to sustain overall combat strength, at typical wolf pack survival off Theophilus system. However, those expelled were usually frail, aging wolves. This one, both in level and build, was evidently in its prime. If green wolves in Whisperwind Forest all reached this level of power, Lu Xiao could only imagine how dangerous the forest must have become. A pack of over 1,000 wolves, all at or above level 6, would not only devastate the ecosystem, but sound a death knell for any newly awakened novice hunters. Even seasoned hunters at level 20 plus would struggle to escape unharmed. I just hope I don't run into the whole pack anytime soon. Snapping back to the present, he glanced at the fang head just cut off. Green wolf, venom fang. Rank, common. Quality, 41. Description, fang of the green wolf, contains trace amounts of neurotoxin. Average quality, suitable for quest submission or as low-tier poison crafting material. 10 alliance coins, it's barely worth it. Lucio shrugged and tossed the fong into his backpack, then stored the entire wolf carcass inside his massive spatial baga space large enough to hold an area of 100 meters square and a height of 100 meters, partitioned neatly. The green wolf wasn't valuable for just one fong alone. Its resilient fur could be crafted into lightweight armor, which, while worth less than the fong, would still add to his travel funds. Without his huge spatial bag, an ordinary hunter could only take the fong and leave the cumbersome body behind to nature. In the afternoon, large raindrops began to fall from the sky, carried by gentle breezes into the whispering forest. From a high vantage overlooking the vast sea of trees, the rain appeared like a delicate veil draped across the landscape. The dark green treetops rippled and surged like endless waves. Lucio stepped carefully on the slick fallen leaves, advancing through the steady patter of rain. He had already changed into a teal raincoat, its hood pulled forward to shield his forehead, yet the spray still soaked the hems of his pants. The downpour could not slow his progress. No other hunters were visible nearby. Most experienced peers would have already taken shelter in tree hollows or against rock faces. The noise of raindrops beating on leaves masked their footsteps and covered blood scents, naturally hiding them from phantom beasts skilled at ambushing in storms. But Lucio pressed on, grinding his teeth. Only about 2,000 meters remained to his target, so he planned to reach the destination before seeking cover. That morning, he had already dispatched several low-level phantom beasts, partly to test the damage of his new ice blossom skill, partly to accumulate experience for leveling up. Before becoming a hunter, he had relied solely on daily physical training, but now his power was increasing at an almost unfair rate with each upgrade. In the blink of an eye, he had reached level 4. Each level granted 1 point to all attributes plus 1 extra freedom point. At present, he held 3 unallocated freedom points. Unlike traditional MMORPGs, Hunting World offered classes, but they weren't strictly exclusive. Mages, warriors, knights, and rogues could overlap. No rule said weapon hunters couldn't control elemental power. In reality, many hunters resembled spellblade hybrids. Lucio saw himself as a full-time all-rounder and preferred to keep those points in reserve, ready to assign in battle if faced with an insurmountable foe. Losing a few points now was not critical. Within 1,000 meters of treasure burial site, intermediate treasure map activated. The system notification popped up, and a flash of light sparked in Lucio's eyes. He pulled out the intermediate treasure map from his backpack. The paper suddenly blazed with blue-white flames, quickly turning to ash that swirled into a pale blue phantom arrow hovering ahead, silently pointing the way forward. Following the arrow, Lucio sped up. He skirted around a stout ancient pagoda tree, passed over a small forest lake rippling under the rain, and stepped into the rolling hills layered like waves within the whispering forest. The rain sounded cold and hollow. The air was thick with damp earth and mud. He controlled his breathing and finally stopped before a rocky cliff, a black cave gaping like a snarling stone maw. The arrow hovered motionless 20 meters from the entrance, signaling the treasure was very close. But Lucio knew most wild caves and lakes were phantom beast dens. On a rainy day like this, nearly all such creatures would be home, sheltering from the storm. If a powerful prey remained outside, it was undoubtedly lurking in that dark cavern. He had to confirm his suspicion. Lucio crouched low and swiftly set a simple trap in the muddy ground. Then he silently stepped back a few paces, melting into the shadows of a thick ancient tree. With a flick of his right hand, a snake nest fruit he had found that morning dropped into his palm. The snake nest fruit traced a graceful arc through the air, landing precisely deep inside the cave. Bang! The fruit hit the ground, its tough shell bursting open, releasing a strange, pungent stench mingled with a sickly sweet, almost metallic scent that spread and rolled outward. Whoa! An angry snarl erupted from the darkness. A sturdy black-skinned boar, the size of a young calf, suddenly appeared, its tusks gleaming coldly. It took 2 steps forward before a sharp snap sounded. Its front hoof was caught in a bear trap. The steel teeth snapped shut like a furious beast awoken suddenly, biting without mercy. Whoa! In agony, the boar went wild, its heavy body thrashing and rolling in the mud, splashing water everywhere. Eventually, it slid 3 or 4 meters away, coming to a clumsy stop right at Lucio's feet. No need to feel sorry, the pain would be brief. Lucio had already drawn his hunting knife. Its blade gleamed coldly as it plunged straight from the boar's throat into its brain. The massive body twitched violently, but his grip was like iron, steady and unyielding. Despite its desperate struggles, the beast didn't move an inch. Moments later, it went rigid, life extinguished. System prompt. Defeated black-skinned boar LV.5, gained 60 experience points. Overlevel kill experience increased by 20. I was just about to bring some game back for old Shah. You came at the perfect time. Lucio pulled out a cloth strip, dipped it in rainwater, and carefully wiped the blood from his blade before sheathing it. Then he grabbed the boar's hoof and swung nearly 100 pounds of carcass into his spatial backpack. He would butcher and collect it later, somewhere safe. After confirming no other phantom beasts lurked near the cave entrance, he took out a fresh towel, soaked it with water, covered his mouth and nose, and stepped into the dark hole. Inside, the cave was only about 100 square meters, but the smell was unbearable, a mixture of the rotting snake nest fruit and animal dung stinging his eyes. Thankfully, he had prepared well and barely managed to hold back his nausea. As his eyes scanned the space, the faint blue arrow that had been floating before him suddenly dissolved upon reaching its destination. In the corner, it fell and transformed into a platinum treasure chest. A platinum treasure chest. Lucio's pupils contracted sharply. No one in the Whispering Forest had ever heard of a chest this rare. The lowest drop guaranteed perfect grade, and the highest could reach epic. He strode forward without hesitation and opened it. Click inside lay a black stone and a tattered parchment scroll resting silently at the bottom. Before he could examine their stats, a system notification popped up. System prompt. Opening a platinum treasure chest activates the treasure seeker talent, granting a permanent 20 increase to all attributes. 20%. Lucio's heart leapt. That was 10 times higher than a black iron chest. His current attributes were around 20 points. Now they instantly rose by 4 points, equivalent to the total gain of leveling up 3 times. Awesome. No wonder it's a platinum treasure chest. He took a deep breath, but knew the real surprises were yet to come. If the chest alone delivered such a massive boost, what about the items inside? The rain kept falling steadily. The atmosphere was fairly calm. Lucio leaned half against the rough stone wall at the cave's entrance. Cold rain droplets, whipped by the wind, blew into the cave and lightly rattled against his armor. This spot was a natural choke point, perfect for both offense and defense. If that wild boar really had a mate charging over, he'd be ready to respond immediately. After all, in these times, human singletons seemed to be the most common. Once he confirmed it was safe outside for the moment, he shifted his attention back to the 2 pieces of loot he had just pulled from the platinum treasure chest. The first was an ancient-looking parchment scroll, a skill scroll. Beast King, transformation. Grade, epic. Type, phantom beast skill. Learning requirement, phantom beast hunter. Description, temporarily fuse with your phantom beast, gaining all its attributes and skills, and awaken a unique ability. An epic skill right off the bat. Lucio's heart suddenly raced, his fingertips trembling slightly. An epic phantom beast skill. He recalled his classmate Wang Xiaoming's treasure tier skill calorie overhaul, unique to food hunters, which could completely transform the user. This epic Beast King transformation was 2 whole tiers stronger. Its power was unimaginable. Good thing I awakened as a phantom beast hunter. Without hesitation, he chose learn. If he had awakened as a knowledge hunter instead, this scroll would just collect dust in his backpack. Trying to trade it? Not a chance. A flash of light signaled the skill was securely embedded in his skill bar. Fuse with your phantom beast, temporarily gaining 100 of its attributes and skills, and awaken an exclusive ability. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 24 hours. A 10-minute burst with a full day cooldown. Classic ultimate move, Lucio quietly assessed. But since he didn't even have a phantom beast yet, he couldn't test its true strength. He carefully stowed the scroll and picked up the second Itima black stone about the size of his fist. Initially thinking it was an ore, he noticed subtle shell-like patterns on its surface. System instructions appeared. Shadow King Egg. Grade, epic. Type, phantom beast egg. Description, the crystallized essence of the Shadow Demon Clan's king can automatically bond a phantom beast contract when blood is shed on it. The king of the Shadow Demon Clan, Lucio, searched his textbooks but found no entry on shadow demons. Still, the phrase king individual was enough to shake him. Phantom beasts of the same species vary in strength, and those that break the norm become special individuals. Special individuals are categorized as 1. Naturally powerful king individuals, capable of commanding their kin. 2. Limit individuals pushing their species' physical limits. 3. Mutated individuals evolved by consuming rare treasures. All types were top-tier prey for hunters. Phantom beast hunters sought to tame them, while other classes aimed to hunt them for premium materials. Thinking of the king-level phantom beast egg in his hand, Lucio once again felt lucky to have awakened as a phantom beast hunter. Even more surprising was the treasure chest producing 2 items perfectly suited to his profession. It made him wonder if treasure chests from these maps automatically tailored their contents to the user's class. He still knew very little about the treasure maps produced by the greedy chest. Originally, he had thought the treasure map would simply show where the treasure was hidden, but he didn't expect it to actually materialize a treasure chest out of thin air in one specific spot. This meant that from now on, Lucio no longer needed to roam around following the map or worry about someone else opening the chest before him. Following the instructions left by the Shadow King, Lucio without hesitation sliced his fingertip on the surface of the jet black stone and let a drop of blood fall. The drop was instantly absorbed the moment it touched the rock. In the next moment, the stone began to vaporize violently, and thin black mist seeped out through the cracks. Within moments, the mist spread across the entire clearing until the black stone completely vanished, leaving only swirling shadows behind. Phantom Beast Contract Complete Shadow King Possession. Personal Attribute Increase. Agility 1, Spirit 2. New Skill Acquired. Shadow Cloak cloaked by the Shadow King itself, achieving total invisibility in darkness or shadows, blocks scent and sound, grants dark vision. At the same time, a translucent panel appeared before Lucio's eyes. Name, Shadow King of the Shadow Demon Tribe. Level 1. Attributes, Strength 5, Agility 12, Constitution 1, Spirit 21. Innate Talent. Shadow Fusion can permanently merge with any living being, erasing the target's consciousness. If the target's spirit is stronger than the Shadow King's, the Shadow King itself is erased. King Skill. Great Darkness Heaven LV1 creates an independent dark world centered on itself. Element Control. Darkness Basic. Skills. 1. Shadow Passive Absolute Invisibility in Darkness or Shadow. 2. Elemental Body Passive Immune to any physical attacks. 3. Shadow Ray LV1 fires a beam of shadow energy at a target. Reading the panel, Lucio got a clear idea this was a standard elemental creature. Elemental Body is a passive trait unique to elemental beings. No wonder the constitution was only 1, but the spirit shot up to 21, clearly favoring magical output. But the Shadow Fusion talent meant it wasn't just a stationary artillery unit from range. He would need to research more on the Shadow Demon Tribe when he returned. Overall, he was quite pleased with this first Phantom Beast. Elemental creatures were rare in themselves, let alone one that was a king of the Shadow Demon Tribe. For most hunters, this would be a dream partner. Is its form just this black mist? Lucio glanced around at the rolling shadows and couldn't help but feel as if he were trapped inside a dense smoke screen, with no tangible sense of raising a beast at all. A soft rustling sound. In response to his muttering, the spreading black mist abruptly withdrew, folding back toward the center like a receding tide, ultimately condensing into a mass of pitch-black clouds hovering in midair. Dark currents ebbed and flowed on its surface, circling around Lucio like an excited puppy. Clearly, it understood him. Let's try the Shadow Ray. Lucio raised his hand and pointed at an ancient tree thick enough for 2 people to embrace. The cloud mass instantly stopped moving. The dark clouds churned as a black vortex formed at its center. A thumb-thick beam of black energy shot out from the vortex, piercing straight through the tree's trunk. The dark energy clung to the cut like charred vines, rapidly spreading and corroding. What started as a hole barely the size of a thumb quickly expanded to the size of a fist. Pretty powerful. Lucio stroked the Shadow King still swirling around him with satisfaction. Praised by its master, the Shadow King emitted a low, contented hum and happily circled him again, finally giving Lucio the real feeling of raising a pet. The platinum treasure chest marked on the intermediate treasure map was already in his hands, and to his surprise, he had also contracted his first Phantom Beast. With all his initial goals suddenly completed, Lucio felt deeply satisfied. Just one more task in the Bramble Orchard, and his first hunter mission would be a complete success. It's time to go. Off to the Bramble Orchard, he murmured to himself. He raised his hand and activated the Shadow Cloak skill gained from making the contract with the Shadow King. The cloud-like form of the Shadow King instantly dissolved into swirling black mist that wrapped around his shoulders, condensing into a close-fitting trench coat. The mist wavered through the fabric like the night itself enveloping him. Lucio couldn't help but stroke it. The texture felt like a thin, soft blanket. Pretty cool, he thought. In the next moment, he stepped into a nearby shadow under a tree, his figure silently vanishing into the darkness. Drizzle pattered. Heavy dark clouds pressed down on the sky like a deep furrow in the heaven's brow. Layers of gray veils overlapped, and raindrops fell like beads, creating endless ripples on the ground. At the entrance to the Bramble Orchard, Lucio appeared beneath the curtain of rain and looked around. The thorn-covered shells of the bramble fruits resembled miniature iron burrs, while the flesh inside was sweet, juicy, and suitable for all ages. Because the fruit was delicate and sensitive to cold, these trees could only grow in remote, temperate wilds. As soon as he stepped into the orchard, he noticed an old man hunched over a head clad in a straw raincoat and wearing a bamboo hat, carefully picking fruit with a bamboo basket in hand. Despite his gnarled hands covered with calluses, his movements were swift and sure. "Old Shah," Lucio called out, waving, while mentally retracting the Shadow King back to the Phantom Beast space. The old man turned, his sunken face creasing into a smile like a chrysanthemum flower. "Lucio, what brings you here?" Lucio stepped forward quickly and pulled a hefty roasted pig's trotter from his spatial backpack. "Hunted a wild boar on the mountain. Brought you some fresh meat. By the way, I'm here to help with that task." Old Shah slapped his forehead. "Ah, that's right. These days are the graduation test for the new batch of hunters. But you're a bit late. 3 young guys got here an hour before you." Lucio didn't mind at all and smiled as usual. "No worries. am mainly here to deliver the pig trotter. The task is just a bonus. Anyway, it's a competitive task. Whoever finishes first delivers the result, right? He remembered Clear Lion, the guild bulletin. The Rockhorn Rhino extermination task was labeled as a competitive mission. Anyone could take it, and the first to complete it would receive the reward. It was always used to handle urgent troubles. Haven't they started yet? Lucio asked. Not yet. That beast only comes out at night. Mentioning the Rockhorn Rhino that rampaged through the orchard after dark made old Shah's cheeks tremble with anger. All right, they'll drop the pig trotter inside first. They'll probably have to bother you at your thatched hut again tonight, Lucio said, stepping along the muddy path with the pig trotter in hand. The reason Lucio was familiar with Old Shah was because he often had to spend nights there after late hunts, borrowing shelter near the orchard. Anytime, they'll just pick some more bramble fruit before heading in. Lucio navigated through the bramble-covered orchard with ease. Raindrops slid off his misty trench coat, disappearing without a trace. Soon, he arrived at the small hut Old Shah used as both a bedroom and tool shed. Pushing open the door, 3 figures came into view. All 3 wore teal hunter leather armor, one broad-shouldered like a bear and carrying a massive sword, another holding a black-coated hunting dog whose eyes gleamed alertly, and a third, refined and wearing glasses, with a thick notebook hanging from his waist. Without a doubt, these were the 3 hunters Old Shah had mentioned who had arrived an hour earlier than Lucio. At first sight of their weapons, spirit beasts, and knowledge tools, Lucio immediately identified the professions of the 3 hunters, mainly because their appearances were so iconic. Weapon hunters typically carried heavy greatswords. Spirit beast hunters, despite possessing a personal space for their beasts, still kept a hound-like spirit beast tethered by their side. And knowledge hunters always had thick, ancient tomes slung over their shoulders, with their weapons resembling well-worn old books. Lucio himself wore typical hunter gear, so naturally the 3 glanced over at him briefly, but then dismissed him with a casual look and returned to their own tasks. After all, it was nothing unusual to run into fellow hunters competing for the same quests. Without exchanging pleasantries, Lucio walked straight into the tool room beside them, grabbed several bundles of dry firewood, and busied himself lighting a fire to prepare his dinner. As a true foodie, besides trap-making, his proudest hunter skill was cooking. He had once seriously thought he might eventually switch to becoming a gourmet hunter, confident in his culinary talents. As sparks leapt, he tossed a whole front leg of wild boar into the flames. The skin crackled as the high heat singed off the coarse bristles. Next, he pulled out a small copper pot about the size of his palm from his spatial backpack, set it up, poured in millet and water, and sprinkled in a few wolfberries. Health starts from a young age. Tonight he planned to cook a soft millet porridge, perfect for Old Shah's weak teeth, the easiest food for him to eat. The porridge bubbled gently in the pot, while the boar leg's surface blackened to near perfection. Lucio carried the meat to the water's edge, rinsing off the charred hair with a quick scrape of his knife to expose smooth skin. He sliced and deboned the meat in one fluid motion. Wild boars ran long distances constantly. Their front leg meat was marbled and tender, ideal for roasting directly, while the rear leg was leaner and firmer, begging for slow cooking. Unlike farmed pigs, wild boars were uncastrated and carried a strong gamey flavor, lighter in females, which required skillful preparation to avoid ruining the dish. For hunters, mastering how to cook wild game into something delicious was a key part of culinary training. Without complex processing, he seasoned the front leg meat with a realm-adapted cumin chili blend inspired by recipes from his past life, then placed it over the fire to roast until the fat hissed. The rear leg meat was sliced into thin strips and marinated in rare hunting spices and a dash of white liquor. Later, he would stew these strips with finely chopped mushrooms, then mix them into the soft millet porridge. Less than an hour later, the tool room was filled with a rich aroma blending cumin, savory meat, and the sweet fragrance of wolfberries. Outside, the 3 hunters who were busy setting traps suddenly perked up, their mouths watering as they peered curiously toward the source of the scent. Looks like a gourmet hunter dropped by, the knowledge hunter whispered. And not just that, the skills seemed pretty impressive, added the spirit beast hunter, whose hound was already gazing fixedly at the tool room, tongue hanging out and drooling. Should we ask for some food? The weapon hunter suggested. You go if you want some, the knowledge hunter replied, turning back to his work. The spirit beast hunter and weapon hunter exchanged a glance and silently smacked their lips in anticipation. Wild boar and shiitake millet porridge, grilled meat skewers, and for dessert, thornberries. Perfect. Want some liquor with that? Old Shah gulped down the steaming porridge, sighing with satisfaction, then fished out a jar of aged wine from under the shelf and pushed it toward Lucio. No thanks, I'm not drinking tonight. Lucio declined with a wave. Just then, a head popped in at the door, the weapons hunter among the 3 hunters. Hey buddy, any food left? Old Shah glanced at Lucio. Yeah, help yourselves, I made plenty, Lucio answered generously. With permission granted, the weapons hunter quickly sat down and devoured the grilled meat skewers greedily. No sooner had he settled than the beast hunter squeezed in, followed by a black-coated hunting dog. Hey man, I haven't eaten yet either. Help yourself, Lucio nodded again. Thanks a lot, the beast hunter said as he grabbed 2 skewers, one in each hand, and ate with impressive speed. The black dog stared longingly at the meat, drooling onto the floor. The dog can't eat that. It's poisonous, the beast hunter muttered casually, but kept feeding himself with enthusiasm. The black dog growled furiously, barking nonstop, clearly scolding its owner for the nonsense. Am I lucky this year or not? The owner showed the back of his hand, and the dog's barking stopped abruptly, though it kept baring its teeth in a low growl. Still can't be tamed, huh? The beast hunter laughed easily. The weapons hunter chimed in, black dog, am no human either, but at least am not a dog. Watching the dog's greedy expression, Lucio suddenly thought of the Shadow King. What does the Shadow King eat? The guidebook was clear. Elemental creatures feed on their corresponding elemental energy. Dark elementals are rare, mostly sealed within high-grade beast materials or rare minerals. Feeding the Shadow King is going to be a costly affair. Lost in thought, he asked casually, you've got another teammate, right? Forget him. Knowledge hunters all have terrible tempers. The weapons and beast hunters exchanged glances, clearly used to it. Lucio chuckled. That perfectly matched the stereotype of knowledge hunters, proud and aloof. Before he could finish, the knowledge hunter appeared at the door. He scanned the feasting companions, finally fixing his gaze on Lucio with certainty. You're not a foodie hunter. Foodie hunters never share their meals. Lucio smiled, but said nothing. Foodie hunters turned due to the sin of gluttony were stingy by nature, but there were exceptions, like Wang Xiaoming and himself. Suddenly, Lucio's expression shifted as he looked to the north. What is it? Old Shaw put down his spoon. It's here. Who? Everyone froze. The rockhorn rhino. It's coming quick. The knowledge hunter shouted, sprinting into the rainy night. The weapons and beast hunters gulped down the last bites, wiped their mouths hastily with sleeves, grabbed their weapons, and chased after him. This beast is showing up unusually early today, Old Shah whispered in surprise, glancing at the clock on the wall. Earlier means earlier finish and more rest, Lucio said as he stood by the tool shed door, ready to watch the fight. Boom boom, heavy footsteps grew closer. Amid the night, rain, and the tool shed's dim yellow light, a person tall, earth-colored sharp horn suddenly snapped into view. Soon, the newcomer's full form came into view before the 5. It was a colossal rhinoceros, 6 meters long and 3 meters tall. From its broad snout jutted a sharp, ochre-colored horn nearly a man's height, gleaming menacingly. Its massive body was covered in thick, rocky armor, like a roaring, armored war machine. The system label identified it as Rockhorn Rhino LV-16. Lucio immediately recalled the hunting manual. Ordinary rockhorn rhinos grew no longer than 3 meters, 2 meters tall, with horns less than 1 meter long. But this one was nearly twice that size, leading him to suspect it was an extreme specimen among rockhorn rhinos. However, its horn remained ochre rather than pure black, and its name had not changed to obsidian rhino, meaning it hadn't yet truly reached that legendary top tier. That's one huge rockhorn. We're in for a jackpot this time. The beast hunter's eyes lit up, almost seeing gold flashing from the horn's tip. The most prized part of a rockhorn rhino was that snout horn. The thicker, longer, and deeper yellow it was, the higher its value. A specimen of this size was definitely a quality-grade high-value material. If it truly reached the extreme, it might fetch a treasure-grade price. I just need a scabbard, said the weapon hunter, touching the giant sword on his back, eyes shining with excitement, already itching to saw off that horn. Let's take it down first, he added. But the knowledge hunter immediately gestured for caution. As the team's information expert, he knew that the bigger the horn, the more dangerous the creature's power. Charging in blindly was a terrible idea. As the group whispered their plan, the rockhorn rhino ignored nearby lamps and figures and lumbered slowly to a thornfruit tree. Suddenly, a flash of electricity lit the night. The long-prepared electric trap snared beneath its hooves fired up, crackling with arcs of lightning as the snare snapped tight, trying to capture the huge beast whole. But at 6 meters long and 3 meters tall, this behemoth was as solid as a mountain. The electric net stretched to its limit, but didn't budge at a fraction. In reality, the 3 hunters hadn't meant to lift the target, but planned to trigger the thunderbolt fruits hidden within the net. Booms! In an instant, several thunderbolt fruits burst open, unleashing a sweeping shock of electricity that surged up the rhino's rocky shell. The dazzling electric glow lit the area as bright as day, yet the giant only shook its thick neck, completely unscathed. It tilted its head, then slammed its massive horn against the tree trunk with a dull thud, causing ripe thorn fruits to cascade down like rain. Calm as ever, the rhino bent down and crushed the spiky fruits and thorns whole, swallowing them, as if the electric shock had been nothing but a breeze. Damn, that hide's way too tough. The weapon hunter's eyes twitched in disbelief. The thunderbolt fruits had only made the rhino flinch. Only direct assault will work, the knowledge hunter ordered. Hiyong, you hold it. Heaton, Xiaolang, harass the flank. Before finishing, he flipped open the thick spellbook hanging at his waist. The cover shimmered with deep purple light and intricate runes, clearly marking it as a magic tome. Suddenly, his right arm shot forward, and a wisp of shadow energy rose from the pages. A fist-sized orb of dark purple light formed in midair, condensing instantly into a sharp arrow. Shadow-piercing arrow. The purple magic book immediately released the shadow energy orb, quickly shaping it into a purple arrow in the air. Then, with force, it shot forward. Shadow Pierce Arrow. The image of the Shadow Hunt King from the Heroes of the Hunting Alliance immediately flashed through Lucio's mind. This was the signature skill of that legendary hero. For ordinary knowledge hunters without noble lineage, the Heroes of the Hunting Alliance was practically their entire worldview. They used their profession skill, knowledge manifestation, to randomly summon elements from the history books into reality, sometimes an item, a set of armor, a hero themselves, or a skill that would grow stronger as their level increased. Drawing the core skill of the Shadow Hunt King was extremely lucky for this knowledge hunter. Unfortunately, a streak of purple light shot from the bowstring, tracing a graceful arc and striking precisely against the nearby rockhorn rhino. Thud! The muffled impact sounded like a huge stone sinking into a pond, heavy and imposing, but without a ripple. The massive rockhorn rhino didn't so much as flinch. The piercing arrow only left a shallow, fingernail-sized dent on its brown-gray rocky hide. The beast's bloodshot eyes shifted lazily toward the hunter, then dismissed him with a bored glance before returning to gnaw on the thorn fruit without missing a breath. The knowledge hunter's eyes widened in disbelief. Hadn't even pierced the rhino's defenses? Incoming! Weapon hunter He-Yong, already brimming with energy, roared as he charged forward. Up closer, slash. His greatsword instantly ignited with crimson flames, as though molten iron flowed along the blade. He-Yong swung the massive sword in a wide arc, delivering a fierce blow to the rockhorn rhino. As a weapon hunter, he had an additional resource called rage points, essentially a unique mana pool. Every move consumed rage to unleash greater destructive power. Clang! The flaming blade struck the rocky plate, showering sparks as if iron was hammered on steel. Hoping to cleave the armor, He-Yong's strike was met with overwhelming recoil that numbed his hand, nearly causing him to lose grip of the sword. Strong elemental defense is one thing, but this physical defense is insane too. This is only a level 16 spirit beast, but it feels tougher than some over-level 21s, he cursed quietly. Lucio remained calm as expected. The rockhorn rhino's shell had been formed over years by condensing and compressing earthen elements, resulting in an extremely high physical and magical defense, making it a rare forging material. If of high quality, it could be directly crafted into top-tier armor or shields. This particular rockhorn rhino might not be a peak specimen, but was surely close. Its rocky armor likely bordered on excellent quality, perhaps even approaching treasure level. For novices like He-Yong and Lin Xiaolang, it was essentially a mobile steel tank. Breaking through its defenses was pure fantasy. The rhino paused its chewing, its blood-red eyes locking onto He-Yong before suddenly whipping its massive horn. Clang! In a split second, He-Yong grit his teeth and blocked with his sword, but the immense force still slammed him, and his sword flying backward like a ragdoll, crashing into a thornfruit tree. A cascade of thorn fruits tumbled down with a loud rustle. After knocking He-Yong aside, the rock-armored rhinoceros showed no intention of chasing them and continued enjoying its meal. To this massive beast, covered entirely in grayish-brown rocky plates, the group of hunters before it were nothing more than a swarm of buzzing mosquitoes. He-Yong, are you all right? The knowledge hunter withdrew his scattered elemental light and rushed over immediately. I'm fine. He-Yong kneeled on one leg, gripping a nearby tree firmly with one hand, while pulling a healing potion from his spatial backpack with the other, uncorking and gulping it down. The bright green liquid slid down his throat as he gritted his teeth to steady himself. Seeing that He-Yong could still stand on his own, the knowledge hunter finally breathed a sigh of relief. With the sheer bulk and force of that rock-armored rhino, one direct hit like before could have crushed a weapon hunter to paste. A few meters away, the spirit beast hunter Lin Xiaolang held on to his black-coated hunting dog, caught in a dilemma. Elemental attacks didn't work, weapon strikes didn't work. What else could he rely on? Sending the dog in? But it was just a hunting dog, not a steel fong or a shellbreaker tiger. Against the rock-armored rhino, even swapping in a Real tiger would be a death sentence. Feeling trapped, Lin Xiaolang stood awkwardly on the spot. Then the knowledge hunter spoke gravely. Xiaolang, don't go. Let's abandon this mission. This rock-armored rhino isn't a beast we can hunt. Okay, I'm with you. Lin Xiaolang replied, secretly relieved. He knew well that if they angered the rhino, his black hunting dog wouldn't last a single strike. The three men supported the still slightly unsteady He-Yong and retreated to Sha Laoye's side. Lin Xiaolang apologized. Sir, we have to give up on this quest. You should lower the quest star rating. A rhino this massive isn't something rookie hunters can handle. The brief clash had made their skill gap painfully clear. Sha Laoye sighed helplessly and could only watch as the rhino crashed into three thick trees, then greedily ate the last ripe clusters of thornberries. Afterward, the enormous beast shook its head, then lumbered heavily out of the orchard, leaving deep footprints as it made its way back into the forest. Before leaving, it snorted loudly as if to say, "Thanks for the treat, I'll be back tomorrow." Rubbing his sore waist, Sha Leoi turned and said, "Lucio, when you return to town tomorrow, help me adjust the quest star rating." His words caught in his throat. Lucio, who had been standing nearby watching the fight, had vanished without a trace. "Hey, where's Lucio?" Sha Leoi looked around but couldn't spot a single silhouette. He Yong, the knowledge hunter, and Lin Xiaolang exchanged glances. They had been too busy dealing with the rhino to notice Lucio's movements. Just as they searched, a furious roar erupted from outside the thornberry orchard. You! Shortly after came a deafening crash. Boom! The thunderous sound shook the earth, as if heaven and earth themselves were tearing apart. Outside the thornberry orchard, the night draped over the forest like a thick, black veil. Suddenly, a torch flared to life with a whoosh, its warm glow illuminating Lucio's sharp, handsome profile. In the darkness, he gripped the torch firmly, his gaze locked on the orchard's exit. Earlier, when he had seen He Yong's massive sword strike the rock-horned rhino without even scratching its armor, Lucio had immediately withdrawn from the orchard and begun setting traps around its perimeter. What He Yong and the others couldn't do didn't mean he couldn't. Thud thud. The rock-horned rhino, its belly full, lumbered slowly out of the orchard, its heavy steps making the ground tremble beneath it. The torchlight cast stark shadows, revealing the creature's bulky frame. Lucio slipped the torch into a crack between nearby rocks, freeing his hands to draw his longbow, Ice Blossom, from his back. He pulled the string taut as a full moon. Swish! The arrow shot out, slicing through the night faster than the eye could follow. With a muffled thud, the shaft pierced the rhino's partially open mouth, driving through its thick tongue. The wound wasn't fatal but enough to enrage the beast. A sharp, agonized roar burst forth as it lifted its head, bloodshot eyes locking on the human holding the bow in the flickering firelight nearby. Lowering its head to charge, all four hooves struck the ground in unison. Thud, thud, thud. Like an iron war chariot, the thunderous charge sounded like a rumbling green train. Yet Lucio remained calm, exactly as planned. He sheathed Ice Blossom at his waist, opened his status panel, and poured the remaining 3 free attribute points into agility. When the rhino was less than 3 feet away, he rolled sharply to the right. Boom! The impact crashed like a grenade exploding, the beast's stone horn gouging a deep crater in the rocky cliff. The massive recoil nearly knocked it unconscious as its eyes rolled back. Frozen stiff, it stiffly stood at attention like a spirited young soldier. Soil and rocks from above collapsed and tumbled down, almost burying it alive. Landing gracefully, Lucio rolled forward to dissipate momentum and glanced up at the spot where the rhino had stood, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. My trap worked perfectly. That section of cliffside was the key point he had rigged after leaving the orchard, using the terrain to bait the beast into crashing against the wall, ending the fight in one blow. Lucio's mastery of the hunter skill trap making had already reached an advanced level. Basic trap making only requires mastering relatively simple traps. Intermediate trap making demands that hunters set up more complex mechanisms tailored to the target's weaknesses. Advanced trap making truly tests one's ability to adapt to the environment, integrating timing, terrain advantages, and even the conditions of both enemy and self into the trap. While He Yong and the other two battled fiercely against the rockhorn rhino, LV Xiao had quietly completed an analysis of the beast's weak points. 1. The rock-like horn on the rhino's snout grants it devastating charging power, but it also blocks its forward vision, creating a blind spot. 2. Its rocky armor, formed from condensed earth elements, offers incredible defense, but adds significant weight. Noticing these 2 points, LV Xiao knocked an arrow, aiming at a sturdy rock face first. Then, without warning, he shot was striking just beside the rhino's nose bridge. A roar rolled through the valley as the massive beast's eyes flared with rage. LV Xiao deliberately revealed himself, then turned and ran. The heavy pounding of hooves sounded like war drums as the giant rhino lowered its head and charged. The combined energy of its armor and momentum was like a fully loaded truck speeding forward. The next instant, boom! A thunderous crash shook the dust into the air. Both the rock wall and the rhino cracked and collapsed together, wrecking both. As rubble continued to fall, LV Xiao calmly approached. He first cleared the stones crushing the rhino's head, then drew his hunting knife from his waist. Running his left hand along the rhino's neck, he found the narrow gap between its armor plates, its second weak spot after the mouth. With a flash of cold steel, the blade silently slid in, all the way to the hilt. Rockhorn Rhino defeated. Level 16. Awarded 1536 experience points. Overscaled kill, experience increased by 240. The system alert flooded the screen. Level up, all attributes 1, free attributes 1, current level 5. Next level up, all attributes 1, free attributes 1, current level 6. Satisfied. As the light faded, LV Shio relaxed his grip and withdrew his knife, flicking the back with his thumb to shake off the blood. He then pulled out a rag head taken from Sandad's tool shed and carefully wiped the blade, moving with composed grace. Finally, with a sharp clang, he sheathed the knife smoothly and efficiently. The roar and crashing rocks had already alerted He Yong and the others far away. Carrying torches, they ran over. In the firelight, they saw LV Shio strike a white blade in and pull out a red one, then elegantly clean it, and they stood there, stunned. Early morning, Lu Shio waved goodbye to Old Sha with a light gesture and set off down the road, traveling lightly and unburdened. The massive rocky horned rhino, the thorn fruit Old Sha handed him, and the proof of completed commission were all safely stowed in his spatial backpack, just waiting for him to return to the Hunters Guild to claim his reward. Old Sha stood at the village entrance with Lin Xiaolang and He Yong, watching Lu Shio's figure disappear into the forest. I always thought he was just a gourmet hunter with good cooking skills, Lin Xiaolang murmured, rubbing his nose. He Yong nodded. Same here. I figured he was a rookie who just awakened this year, like us. Isn't he? Lin Xiaolang froze for a moment. Didn't you notice? That huge rocky horned rhino didn't waste a thing and packed it all into his spatial backpack, He Yong retorted. A newly awakened beginner wouldn't have a backpack capacity to hold all that. To fit a full-grown, huge rocky horned rhino in one go, you absolutely need to be level 30 or above. Oh, right. Lin Xiaolang thought it over and found the logic hard to argue with. Don't judge a person by appearance, just as you can't measure the ocean with a bucket. The knowledge hunter standing nearby hadn't said a word the whole time. From last night until now, had been puzzling over how Lu Shio managed to take down the rocky horned rhino. Judging by the traces at the scene, he had almost perfectly reconstructed the killing technique, but he doubted the high-level claim. Lu Shio's leather armor and hunting knife were standard beginner gear. If he really were level 30, who would bother hunting in a full set of newbie equipment? Besides, according to his analysis, the killing method wasn't related to level at all. He played the name Lu Shio over and over on his tongue, then stood up. Let's go deeper into the Whispering Forest. Weren't we supposed to return to town after the commission? Lin Xiaolang packed his bag, looking confused. You talk too much. We do whatever the captain says, He Yong said, lightly tapping the back of Lin Xiaolang's head, then glanced back toward the direction Lu Shio had gone and briskly followed the captain, carrying his greatsword. Lin Xiaolang held his head and muttered, knowledge hunters are hard to deal with. Though complaining, he hurried after them. Meanwhile, Lu Shio walked quietly along the forest trail, crossing rolling hills and entering a thicket-filled woodland. Seeing this brush meant he was not far from Tianqing town. After killing the rocky horned rhino last night, he placed the carcass inside his spatial backpack and carried it to the thorn fruit orchard for field butchering. The massive body and tough bones made ordinary hunting knives useless. Fortunately, he had brought a full set of tools. For the hardest parts, he carefully sawed them open bit by bit. Employing his intermediate material processing skills, his movements were precise and swift, taking just a little over an hour to complete the initial cuts and extract key materials. Heavy rock rhino horn. Quality, treasure tier. Quantity 1. Description, the most precious horn of the rocky horned rhino clan, serving as their core organ for controlling earth elemental power. Over many years, earth elements accumulate and expand inside the horn. Then repeated impacts compress it, making its hardness rival that of ancient city walls. Legend says when the horn's color changes from earth yellow to black, the rocky horned rhino evolves into an obsidian rhino. The rock rhino armor is a high-quality material with a grade of 83. The Rockhorn Rhino tribe combines rolling in muddy ponds with their control over earth elements to form a thick, heavy layer of rocky armor on their bodies, effectively blocking most elemental and physical attacks. Their meat is also of fine quality, graded at 45. Because they bear the heavy armor for so long, their flesh is exceptionally tough, and eating it is said to strengthen the body and bones. The materials Lu Shio harvested mainly consisted of these 3 types. As for the rhino's bones, they were still embedded in the flesh. He planned to process them later back at the town. If he tried to butcher it right there in the thorn fruit orchard, the fresh blood spilled on the ground would very likely attract nearby vicious phantom beasts, which would spell trouble for Old Sha. Among all these, Lu Shio valued the treasure-grade heavy rock rhino horn the most. Although it was only quality level 1, it was undeniably a rare treasure. At first, Lu Shio assumed it would be just an elite-level fine-quality horn, but to his surprise, it reached treasure-level standards. Under the light, careful examination revealed the horn was black streaked with yellow. According to its attribute description, its owner was very likely undergoing the evolutionary transformation from an ordinary rockhorn rhino into a rare obsidian rhino, the ultimate evolutionary form. If the transformation completed, not only would this heavy rock rhino horn improve in quality, but the rocky armor would also ascend to treasure grade. However, Lu Shio did not regret killing it early. If it fully evolved into an obsidian rhino, the difficulty of hunting it would increase greatly. Using the same tactics against an obsidian rhino might not even stop its body, as hard as rock walls, from crashing through. Moreover, even if stunned, it could patiently seek out gaps in its armor to launch a deadly counterattack. Continuing forward, Lucio suddenly paused, his gaze turning northeast. The sound of many beasts moving shook the trees slightly. Lucio quickly opened his phantom beast space, grabbed a black cloak, and draped it over himself. Using the shadow cloak skill, he blended into the forest shadows. The pounding of the wolves' footsteps grew clearer, and pairs of green eyes gradually appeared in the darkness. Then, a gray wolf burst from the thicket, followed by 7 or 8 more gray wolves leaping out of the forest. They charged like a flooding tide, their numbers seeming endless. A chill ran down Lucio's spine. Wolves? Why would there be a pack of gray wolves here? These gray wolves were entirely different from the blue wolves he had encountered when entering the forest. Gray wolves usually inhabited the ocean breeze plains outside the Zephyr Forest and belonged to the grassland wolf species, living separately from the blue forest wolves without conflict. Now, a large flock of gray wolves had invaded the forest. Could this mean a confrontation was about to erupt between the two wolf packs? Lucio's mind filled with questions, but there was no time to ponder. He had to find a way to avoid the gray wolf pack pressing in from the front. Although the shadow cloak skill granted invisibility, it wasn't true invisibility. If confronted head-on, he would be almost instantly detected. And given the wolves' vast numbers, fleeing was out of the question. Clutching the shadow cloak tightly, Lucio silently prepared to unleash the phantom beast skill, Beast King transformation. A strange sensation surged through him as Lucio watched helplessly as his body transformed into a swirling black humanoid mist. The gray wolves charged fiercely but passed through him like wind through a shadow, leaving no trace of injury. Only now did he truly relax, just as he had expected. The Beast King transformation granted him all the abilities of the phantom beast he had merged with, simultaneously awakening his exclusive skill. Now, possessing the unique elemental body of an elemental creature, no matter how many ignorant gray wolves surrounded him, none could touch his physical form. Although the effect lasted only 10 minutes, that was more than enough to break through the encirclement. Now's the time. Let's see what this Beast King transformation exclusive skill can do. Lucio had been curious about the exclusive skill label for a while. In the game, anything called exclusive was either rare or extremely powerful. He pulled up his status panel. Sure enough, a new skill line appeared. Shadow Mist Assassination. Shadow King Beast King Transformation Exclusive Skill. Executes a single spirit-based attack on all enemies within the Shadow Mist coverage. Usable once per Beast King Transformation activation. An area skill? Lucio looked up at the seemingly endless sea of gray wolves before him. Why not give it a try? 10 minutes were still left. Use it, then make a run for it. They wouldn't be able to catch him. He inhaled deeply the dim and heavy mist. In an instant, his cloud-like form fragmented abruptly, dissolving into layers of faint black mist that spread silently through the forest like shattered nightfall. The mist hugged the ground closely, weaving swiftly around roots, grass, and dead branches. Within 2 minutes, it blanketed 100 meters in every direction, engulfing more than 100 charging gray wolves. Transforming into this vast sea of mist was a surreal feeling. Freed from the limits of the physical eye, Lucio seemed to gain a god's eye view, floating high above wherever the mist reached. He could survey everything from any angle. With just a thought, he could even count every leaf in the forest or every strand of wolf fur. But now was no time for statistics. Target locked every gray wolf within the shadow mist. Shadow Mist Assassination. In an instant, countless fine black blades as thin as hair appeared deep within the mist, as if born from nothing or emerging from shadows, relentlessly darting through the swarm. A gray wolf in full sprint suddenly felt a chill in its throat as a razor-sharp slash tore through its windpipe. A spray of blood burst out, splattering the trunk crimson. Pain and bleeding struck simultaneously. It staggered forward 2 steps before collapsing with a heavy thud. The same agonized cries erupted repeatedly. Within the 100-meter fog, gruesome scenes played out one after another. The wolf pack was cut down mid-charge, their necks sliced open, blood splashing red across the entire forest floor. In mere breaths, over 100 gray wolves lay dead, terrifying in their demise, yet eerily swift, as if invisible blades had harvested them all at once before any could even think to flee. What a powerful skill! Lucio hovered at the center of the misty sea, gazing down at the scattered wolf corpses and winding blood trails, feeling deeply shaken. As the skill's wielder, he fully understood exactly how these gray wolves had fallen. The moment the skill activated, the mist surrounding over 100 gray wolves solidified into countless blades, which he controlled to slit the throats of the wolves. Blades flashed out in unison, blood splattered everywhere, and vast numbers of gray wolves fell to the ground, twitching almost simultaneously. Yet Lucio knew that strong referred to the area coverage, not the raw damage. The sharpness of the mist blades depended entirely on the mental attribute boosted by the Shadow King. At that moment, this value sat at 44 points. For a mere level 6 hunter, 44 mental attribute points was already impressive, but what it could achieve was only a steady execution of level 5 gray wolves or so. If it were an ordinary knowledge hunter, element hunter, or other class that poured all their free attribute points into mental strength, reaching 44 points would require at least level 10, plus a full set of fine equipment. Even then, those level 10 element hunters could instantly kill wolves of their level, but they absolutely couldn't sweep across over 100 targets with one skill. To be precise, before a career advancement at level 40, virtually no class could unleash a skill with such a wide area of effect. Low damage, wide coverage. Lucio concluded that Shadow Mist Assassination was perfect for farming low-level monsters, but likely ineffective against large magical beasts with huge bodies and formidable defenses. Of course, not impossible, since he controlled exactly where each mist blade landed. Hitting vital points like the head or throat could break even the toughest shells, unless the target truly had no weak spots at all. Just as this thought crossed his mind, system notifications flooded the entire holographic screen. Killed Grey Wolf LV6, gained 60 experience. Killed Grey Wolf LV7, gained 77 experience. Level gap kill, experience increased by 10. Level up, all attributes 1, free attribute 1, current level 7. Level up, all attributes 1, free attribute 1, current level 10. The dense messages scrolled frantically, barely letting him see anything beneath. In mere moments, over 100 Grey Wolves had awarded nearly 10,000 experience points, propelling Lucio from level 6 straight to level 10 at a speed rivaling a rocket launch. Comfortable Lucio was already thinking about how to maximize the benefit of using Shadow Mist Assassination, a skill he could only activate once a day. The Grey Wolf that was killed by a throat slash collapsed to the ground, but the companions charging in from behind didn't pause for a moment. Instead, they trampled right over the lifeless bodies. By the time the tidal wave of Grey Wolves had passed, the scene was littered with wolf corpses, none intact enough to piece back together. Lucio stood on the open ground stained with a mix of blood and mud, watching the gray flood slowly recede into the distance. A nagging doubt gnawed at him. Wolves are usually indifferent to the deaths of their own kind, but he had just wiped out over 100 of them. Their bodies nearly covered an entire 100-meter radius, yet the others didn't even glance at the carnage. They simply stepped over the shattered bones and plunged deeper into the whispering forest. That stubborn determination was not something simple attraction could explain. It resembled a form of enchantment or even control. What on earth could be driving so many gray wolves? Lucio couldn't figure it out. Maybe it was a rare illusion beast, or perhaps an extremely precious artifact. In Clear Sky Town, he had heard plenty of rumors about striking treasure and getting rich overnight, but had also seen his share of people fall into traps or get played by knowledge hunters. After weighing things carefully, he decided not to pursue it for now. A more immediate problem was that his Beast King transformation would last only a few more minutes. Once the enhancement ended, if the wolf pack suddenly turned back, he wouldn't even get a chance to cry. Time was precious, best to gather the spoils first. Mist billowed from his palm and solidified in the air into 5 or 6 slender blades, which sliced neatly through the pile of carcasses. Each precise stroke carved out the poison fangs of the gray wolves. The value of gray wolves and blue wolves was almost identical. The only truly profitable parts were these 2 poison fangs per wolf. As for the mangled wolf, pelts carrying them back would mean a tedious inventory. Lucio shuddered at the thought. The black mist roiled wildly as over 100 gray wolf poison fangs were quickly collected into his pouch. With the last fang severed, the dark vapor reached its limit. After 10 minutes, the mist suddenly withdrew, leaving the Shadow King's form to dissipate like a wisp beside him, and Lucio's flesh and blood body reappeared. He stomped his foot hard twice, then clenched his fists, savoring the firmness of the earth beneath him. The lightweight elemental form was incredible, no doubt, but the security of solid ground was real. Retreat, he muttered under his breath. While had been harvesting fangs, 2 or 3 illusion beasts at around level 10 had already darted out from the forest depths, their heads buried in the wolf meat. The stench of a large kill would keep drawing predators, so staying here would only increase risk. No need for Lucio to bother with cleaning up. Lucio's gaze swept over the 2 magical beasts indulging themselves in their feast. He turned away, raised his hand, and immediately the Shadow King transformed into a black cloak that enveloped his entire body. His figure then melted into the thick shadows beneath the tree, as if he had never been there. Just 3 minutes after Lucio left, a hunter carrying a jet-black longbow and clad in leather armor stepped into the thicket from the northeast. At first glance, he froze in shock. Over 100 gray wolf corpses lay scattered haphazardly. Their bodies were shredded by sharp claws, dismembered limbs, and broken bones strewn everywhere. Blood splattered across the trunks and leaves, forming a dark red stain that painted the forest like a scene from a blood-soaked nightmare. In the fullest areas, the blood had pooled into a thin crimson river winding through the undergrowth, filling the air with a pungent metallic stench. What could have happened here? The hunter's heart pounded wildly. He pressed his hand against the bowstring, but hesitated to move forward. This was no ordinary hunt. It looked like some savage, unknown magical beast had passed through, tearing apart every creature within its view. He stood motionless for a full 10 minutes, until he saw several well-fed carnivorous beasts nearby, relaxed and unthreatened. Only then did he steel himself and step into the blood-stained forest. After taking in his surroundings, he drew a deep breath of the iron-scented air, pulled out a thumb-sized white crystal stone, brought it to his lips, and reported in a low voice. Headquarters, this is tracker number 3. I've found an anomaly in the shrubbery at the edge of the Whispering Forest. An entire herd of prairie gray wolves I was tracking has been slaughtered, the number exceeding 100. The scene is extremely bloody, possibly the work of a powerful unknown magical beast. Location marked, awaiting orders. At the north gate of Tianqing town, a gigantic caravan beast belonging to the Southern River Trading Company was just arriving. The creature stood about 5 meters tall and stretched 10 meters long, its hooves pounding like drums as it moved. Its cargo and passenger compartments were secured firmly with protective chains. The beast trundled slowly to a stop outside the Hunters Association, where the traders immediately began unloading cargo. The doors of the carriage swung open, and 2 figures leapt down in succession. The first was a broad-shouldered man in his 40s with golden hair and dark eyes, standing 2 meters 3 tall. He had a bear-like build, his muscles rippling like steel beneath his skin. Though his face bore the weary marks of time, his sharp features still caught the admiring eyes of passers-by. The second was a teenage boy of 17 or 18, with wind-tousled black hair, sword-like eyebrows, and bright, starry eyes. He stood tall and straight like a pine tree, youthful confidence radiating from his gaze. With one hand casually resting on the handle of a long sword at his waist, he looked around the town's streets with curiosity. Both wore white hooded coats embroidered with a golden coin insignia on their chests, clearly from the same organization. The middle-aged man led the way while the youth followed closely behind. Showing a uniquely designed golden coin token to the receptionist, their expressions caused an immediate change, and they were promptly escorted to the president's office of the Hunters Association. Seeing the token, Jiang Chunyu, president of the Tianqing Town Hunters Association, was taken aback. The Golden Assembly? Gentlemen, what brings you here? The older man's voice was low and authoritative. We have received intelligence that a nest has appeared near Tianqing town. On the way back to Qingting town, LV Xiu didn't encounter any more magical beasts. Upon arriving at the town, he headed straight to the Hunters Association and slammed down Sha Laopai's token on the counter to settle the escort supplies commission first. The clerk handed him the reward 1,000 Alliance coins and a finely crafted blade hunting skill manual titled Instant Slash. Instant Slash. Grade, fine. Learning requirements. Intermediate swordsmanship, strength 10, agility 15. Description: after charging, strikes the target with extreme speed. Back at Hunter School, LV Xiu had trained in both bow and sword, and his swordsmanship had long reached intermediate level, just meeting the criteria. He learned it on the spot, and his skill list refreshed immediately. Instant Slash fine grade hunting skill LV1. Effect: after a 0.5 second charge, slashes dealing agility 130 attack physical damage. Note: no mana cost, no cooldown. Usage limited only by stamina and mental state. Closing the skill panel, LV Xiu took out wolf fangs and warm mushrooms from his spatial backpack and continued turning in the clear the wolf pack and collect warm mushrooms commissions. He had 111 gray wolf toxic fangs and 1 green wolf toxic fang in total. He picked the 12 highest quality gray wolf fangs to keep and handed over the other 100. Clear the wolf pack. Reward wolf fang 10 alliance coins, 1,000 alliance coins. Delivering 100 fangs at once grants an extra 10 wolf fang arrows. Wolf fang arrows. Grade: common. Attributes: 25 damage, low chance to poison. Description: arrows tipped with sharpened wolf fangs on wooden shafts for strong penetration and occasional venom. Compared to LV Xiu's usual wooden arrows that only deal 5 damage, these 10 wolf fang arrows were clearly more lethal. Since arrows were consumables, he decided to save them for hunting powerful magical beasts. The remaining 12 gray wolf fangs were still common grade, but all scored above 80 points in quality, so he planned to craft the arrows himself. The crafting process for wolf fang arrows was straightforward, and with his intermediate crafting skill, it would take a bit longer, but also help improve his proficiency. After finishing transactions, his total funds rose to 2,060 alliance coins, with 60 coming from the warm mushrooms. Leaving the Hunters Association, LV Xiu veered into the marketplace, bought several packs of barbecue seasoning, some vegetables, and a fish head. Then he borrowed a boning knife from butcher Lao Zhang before heading home with his bulging bags. About 100 meters from home, the lush flowering crabapple tree already came into view. "Sis, I'm back," he called as he pushed open the door as usual, but didn't see Fong Tang sitting beneath the tree. The only one greeting him was his sister's spirit projection Xing. Xing bowed slightly and handed him a folded letter. "What's this?" LV Shio took it and unfolded the note, which contained only 8 sparse characters. I've gone to see a doctor, don't worry. Did my sister write this for me? He looked up. Xing nodded. Where did she go to see? Before Lu Xiao could finish asking, Xing's figure gradually dissolved like mist. Could have left a bit more of a clue. The boy curled his lips, but deep down he felt his sister's departure was too sudden. Just a few days ago, Fong Tang hadn't mentioned going out at all, nor did she say anything about needing medical treatment. Yet she chose precisely the moment he awakened as a hunter to leave home in such a hurry, as if waiting for the time when her younger brother is grown up and she can leave without worry. Even so, Lu Xiao was sure his sister was safe for now. The void spirit and the knowledge hunter who summons it are bound by life and death. If the hunter dies, the void spirit will vanish. Meanwhile, a knowledge hunter can always summon the void spirit back. The fact that Xing stayed home to send him a message meant the place his sister was in was at least currently secure. The question was how to find her next. Lu Xiao pondered, locked the courtyard door, and headed straight to the east gate of the town. Uncle Li, who was on duty, leaned on his spear chatting idly. Seeing him approach, he greeted him warmly. Lu Xiao wrote a description on a scrap of paper and asked Uncle Li to inquire with the guards at all 4 city gates about whether Fong Tang had passed through. Beyond that, he had no clue. His sister never left the house before, never mentioned where she would go for meals, and had never spoken of illness. By evening, Uncle Li stopped by the courtyard after his shift with the results. None of the guards on duty at the 4 gates over the past 2 days had seen Fong Tang. Lu Xiao had to give up reluctantly. Since his sister left no trace, it was clear she didn't want to be followed. He could only wait for her to come back on her own. If she disappeared without a word for too long, he would then use seeker abilities or skills to find her in the world of hunting. There's always a way. Returning to the present, he tapped his face to boost his spirits. His sister was gone, but he still had his own tasks to do. In the courtyard, the massive corpse of a rock-horned rhino had already had its horns and armor plates removed, revealing its thick back. Lu Xiao laid it down from the temporary stand and pulled a bone-slicing knife from his spatial backpack. Today's goal was to completely separate the flesh from the bones to make a flesh-and-bone connection. The bones that could support such a huge body were incredibly dense, top-tier material. Removing the bone spines would leave enough to craft bone clubs or similar weapons, and simmering the bones would make a nourishing broth. But Lu Xiao had no plans to drink the soup. He would sell the bone materials whole and keep the meat as backup food in his spatial backpack. Time there stands still, so freshness and preservation were guaranteed, even better than a cold storage. The dissection took 2 full hours. As night fell, he selected a basin of bright red meat pieces ready for barbecue. The dried spices he bought at the market during the day were for this meal. Fragrant spices, fennel, cumin powder, sea salt, all portioned and seasoned carefully. With the same cut of meat, he insisted on grilling it in several different ways to satisfy his obsession with fine food. When the fire was just right, he stir-fried ginger and garlic in an iron pot, then added fish heads and tofu, filling it with water to simmer slowly. After fishing out the heads and tofu, the broth cleared. He moved the pot to the side of the charcoal fire and added fresh vegetables 1 chopstick at a time. The charcoal crackled softly in the courtyard, the light smoke carrying fragrant spices straight to his nose. Lu Xiao grilled skewers in one hand and sipped fish soup with the other, enjoying a thoroughly satisfying dinner. Yet when his eyes fell on the empty little house and the sound of wind rustling through the crabapple tree reached his ears, suddenly the grilled meat and fish soup no longer tasted as good. Early morning. Before dawn, Lu Xiao Tian stood in his small courtyard, gripping his blade as he took stance and surged forward. Each slash sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh. Unlike ranged combat, close quarters fighting demanded absolute focus. Any slip could cost him an arm or a leg. That's why he practiced hand-to-hand sword techniques with extreme caution, especially the instant slash, which required only half a second to charge. But a mistimed move could expose him to the deadly fangs of spirit beasts. Bang! A flash of cold steel, the blade landed, and the thick wooden stake before him, as thick as a child's arm, snapped in 2. Lu Xiao pushed the broken pieces aside, set up a new stake, and launched into another instant slash. His daily woodchopping drills not only supplied firewood, but honed his slash technique and sharpened his sword skills, a triple benefit. The pile of stakes quickly dwindled, the morning mist mixing with the fresh scent of wood dust. Holstering his blade, he drank several long swallows of clear tea. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed with a ton sound, finally exhaling deeply. After a quick wash, he came out to find steaming rice porridge in the kitchen. He had overindulged in barbecue last night. A bowl of plain congee was just right to clear the grease in the morning. After breakfast, he packed his gear to head to the Hunters Association. First, to check the Spirit Beast Compendium for any records on the Shadow Demon, then to see if any new worthwhile missions awaited. A hunter's life always revolved around the hunt, either out in the wilds or on the way there. But before that, he had to stop by his old friend the blacksmith shop. The day to collect his new blade, promised by Uncle Tai Lu, had arrived. It was also a perfect chance to pick up a small cake for Kiki. Clang, Clang, clanged rhythmic pounding of hammer on anvil echoed from afar. Lucio stepped into the doorway and called out, "Uncle." Instead, it was Tai Lu's daughter, Kiki, who came bounding out first. Her big, shiny black eyes locked onto the cake box in Lucio's hand, and she jumped into his arms. "Brother." He handed her the cake, then lifted her onto his shoulder as they walked inside. "Daddy, brother brought me cake again." Kiki held the box high and waved it proudly at Tai Lu by the forge. Hearing footsteps, Tai Lu put down his hammer, grabbed a rag to wipe his hands, and smiled as he approached. "You spoil her too much. If she eats that often, she'll turn into a chubby little girl." "Chubby's not so bad," Lucio laughed. "Once she switches to being a gourmet hunter, they'll just get her a skill book on calorie conversion." Kiki's smile faded. She kept her eyes on the cake, but muttered softly, "Then Kiki won't eat it." "Kiki doesn't want to be chubby." Tai Lu patted her head. "Eat it. A little cake won't make her chubby, but no more sweets for a couple days." "Yay. Thanks, Daddy." The little girl's face lit up again, her chubby cheeks begging for a playful pinch. "Go ahead, enjoy your cake." Lucio set her down on the sofa and turned to Tai Lu. Bending, Tai Lu pulled out a heavy wooden box from under the counter and pushed it toward Lucio. "The cold pattern steel you sent has been forged. 3,000 alliance coins." Lucio took the box, opened it, and confirmed inside was a sheathed long blade. The scabbard was made of ebony, adorned with a few plum blossoms on its surface. Holding it felt smooth and warm, clearly very well cared for. With a crisp scrape of metal, Lucio slowly drew the blade. The icy blue edge came into view, sending a piercing chill straight through him. As the blade fully slid from the scabbard, slender pale blue veins traced along the edge, converging into an intricate frost flower just an inch before the hilt. At that moment, a blue holographic interface appeared before his eyes, displaying the weapon's stats one by one. Ice Wheel Cutter. Quality, fine. Level 5. Attack 65. Attack speed 20. Strength 3. Agility 3. Special skill. Ice Spike passive adds 30 points of ice damage with each attack and reduces the target's speed by 15. Effects of the same type do not stack. Equip requirements. Strength 10. Constitution 10. Durability. 300,300. Description. Forged mainly from fine-grade cold-patterned iron and reinforced with cold crystal stone. Repeatedly tempered by a master craftsman, this is a rare and sharp weapon. While wiping iron shavings off his palm, Tai Lu added, "The blade is 3 feet 7 inches long. Besides the cold-patterned iron you brought, I mixed in fine cold crystal stone fragments, so the ice element is stronger. The handle's made from the same level of black featherwood, which absorbs and blocks cold. 3,000 alliance coins, how about it?" Lucio nodded with satisfaction. The Ice Wheel Cutter's stats were outstanding, far surpassing the ice flower weapon Tai Lu had given him before. Especially the passive Ice Spike skill. 30 points of extra ice damage plus a 15 slow on each strike, much stronger than Ice Flower's mere 10 freeze chance. The improvement was even greater than when he upgraded from normal arrows to wolf tooth arrows. And the price of 3,000 alliance coins was ridiculously cheap compared to the cost of the 2 fine materials and Tai Lu's craftsmanship fees. "Thank you, Uncle," Lucio said sincerely, swapping the Ice Wheel Cutter for his ordinary hunting knife at his waist. Then he counted out 3,000 alliance coins from his spatial backpack and handed them over. Lucio was already strapped for cash. Though he hadn't been able to take formal commissions these past years, occasional beast hunts and ingredient gathering earned him some pocket money to help support the family and buy new clothes for his sister during festivals. Along with the 2,060 alliance coins settled just last night, he had a total of 31,300 after this purchase. Only 28,300 remained. Tai Lu didn't hesitate taking the money, waving his large hand with a smile. "I'm in the business to make deals. You keep coming by, that's what matters." He knew Lucio wouldn't be comfortable if he refused payment. After finishing the transaction, Tai Lu casually asked, "First time hunting as an official hunter, how does it feel?" "How was your haul?" "Not bad," Lucio answered honestly. His first official hunt had been nearly perfect, found an epic skill book, Beast King Transformation, in the ruins, and hunted down a rockhorn rhino on the verge of evolving into a black obsidian rhino, collecting a precious heavy rock rhino horn. "By the way, I have some materials here. Uncle, can you take a look and tell me what would be best to craft?" "Treasure-grade material?" Kilu glanced at Lucio in surprise. High-quality materials were common in the craft market, but treasure-grade, no matter the exact quality, was enough to cause a stir in a remote town like Tianqing. Kilu shook his calloused fingers and murmured appreciatively, "Looks like your first hunt brought you some serious luck." Lucio nodded modestly. Indeed, after lying in wait so long in the breeze forest and sea wind plains, this was the first time had encountered a rockhorn rhino about to evolve into an obsidian rhino. Other hunters likely wouldn't even catch a glimpse. Hunting required skill, yes, but luck played an equally crucial role that much he knew well. Kilu bent down and lifted the dull-colored, vein-textured rockhorn rhino horn from the table. The horn was longer than his thick forearm, sharp at one end and heavy at the other. The old blacksmith hefted it carefully and said in a serious tone, Materials this big usually turn into a warhammer, based on my experience. Before he could finish, he pulled a massive black hammer out of his spatial pack. The hammerhead was even thicker than the horn, and the handle was wrapped in metal ribs, clearly weathered over many years. Pointing to the hammerhead, Tielu continued, if you polish that horn and mount it on an alloy handle, there you have a heavy warhammer. He tapped the horn's outer shell with his knuckles, producing a dull thud-thud sound. This stuff is formed from pure earth element by the rockhorn rhino. If you give it to an elemental hunter or a knowledge hunter versed in earth techniques, they'd grind off the shell, carve runes into it, and embed an energy core, turning it into a top-tier staff. While speaking, he produced a pristine azure crystal staff from his backpack. The one-piece shaft showed faint ice patterns, as if frozen water still ran inside. A flawless staff like this can only be made from sufficiently pure materials. If the horn is treated well, it can achieve this effect. The leftover scraps from grinding could make jewelry or armor, but that's not my specialty. Tielu specialized in forging weapons enough for most hunter needs. Lucio furrowed his brow in thought. He favored bow and long knife weapons. Before awakening his bound weapon, he didn't want to split his focus learning new weapons. Whether as a hammer or staff, the rockhorn rhino horn was outside his skill set. As for making it into armor, while Tianking's tailors and jewelers were skilled, they couldn't handle something treasure-grade heavy like this. It would waste the material and risk ruining the entire horn. For quality gear, it was better to go to the city and seek master craftsmen. Seeing his hesitation, Tielu offered a tip. If you're not in a hurry, I'd advise trading it for other treasure-grade materials. You mean, post an exchange request with the Hunters Association? Lucio snapped back to reality. The town lacked an auction house, but the association sometimes handled high-end material trades. Exactly, Tielu nodded. We'll keep an eye out too. Sometimes hunters come to me with treasure-grade materials to craft weapons. Thanks a lot, Uncle Tai. Lucio cupped his fist in respect, stowed the horn, and left the forge. Outside, the sun blazed on the street, mixed with scents of metal filings and fresh grass. Lucio quickened his pace toward the Hunters Association and noticed the entrance was busier than usual. Inside, many gray-green cloaked official hunters who patrolled the wild, monitored conditions, and issued association tasks stood together. These were the same people who had reported the surge in wolves in Breeze Forest and Seawind Plains. What's going on? Lucio wondered quietly. These officials rarely gathered all at once. Not knowing anyone well, he first asked the reception staff. The young women looked puzzled and shook their heads. We don't know the details either, only that the president has called an emergency meeting. It was clear that something significant was happening, but the details remained unknown. He creaked his way up the wooden stairs to the third floor of the Hunters Association, the only library in Tianqing town. Dust floated in the slanting afternoon sunlight as Lucio reached out and pulled down the heavy tome from the bookshelf dedicated to mystical beast encyclopedias. If the Hunters Association had any record of the Shadow Demon clan, it would be in this book. Lucio brushed off the thin layer of dust on the cover and opened the title page, his fingers swiftly scanning the table of contents. The Elemental Creatures Encyclopedia was organized by element. Fire Element 1. Fire Spirit 2. Lava Sprite 3. Ash Wraith. He flipped through page after page until near the end, where rarer entries like Light, Darkness, Mental, and Void appeared. Dark Element 2. Shadow Demon. His eyes narrowed as he quickly turned to the corresponding page. Shadow Demon. A dark elemental creature that appears as black mist and can freely shapeshift. It feeds on shadow element and wields certain shadow magic, innately capable of devouring the spirit and soul of its target to fully merge with it. Those absorbed are typically born with low intelligence or suffer from impaired mentality or weakened spirit. Shadow demons mostly haunt the shadow planes and are already rare, then targeted relentlessly by the nest for capture and slaughter, pushing them to the brink of extinction. The page had no illustrations, yet its cold tone conveyed the chilling reality witnessed by the author, as if the void left behind by the consuming black mist still lingered in the words. Lucio knew the name Nest all too well. Within the world of hunting lore, Nest was among the top-tier evil factions and organization of phantom beast hunters corrupted by the original sin of lust, who had nearly lost their humanity. With humanity gone, no act was forbidden, driving beast swarms to attack human cities solely to provide ample blood for their own beasts, enslaving, assaulting, kidnapping to satisfy bestial urges, even conducting abhorrent experiments violating natural ethics, with the beast-born tribes among their cruel outcomes. The Hunters Association had launched countless crackdowns against Nest, but no matter how many nests they raised, these members would always rise again like the undying flames of lust. Nest wasn't the only evil force of its kind. The Extinction faction, born from wrathful original sin, was a weapon hunters group bent on destroying the world daily. The Feast faction, driven by gluttonous original sin, was composed of gourmet hunters consuming all of creation. So what about knowledge hunters and elemental hunters? Did they have matching malevolent groups? Sadly, the answer was grim. Proud knowledge hunters grew more disdainful of others the stronger they became. Though numerous in number, none could stand beside nest, extinction, or feast. As for elemental hunters, crippled by the sin of sloth, they lacked even the motivation to form any organizations at all. He closed the book. Lucio stood up and left the reading room, his mind still swirling with the sparse information from the elemental creatures compendium. Although the book offered little, it was enough to confirm one crucial fact: the Shadow Demon clan's survival depends on dark elements. As for which kind of creature the newly hatched Shadow King needed to merge with, he had no clue yet. The compendium was clear. As long as the prey had naturally low intelligence or had lost sanity and spirit after severe injury, it could be absorbed by the Shadow Demon. In other words, the target was almost unlimited. Any decent magical beast rendered defenseless could be consumed by the Shadow King. By the time he descended from the third floor of the Hunters Association, the officers had already left, leaving the spacious hall feeling empty. Lucio didn't linger and pushed open the door to the familiar shop next door. This store, right beside the association, was the largest magical beast materials merchant in Tianqing town, both buying and selling, but only stocking ordinary and fine-grade items. Before becoming a hunter, Lucio often brought materials stripped from beasts in the wild here to exchange for money. Xiujie he greeted as he entered. "Lucio, good morning." Yin Xiuxiu, standing behind the counter, looked up and smiled. She was the boss daughter and a gourmet hunter, but since she found going out too troublesome, she stayed to run the shop, occasionally sneaking bites. At that moment, she was quietly chewing on some dried near-sea squid strips, the mild salty aroma drifting in the air. "I'm here to buy some materials." Lucio grabbed a squid strip and popped it into his mouth. Without hesitation, Xiuxiu pulled a whole bag from under the counter and handed it over, casually asking, "What do you need?" "Dark element materials. Preferably pure dark element crystals. Ordinary grade is fine, but if you have higher quality, even better." Xiuxiu flipped through the ledger, frowned, and shook her head. "All sold out. All gone." Lucio was stunned. "Yeah, dark elements aren't used much, so we don't keep many in stock. 3 days ago someone cleared out all the dark and fire element materials. My dad went to the city this morning to restock, but dark elements will take at least 4 or 5 days to come in again. Bad timing indeed." Since the Shadow King hatched, it hadn't consumed a single dark element. Lucio didn't dare release it from the magical beast space, too risky if it got hungrier. 4 or 5 days was way too long for the Shadow King. "He'll check other places then," he said hesitantly. Tianqing town wasn't the only material shop around. Fire elements are easier, very common. "Just gather some hunters to chip in," Xiuxiu shrugged. "But dark elements, my dad scoured other shops last night. Someone had already bought everything ahead. Who needs so many dark element materials at once?" Lucio muttered, brow furrowed deeply. Seeing him troubled, Xiuxiu asked, "Is it really that urgent?" Lucio nodded. "The Shadow King's starving mad. Do you have any other ideas?" "No contacts exactly, but I know where to find magical beasts with dark elements. If you want the materials, you'll have to hunt them yourself." "That could work," Lucio nodded thoughtfully. He hadn't realized there were dark element targets around Tianqing town after all. Most beasts on the sea breeze plain were water or wind element types. The mythical beasts in breeze forest are mostly linked to wind and wood elements. When Yin Xiuxiu gave LV show directions, she described the map in great detail. Deep in breeze forest, toward Mount Sangjiu, there's a crescent-shaped lake. From the mountain's foot, if you walk another 500 meters east, you'll find an abandoned dark crystal mine cave full of dark attribute creatures and minerals like dark claw moles and shadow crystal rocks. I took on a commission there with some friends when I first became a hunter, but that was 6 months ago," Yin Xiuxiu added while twirling a small fork. LV Shou nodded. "All right, I'll check it out. Thanks." "No problem." Yin Xiuxiu waved her hand casually, leaning back against the counter, continuing to enjoy her meal. After leaving the shop, LV Shou visited several nearby stores that buy beast materials. It wasn't that he doubted Yin Xiuxiu, but that buyer who hoarded dark attribute materials had been active for 3 days already, so other hunters might have sold the same materials elsewhere. In the end, LV Show only managed to find 2 yew tree branches ordinary grade, quality below 30, each priced at 200 alliance coins. Besides being ridiculously expensive, when Shadow King swallowed the dark elements bundled in the branches, it felt like eating just 2 sunflower seeds, far from satisfying. "Daddy, hungry. Food." Shadow King rolled around cutely in LV Shio's spirit sea, its omega expression floating before his eyes. Sigh. "Looks like I'll have to hunt myself." LV Shio rubbed his temple, starting to plan the route Yin Xiuxiu had outlined. He had never set foot in the deep part of Breeze Forest near Mount Sanjiu. Taking the chance to explore and hunt a few beasts could also help raise his level. With the professional promotion coming up in half a year, the goal was level 40. Luckily, Shadow Mist assassination skill made leveling up feel quick and easy. Having made up his mind, LV Shio headed back to the Hunters Association and browsed the mission terminal to find a commission along the way. Some extra money wouldn't hurt. After paging through several tasks, he settled on a striking one. Delicious bear paw. Mission objective: Hunt a fine-grade bear paw with quality above 80. Reward: 20005000 Alliance coins. Or equivalent grade. Same quality wind attribute beast material. Time limit: 7 days 15 hours 15 minutes. Description: I've dreamed of tasting bear paws. Unfortunately, I don't have the strength. Please experts help me out. Note: higher quality bear paws earn higher rewards. Submitting a treasure grade bear paw grants an extra bear paw recipe. The savage bear is a beast without elemental power, but with steel-like flesh, making its meat extremely tender and delicious. Even paw materials of fine grade could be turned into rare delicacies, coveted by gourmet hunters. Yet savage bears are rare and fierce, and Breeze Forest always has a shortage. LV Shio had once encountered a savage bear on the outskirts before he officially became a hunter, but was too weak to approach. Now, with a boost in strength, it was time to settle that debt. Even if someone else had already hunted that bear, it didn't matter. The commission required only the paw, and he could check again while passing through the beast's territory deep in Breeze Forest. After confirming no better route-friendly commission was available, LV Shio turned off the terminal and set off briskly toward Breeze Forest. All necessary gear was already stored in his spatial backpack, no extra prep needed. With his sister gone to seek medical treatment, there was no need to inform Enione, could just leave whenever he wanted. The middle-aged man who had just left the Hunter Association plunged into the whispering Breeze Forest together with the young man. Before long, they had ventured deep into the most remote heart of the forest. Sunlight filtered through the towering canopy in fragmented patches, casting dappled patterns that danced on the forest floor. When they reached a grove of ancient towering trees, the middle-aged man suddenly halted. He bent down by a stout old oak and scooped up a handful of damp, dark soil. The moist earth mixed with a faintly sweet woody scent. He repeatedly rubbed the soil between his fingertips, a sharp gleam flashing briefly in his eyes. We're in the right spot. This is definitely the handiwork of the nest organizing Gu King. The Gu King? The same Gu King who unleashed a maddening primal force over Baihua City, forcing over 200,000 residents to turn on each other? The young man asked in a low voice. The middle-aged man nodded in confirmation. Just then, a rustling broke out from the grass to his right. The young man tensed, his hand moving to the hilt of his knife as his gaze fixed sharply on the bushes. A rushed figure emerged, a runner from the Hunter Association, sweat still beading his forehead. Sir, we've found the target. Where? East of Tsangjiu Mountain, in a basin. There, countless illusion beasts are gathering. Dark and fire element fluctuations are extremely strong. Let's move. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed like lightning. With a sudden leap, he melted into a blurry shadow flickering between tree trunks. The young man gritted his teeth, stepping heavily on vines and fallen branches as he gave chase with all his might. The sun blazed fiercely today, seeming to burn away the gloom of the past 2 days in one breath. Yet the scorching heat did nothing to slow LV Shio's pace. Cloaked in shadowy attire, he wove through the forest's dark patches. Whenever he passed beneath a tree trunk's deep shade, he seemed to vanish without a sound, only to reappear a few meters away. Anyone watching closely would see only a ghostly figure flickering mysteriously between the trees. Along the way, he deliberately crossed territories of several keen-scented illusion beasts. To these creatures, the faint, flickering human scent was like a malfunctioning light bulb. Breath is not a light, so why's it flickering? They were so confused they even forgot to roar. Set out at dawn, by noon LV Shio had arrived at the entrance of the abandoned dark crystal mine. The area around was barren wasteland, with black soil furrowed by iron picks long ago. Rusted mine carts lay toppled next to piles of rubble. Shovel and hoe handles lay broken and scattered. Back when sunny Tianqing town's residents pinned their hopes on this dark crystal mine for fortune, they had no idea the reserves would fall far short of expectations. Within 3 years, all the large crystal chunks had been mined out, and the mine was abandoned. Today, leftover crystal fragments serve as food for dark elemental beings, making this place a nest for their illusion beasts. LV Shio stepped lightly into the pit's entrance, fingertips brushing the knife's hilt. In an instant, with his left hand holding the sheath and right hand drawing fast, he unleashed a half-second ice-cold slash that shattered the moisture in the air. A dark claw molebus, busily gnawing on the rock face nearby, was cleaved clean in two down the middle. A spray of blood erupted as frost instantly coated the cut. Dark Claw Molebus LV5 defeated, gained 25 experience. Sheathing the blade, a mist curled over the Shadow Robe's surface. The Shadow King state remained active. Thin fog wreathed the dark elemental claws momentarily, swallowing them silently before retreating into the robe. The mole's claws turned to gray dust. LV Shio inhaled deeply, the cool breath tinged with mineral dust, and pressed on deeper into the dark crystal vein passage. Along the way, he struck down 5 more illusion beasts that dwelled here, shards of icy light and blood flickering in the gloom. Stopping before a jet-black mineral wall, he murmured with a hint of pride, "This really is my territory." The shadow cloak could not only conceal shape, sound, and aura, but also granted dark vision. To Lucio, the pitch-black crystal mine tunnel felt no different from a sunlit forest. In fact, because he remained in the darkness, the shadow cloak kept him completely hidden. Although the spirit beasts were accustomed to living in the dark and possessed dark vision or keen hearing, they could never detect his presence. One by one, 6 spirit beasts fell, clueless about who was hunting them down. This was Lucio's first experience of such effortless hunting, or rather, harvesting. Once I lock onto a target, it's a dead end for them. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than he stopped at a fork in the tunnel, sensing an unseen force pulling him. Oh, a treasure chest? Lucio raised an eyebrow and quickly smirked slyly. As a treasure hunter, his innate skill treasure chest sense would activate immediately once off cooldown. But since had been running around crowded areas earlier, he hadn't found a single chest. Now, in this remote, dark crystal mine, he detected the faint aura of a chest again. Looks like I should take more commissions out in these wild, isolated places from now on. He marked the wall at the fork to guide his path back. Having reached level 10, Lucio's treasure chest sense radius had expanded to a full 1,000 meters. Moving through the tunnels, that was no small distance. The occasional dead end still forced him to backtrack and find alternate routes. He didn't mind detours as long as he left marks to avoid getting lost. His only worry was treasure chests being hidden behind rock layers without earth element magic. He could only sigh in frustration. But today, luck was on his side. The chest was close and not buried in stone. Passing through a narrow passage, Lucio entered a deadened chamber of over 100 square meters. In one corner, next to a palm-sized black crystal, sat a bronze treasure chest quietly waiting. A bronze chest? And dark crystal ore? A two-for-one deal? My luck is incredible. Lucio laughed even more cheerfully, pulling out the Adia fake coin silver gifted by Yi Qianxue. He rolled it between his fingertips, silently crediting the little token for his good fortune. Yet he didn't let the sudden luck cloud his judgment. Instead of rushing to open the chest, he calmly turned toward an unexplored tunnel. There, he caught a dark-claw mole and hurled it toward the dark crystal or from a distance. Chitter-chatter. The startled dark-claw mole wildly struggled and scrambled away in panic, ignoring the precious dark crystals. Just a few meters off, a slender rock suddenly sprang upward, opening a gaping maw that clamped down on the mole. Crunch, crunch. After the rock fell back down, it slowly extended long limbs and turned around, carrying the mole away as sharp bone-crunching sounds echoed in the space. The name and level of the rock beast LV-15 finally appeared above its head. The rock beast is a creature resembling a leopard. It lives deep in pitch-black caves all year round, causing its eyes to degenerate until it is nearly blind, but it develops extraordinary hearing and stealth abilities. It covers its fur with soil and curls up beside minerals, camouflaging itself as a rock, patiently waiting for prey to walk right into its trap. Whenever the dark claw moles discover the mineral just as they're about to feast, the rock beast suddenly leaps up and swallows them whole, turning the hunter into the hunted and plunging them from heaven into hell in an instant. It turns out Lucio's caution was absolutely justified. If he had touched that bronze treasure chest first, he would surely have been the one swallowed by now. But since he discovered the rock beast, the hunter hidden beneath the mud lost all advantage. Like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Now it was Lucio's turn to let the rock beast experience the same crushing reversal. Step by step, he advanced, hand on the sword hilt, charging up in a mere half-second. In a flash, he slashed. The blade cut through the wind with a whistle, striking the mud coating the rock beast that offered almost no defense. Crunch. Dirt shattered, cold steel plunged into flesh, and the sword tip struck bone with a dull thud. Pain surged along nerves like lightning as the rock beast suddenly sprang up and lunged toward the source of pain to bite. But as it turned its head, Lucio's left palm shot out. Shadow ray. Black mist swirled in his palm, forming a vortex as a pitch-black beam instantly pierced through the rock beast's skull. Thud. The skull exploded, brain matter splattered, and the massive body crashed to the ground, breath fading away completely. Rock beast LV.15 killed, gained 650 experience points. Overlevel kill granted 100 bonus experience. He fully leveraged the initiative advantage, with the rock beast's reactions falling completely within his predictions. Lucio glanced over the corpse but didn't store it in his spatial backpack. The meat was inedible, its mastery of earth elements shallow, and it had no valuable materials on its body better left for other spirit beasts to scavenge. Then he turned and opened the bronze chest. Inside were only 2 items, 2 palm-sized, earth-yellow talismans with different patterns, clearly linked to distinct powers. 1. Earth Tunneling Talisman. Grade, Precious Treasure. Effect, allows the user to tunnel underground. After 3 seconds, they can emerge at any point within a 100-meter radius. Uses, 33, recharges once per day. Description, DUI symbolizes swamps, encompassing and gathering. This talisman lets the bearer be temporarily embraced by the earth, freely traveling through soil. 2. Earth Spike Rune. Grade, Superior. Effect, deploys trigger-activated traps on the ground. Targets stepping on it will be pierced by spikes dealing earth elemental damage equal to the user's total attributes 1. Uses 33. Description, compresses a complete spike trap into the talisman for instant deployment. A precious grade item. Lucio raised an eyebrow slightly. The Earth Tunneling Talisman is a charged item enabling multiple uses of earth-based burrowing. The superior grade Earth Spike Rune lets him place 3 spike traps on the ground. Saving his own skin once again, Lucio didn't hesitate to hang the Earth Seal token from the treasure chest directly on his waist. Keeping it in his spatial backpack and having to take it out whenever he wanted to use it was too slow. Now, with this Palm's Eyes token clipped to his belt, a simple flick of his hand would activate it instant no chance of delay in a life or death moment. As for the Earth Thorn Talisman that dropped alongside it, he examined it carefully. The silver-lined array patterns along the edges of the talisman paper were incredibly fine, like strands of hair twisted together. It clearly concealed a high-level technique, such as trap compression. Mastering this skill would allow him to lay down dense and complex traps in the blink of an eye, doubling his combat effectiveness. Unfortunately, truly grasping it would be no easy feat. The array patterns themselves were rare, and there had never been an array master raised in the quiet town of Tianqing. He had no one to consult, either. Lucio tucked the talisman back into his spatial backpack, made a mental note of the research direction, and sighed silently, telling himself maybe later. After looting the bronze treasure chest, he watched as its surface cracked open, dissolving into flickers of blue light that merged into his body. The system notification popped up immediately. Bronze treasure chest opened. Treasure seeker talent activated. Permanent 3 to all attributes. Lucio quickly noted the efficiency boost. So far, he had opened treasure chests of 3 qualities: black iron, platinum, and bronze, gaining 2, 20, and 3 all attribute increases, respectively, for a total boost of 25. Seeing the numbers displayed on his character panel brought a smile to his face. He immediately pulled up his status screen to double-check. Race human. Level 10. Class treasure hunter, phantom beast hunter. Class talents. 1. Treasure seeker. Permanently increases all attributes by a percentage with each naturally found treasure chest opened. Current 25. 2. Phantom beast's heart. 10 to all attributes for active pet beasts and shares part of their abilities. Increases number of active pets by 1. Current max 2. Current pet beast, phantom beast. Shadow King, shared attributes. STR 1.2, AGI 2.6, Con 0.1, SPI 4.2. Base attributes: no gear. Strength 24, 31.2. Agility 30, 40.1. Constitution 24, 30.1. Spirit 25, 35.45. Values in parentheses include talent and pet beast bonuses. Unallocated attribute points 6. Hunter skills. Trapping advanced 192, 210000. Archery intermediate 133, 1000. Material processing intermediate 112, 1000. Swordsmanship intermediate 135, 1000. Cooking intermediate 921, 1000. Item crafting intermediate 812, 1000. Talent skills. Treasure chest awareness. Detects treasure chests within perception, level 100 meters. Cooldown 1 hour. Phantom beast contract. Forms a contract with a non-human spirit no stronger than self, making it a pet beast. Class skills. Beast King, transformation. Phantom beast skills. Epic level 1. Hunting skills. Focus strike, fine level 1. Instant/fine level 1. With the combined bonuses of treasure seeker and phantom beast's heart, Lucio's status was truly impressive. Even without wearing any equipment, each individual attribute had surpassed 30. For a typical hunter to reach this level, they'd have to grind hard until at least level 20. Yet, Lucio still had 6 free attribute points left to allocate. Are you full now? The Shadow King happily circled around Lucio like a playful puppy that had just been fed. Lucio took out his hoe and chipped away the remaining dark crystal ore embedded in the rock wall. The Palm's Eyes crystal in front of him had already been half gnawed away by the Shadow King, leaving just enough for it to savor slowly. Lucio tossed the half crystal into his spatial backpack, then stood up straight, ready to head back. After all, the dark crystal mine was rare in magical beasts, so besides the ore itself, there wasn't much else of value here. Otherwise, more people would come to fulfill commissions or hunt materials. What the Shadow King would eat later, Lucio had other plans for that. In a few days, the magical beast materials shop in Tianqing town would restock. Buying dark elemental crystals, there would be much more cost-effective than hunting dark attribute beasts specially. With this thought, Lucio stepped out of the mine, killing a few passing magical beasts along the way, stuffing all the materials into the spatial backpack to serve as snacks for the Shadow King's reserve. By the time he reached the mine's exit, it was already 3 in the afternoon. The blazing sun had disappeared, replaced by a low-hanging gray canopy. Above the whispering forest, thick black clouds covered the sky without his noticing, as if ready to drip ink at any moment. Judging by the look of it, a downpour could start at any second. Tianqing town was by the sea, and its weather was notoriously fickle. While diverse creatures were good for hunting, hunters frequently had to brave sudden storms. Lucio wasn't keen on lingering in the pouring rain in the forest. He much preferred lying in a rocking chair at home, sipping hot tea while watching the rain through the window. Still, he couldn't stop thinking about the area where he had encountered the rampaging bear before. The place wasn't far away, and since the rain hadn't fallen yet, making one more trip wouldn't waste much time. If the bear was there, he would hunt it and bring it back. If not, he could return immediately and still have time to enjoy the rain at home. He looked up towards the west, where a rugged mountain stretched across his sight. The mountain range extended endlessly northward. That was the Sanzhou mountain. Usually, flocks of vultures circled the mountaintop, visible from a distance. But today not a single shadow could be seen, probably because they sensed the coming storm and returned to their nests early. Lucio kept close to the foot of Sanzhou mountain and headed west, moving swiftly like the wind. With his current abilities and speed, even if wild beasts blocked his path, he could easily shake them off, so he didn't bother sneaking around. What really concerned him was the thick cloud cover above. Once the rain started, moving about would become troublesome. But less than a kilometer from the dark crystal mine, he felt something was off. Not a single magical beast, normal animal, or even insect could be seen along the way. The breeze stirred through the forest, yet it carried a stifling heaviness. The eerie silence made his heart chill, weighed down by the oppressive tension before a mountain storm. Lucio slowed his pace and cautiously advanced another 300 meters along the creek, then spotted a pitch-black cave entrance hidden in the shadows. The cave was deep and dark, like an abyss that swallowed everything. Lucio used the Shadow King's senses to probe briefly, then stepped inside. Not here. Lucio carefully examined the area inside and outside the cave, but saw no sign of the violent bear. The only thing inside was the carcass of a gray-eared rabbit. Although it had been dead for some time, fresh tear marks on the wounds clearly showed it had been savagely ripped apart by the bear's brute force less than half a day ago. This meant the bear was definitely in the cave within the last 12 hours. Furrowing his brow, Lucio wondered whether the bear had just left after being hunted or if it had gone out searching for food. The latter seemed unlikely since plenty of food remained in the cave. He stood and walked to the cave entrance to look around. The ground showed no obvious signs of a recent fight, but there was a trail of massive bear tracks heading west for about 100 meters before being drowned out by chaotic footprints from other magical beasts, making the trail impossible to follow. Who had come here? Questions swirled in Lucio's mind. A cold glint flashed from the iceflower bough in his hand as he drew an arrow, aiming toward the woods in the west. Suddenly, a middle-aged hunter burst out from the forest, gasping for breath and shouting, "Young man, don't go any further. It's extremely dangerous here. You need to return to the town right away." Lucio recognized the hunter's uniform from the Hunter Association, and the Fasih had seen the man earlier that morning. When Lucio tried to ask what exactly had happened, the hunter shook his head slightly, signaling it was a secret beyond ordinary hunters' understanding. Faced with the man's mysterious attitude, Lucio didn't press further. He looked up at the pitch-black clouds gathering in the sky and confirmed that the violent bear he remembered was not here. Deciding to head back the way he came, he thought to himself that it was just a bear. After the storm passed, he would return to the breeze forest to look again. Those bears would likely come out to forage once more. Turning toward the Clearsky town, Lucio began walking. Seeing him leave, the middle-aged hunter let out a long breath. Inwardly anxious about meeting such a reckless rookie hunter, those who are fearless are often drawn to danger. The hunter quickly leapt onto a tree trunk, swiftly climbing to the top, his eyes scanning the forest, vigilantly watching for any hunters venturing deeper into the area. Lucio had traveled over 100 meters on the way back, all the while thinking about dinner. There were still some ribs of the rockhorn rhinoceros left, so grilled meat again tonight wouldn't be bad. Although he wasn't tired of it, he wanted to try a different way to prepare it. So far, he had only ever pan-fried them like steaks, and hadn't yet really savored the rhino meat's unique flavor. He decided to skip the fish soup and instead make tomato and egg soup, adding some dried shrimp for extra flavor, paired perfectly with a bowl of steaming white rice. Just as he was planning the perfect dinner, the cooldown on his chest perception skill ended, and Lucio instinctively activated it. His steps suddenly halted. A hidden force tugged at him, drawing his attention. A treasure chest. To his delight, he realized he had discovered 2 treasure chests today. None had appeared in the breeze forest in the past few days, so this was a streak of good luck. But when he looked back, the chest location was exactly in the direction the Hunter Association officer had warned him not to proceed. Frowning slightly, Lucio tightened his shadow cloak and silently melted into the tree shadows, moving toward the chest. Soon, the hunter who had first warned him reappeared, standing atop a tall tree, scanning the surroundings warily for any hunters venturing deeper into the area. Lucio hid in the shadows and slipped quietly past the hunter's feet, almost right under his nose. He thought to himself, grab the chest, then get out fast. Deep within the breeze forest, near the base of Vulture Mountain, lay a desolate basin. Where once lush trees thrived and birds and beasts frolicked, now hung a thick, rotten stench of death. Black clouds pressed down overhead like ink spilled across the sky. The ground was littered with corpses of magical beasts, rampaging bears, azure wolves, general toads, and even gray wolves from the distant sea wind plains. Their rigid bodies lay sprawled in tangled heaps, fur-crusted with dark red scabs of dried blood. Hollow eye sockets whispered silent despair. Blood gushed steadily from torn wounds, merging with fallen leaves and soil to form crimson rivulets that stained the land with a brutal scarlet. Amid this nauseating, heavy scent of blood, 100 struggling survivors snarled and tore at one another without reprieve. Suddenly, a calf-sized black and white striped demonic tiger burst from the carcass pile, its body blazing with black flame. It absorbed the crushing blow of a rampaging bear, then slammed the opponent down with even fiercer strength. Its fangs clamped onto the bear's throat, and with a savage tug, tore flesh and bone apart. The bear's life force was instantly snuffed out. It twitched briefly before expiring. The tiger shook its head, flinging off splattered gore, before springing forward to pounce on the next prey, igniting another brutal round of carnage. Death played the leading melody here, as these magical beasts transformed into fierce, frenzied notes in the symphony of conflict. Using goo refining to select magical beasts, even wiping out their intelligence, your brother's methods sure are twisted, said Du Shershin casually from a hillside afar, slouching on a huge rock while idly toying with a golden scorpion. He showed no concern for the bloody battlefield below. Fong Ming glanced at him coldly, snorting in disdain. Right back at you. This goo refining technique came from your own side originally. This is the third goo spring, and the last one. Du Shershin suddenly put away the scorpion and looked away coolly. Enough. The beasts my brother sent are all offspring of his few top-tier subjects. This time, we'll definitely refine a peak individual with mutations. Fong Ming fixed his greedy, satisfied gaze on the bloodthirsty tiger thrashing about. My point is, if someone ruins this again, the deal's done. Ruined? Fong Ming's words didn't seem to sink in. Du Shershin blinked, slightly puzzled. Then, boom, a shadow plummeted from afar, crashing onto the ground nearby. Rock and soil exploded, sending clouds of dust swirling. Through the haze strode a towering figure, smashing the earth beneath heavy footsteps. Du Shershin, long time no see. The newcomer wore a white hooded coat, a shining gold coin emblem on his chest gleaming fiercely. His eyes burned with a fire that seemed capable of scorching heaven and earth. Du Shixin's face darkened sharply. Nya Fengyun, you sure are persistent. As long as I don't uproot the nest, even if I die a restless ghost, I want disappear. The man called Nya Fengyun grinned coldly, murder in his every step as he advanced relentlessly. Nya Fengyun. Fong Ming's heart jolted. This name was legendary throughout the hunting alliance. Outside the Hunters Association, none pursued the nest organization more obsessively than this golden-hued group leader codenamed Heaven's Wrath. Over 5 nest operatives had died by his hand. Retreat. Fong Ming instinctively hissed, but before he finished, Nya Fengyun had already shattered the ground beneath him and closed the distance with relentless pace. Du Shershin didn't want to recklessly face such a dangerous enemy unprepared. No way, my fierce tiger is at the critical point of mutation. Just a few more minutes until it completes its full transformation. Fong Ming's eyes remained locked on the ferocious battle raging in the basin, stubbornly refusing to order a retreat. How dare you disobey my command? Du Shi glared at Fong Ming, a flash of murderous intent crossing his eyes. But the moment he thought of Fong Ming's brother's strength, that murderous glare quickly faded. Tell your brother the payment has to be doubled this time. Du Shi snorted coldly, but didn't back down. Instead, he advanced strategically toward Nya Fengyun. You're not running? Nya Fengyun was slightly taken aback. You? You think you're worthy? Du Shi spat derisively, thrusting off the ground and leaving behind a blur as he struck. His true self appeared suddenly beside Nya Fengyun, delivering a sideways kick in midair. Nya Fengyun raised his arm to block. Clang! A crisp clash of metal echoed as Du Shi's tarnished golden greave was deflected. The greave seemed metallic but resembled the hard shell of an insect. Blocked, Du Shi flipped fiercely in the air. From his back, a scorpion tail dripped with dark purple venom like a deadly blade flashing in the night laden with lethal intent. It stabbed forward with brutal speed. This poison could corrode steel extremely deadly. Yet Nya Fengyun seemed prepared, tilting slightly to dodge skillfully. His right foot stomped hard forward, and his right arm surged with power. Lion Roar Fist. His fist was instantly enveloped in dazzling golden light, the wind from it roaring like a fierce lion's roar. Boom. The golden fist slammed into Du Shi's chest. The insect's golden armor spread rapidly across his body from the point of impact. Du Shi was blasted flying backward, transforming into a golden humanoid scorpion monster. He crashed through a dozen large trees before finally coming to a halt against the rocky cliff of Sanjo Mountain. 5 minutes. Only 5 minutes left. Dusher struggled to rise from the rubble against the rock face, his dry mouthparts grinding raspily and painfully. Fine, they'll take you down within those 5 minutes. Nia Fengyun smiled confidently, raising his right hand. His white coat retracted into a spatial backpack, revealing muscles hard as steel. His right foot stomped fiercely as he launched himself like a cannonball toward Dusher. 5 minutes is enough, Feng Ming shouted in reply. The battle between the two was beyond Feng Ming's interference now. He turned sharply and sprinted wildly down the hillside toward the basin, desperate to complete the Gu Spring ritual. Halfway there, a blood-red crescent blade suddenly erupted from the nearby woods, its sharpness blinding. Crimson, Feng Ming instinctively shouted. The phantom beast's space opened swiftly, and a rabbit man with eyes glowing like rubies jumped out, bracing both arms with a steel plate to block the blade. Who is it? Feng Ming barked angrily, shocked that someone dared to sneak attack from behind. From the direction the blade came, a handsome young man in a white hooded coat emerged from the trees, gripping a long sword. The blade burned with the distinctive blood-red fury of weapon hunters, matching the raging battle spirit burning fiercely in his eyes. Golden Assembly member, Lin Yufei. Opening the black iron treasure chest triggered the treasure seeker talent, granting a permanent 2 boost to all attributes. Lu Xiaomao, half kneeling in waist-high grass, tossed the items just looted from the black iron chest into his spatial backpack, a complex mix of emotions stirring within him. If today wasn't exactly lucky, he had found 2 treasure chests in a row, but if it was lucky, the second chest he risked entering was only black iron quality and dropped just 1 item. Wind Sprint Talisman. Grade, fine. Effect, increases movement speed by 25 for 5 minutes upon use. Usage, 33. Description, a talisman forged from the power of wind, significantly boosting the user's speed. If the user masters wind element, the speed boost is even greater. Fine grade consumable, standard issue. Pretty average, Lu Xiaomao shrugged, closing his attribute panel, brushing grass debris off his clothes, and standing upright. He gazed ahead. In the basin's center, heaps of phantom beast corpses lay piled, a sea of blood roiling as a few surviving beasts fiercely tore into each other. Blood mist swirled heavily, the metallic stench assaulting his nostrils. On a nearby hillside, a phantom beast hunter commanded a rare beast, the crimson fighting rabbit, locked in a fierce stalemate battle against a weapon hunter wielding a curved blade. Lu Xiaomao didn't recognize either of them and had no intention of approaching. His eyes drifted deeper into the scene. A series of heavy punches accompanied by lion-like roars forced a golden scorpion monster steadily into retreat. The man throwing the punches was middle-aged, his fists booming like thunder, shockwaves rolling with every strike. Lu Xiaomao's heart jolted. He recognized this man. It was Tianyu Nia Fengyun. In the previous live's game, Hunting World, there was no main storyline nor fixed protagonist, but as time passed, world-shaking events would erupt. The most brilliant core NPC in each major event was hailed by players as the temporary protagonist. Nia Fengyun was one of those rare figures. It was currently year 225 of the pioneering era. Upon crossing over, Lu Xiaomao immediately confirmed the timeline. Less than a year remained before the first world-level event of Hunting World would break out. If memory served, Nia Fengyun was still only a title hunter at this point. Within the hunter system, every 40 levels marked a rank advancement. Levels 139 were rookie hunters, 4079 were professional hunters, 80119 title hunters, 120159 hunter kings, 160199 hunter gods. The level cap was 200, and even in the game version Lu Xiaomao had known before, the title for level 200 hunters was something unknown in human history as well. Currently, Nia Fengyun was the captain of the Golden Assembly, working with the Hunter Association to hunt down executives of the Nest organization. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaomao immediately connected that golden armored scorpion monster with a file from his memory. Gu King Du Shixin, an executive of the Nest organization, a title-level phantom beast hunter whose beasts were mainly venomous or parasitic creatures, notoriously difficult to deal with. His most infamous achievement was developing the Gu Spring ritual formation, a blood sacrifice array used to create mutated phantom beasts. Using a method akin to breeding poisonous insects, a group of spirit beasts are forced to fight each other to the death. When only one remains amidst a blood-soaked battlefield, the blood and corpses of the fallen beasts are used as nourishment to trigger a gruesome mutation in the last survivor. This formation is exceedingly cruel, producing mutated spirit beasts driven solely by slaughter and devoid of reason. Hunters who wish to use it must forcibly control the beasts through contracts. For this reason, the Hunter Association long ago banned the technique, and Du Shixin, the creator of the Guchuan ritual, became a wanted man. In their past lives, many players who obtained the formation's blueprint tried to replicate it. only to be hunted down by the association and forced to delete their accounts and restart, for example. LV show witnessed it all firsthand. Wait a moment. If Du Shershin is here, then in this blood-soaked basin before us, isn't that? Roar. A tiger's roar echoed through the forest, rattling the leaves like thunder. Fong Ming and Lin Yufei, who were locked in combat, both froze and turned to look at the basin. Amid the tide of blood and the sea of corpses, a fierce tiger burning with black flames bellowed to the sky. Muscles bulging, its bronze copper eyes shimmered with impatience. Is this all? I haven't killed enough yet. There were no living creatures left in the basin. It was the undisputed victor. The sea of blood seemed to celebrate, waves surging to swallow the broken spirit beast bodies. Soon, the boiling blood sent up crimson bubbles. The rising blood mist then surged toward the fierce tiger. Within moments, a faint blood membrane appeared on the tiger's skin, thickening rapidly until it formed a solid blood cocoon that tightly encased the beast. The cocoon pulsed continuously, like a beating heart, clearly nurturing a terrifying new life. It's finally happening. Fong Ming's eyes blazed with fanatic excitement. According to the ritual, after the fierce tiger massacres all other spirit beasts, it enters the blood cocoon phase. Once the cocoon breaks, the Guchuan ritual will be a complete success. Lin Yufei didn't understand why Fong Ming was so elated, but he knew the more triumphant his opponent felt, the more dangerous it was for himself. He flipped his wrists and swung his long blade with a sudden chop, savage moon slash. A blood-red crescent blade tore from the sword, aiming straight at Fong Ming. Clang! A crimson fighting rabbit leapt ahead to block most of the blade's edge, but the remaining slash grazed Fong Ming's cheek, drawing a line of blood. The sharp pain snapped Fong Ming out of his frenzy. Seeing the fresh blood on his fingertips, his rage erupted. How dare you harm my handsome face? He glared fiercely at Lin Yufei, his voice cold and iron-hard. Just wait. The moment the Guchuan ritual completes, you'll be the first to die. When the blood sea completely evaporated, only a pile of tattered phantom beast skins remained in the basin, utterly drained of any blood color. Countless fragments of bones, textures, and torn internal membranes seemed to be melted by an invisible furnace. Their energy fused together with the beast's skeletons and fully absorbed into the blood cocoon suspended in midair. At this moment, the blood cocoon was crystal clear, resembling a colossal blood-red crystal that shimmered with an eerie glow under the gloomy sky. Bang! A fine cracking sound suddenly erupted. Spiderweb-like fissures instantly spread, quickly covering the entire surface of the blood cocoon. Then boom! The cocoon shattered into countless fragments, its blood light scattering like a meteor shower. Accompanied by a heavy thud on the ground, a massive blood-red figure landed, stirring up a swirl of dust. Demonic Tiger LV-25 transformed into Purgatory Slaughter Tiger of the Demonic Path LV-25. Though its level hadn't increased, its oppressive aura skyrocketed. Fong Ming and Lin Yufei, closest to it, suddenly felt their chests gripped by an invisible giant hand, making it hard to breathe. None doubted that the true combat power of this Purgatory Slaughter Tiger far exceeded a mere LV-25. The moment the cocoon broke, it lifted its head and locked onto 3 life waves ahead: Lin Yufei, Fong Ming, and the Scarlet Fighting Rabbit. Its 4 limbs stamped fiercely, its blood-red shadow flashed past. The ground cracked and caved in beneath it as it launched forward like a cannonball. It had no intention of helping its prospective master, Fong Ming, who had aided the Gu Spring ritual. Instead, it aimed to shred every living thing in front of it to pieces. The Purgatory Slaughter Tiger, stripped of any intelligence, was just a killing machine driven by raw instinct and an insatiable thirst for slaughter. Finally succeeded. Rather than fear, Fong Ming burst into excited laughter at the beast's charge. He immediately ordered the Scarlet Fighting Rabbit, Iron Wall, intercept. The Scarlet Fighting Rabbit leapt back a step and stood in front of Fong Ming, crossing its 2 alloy arms in front of its chest. With a sizzling sound, a transparent barrier several meters wide and tall appeared out of thin air, cutting off Fong Ming, Lin Yufei, and the Purgatory Slaughter Tiger. Behind the wall, Fong Ming crossed his arms with a cold sneer, eager to watch the blood-soaked scene when Lin Yufei was ripped apart. The Purgatory Slaughter Tiger's murderous intent radiated without concealment, causing Lin Yufei's hairs to rise on end. This was no target to hunt at his current stage. Run! The thought flashed like lightning, and he immediately moved toward the flank. But the Scarlet Fighting Rabbit tilted the barrier slightly, sticking to his movement like chewing gum and completely blocking his escape, clearly intending to offer him as a sacrifice to the Purgatory Slaughter Tiger. Trapped with no way out, Lin Yufei gritted his teeth and turned to face the blazing beast alone. Boom! Just as the Purgatory Slaughter Tiger was about to slam into the barrier, a fireball suddenly exploded behind it, sparks of blackened flame bursting through its fur. The fierce tiger staggered, swinging its massive head around, its blood-red eyes locking onto the attacker. Not far away, a young man clad in a black trench coat stood atop a rock, his features sharp and focused. With his left hand firmly holding a longbow, his right hand drew a fresh arrow from the quiver on his back and nocked it quickly. Amid the low hum of the quivering bowstring, the arrowhead gleamed coldly, tracking the bloodlight's movement. Whiz! The arrow sliced through the air, trailing a narrow streak of light aimed directly at the purgatory slaughter tiger. The tiger's eyes flashed with fury. It abandoned Lin Yufei without hesitation and charged headlong at the bow-wielding youth like a fully powered war chariot, neither dodging nor hesitating. The young man didn't hesitate. He twisted his body and slipped into the nearby thicket. Only then did Lin Yufei realize that person was saving him. As for his identity, Lin knew nothing and could only silently pray, hoping the stranger would survive the fury of the purgatory killing tiger's claws and someday repay this debt. Deep in the forest, Lucio darted between tree trunks. He was the one who had just pulled Lin Yufei out of danger. But Lu's actions were not born of kindness. He was calculating his own stakes. Beneath the dim canopy, his eyes glowed faintly red, just like when he had once met the god of greed. A roar. Seconds later, a thunderous tiger's howl rolled through the leaves, and a massive tree snapped under the beast's immense force. The purgatory killing tiger, its black stripes burning red, charged at Lucio's back less than 30 meters away. For a ferocious monster like that, such a distance was no different from the blink of an eye. But Lucio stopped abruptly and turned, drawing an arrow. In his quiver were 12 wolf-tooth arrows, crafted last night from the few high-quality wolf teeth he had left, each dealing 10 points more damage than the Hunter Association's standard arrows. He drew the bowstring taut as a full moon. Focused for the shot. Thwack! The arrow streaked through the air, lodging deeply into one of the tiger's front paws. Yet the beast's speed didn't falter. If anything, sensing its prey so near, its killing intent intensified, and it surged forward faster. In the next instant, a flash of dusty yellow light shimmered under its belly. Boom! A millstone-sized rock pillar shot up, stabbing at the tiger's abdomen. The trap symbol Lucio had preset underground activated. The dull impact was like hitting thick iron. The tiger was knocked back several meters, but showed no wound. Such strong defenses, Lu muttered softly, but his movements didn't pause. Another arrow drawn, bowstring full as the moon. Focus shot. Thwack! The second arrow pierced the tiger's other front paw. The purgatory killing tiger crashed to the ground, stepping on a hidden iron trap Lu had buried in the soil. ZZZT. Pale blue electric arcs instantly raced over its body. Lucio still had the thunderstorm fruits he, Yong, and Lin Xiaoling had used a few days ago to fight the rockhorn rhino. Never stingy, he pulled out all 10 at once. The first fruit exploded, triggering a chain reaction that ignited the other 9. Crackling electric light. The forest around them lit up like an ocean of lightning. A furious roar erupted from the beast, shaking the trees as its wild energy scattered the shocks. Even with all 10 thunderstorm fruits combined, it barely flinched. Thwack! A third wolf-tooth arrow landed in one of its hind legs. From a distance, Lucio remained calm, drawing another arrow, drawing his bowstring tight as the full moon. The faint effect of the thunderstorm fruits barely registered on his mind. This was just the beginning. The real hunt was only just starting. An arrow shot through the air, pinning the last hind leg of the Inferno Slayer tiger. Now, each of its 4 limbs was impaled with an arrow. The symmetry of the scene momentarily soothed Lucio's slight obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Unfortunately, these arrows did nothing to restrict the beast's movements. Purple-black lightning crackled and shattered as the Inferno Slayer tiger shook off the electric sparks. Its massive form lunged through the air at lightning speed toward Lucio. Just as its claws nearly caught the prey, Lucio paused, pulling out another arrow, and lightly snapped his fingers. In the next instant, the earth beneath his feet seemed to dissolve, turning into a slick, sticky swamp. Taking advantage of the slip, Lucio sank underground while the lunging tiger crashed onto empty ground. Upon landing, its powerful front paws brushed against nearly invisible threads traps Lucio had set beforehand. From either side of the clearing, dozens of cannon barrels suddenly emerged from behind large trees. Boom, boom, boom. The cannons roared, firing fist-sized, dragon fruit-shaped projectiles wildly. The moment these fruits struck the tiger's fur, their elemental cores violently surged, boom, 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 and exploded repeatedly. These were flamestorm fruit. Like their namesake, thunderstorm fruit, they detonated on impact, though their power was slightly weaker. To make up for it, Lucio generously emptied his entire stash, all 123 of them. These flamestorm fruits weren't gathered from the forest. Rather, he had purchased them from Aunt Lu, an elemental hunter in the nearby sunny town who ran a flamestorm fruit orchard. More than 100 simultaneous explosions ripped through the forest, uprooting trees within a 3-meter radius. The air filled with thick black smoke and the acrid scent of scorched wood. A roar escaped the Inferno Slayer tiger as it leapt out from the smoke, covered in soot and dirt. Its arrow shafts had been blown to splinters, but the arrowhead still stuck deep in its flesh. The fire elemental power within its body helped it withstand the blasts. but the relentless traps had sparked its fury to an uncontrollable blaze. It scanned its surroundings desperately, eager to tear Lu Xiao to pieces. But Lu Xiao was now hiding underground. With the help of the Earth Exchange talisman, the ground became a vast ocean to him, letting him swim freely like a fish. 3 seconds later, he burst out of the soil 80 meters away, drawing his bowstring fully. Bang! The focused strike whistled sharply as his wolf-tooth arrow shot through the air, piercing the Inferno Slayer tiger's neck. Blood spattered, and the fierce tiger roared at the sky. Infernal flames surged violently, igniting its entire body in a wild blaze. The huge beast rampaged through the forest, setting fire to every tree within 2 meters and smashing others into ash before they even caught fire. Boom, boom. Its sharp claws struck the ground heavily, causing the earth to tremble as if the entire forest might collapse. Charging forward, the flames grew stronger, the momentum like a full-speed train. It closed in on Lu Xiao, then slammed its paws on the ground and vaulted into the air, executing its killing leap, a move perfected by hunting other phantom beasts. However, the Purgatory Slaughter Tiger didn't expect its 2 heavy front paws to suddenly miss their footing. The solid ground beneath was only the surface layer, hiding beneath a pile of dirt and weeds, a preset pit trap, 5 meters wide and 3 meters deep. Before the tiger could react, its massive body plummeted heavily into the pit. The bottom of the pit was lined with sharp iron spikes. Although Lu Xiao had set the trap hastily, these spikes were made from ordinary mortal iron, remnants of traps left by other hunters capturing wild boars. The tiger's enormous weight pierced its fur, but the wounds were hardly fatal. Gritting its teeth, it gathered its strength and sprang vigorously out of the trap. Yet, as soon as it leapt out and hadn't even touched solid ground, a huge wooden mallet swung across. The mallet's handle was firmly tied to a tree trunk with ropes. With a heavy thud, the hammer struck, sending the Purgatory Slaughter Tiger crashing back into the pit. Its furious roar echoed fiercely, so intimidating that even Lu Xiao, standing nearby, rubbed his nose and wondered if his methods were a bit too cruel. Still, he reassured himself that he had held back as much as he could. Before Lu Xiao ever became a hunter, he thrived effortlessly in the Whispering Forest thanks to this skill, accurately predicting a target's movements and setting up chain traps. Such intuition and judgment were difficult even for experts in advanced trapcraft to match. At this moment, the pit trap he hastily set was merely an appetizer for capturing the Purgatory Slaughter Tiger. Given more time, he could have prepared a complex chain trap causing 3 times the damage or more. The tiger struggled out of the pit once again, but its arrogant vigor was clearly diminished by the heavy blows, and even its steps as it approached Lu Xiao had grown noticeably slower. Lu Xiao put away his frostflower bow. All the arrows were coated with the venom of the fatal widow spider. This poison was incredibly potent. Just a slight touch could incapacitate a wild buffalo within 1 second. Since the Purgatory Slaughter Tiger was much larger than an ordinary buffalo, Lu Xiao fired 5 arrows, each tipped with venom amplified tenfold the normal dose. The Purgatory Slaughter Tiger, roughly the size of an elephant, finally collapsed exhausted 2 meters away from Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao lowered the Earth DUI token at his waist. Despite the venom being magnified 10 times over, the giant beast had stubbornly endured for over a minute, displaying remarkable resilience. The goose spring ritual taught by Du Shixin was truly extraordinary. With the tiger poisoned and unconscious, the hunt was effectively complete. By rights, Lu Xiao could have begun processing the phantom beast materials immediately, but he was in no hurry. He had a question to verify: could a mutated phantom beast forged through the goose spring ritual be fused with his own Shadow King Shadow? Lu Xiao recalled that he had never encountered the Shadow Demon clan in his game experience. According to records from Clear Sky Town, the Shadow Demons were long ago wiped out by the Hive clan. But from his encounters with these mutated phantom beasts, he knew they were utterly irrational, driven only by a killing instinct to tear apart any life they saw. To be safe, Lu Xiao had deliberately poisoned the Purgatory Slaughter Tiger to dull its spirit and bring it to a state suitable for fusion. "Let's give it a try," he said, grabbing his black trench coat and suddenly hurling it toward the tiger. Shadow Fusion. The story maintains complete plot coherence, rich details, tight pacing, and vivid, immersive scenes. The Purgatory Death Tiger lay sprawled on the ground, its entire body engulfed in flames, resembling a towering mountain of black fire. The black coat instantly dissolved into mist as the Shadow King transformed into a swirling dark fog, falling from the sky to envelop the tiger's body with seamless coverage. A surge of energy roared and collided between the two, their essences rapidly converging and permeating one another until they became completely fused. The faint black mist was wholly absorbed by the Purgatory Death Tiger, its stripes turning a deep, inky black. The bloody murderous aura that once swirled around its fur was now hidden beneath the shadows, almost invisible to the naked eye. Before the fusion, it was a fierce beast, baring its sharp edges and attacking anyone it encountered. Now, It resembled a dark, lurking phantom of the abyss, emitting just a faint hint of menace enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Notification: Shadow King's innate skill Shadow Fusion succeeded. Species changed. Stats updated. With the mechanical voice ringing out, Lucio finally relaxed and eagerly pulled up the latest stat panel. Geo Purgatory Tiger. Rank: Ultimate King Mutant. Level: 25. Attributes: Strength 171, Agility 127, Constitution 180, Spirit 80. Innate Talent 1. Killing Intent Mutant. Attacks deal additional killing intent damage. The more kills, the stronger the killing intent. Kills have a chance to permanently increase all attributes. King Skill: Great Dark Heaven LV1. Unleashes a dark domain centered on oneself. Elemental Mastery. Darkness Intermediate. Fire Beginner. Skills: 1. Elemental Body, Flesh and Blood active. Can switch between elemental form and flesh form. Elemental Body. Immune to all physical attacks. Temporarily converts 50 Constitution to Spirit. Elemental Damage 20. Flesh and Blood. Elemental Resistance 20. Temporarily converts 50 Spirit to Constitution. 2. Shadow Passive. Achieves absolute invisibility when in darkness or shadows. 3. Shadow Roar LV2. Emits a shockwave of shadow energy. 4. Hellfire Strike LV5. Instantly boosts movement speed by 50, dealing fire damage to surrounding enemies. 5. Bloodthirst Passive. Restores health equal to 25 of damage dealt to blood-containing creatures. Becomes agitated and eventually frenzied if blood is not consumed for a long time. 6. Tiger Claw LV3. Rips targets with claws, with a crushing effect. 7. Ultimate Body Passive. Gains 2 additional points to all attributes with each level up. Lucio paused for a moment when he saw the triple suffixes of King, Mutant, Ultimate attached to the name. The Goosespring ceremony could only produce mutants, never directly creating a ultimate mutant. The only explanation was that this fierce tiger was already an ultimate specimen before entering the Goosespring. The hive is surprisingly willing to invest this much. Lucio's face showed a flicker of surprise before a smile crept across his lips. The opponent had originally only wanted to forge an ultimate mutant fierce tiger, but it ended up being intercepted by him and further enhanced by the Shadow King's kingly physique, forcibly creating an unprecedented ultimate mutant king. That was why this Geo Purgatory Tiger had such exaggerated stats. It could permanently grow stronger through slaughter, master both dark and fire elements simultaneously, and freely switch between elemental and flesh forms, versatile in offense and defense, utterly unpredictable. This was absolutely mind-blowing. Just as Lucio was fully absorbed in admiring the immense power stats of the 9 Nether Purgatory Tiger, Fong Ming hurried over with the Crimson Battle Rabbit in tow. The 9 Nether Purgatory Tiger? At first glance, he noticed the fierce tiger lying asleep on the ground, but what caught his attention most was the change in its name. What did you do to it? His sharp gaze locked onto Lucio like 2 sharp blades. Lucio didn't bother explaining. He dug into his space backpack and pulled out a pre-prepared antidote, squatted down, and poured the potion into the tiger's throat. From the moment he decided to hunt the Purgatory life-ending tiger, he knew he would have to sever ties with the Nest organization. Even if he had to do it again, he would be even more determined, because the solution had long been etched in his mind. Across from him, Fong Ming's face grew increasingly grim. The ferocious beast was his trump card, painstakingly crafted through a costly Goosespring ritual, leveraging his connections and recruiting Du Shixin. And now, someone else was casually feeding it an unknown potion. Crimson, kill it. The Crimson Battle Rabbit's eyes flared with fierce light. Its knees bent slightly, and in an instant, its humanoid bunny body launched forward like a cannonball drawn taut by a bowstring. As a rabbit-type spirit beast, its specialty was explosive leaps, and this time it pushed its launch to the extreme. Just as Lucio caught the bowing motion, the gauntlet on his fist roared toward his face. Earth Escape. In a moment of crisis, Lucio didn't hesitate to activate the Earth-Tide Order. Fortunately, he hadn't yet exhausted its uses during his prior battle with the Purgatory life-ending tiger. Bang! The Crimson Battle Rabbit's fist slammed down on nothingness. The crack of air made leaves flutter wildly through the forest. Deep underground, Lucio moved at top speed using the Earth-Tide Order, putting distance between himself and his opponent while assessing the threat. Crimson Battle Rabbit, level 40, not yet through its first evolution equivalent to a level 40 hunter's career advancement. But even so, facing it hidden at his own hunter level 10 would be suicidal. 3 seconds later, he emerged through the ground 100 meters from his initial escape point, the Earth-Tide Order's maximum range. You actually signed a contract with it. Fong Ming roared furiously from afar. Seizing Lucio's burrowing moment, he hurriedly tried to form a beast contract with the 9 Nether Purgatory Tiger, but was met with the message: this beast is already contracted to another being and cannot be contracted again. In that instant, he understood that the young man had beaten him to it, and his anger nearly scorched all reason. His investments of time, resources, and connections were all wasted. Crimson, kill it. Fong Ming's roar was on par with the furious howls the purgatory life-ending tiger had once let loose. Yet the crimson battle rabbit did not charge Lu Xiu again. Instead, it darted back to its master's left side in a flash, crossing its arms as an invisible wall of steel suddenly materialized, blocking the oncoming black claws from the side. Fong Ming followed the path of the claws to see that the massive nine-nether purgatory tiger had already risen. Its eyes, once like blood-red jewels, now held the depth of a bottomless abyss. Black flames roiled all over its body, as if a king had awakened from hell itself. Shadow roar. Lu Xiu calmly issued the command. He took a step forward, closing the distance to his spirit beast, while silently grateful that the Earth-Tide Order had given him the upper hand. The nine-nether purgatory tiger was awake now, which meant offense and defense could shift form at will. A thunderous roar erupted from the nine-nether inferno tiger, shaking the very earth and sky. Dark elemental energy surged outward with the sound waves, pushing everything around like a raging tide. The crimson brawler rabbit nearby couldn't withstand the sonic blast and was sent flying along with its trainer, Fong Ming. Fong Ming slammed hard against a thick tree trunk, while the crimson brawler rabbit tumbled into a nearby thicket. Flaming surge, keep it up. Lu Xiu gave the enemy no chance to catch their breath. Flames burst explosively around the nine-nether inferno tiger as it coiled its muscles, charging forward like a blazing war chariot at full speed. The ground trembled beneath its forepaws, rocks flying up in its wake. Lu Xiu had learned from experience how devastating this attack was. Now it was time for this Nest organization member to feel the same pain. Sliding down the tree, Fong Ming looked up to see the fiery giant looming over him, a chill running straight through his spine. He lashed out with a commanding shout, "Crimson, bloody fury. Charge with a heavy punch." The bushes exploded as the crimson brawler rabbit sprang forward. Its ruby eyes glowed with a bloody light, faint traces of blood aura seeping through its coat. Its muscles bulged as it shifted into crimson brawler rabbit muscle form, trading defense for maximum strength and agility. Phantom beast skill, frenzy. Fong Ming intensified the attack. Red streams of light flickered around the rabbit's limbs, boosting its power once again. It faced the inferno tiger heat-in, gathering all its explosive force into a crushing blow. Boom. Fist met fiery paw in a clash that unleashed a blazing storm. Trees within 50 meters ignited instantly, thick black smoke billowing into the sky. Rolling waves of heat and licking flames spread further outward. Hunters from the association, standing guard around the perimeter, held their breath, watching the escalating battle between the Nest organization and the Golden Assembly champions with growing awe. Whoosh. The air was ripped apart by a razor-sharp arrow, followed by a scream. Ah? Fong Ming's left palm was pierced through by a wolf-tooth arrow. Had he not reacted quickly, the shot was aimed straight for his head. Burning pain spread rapidly as Fong Ming realized the arrowhead was coated with potent poison. He immediately grabbed a pricey universal antidote from his spatial pack and downed it without hesitation. Whoosh. A second arrow shattered through the swirling black smoke and streaked toward his face. Fong Ming was prepared this time, thrusting his right hand forward. Protective life orb. A soft blue energy sphere spun out, forming a translucent barrier in front of him. The wolf-tooth arrow struck the shield and was repelled with only a ripple. The numbness inside him was quickly dispelled by the antidote. Fong Ming finally glanced up, shooting a venomous glare in the arrow's direction. The mountain wind tore apart the smoke, revealing Lu Xiu wielding the ice flower longbow. Lu Xiu frowned slightly. If the arrow's damage or the ice flower's rank had been higher, that shot could have pierced through both Fong Ming's hand and skull. At the heart of the clash, the crimson brawler rabbit and the nine-nether inferno tiger charged into close combat. Entering a bloodthirsty frenzy, the scarlet fighting rabbit activated its phantom beast skills. Veins of blood surged visibly beneath its fur, its pupils transforming into vivid crimson inverted triangles. The rabbit darted and leapt like a high-velocity projectile across the scorched earth. The nine-nether infernal tiger swiped its massive fractured claws repeatedly, tearing through the air, but each attack was narrowly evaded thanks to the rabbit's agile humanoid stance. Whenever the infernal tiger's strike slowed even slightly, the scarlet fighting rabbit spun around and delivered a heavy punch to the tiger's body. A dull crack echoed as bones protested, forcing the towering beast to roar viciously, blood splattering. Shadow roar. Lu Xiu commanded sharply, his voice cutting through the air like a blade. Having only recently fused with the infernal killing tiger, the colossal beast was still adapting to its new form, relying entirely on Lu Xiu's precise control. A low, furious bellow kicked up a whirlwind of dust, black shadow elements erupting with the roar and spreading like dense fog. The scarlet fighting rabbit tried to press forward but was continuously pushed back by the overwhelming shockwave, its claws gouging two deep trenches in the scorched soil as sparks flew. In the distance, Fong Ming clenched his teeth, wincing in pain. He yanked the arrow from his palm and hastily applied hemostatic powder and cloth wrap. Looking up, He saw the nine nether infernal tiger obeying Lucio's orders with increasing precision. One well-timed strike might be coincidence, twice could be luck. But the evil tiger's every move perfectly matched Lucio's commands. There was only one explanation. It was truly following orders. Impossible. The goose spring ceremony should have erased the tiger's intellect. How could it obey commands? Fong Ming's veins bulged as disbelief washed over him. To understand, he'd have to pry the truth from that man. Flying heavy punch. Fong Ming issued the command loudly. Pressed down by the shadow roar like a compressed spring, the scarlet fighting rabbit suddenly launched itself into the air, every muscle coiled with fierce strength as it aimed the most savage punch straight at the infernal tiger's head. But in the next instant, the massive tiger's body abruptly dissolved into swirling black mist. The rabbit's punch hit nothing but air, its joints rattling painfully from the recoil. Fong Ming's pupils constricted sharply. The goose spring ceremony only caused flesh and blood mutations. The tiger turning into mist was impossible. Of course it was impossible. That was Lucio's Shadow King switching to the elemental form. The scarlet fighting rabbit landed unsteadily, chest heaving like a drum. Before it could regain balance, Lucio snapped his fingers crisply. Infernal flame impact. Whoosh. The black mist ignited into scorching demonic fire, flames coalescing into a giant flaming tiger head, its fangs spewing flickering dark red tongues of fire. The scarlet fighting rabbit was engulfed by the fire wave. White fur instantly singed and burnt, its painful screams tearing through the air. Burn fiercely. Scarlet, breakthrough. Fong Ming's eyes blazed with desperation as he pulled 3 blue talismans from his spatial pouch and cast them into the sky. The sigils exploded midair, transforming into 3 thick azure water serpents that roared as they plunged into the inferno. Originally meant as finishing moves for Lucio, these were now the only hope to save the rabbit. If Scarlet Fighting Rabbit died, Fong Ming would face the 9 nether infernal tiger alone with almost no chance of victory. Boom. Water collided with fire in a thunderous clash, steam erupting like a white curtain. The water serpents tore through the elemental form of the infernal tiger's flank, carving a gash. Amidst scorching steam, the charred scarlet fighting rabbit gathered the explosive strength of its leg muscles and forced its way out, staggering but alive. Truly fitting for the nest organization. Even their grunts hide so many tricks. Lucio narrowed his eyes, watching the water serpents rip into his elemental body. Yet he had no faster countermeasure at the moment. He smiled wryly to himself. Most of his trump cards were preset traps. Without preparation time, they were hard to use in a direct fight unless he could someday unlock the instantaneous triggering secrets encoded in the Earth Thorn Talisman. Fong Ming tore open another sheepskin scroll and began healing the scarlet fighting rabbit. The soft parchment shimmered into golden specks the moment it met the air, and a small white rain cloud, no larger than a palm, appeared above the rabbit's head, gently dripping translucent droplets. In less than 5 seconds, the charred shell where the droplets fell cracked and crumbled into ash with sharp snaps. The scarlet fighting rabbit's wounds rapidly closed, and its health bar surged back to full. Seizing the moment as his teammate revived with full health, Fong Ming flicked his wrist and pulled out a dark red array plate from his spatial backpack. The metal edge was faintly etched with ferocious runes. Dark Death, reactivate, he commanded, forcefully pressing the array plate into the scorched earth. A hum resonated as dark red ripples radiated from the impact point, spreading for kilometers. A blood-colored mist descended over all living things in the area. Simultaneously, system notifications popped up. Fong Ming and the Scarlet Fighting Rabbit gained the buff Profound Blood Rose. All stats 20, health regen 2. Lucio and the 9 nether Inferno Tiger were afflicted with the debuff Dark Red Doom. All stats 20, healing effects 50. Is that all? Lucio, GM, am reporting there's definitely some pay-to-win cheating here. GM, no money, no game. TCH, Lucio sneered, an involuntary twitch at his eye corner. With that many items, your family must run the item shop, huh? Within the deep red fog, Fong Ming and the fully healed Scarlet Fighting Rabbit steadily closed the distance again. Lucio inhaled the scorched air deeply, but his eyes sparkled with battle fervor. No flashy toys for me, but I still have my trump card, the Beast Spirit technique. King of Beasts transformation. Boom. The deep purple flames engulfing the 9 nether Inferno Tiger suddenly contracted, solidifying into flesh and bones. In the next instant, the massive tiger shattered into a swirling black shadow and howled as it darted into Lucio's chest. His chest rocked violently, as dark red and spectral flames intertwined to form a fist-sized sphere before erupting in an explosion. From the glowing shards stepped out a towering tiger-human figure. Standing over 3 meters tall on the scorched earth, its white fur shimmered with a faint silver glow, and black stripes crackled like lightning across a night sky, outlining muscles as hard as steel. Each breath caused the powerful chest muscles to bulge, containing explosive strength capable of ripping the ground apart. Iron-colored claws flexed gently, gleaming with a cold sharpness that seemed able to shred any obstacle. The thick tail swayed smoothly, slicing the air with a low, resonant hum. This was Lu Xiao in his king of beasts state. Power surged through every fiber of his being like a breaking dam. The exhilarating fullness of strength was something he had never experienced even when merged with the Shadow King. Looking down on the battlefield, his amber tiger eyes burned like black flames, fixed squarely on Fong Ming. Fong Ming felt as if caught in an icy gale, his legs trembling uncontrollably, barely able to lift a foot forward. Lu Xiao raised his iron claw, palm down, his fingertips curling slowly. Come, give me your all and entertain me. Scarlet, attack. Fong Ming immediately gave the order to strike. As a phantom beast, the scarlet fighting rabbit instantly tensed its muscles. It could feel more keenly than anyone else the overwhelming pressure radiating from Lu Xiao. But when its master gave the command, it had no choice but to grit its teeth and charge. Yet just as it began to move, it saw its master turn and run away. Du Shixin, save me! Fong Ming shouted while fleeing, abandoning his phantom beast without hesitation. His family wasn't running an item shop. After exhausting all his trump cards fighting Lin Yufei and Lu Xiao, he had no options left. The beast-human transformation and ultimate skill that only professional hunters in the Nest organization truly mastered had already been used up. Yet Lu Xiao in front of him remained an unbeatable monster. As for the scarlet fighting rabbit, far more powerful phantom beasts existed within the Nest. To him, it was nothing more than a disposable asset. Lu Xiao, about to make his move, paused for a moment and lazily made a questioning gesture. I just transformed, and you're already begging for help instead of fighting? Where's your spirit? Oh right, the Nest organization doesn't have that. Lu Xiao sneered, his deep voice rumbling through the air. Let's see who kills you first, or whoever comes to save you. Having devoured countless novels, anime, and dramas in his previous life, he was now as excited as a gamer itching to dive into a battle. Keep screaming all you want. Even if you scratch your throat raw, no one's coming to save you. Before the words had even left his mouth, he took a long stride and charged toward the scarlet fighting rabbit. His three-turtle-fused beast body moved with the grace of the wind, his footsteps blurring on the muddy ground. Tiger split claw. The giant claw sliced through the air like a gale, as if tearing the very atmosphere into shreds. The scarlet fighting rabbit, enhanced by the dark evil array, was incredibly agile. It raised its iron arm guard to block the attack. Clang. The deafening sound was accompanied by flying clods of mud as the beast was slammed into the ground at an angle, half of its body sinking into the earth. Comparing strength with the 9-nether purgatory tiger? Ridiculous. Lu Xiao snorted coldly. After his beast king transformation, his attributes combined with the 9-nether purgatory tiger added up to strength 218.2, agility 170.1, constitution 228, spirit 119.45. Because the fusion counted the dark evil array's weakening only once, he still maintained a terrifying 170+ strength far beyond what the speed-focused scarlet fighting rabbit could withstand. With a glance, Lu Xiao saw Fong Ming had already leaped more than 10 meters away during that momentary opening. Oomph, no wonder you're a rabbit's master, you run like one too. Lu Xiao sneered. Flame surge impact. He stomped his right foot heavily, crushing the scarlet fighting rabbit on the ground into a spray of blood mist. Killed scarlet fighting rabbit LV40. Gained 64,797 experience. Overlevel kill. Experience increased by 600. Level up. All attributes 1. Free attribute 1. Current level 11. Level up. All attributes 1. Free attribute 1. Current level 17. The massive experience burst propelled him up 7 levels at once, steadily boosting his power. It seemed hunting high-level, powerful phantom beasts was far more thrilling than chasing down packs of wolves. A jet of pitch-black flames suddenly erupted around LV Xiao's body, the fiery blaze intense and wild. He charged forward once more, like a blazing war chariot crushing everything in its path, or like a merciless bulldozer uprooting every obstacle before him. With a roar, he bellowed, "Die!" Just as he was about to collide with Fong Ming, out of the corner of his eye he caught a sharp scorpion tail darting swiftly from afar, whistling through the trees straight for his head. Without hesitation, LV Xiao immediately used his final earth escape technique. His massive frame instantaneously sank into the ground, successfully evading the lethal strike. The scorpion tail's hook slammed harshly into a tree trunk already engulfed in flames. Almost immediately, the deadly poison began to take effect. In less than a second, the fire and tree were transformed into a sticky puddle of purple liquid. The toxicity was bone-chilling. Hidden underground, LV Xiao secretly felt relieved he hadn't recklessly switched to elemental form, but instead used the earth seal. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the tree burning now, but himself. Suddenly, a golden-armored scorpion creature charged furiously from a distance. One of its arms was severed, its entire body dented with fist marks. Its mask cracked halfway to reveal a stern human face, yet it still bore gleaming golden armor. Du Shixin snorted coldly, no longer hesitating, and immediately grabbed Feng Ming to retreat. Where do you think you're running? A fierce shout came from the sky as Niafeng sped down on a leaf-shaped boat in pursuit. 3 seconds later, LV Xiao strained to keep distance, ensuring Du Shixin and Feng Ming disappeared far beyond his sight, their backs fading away. Just when he thought the battle was over with their departure, a golden token suddenly flew through the forest, landing steadily about 10 meters in front of him. In the next moment, the token quickly expanded, transforming into a giant yellow sand scorpion illusion beast 4 meters wide, its tail hook rising 3 meters, pincers strong enough to snap a large tree easily. Its level was clearly marked, LV42. LV Xiao's face changed drastically. LV42 meant this yellow sand scorpion had achieved its first evolution. Though only 2 levels above the bloodthirsty fighting rabbit, the gap in strength was incomparable. No time to think further, the yellow sand scorpion lunged suddenly, its tail hook striking like lightning. Though about 3 meters tall, the tail could extend over a dozen meters, the end shimmering with that familiar purple poison, the same as the tail that had aimed for LV Xiao moments before. By now, LV Xiao's earth escape count was depleted. He had no choice but to unleash his ultimate move. In the hunting world, humans combined with illusion beasts could take on beastman forms, using a variety of skills with varying quality. The Beast King transformation was an epic-level shape-shifting ability, granting powerful exclusive skills when transformed. LV Xiao's exclusive skill gained from merging with the Shadow King was known as Shadow Mist Assassination. Now, with the Shadow King transformed into the 9 Nether Inferno Tiger, that skill had evolved into 9 Nether Tiger 100 slashes. The sky was as dark as ink, the land barren and silent. Faint flickers of light shimmered in the distance, not flames, but clusters of red spider lilies symbolizing death, blooming quietly. At his ears, a chilling wind swirled with moaning whispers, like countless restless souls lamenting in sorrowful tones. Farther off, the waters of the yellow springs glowed with an eerie blue light, flowing gently forward, guiding the lost spirits toward the legendary pure land of bliss. This was the final destination for all living beings, the 9 netherworlds. Suddenly, a giant golden sand scorpion appeared, its massive tail hook twitching slightly in the darkness, its shell reflecting a pale, cold glow. It didn't understand how it had fallen into this realm of death. Just as it was about to turn away, clusters of blood-red eyes flared open all around. 1 pair, 10 pairs, dozens more swarming closer from every direction. Flash! The first pair of blood eyes vanished silently, replaced by a long claw mark stretching from the scorpion's shoulder plate down to its belly. Shell fragments scattered, the sharp pain spreading through its entire body. The golden sand scorpion tried to counterattack, but more pairs of blood eyes flickered and disappeared in the darkness, each time deepening the gash tearing across its armor. By the time the last pair of eyes extinguished, the wound had nearly pierced through its shell. Bang! A heavy impact shattered the vision of the 9 netherworlds. The battlefield returned to a scorched wasteland. The towering tiger man was no longer before him, but firmly mounted on the scorpion's back. Lu Xiao's right arm, like a gigantic hammer, struck down from above, smashing through the thick shell and his fist driving straight into the scorpion's head. The delayed pains surged wildly. The sand scorpion frantically snapped its pincers but couldn't reach the tiger man on its back. Its tail hook swung to strike, only to find its tip firmly pinned to the scorched earth by a long blade. Tiger rending claw. Lu Xiao growled, smashing again onto the already cracked wound. Another dull thud rang out. The golden sand scorpion shuddered violently as all its vitality was instantly drained away. Killed golden sand scorpion LV42, gained 75,712 XP. Overlevel kill. Experience increased by 500. Level up all attributes 1, free attribute 1, current level 18. Level up all attributes 1, free attribute 1, current level 20. Messages flickered on the screen until the text stabilized. Lu Xiao exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from the tip of his nose with his forearm. Phew, finally killed it. All thanks to his special finishing move as the 9 netherworlds Infernal Tiger 9 netherworlds Tiger 100 Rents. This skill uses darkness elemental power to cast the illusion of the 9 netherworlds on targets within its area, then unleashes 100 strikes of tiger rending claws through shadowy clones. The first 99 hits each deal 10 damage, while the final hit surges to 200. Meanwhile, illusion of the 9 netherworlds blinds targets and can cause them to flee in terror. Compared to his old shadow clone assassination, 9 netherworlds Tiger 100 Rens is also a high-hit combo, but versatile enough for single-target focus or wide-area assault. The 100 strikes can either pour into one enemy or spread over 100 targets, all controlled by Lu Xiao's will. Just now, he concentrated every attack on the golden sand scorpion, precisely layering them on the same weak point to finally tear through its seemingly impenetrable shell. However, the post-battle messages did not show overlevel kill. making Lucio realize he might have overestimated this scorpion. Though it was over level 40, it had not yet undergone its first evolution. For phantom beasts, lack of evolution does not prevent leveling up, but to break past level caps, hunters must advance their professions to continue leveling. The only downside was that in the 100 tiger strikes of the 9 nether, only the first 99 attacks dealt just 10 damage each. This meant the total damage multiplier capped at 1190. To LV Shio, the word only felt like an understatement, nearly 12 times the burst damage. Compared to a focus strike that added only a strength attribute or a quick slash with an extra 130 strength multiplier, this was downright terrifying. He had to admit, the Beast King transformation truly deserved its reputation as an epic skill. As he analyzed it further, LV Zaya, quick to draw lessons from experience, immediately caught sight of a new way to power up the move. Since the 9 nether tiger strikes counted as 100 hits, why not enhance it by increasing the number of hits? He needed equipment that could add elemental damage to every hit. His mind instantly went to his Frostflower longbow. That bow had a passive called Ice Blossom Thrust, which had a 10 chance to freeze the target when attacking. Unfortunately, it only provided crowd control and didn't add elemental damage directly. What made things worse was that after Beast King transformation, his weapon switched to his own claws, while ordinary weapons only granted added attributes when held in hand. If he wanted to swing a weapon, it would have to be an absurdly large blade to match his beastly form. Weighing the pros and cons, LV Shio simply opted for a more straightforward plan: poison the tiger claws. Swish! The sharp sound of a blade being drawn came from behind. LV Shio's thoughts were interrupted. He quickly turned around to see a young man holding a knife in one hand, eyes wary, one of the Golden Assembly hunters who had just fiercely battled the Crimson Fighting Rabbit. LV Shio, a novice hunter from Sunnytown, he said, undoing the Beast King transformation and introducing himself. The vicious 9 nether hell tiger, now free of hostility, obediently settled to the ground. The youth sheathed his blade at the sight. Lin Yufei, also a novice hunter of the Golden Assembly, the young man introduced himself in return. Lin Yufei? LV Shio's mind stirred. He hadn't heard the name before, but it reminded him of someone strikingly similar: Lin Yuding, a future legendary hunter king renowned throughout the Hunting Alliance. However, in his previous lives game, Lin Yuding was not a member of the Golden Assembly. Probably just a coincidence. Thanks for distracting the Hell Tiger, just now you saved my life, Lin Yufei said politely. Don't get the wrong idea, LV Shio said frankly as he stroked the tiger's cold fur, shaking his head. I'm just interested in the beast itself. If it were only for some stranger hunter, I wouldn't bother messing with those crazies in the Hive organization. Whoosh! A small boat changed course as the sky trembled slightly. Nie Fengyun descended from the high sky in a dive. Are you alright? He landed and asked Lin Yufei, but his gaze kept flickering between LV Shio and the 9 nether hell tiger. I'm fine, Lin Yufei replied, then pointed to the newcomer. This is the leader of the Golden Assembly, the so-called Heaven's Wrath hunter Nie Fengyun. LV Shio, novice hunter from Sunnytown. LV Shio introduced himself again. Nie Fengyun nodded slightly. That tiger beast just now is yours. Not bad. Thanks for the compliment. Want to join the Golden Assembly? LV Shio was taken aback at first, then quickly agreed. It would be an honor. He immediately realized that joining the Golden Assembly was his best chance to fight against the Hive. Unlike hunting guilds, ordinary gatherings are simply meeting points for skilled hunters, a platform without strict obligations or fixed rewards. Members cooperate only when it benefits them. If someone encounters a difficult phantom beast, they can seek help within the gathering or hire companions with money or materials. The higher the difficulty of the mission, the rarer the phantom beast, and such creatures rarely appear in regular hunter associations. They usually circulate only in gatherings where top hunters converge. Therefore, the entry requirements for high-level gatherings are very strict. It's either exceptional combat power or outstanding talent. To join, one must be recommended by existing members or personally invited by the gathering leader. Lucio is precisely one of the lucky few to receive a direct invitation. However, the Golden Gathering differs greatly from ordinary gatherings. It retains all basic functions, but has a unique nature. Most members have deep blood feuds with the 3 major evil organizations Nest, Abolish, and Feaster are currently targeted by them. In other words, the Golden Gathering is like an Avengers alliance within the hunting world, united by their common goal of avenging these 3 organizations. In the future, the Golden Gathering's power will indeed grow strong enough to rival them. Being able to enter such a highly autonomous, promising organization that offers immediate protection to its members, Lucio had been pondering how to get in. Unexpectedly, Nie Fengyun extended the invitation first, and of course, he had no reason to refuse. Nie Fengyun raised his hand and tossed a palm-sized golden token to Lucio. The golden metal spun as it landed in Lucio's palm, engraved with sharp patterns and impressively weighty. This is the token of the Golden Gathering, Nie Fengyun explained simply. With this, you can officially join the Golden Gathering at any provincial-level hunter association, or come with us to Money Valley for the annual Golden Gathering event. We leave the Hunter Association at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Don't be late." With that, he flipped onto his flatboat and signaled Lin Yu to take off. The flatboat shimmered with a spiritual glow, slicing through the night toward Tianqing town at high speed. Watching Nie Fengyun's departing figure, Lu Xiu silently admired him. Nie Fengyun was indeed just as resolute and efficient as in their previous lives game. Evening. Exhausted and dusty, Lu Xiu returned to Tianqing town but didn't immediately go to the Hunters Association to report his mission. The Nest organization had forcibly started the Guchuan ritual deep in the Breeze Forest, nearly wiping out all the rampage bears there. He specifically rushed to the scene to investigate during the transformation of the fierce tiger into the evil spirit path, Purgatory Killer Tiger. Even its flesh and bones were devoured, leaving only layers of blood-stained animal pelts on the ground. The scene was so brutal that he couldn't even identify which pelts belonged to the rampage bears, let alone find high-quality bear paws. The mission had to be abandoned. He didn't touch those pelts either. Their value was low, and selling them would only help support the town's residents. The Guchuan ritual severely drained the vitality of Breeze Forest. Even if the Hunters Association later introduced phantom beasts from elsewhere to restore the ecosystem, the vacuum period would still be a painful ordeal for the townsfolk who relied on the mountains. Lu Xiu only stored the scarlet fighting rabbit and the golden sand scorpion he personally hunted into his spatial backpack, his only gain that day. Walking along the street, dusk had just fallen over the rooftops, and the lights flickered like little stars. He stopped by the cake shop, picked out a small cream cake, and planned to visit the blacksmith to see Coco and bid Uncle Tielu farewell. Tomorrow morning, he would depart with Nie Fengyun for Money Valley to attend the annual Golden Gathering. The Golden Gathering originated from a meeting held on the 15th day of the 7th lunar month years ago, and since then every year that date was set as the Gathering Day. On that day, countless hunters converge in Money Valley to trade, socialize, and spar. It initially involved only members of the Golden Gathering, but the event gradually expanded like a snowball and became one of the largest festivities within the Hunting Alliance. Strong warriors from far and wide, representing major organizations, come to try their luck. Lu Xiu wanted to broaden his horizons and knew that the phantom beasts around Tianqing town no longer met his training needs, so he seized the opportunity to change his hunting grounds. Before leaving, he still had things to entrust. The blacksmith's workshop glowed red from the firelight. Uncle Tielu wiped sweat as he hammered iron, while Coco quietly sat at the table coloring. When she saw Lu Xiu and the cake he held, her eyes lit up instantly. "Brother Lu Xiu," she exclaimed, joyfully welcoming him in. "If you come every day and bring cake every day, Coco will soon become a little chubby girl," Uncle Tielu joked. "No way. Next time I come, it will probably be a long while later," Lu Xiu said as he handed the cake to Coco, his tone softening. Going far away, Uncle Tielu had long guessed this phantom beasts near Tianqing were low level, so Lu Xiu was bound to seek bigger adventures. Lu Xiu explained that he was invited by Nie Fengyun to travel together and that his sister Fong Tang was heading out for medical treatment. He asked Uncle Tielu to pass on any news if Fong Tang returned first. "Got it. Leave it to me," Uncle Tielu replied heartily. "When your sister gets back, I'll write and send letters to the Golden Gathering for you." "Thanks so much, Uncle. Don't mention it." After a few more words, the night deepened. When Coco heard that Lu Xiu hadn't returned for a long time, tears instantly welled in her eyes. She forgot to eat the cake and clung tightly to his leg, not wanting to let go. In the end, it was Lu Xiu who coaxed her with a few soothing words, promising to bring her an even bigger cake next time, one bigger than a mountain. Only then did she reluctantly let go. Having a daughter didn't seem so bad after all. Lu Xiu, having lived 2 lives, was nearly 30 in his past life. This time he had appeared at age 8, and now, 10 years later, he was 40 and spiritrite in the prime of fatherly affection. He even found himself envying Uncle Tila's lively household. Back at his place, he barely had to unpack. He simply dug out a few sets of clothes from the bedroom and stuffed them into his portable space backpack for emergencies. As night fell, lanterns in the courtyard cast a dim, amber glow. Lu Xiu rolled up his sleeves and placed the crimson fighting rabbit and the golden sand scorpion on the stone table, ready to process them. The crimson fighting rabbit was a rare and formidable spirit beast. Its most valuable feature was its natural chitinous arm guards. 1000 strike arm guards. Grade, treasure. Quality, 51. Description: the crimson fighting rabbit habitually blocks attacks with its forelimbs. Over time, its arm guards have been tempered to resist elemental forces and physical strikes alike, making them excellent raw material for armor crafting. If crafted into bracers, these could be shaped with minimal polishing. However, since Lu Xiu specialized in archery and needed freedom of arm movement to draw his bow, bulky arm guards would get in the way. So he decided to take them to the annual Golden Gathering, hoping to trade them for more practical materials similar to what had done with heavy rhinoceros horns. The rest of the meat and fur were of fine quality, around 80 in gray, nothing top tier, but enough to fetch a good price. As he looked at the rabbit's head, nearly the size of a bull's, he recalled the spicy rabbit heads from his past life. Too bad I can't cook, he muttered to himself with a wry smile, sealing the head in a preservation box. Next, he turned to the golden sand scorpion. Its flesh was toxic and inedible, but perfect as bait for traps, thanks to its potent poison. The truly valuable parts were three treasure-grade materials. 1. The scorpion shell. The scorpion's defense was unmatched among its peers. Lucio once had to strike it 100 times with his 9 Nether Tiger 100 split skill just to leave a notch on its armor. Such durability made it a dream material for shields or heavy armor. 2. The scorpion claw. Also treasure grade, but harder to find immediate use for. Its unique structure puzzled Lu Ziwi's it better as a giant pincer, or to be fashioned into some unusual gadget. He hoped to meet someone at the Golden Gathering who could see its value. 3. The scorpion tail hook. The true essence of the beast. Golden sand scorpion, tail hook. Grade, treasure. Quality, 88. Description, to maximize lethality, the scorpion sacrifices some defense here. This tail hook is incredibly extensible, capable of stretching from its original 3 meters up to 50 times theta, full 150 meters. The sharp hook is coated with a deadly toxin, enabling it to kill spirit beasts of the same level from a great distance. 50 times extension? Lucio was amazed. Such absurd range combined with poison made it a born assassin's weapon. It also possessed excellent toughness. The next morning, Lucio arrived at the Hunter Association half an hour earlier than planned. Outside the main gate, a caravan belonging to the Nanha Merchants Guild was busy loading wooden crates onto the backs of the camels, thick leather straps tightening over the animal hides. From a distance, Lucio spotted Lin Yufei sitting casually at the doorway of one camel's passenger carriage, his legs swinging back and forth. Lin Yufei raised his hand and waved vigorously. Lucio stepped lightly onto the broad back of the camel and leapt up into the carriage in just a few strides. Inside the spacious carriage, only Nie Fengyan sat there. The elderly man was seated cross-legged in the middle of the floor, his back straight and eyes gently closed as he breathed slowly and deeply. Hearing the movement, he opened his eyes to glance at Lucio, nodded in acknowledgement, then closed them again to rest. Lucio, sensing the mood, quietly took a seat nearby, expecting guidance, but was met only with a brief silence. At exactly 7 o'clock, the caravan set off. More than a dozen camels walked steadily and rhythmically out of Tianqing town, heading southward. Though the wooden windows of the carriage were small, Lucio could still see the eaves, cobblestone streets, and distant clock tower of the town gradually shrinking from view, as if someone was rolling up his hometown like a painting scroll. Have you ever been far from home? Lin Yufei leaned against the doorframe and asked, turning his head slightly. No, Lucio replied. Usually I just hunt in the area outside town. Before crossing over, he had already been 27 and had struggled through life in his original world, which helped him resist the temptations outside and endure 18 years of solitude, focusing peacefully on honing his hunting skills in Tianqing town. Mastering advanced trapping techniques was one of his achievements. Lin Yufei opened his mouth as if to say more, but then hesitated. An awkward silence filled the air. Coo! A messenger pigeon swooped down across the caravan and landed precisely on Lin Yufei's outstretched arm. Lin Yufei took off the slim tube tied to the pigeon's leg, unfolded the letter inside, skimmed it quickly, then passed it to Nie Fengyan. Master, the Nantian Harbor branch sent word. Du Shirshin has indeed appeared. Nie Fengyan opened his eyes and read carefully. Lucio wondered quietly. So Lin Yufei was Nie Fengyan's disciple? But in the hunting world game, he wasn't prominent. Had his own arrival altered the original course? If he hadn't saved him, would Lin Yufei have truly died last night at the hands of the demonic ghost Dao, the purgatory killing tiger, and their nest members? Teacher, should we turn back for Nantian Harbor? Lin Yufei clenched his fists, clearly eager to face Feng Ming again and avenge the humiliation of being bound last night. No rush, Nie Fengyan replied calmly. A long line catches bigger fish. We've already planted the bait with Du Shirshin, now, let's see what size fish it brings. He had deliberately let Du Shirshin go, which explained why he was traveling so leisurely with the caravan today. He instructed, reply telling them to hold their position. But keep close watch as long as Du Shirshin remains in Nantian Harbor, we're fine. Yes, master. Lin Yufei immediately set to writing the reply, slid the letter into the tube, fed the pigeon a few grains, then waved the bird off. Nie Fengyan then turned to Lucio. Once we reach Qianqian Valley, we'll find a suitable teacher for you. How do you feel about that? LV Xioi was momentarily stunned. How did Nie Fengyan always manage to surprise him out of nowhere? In his previous life, while playing Hunting World, he was tagged by the AI as a gourmet hunter. But after truly entering this world, he had become a rare, phantom beast hunter. Being able to study under a renowned master would be nothing short of ideal for him. What do I need to give in return? He could barely contain the excitement in his voice as he quietly asked. No need. This is a perk for hunters who haven't yet advanced but joined the Golden Assembly. Nie Fengyun answered with a slight shake of his head, then closed his eyes and leaned against the carriage wall to nap, his face betraying no emotion. Next to him, the silver-haired youth Lin Yufei nodded toward LV Xiui, as if confirming the weight of that statement on behalf of his master. This scene piqued LV Zuyu's curiosity. Was it this very perk that made Nie Fengyun accept Lin Yufei as a disciple? Yet with the man right before him, he didn't dare to ask further. As evening fell, the caravan made camp in the middle of the wasteland. Flames flickered, oil bubbles popped in iron pots, and the scent of roasted meat mingled with the fresh smell of grass and wood. While everyone busied themselves preparing dinner, LV Xiui pulled Lin Yufei aside to a small hill and finally spoke up. I have a question. Nie Fengyun is your master. How is that different from a teacher? Of course it's different. Lin Yufei shrugged off the dust on his sleeve, his tone serious. A teacher only teaches skills, like the classes you take at hunter school. A master does more. My cultivation, future path, even resource allocation all are planned by him. Saying this, he instinctively straightened his chest, clearly proud to be Nie Fengyun's disciple. Then why did he accept you? LV Xiui pressed. Because my brother asked him. Lin Yufei smiled as he explained. Your brother? Lin Yuding. The youngest titled hunter in the hunting alliance. You've definitely heard of him, right? Mentioning his brother, Lin Yufei's eyes lit up with pride. More than heard. LV Zuyu's heart tightened. When he first heard the name, Lin Yufei, he had guessed it was connected to Lin Yuding, but he hadn't expected them to be siblings. The more he thought about it, the more off it felt according to the game data he knew. Both Nie Fengyun and Lin Yuding were prominent NPCs, yet there was no record of Lin Yufei, a key figure with the dual identity of Nie Fengyun's disciple and Lin Yutang's younger brother. Such a major deviation indicated that the version of hunting world he was currently in was not an exact replica of the game, or was there some hidden truth behind all this? 5 days later, on July 12th, the caravan carrying Lu Xiu, Nie Fengyun, and Lin Yufei slowly emerged from the gorge, revealing the full expanse of Golden Coin Valley to all of them. Along the journey, Lu Xiu and Nie Fengyun barely spoke. When not dozing quietly in a corner of the carriage, Lu Xiu would jump down to hunt wild game needed for their trip. In contrast, he quickly hit it off with Lin Yufei being close in age and both freshly transitioned into official hunters. Their conversations naturally focused on cultivation and battlefield experience. During downtime, they even sparred with drawn blades. Lin Yufei, a weapons hunter from the renowned hunter family in Nantian Port, had trained in swordsmanship far beyond the standard hunter school curriculum since childhood. Coupled with his exceptional talent, he had already raised his sword technique skill to an advanced level at a young age. Lu Xiu, at only an intermediate level, wasn't going to miss this free opportunity to learn. In just 5 days, his sword technique proficiency skyrocketed from 135 to 208, a 73-point jump, something that would normally take over a month of day and night practice to achieve. Lin Yufei enjoyed this as well. It confirmed the effectiveness of his techniques and gave him nearly constant victories, fueling the addictive thrill of winning. They agreed to spar whenever time allowed. The entrance to Golden Coin Valley lay in the northern gorge. Upon stepping inside, they were greeted by lush mountains embraced by greenery. The mountain breeze carried the scent of flowers and grass, mingled with clear bird songs. Looking up, a massive waterfall over 100 meters tall and over 10 meters wide cascaded down the cliff, its mist refracting faint rainbows in the sunlight. Amazing, Lin Yufei exclaimed. Despite having recently become Nie Fengyun's disciple, this was his first time visiting Golden Coin Valley, and naturally his first experience seeing the Golden Gathering. They pressed deeper into the valley, past dense tree clusters to find wooden houses and stone-paved streets scattered along the mountain slopes. On both sides of the waterfall, well-arranged dwellings and crisscrossing paths appeared. Though the formal opening of the Golden Gathering was still 3 days away, caravans from major merchant guilds had already arrived early to claim prime stall locations. The earlier they came, the better spots they could secure. Many had already set up shelves and were actively trading, the sounds of business bustling in the air. Compared to this, the Nanha Merchant Guild, escorting the Golden Gathering leader Nie Fengyun, arrived noticeably later. As the carriage halted, Nie Fengyun was the first to leap down. Leader, we've been looking forward to your arrival. Brother Nie, good morning. Uncle Yun. Merchants who recognized him, or simply joined the chorus, eagerly greeted him. As the convener and enforcer of order at the Golden Gathering, a casual remark from Nie Fengyun could decide whether a merchant guild could continue operating in the valley. For this reason, whether calling him Brother Nie, Uncle Yun, or simply leader, everyone showed genuine warmth. Nie Fengyun responded only with a slight nod, then turned and strode toward the main area near the waterfall. Lin Yufei and Lu Xiu followed side by side, taking in the stalls offering everything from mythical beast materials, potions, items, weapons, to equipment. Rarities of perfect grade stood alongside easily attainable common quality goods, with prices well stratified truly befitting the name Golden. The trio soon reached a 2-story building of mixed wood and stone beneath the waterfall. Its appearance was similar to the Hunter Association headquarters, but bore a sign reading Golden Gathering. This was both the Assembly's headquarters and the origin spot where the Golden Gathering was first established. Upon entering, Nie Fengyun greeted, Xiaoya, please help him with the membership registration for the gathering. A little girl dressed in a pink qipao with her hair tied up in double buns bounced out eagerly, her shoe heels clicking sharply on the polished bluestone floor. Who is it? Who is it? She asked, tilting her chin as she sized up the two young men before her. Both LV Xiao and Lin Yufei were unfamiliar faces to her, yet they carried the sharp edge unique to young hunters. Lin Yufei quickly raised his hand and said, I already completed the paperwork at Nantian Port. Then come with me. The girl Xiao Yu waved at LV Xiao and turned back to remind. Once you finish the formalities, wait in the main hall. Nie Feng chimed in smoothly, don't run off. Fill out the form and wait for me. With that, he led Lin Yufei deeper inside. LV Xiao followed Xiaoya through corridors and halls until they arrived at a spacious inner chamber. Xiaoya efficiently pulled out a form and a palm-sized bronze mirror from a cabinet and handed them over. The form is to fill in your identity info, where you're from, your age, hunter profession type, and so on, she said, pointing to the form. She then raised the mirror, shaking it slightly. This is the Linglu mirror. It's not bound yet. The grade is undetermined. LV Xiao examined the mirror's surface. Description of the treasure, a regional-level communication device from the ancient Lingwen civilization. Effective range of 50 kilometers. Communication possible only when sharing the same Linglu frequency. Whether in his past life or this one, it was the first time had ever seen a genuine artifact from an ancient civilization. Usually only knowledge hunters could get their hands on such a relic. Now, drip some blood, Xiaoya reminded him. LV Xiao squeezed his fingertip until a drop of fresh blood fell onto the mirror's surface. The instant the blood touched the metal, the entire bronze mirror rippled with circular waves as the red hue spread and was absorbed into it. A warm pulse radiated through his palm, as if a piece of living flesh had grown there. Notification, Linglu mirror has been bound. The mirror's surface began to display images, then 3 options appeared. 1. Regional channel. 2. Assignment board. 3. Contact friends. No doubt it's a communication tool, LV Xiao thought, secretly comparing it to the Linglu mirror from his prior world of hunting games. He suspected the game's designer had modeled it after a cell phone. He merely thought about an option, and the mirror rippled again as several messages popped up. Kalinma, who's at Money Valley? Is it hot this year? Junnan, spotted a level 54 mist croc in the southwestern Luoyun marsh of Money Valley. Add me if you want to hunt it together. Qingzhu, could one of the elder hunters tell me the way to Money Valley? I've been in seclusion too long and forgot the path. Lingdang, senior, Money Valley is south of Huaizhu Forest. Follow the waterfall to find the entrance. This was the regional channel. Any Golden Assembly member holding a Linglu mirror could speak here. Nicknames could be set freely, and messages required no touchscreen input. A mere thought was enough to compose and send them. An overwhelming sense of déjà vu hit him. This was exactly like the regional chat channel in a game, almost indistinguishable. The only difference was that every speaker here was a genuine Golden Assembly member. Now that the Linglu mirror is bound, you know all its functions. I won't waste your time explaining further, said Xiaoya, putting away the completed form and stepping back toward the door, leaving him alone to explore the mirror's capabilities. Just as she was about to leave, Xiaoya suddenly remembered something and turned back to remind him, be careful not to lose the spirit flow mirror. If you have to replace it, you'll need to offer a rare beast material of at least quality 80. Thank you, Lu Xiao replied repeatedly. The cost of replacement wasn't much for him, happened to have an eligible material in his space backpack. But he didn't want to hand it over to the Golden Assembly for nothing. Clutching the spirit flow mirror, he left the inner hall and went down to the spacious main hall. While waiting for Nie Fengyun, he began exploring the mirror's functions. After browsing through the regional channel, he opened the commission board, which split into internal commissions and external commissions. All the internal commissions were issued by members of the Golden Assembly themselves, numbering in the tens of thousands, laid out almost identically to the Hunter Association's format. Lu Xiao quickly noticed that most tasks were elimination missions, targeting members exclusively from the 3 major factions: Nest, Extinguish, and Banquet. The external commissions were even more numerous, over 100,000, nearly 10 times more than the internal ones. The tasks varied widely: hunting specified phantom beasts, escorting caravans, delivering secret messages to dangerous zones, protecting VIPs. The rewards were generally much higher than those offered by the Hunter Association in Tianqing Town. Lu Xiao carefully filtered and silently weighed which missions suited him. For hunters, completing commissions was the fastest way to improve their strength. With this fully functional spirit flow mirror, he felt he probably wouldn't need to rely on the Hunter Association's counters anymore. A few minutes later, Nie Fengyun came down the stairs with Lin Yufei behind him, followed by a middle-aged hunter wearing a gray hunter's feathered hat and black leather armor. The man had a thick, rugged beard and a green bird about the size of a soccer ball perched on his shoulder. It looked like a well-fed parrot, but above its head floated a line of golden text. Hurricane Falcon LV-92. An LV-92 Phantom Beast meant it had undergone at least 2 evolutions, with combat power equivalent to a human title hunter. Lucio immediately judged that this middle-aged hunter was also a title hunter himself. He noticed the man's hands, thick knuckles with the tips of his index and middle fingers covered in thick yellow-brown calluses accompanied by bone growth marks left by long-term archery practice. Clearly, this was a title hunter with exceptional bow skills. Finished handling things? Nie Fengyun asked. All done. Lucio raised the spirit flow mirror as confirmation. Add me as a friend, Nie Fengyun said, pulling out his own spirit flow mirror, pure gold throughout, looking far more advanced than Lucio's. Adding friends was straightforward. Each spirit flow mirror owner had a unique ID number. Entering the number under friend contact would send a friend request, pending acceptance. It was exactly like the friend system in games. LV Xiao quickly added Nie Fengyun, Lin Yufei, and the middle-aged hunter whose name he still didn't know yet his spirit flow mirror contacts. At that moment, the light screen of the spirit flow mirror flickered on everyone's wrists, revealing the 3 new contacts one by one. Nie Fengyun's codename was simply his real name. True to his straightforward style, he never felt the need for anything extra. His name alone was a commanding presence. Lin Yufei chose the codename Flying Bird, light and bold. The middle-aged hunter went by Fishing Elder, evoking the image of a reclusive wanderer quietly fishing amidst the clouds of the martial world. As for LV Xiao himself, on a whim, he picked Shadow Tiger, initially thinking of Shadow King. But reconsidering, he felt King sounded too arrogant, so he adjusted it. He's the beast hunter I've been most impressed with lately, from Tianqing Town, Nie Fengyun said, patting LV Xiao on the shoulder as he introduced the middle-aged hunter to him. Then he turned around and introduced that man to LV Xiao. This is Lin Nanwen, your new teacher. He carries the title Ape Demon, and even among the Hunting Alliance, many titled hunters look up to him. To be honest, talking about top-tier skills in front of the squad leader isn't necessary. Lin Nanwen waved his hand and smiled modestly, though the quiet confidence in his eyes was hard to miss. He then looked at LV Xiao and said, just call me Fishing Elder. LV Xiao thought for a moment, but still added the respectful teacher behind it. Fishing Elder teacher. Lin Nanwen gave a slight nod, acknowledging it. Only then did Nie Fengyun tone down his smile and speak seriously to LV Xiao. This is all the help I can give you. How much you learn and how far you go in the future depends entirely on you. After finishing, he turned to Lin Nanwen. He's in your hands now. Leave him to me. Don't worry, Lin Nanwen readily agreed. With that reassurance, Nie Fengyun and Lin Yufei departed swiftly, as light and unstoppable as always. A breeze swept through the hall's corridor outside, stirring the flags with a gentle flutter. LV Xiao and Lin Nanwen stood side by side, watching the tall, confident figure fade into the distance. How did you meet the squad leader? Lin Nanwen finally asked once Nie Fengyun's figure vanished completely. LV Xiao recounted everything about the Whispering Forest in detail. The squad leader is really a kind person, Lin Nanwen said thoughtfully when he finished. By experience, he already realized that LV Xiao was being targeted by the Nest organization. That was precisely why Nie Fengyun made an exception to invite LV Xiao into the alliance, personally bringing him to headquarters and entrusting him to Lin Nanwen's care. LV Xiao agreed with that assessment, but also sensed kindness in smaller gestures. For example, after the meeting, Nie Fengyun specifically told him to wait in the hall so he wouldn't feel lost being new. And after coming downstairs, he took the initiative to add LV Xiao as a friend. In his past life, LV Xiao rarely added people he didn't know well on WeChat, especially at social gatherings. Who would have thought that a weapon hunter who transferred with the original Sin of Wrath could come across as so gentle and approachable? Not to mention, though Nie Fengyun didn't draw his weapon in his fight with Du Shixin, he was undeniably a weapon hunter, at least for now. What are your plans next? Lin Nanwen's question brought LV Xiao back to the present. Nothing special for now, LV Xiao answered honestly. Then come with me. We're leaving the valley and heading to the Luoyun marshes in the southwest, Lin Nanwen said as he strode toward the exit. Today is July 12th. They'll be leaving Qianshan Valley on August 12th. I only have 1 month to teach you, so I'll have to make the most of it. With that, he kept walking through the gate. LV Xiao hurried to catch up. Luoyun Swamp. The sky was clear and pure, the afternoon sunlight spreading across the open fields, yet the swamp remained shrouded as if covered by hanging clouds, thick fog lingering stubbornly. Lin Nanwen and Lucio stood side by side at the entrance. Beyond the fog wall, visibility was limited to about 50 meters. The muddy ground was slick and sticky, occasionally rippling the sign that a phantom beast might be lurking beneath. How's your agility? Lin Nanwen asked, turning his head. Should be okay, Lucio replied uncertainly, unsure how Lin Nanwen was measuring it. Then let's see if you can keep up. Before he finished speaking, Lin Nanwen pushed off with his toes, his body darting like a bird slicing through the air, landing steadily on a swamp tree 10 meters above. He looked back, signaling to Lucio. Lucio quickly assessed the situation. 10 meters vertically was manageable, but since the target tree was 10 meters deep into the swamp, it posed some difficulty. Still, with his agility stat at 62, he was confident. He took a running start, leapt, and landed smoothly beside Lin Nanwen. Your agility is pretty high. Keep up with me. Lin Nanwen leapt again, landing on the next big tree. Lucio followed closely, but every time he steadied himself, Lin Nanwen had already moved farther ahead, forcing him into a relentless chase. Two figures wove through the fog, jumping from treetop to treetop, a scene reminiscent of the ninja runs from the Naruto anime Lucio had watched in his past life. Suddenly, Lin Nanwen dropped from the top of a tree. Just as he was about to step into the mud, he raised his left arm. A black vine shot out and wrapped around a branch with a sharp snap. Using the vine for leverage, he swung outward with the agility of a monkey. Immediately, his right hand flicked, sending a second vine flying. Tied at the end was a dagger that stabbed into the trunk Lucio was about to jump to. Thud! The dagger pierced the head of a snake about the thickness of an arm, causing it to writhe in pain. Tree emulating snake, level 15. A deadly predator capable of blending seamlessly into the illusion of trees. Lucio had only seen it in the Hunter School's illustrated guide. It was unknown in the Breeze Forest, and many experienced hunters had fallen to its ambushes. Lin Nanwen swung on the vine to a treetop 30 meters away and smoothly retracted both vines. Freed from their restraint, the snake dropped into the swamp. Within 2 seconds, a massive blood-red maw suddenly appeared. Swamp Savage Crocodile, level 37. The crocodile snapped up the snake instantly, and the water's surface calmed again. This level 37 Savage Croc dominated its territory, probably tougher than many phantom beasts that had completed their first evolution. Lucio wiped the cold sweat from his brow discreetly. Keep up. Lin Nanwen's voice urged from ahead. Coming. Lucio leapt to the next tree, continuing the pursuit. From then on, Lin Nanwen repeatedly displayed astonishing skill with his vines. 2 vines moved as if they were extensions of his arms wrapping around trees for leverage, striking phantom beasts midair, even wielding weapons to attack effortlessly and precisely. Lucio watched enviously. It felt just like playing the Spider-Man video game in his past life. There was a bit of parkour involved, which looked pretty cool. Along the way, Lin Nanwen led the way, making things much easier for Lucio, who didn't have to worry at all about any spirit beasts sneaking up on him. The two of them climbed over fallen vines and jumped across floating logs, and in just 10 minutes, they reached a small patch of grass near the center of the Luoyan swamp, barely big enough for 2 or 3 people to stand. As they got closer, a hoarse, sorrowful man's sobbing drifted into their ears. Wah! Lucio at first thought some strange spirit beast was howling, but after they stopped he saw a young man kneeling in the middle of the grass, clutching a gray horse tightly. His face was streaked with tears and snot. Old horse. His voice cracked pitifully, and even the mist in the swamp seemed infected with his grief. Lin Nanwen's expression darkened. Without a word, he strode forward and kicked the young man sharply in the backside. The seemingly dying gray horse suddenly jumped up with energy, acting perfectly fine, and nuzzled Lin Nanwen's jacket in a friendly way. The young man finally looked back, saw Lin Nanwen, and started crying even harder. Master, wah, am not dead yet, Lin Nanwen snapped, pulling back his coat. Now tell me, why are you crying this time? The young man sobbed a few times and wiped his face. Jiao Jiao just rejected my confession. She said all of us spirit beast hunters are shameless womanizers. She slandered me, but everything I read is pure love stuff. Lucio raised an eyebrow. Wait, dude, what does being a womanizer have to do with reading pure love comics? Do only those who read Bull-Headed Man comics count as womanizers? Maybe there's some connection. Show me what you've been reading. They'll critique it and help you figure it out. Lin Nanwen rolled his eyes so hard he felt like slapping himself. He wondered why he had ever taken on such an apprentice in the first place. This is my apprentice, Ma Qilin, also a spirit beast hunter, he introduced to Lucio directly. Hello, I'm Lucio, Lucio said politely, extending his hand. Why hello, Ma Qilin whimpered through tears, but shook the hand. Eyes still wet. Lin Nanwen couldn't stand his pitiful apprentice any longer and pulled out his trump card. If you complete all the targets I set for you, they'll teach you how to win over that girl, Jiao Jiao. Really? Ma Qilin instantly stopped crying, but looked at his master suspiciously from head to toe. The doubt made Lin Nanwen even angrier. Doubt me? Listen, when I was young, I was known as the ultimate babe magnet. I had at least 800 beauties fall for me, if not 1,000. Then why have I never met your master's wife? Ma Qilin immediately shot back. Well, that's because Lin Nanwen's face flushed red. I'm not about to give up a whole forest for one tree. Ma Qilin nodded but kept his sharp tone. Exactly. It's guys like you, old lechers, that ruin the reputation of spirit beast hunters. But I'm different. I only like Jiao Jiao. I'm all about pure love. Lin Nanwen glared, fists clenched. Perhaps it was because he had fallen for Lin Nanwen's hype. Just moments ago, Ma Qilan had been weeping openly. Now the sobs had stopped. Standing in the center of the training ground, he repeatedly drew his bow, nocked arrows, and released his fingers. The bowstring hummed with each shot as the arrows sliced through the air, hitting bullseyes one after another with a sharp whistle. The arrowheads sank into the target's face, the fletching fluttering slightly, but Ma Qilan paid no attention. He silently practiced, channeling all his earlier frustration and hurt into every pull of the bowstring. Nearby, Lin Nanwen led LV Xiao to a patch of grass a little further away. Amid the repetitive twang of Ma Qilan's bow, the two spoke quietly, discussing the training schedule for the coming month. Just as the plan was about to be finalized, Lin Nanwen suddenly paused his notes and looked up. Do you have a plan for your future path? He asked. A little, yes. LV Xiao recalled the night he officially became a hunter, sitting around the campfire and planning ahead. Whether he became a knowledge hunter, a gourmet hunter, a weapons hunter, or an elemental hunter, he intended to master them all. After all, his goal was to be a true, all-around hunter. The only difference was the order in which he acquired them. For instance, his first hunter profession was treasure hunter, the second was beast hunter. By the time he reached level 40 and took his first career advancement, he wasn't even sure what his third profession would be. Tell me about it, Lin Nanwen encouraged, his gaze steady. LV Xiao scratched the back of his head. The secret that he planned to get every hunter profession eventually was not something he dared share with anyone. Seeing his hesitation, Lin Nanwen tossed out 3 more specific questions. What kind of beasts do you want to capture next? What kind of beast team do you plan to form? And what role will you play within that team? The rapid-fire questioning left LV Xiao dumbfounded. Only then did he realize Lin Nanwen was focused on his development as a beast hunter, but he had never seriously thought about those 3 points. Unable to answer a single one, LV Xiao was not surprised when Lin Nanwen showed no frustration. Most newly turned hunters haven't figured it out yet, Lin Nanwen said, resting his pen on his knee and slowing his tone. The essence of the beast hunter lies in the beasts themselves. Unlike other hunters, it's not enough to just train yourself. You have to manage a diverse team of beasts. Different combinations create completely different fighting styles, learning paths, and resource needs. Let me give you some common examples. 1. The balanced style. At the title hunter stage, you can contract for beasts. The balanced style assigns clear roles to each: a primary healer, a main support, a close combat fighter, and a long-range attacker. The hunter stands in the center, coordinating all 4 beasts while being versatile himself, able to heal, fight up close, and support from range, ready to cover any team weakness. Its advantage is stability and general applicability. The downside is a long cultivation cycle and spread out resources. 2. The personal power style. This style focuses on concentrating the power of all 4 beasts into the hunter. They often center around beast transformation skills. They pick one beast with incredible burst power as the main fighter and transformation base, then add 3 support beasts providing speed, shields, or buffs. In battle, the hunter transforms into a terrifying weapon. But the downsides are clear. You must master weapon skills like a weapons hunter and physical endurance like a gourmet hunter, requiring huge investment. Success means becoming unstoppable. Failure is wasted effort. 3. The unlimited firepower style. These hunters obsess over extreme output, training all 4 beasts as ranged attackers, physical or elemental. When battle begins, they unleash a relentless barrage of arrows and spells, aiming to overwhelm and incapacitate enemies in the shortest time possible. Lin Nanwen's explanation helped LV Xiao see there was much more to becoming a beast hunter than he had realized. Hunters who rely on relentless firepower focus primarily on survival. They are often masters of escape and extremely tough opponents to deal with. Lin Nanwen stood on the grass across from him, his tone casual, yet layered with clarity, much like the expert beast hunter guides Lu Xiao had read in online forums in his past life. This gave Lu Xiao a much clearer understanding of the beast hunter profession path. As he thought more about it, memories of those top-tier players he had met in his previous life surfaced. Each one followed their own unique style. This raised an important question. Which path should he choose? The first option that popped into his mind was the individual power build Lin Nanwen kept emphasizing. In the future, Lu Xiao planned to branch into weapon hunter and gourmet hunter. And with his innate advantage as an ultimate mutated king class beast, the Geo Inferno Tigeran, an epic beast transformation skill called Beast King form, his starting conditions were exceptional. However, if he took that route, would he also need to capture several support-oriented beasts to complete his team? The thought made him frown unconsciously. Let me give you 3 examples. First, Lin Nanwen noticed his hesitation and smiled. But don't fixate on just those 3 paths. Each hunter's skills, opportunities, and the beasts they encounter differ. No 2 paths will ever be exactly alike. Deciding too soon will only hold you back. As he spoke, Lin Nanwen raised his hand and made a metaphor. Imagine an ancient divine beast suddenly emerges and insists on accepting you as its master, even though it's not part of your plan. Would you accept it? Yes. Lu Xiao responded without hesitation. Then doesn't your build have to change accordingly? Lin Nanwen laughed heartily. Lucio nodded. It made perfect sense. Forget divine beasts. Even encountering another ultimate mutated king class, like the Juyo Inferno Tiger, would force you to adjust your original plans? Might as well forget them. This is your first lesson, the most important one, Lin Nanwen said seriously, his smile fading. Beast hunters must always think in terms of builds, but equally be prepared to abandon and restart whenever necessary. Understand? Got it. Lucio answered firmly. I can only teach you for 1 month, Lin Nanwen continued. Time is limited, so we'll focus on improving your skills. Start by telling me your skill levels, proficiencies, and effects. Lucio complied immediately, though he left out details related to Treasure Hunter. After hearing the report, Lin Nanwen raised an eyebrow and sized him up as if seeing him anew. Advanced Trap Mastery? Proficiency up to 1,925? Kid, you've got some serious talent. Lucio scratched his head, not feeling that impressive himself after all. Lin Yufei's swordsmanship was advanced as well. Lin Nanwen shook his head to correct him. Trap mastery is fundamental for any hunter, but it's not just about making more traps. The key is insight. Most hunters, once they become official, focus their energy on professional powers. Who has time to tinker with external tools? As far as I know, even among titled hunters, there are fewer than 3 who have mastered trap skills to a master level. He paused, then added, including myself. He pointed to himself. My trap mastery stopped at advanced level, proficiency 2,311. You're way ahead of where I was. Lucio felt a jolt inside, and for once couldn't help but smile. However, trap mastery isn't something I can teach you. Lin Nanwen shifted gears. What I can truly teach is archery. He raised his hand, fingers lightly plucking a bowstring. The low hum of the vibrating string sounded as if it could release a deadly arrow at any moment. So, trap mastery I can't teach you, but I can teach you archery. And my archery is master level. The standard for beginner archery is simple. Just know how to draw a bow and shoot an arrow. For intermediate archery, you must be able to hit any target within 300 meters with precision. Advanced archery requires shooting 3 arrows simultaneously, hitting the mark every time within 1,000 meters. To reach the level of Master, Lin Nanwen suddenly pulled a longbow made purely of ice crystal from his spatial backpack, its surface shimmering with cold light. He reached out to stroke the hurricane falcon perched on his shoulder and whispered, "Wind, Xuanmu." The falcon, resting quietly, immediately opened its sharp eyes, which flashed with a pale blue radiance. That same blue light flickered over Lin Nanwen and Lucio's vision, coating their pupils as if glazed with a thin layer of translucent crystal. Their sight shifted dramatically. Where Lucio had only seen swirling mist over the Luoyun swamp, now the fog seemed torn apart, revealing all the details vividly. A bulky mud crocodile trudged through the swamp. A tree-mimicking snake curled tightly around a branch, silently waiting for prey. In the damp forest, swarms of insects flitted about. Distance, color, even the texture of each scale on the snake were clear, as if they were viewing through a magnifying glass unaffected by fog. This is, Lucio realized, an enhanced vision skill. Look farther, Lin Nanwen instructed. Lucio lifted his gaze, effortlessly peering through the crisscrossing tree gaps to see beyond the Luoyun swamp. Look to the west. He quickly shifted his sight westward. Rolling mountains, dense forests, scattered springs, and many fantastical beasts roaming through the woods, each marked above with names and levels. On Jialoa Mountain, by Lingbo Spring, there's a group of carrion vultures. Can you find them? Lucio searched. Although unsure exactly which mountain was Jialoa or which stream was Lingbo Spring, the bright red text reading carrion vulture above a group of black-feathered, long-necked, bald vultures drinking near a mountain spring gave them away. Look carefully. Lin Nanwen spoke calmly. I want to shoot the 1st, 3rd, 4th, 7th, and 11th birds from left to right. The 2 preening on the tree to Lingbo Spring's left, and the 2 hiding in the grass on the right. As his voice fell, Lin Nanwen raised his left hand to hold the bow and drew the string back with his right. A hum filled the air. 9 ice crystal arrows materialized on the bowstring, wreathed in cold mist, their feathers trembling. The string vibrated, releasing the arrows. 9 beams of icy blue light streaked through the Luoyun swamp, weaving precisely between the trees. They soared high, covering tens of thousands of meters in an instant. Moments later, cracking sounds echoed by Lingbo Spring. 9 carrion vultures froze mid-cry, each statue-like and unique in posture, frost swiftly spreading from their feathers' tips. The remaining vultures panicked, flapping their wings wildly and fleeing deeper into the forest. Lucio focused intently. Those 9 icy statues matched Lin Nanwen's targets perfectly. One was even spreading its wings midair at the moment it was struck. Prediction? Or tracking arrows? He murmured instinctively. If the latter, it wasn't purely archery, yet Lin Nanwen was clearly demonstrating skill with the bow alone. Moreover, Jialoa Mountain lay tens of thousands of meters away from their position. To simultaneously lock on 9 targets at that distance, fire 9 arrows at once, accurately predict their movements, and hit everyone. This was nothing short of terrifying. If you've accidentally provoked a master with such archery skills, wouldn't you have to be on guard against attacks coming from tens of thousands of meters away at all times? Wow, that's incredible. Lucio couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Ma Qilan, already unfazed, muttered quietly, "Here he goes showing off again." When he first became Lin Nanwen's disciple, he was equally stunned by this very archery technique. Lin Nanwen glanced sideways and shot Ma Qilan a cold glare. "Don't think I can't hear you just because you're whispering." Then he turned back to Lucio with a hint of praise. "To reach master-level archery, you need to shoot 9 arrows at once and never miss within 10,000 meters." He turned to continue his explanation. "Right now, your archery is only intermediate. You can hit exactly where you aim within 300 meters, no problem. But you haven't trained to control multiple arrows at once. Next, we'll increase the difficulty. Shoot 2 arrows simultaneously. If you can consistently hit your target with both, then add a third arrow. Once 3 arrows can be shot accurately, we increase the distance to 1,000 meters. If you still never miss within 1,000 meters, that counts as advanced." After speaking, he added, "Tonight, go find a skill book that enhances vision, no matter the quality level. To master archery, excellent eyesight is a must." "Got it, teacher." Lucio agreed without hesitation. The shock from Xuan Mu's performance still echoed in his mind. Even without Lin Nanwen's reminder, he would have sought out that skill. For archers, vision often equals attack range. "All right, practice here. They'll come back for you both in the evening." After assigning the task, Lin Nanwen turned to leave. "Teacher, wait." Lucio called out quickly. Something else? The technique you used earlier to move with the vine, can you teach me?" Lucio was deeply impressed by that scene. Mastering it would be a huge advantage. "You really know your stuff, unlike some people." Lin Nanwen glanced at Ma Qilan, raising his eyebrows. "That technique is called rope skill, a hunter skill I created myself. You can learn it, but first, get your whip skill to intermediate level." He pulled a pitch-black flexible whip from his career space and tossed it to Lucio. "Whip skill is the foundation." Lucio held the whip, looking puzzled. "To learn rope skill, I also have to learn whip techniques? I'm already training with blades for close combat. Adding whip means." Lin Nanwen didn't give him a chance to hesitate and started the lesson right away. First, the grips, normal and reverse. Then the basic moves, whip flick, sweep, wrap, and tap, followed by footwork, forward and backward steps, turning step. After demonstrating, he instructed Lucio to practice wrist strength and flexibility, then use a target dummy to work on controlling force and speed. Lin Nanwen compressed the entire whip training into 1 hour, practically forcing the knowledge into Lucio's head. Then he strode off, leaving a stunned Lucio standing there. "Buddy." Just as Lin Nanwen left, Ma Qilan came right over. "Huh, are you into pure love, or are you a minotaur?" This guy blurted out, almost leaving Lucio completely baffled. Pure love, I guess," Lucio stammered. "That's good enough. From now on, we're brosh, just holler if you need anything." Ma Qilan slapped his chest with a hearty grin. Lucio nodded again, still confused, just couldn't keep up with this new classmate's train of thought. Ignoring his expression, Ma Qilan pressed on. "Got a crush on any girl?" The image of Yi Qianxua flashed in Lucio's mind. Secretly, he muttered to himself, "I'm just after her body, not really into her." Out loud, he said, No. Hunter without a crush? Rare." Ma Qilan didn't doubt it for a second. "He'll set you up with some beauty someday. Not as good as Jiao Jiao, but top tier. You'll be happy." "Thanks," Lucio replied. "No problem. We're tight. After all, we share the same master and are classmates." Ma Qilan clapped Lucio on the shoulder, acting all loyal and bro-like. After the small talk, they went back to training. All afternoon, Lucio focused mainly on archery while also practicing whip techniques. He already had a solid foundation. His archery skill was intermediate at 145-1000 proficiency, but his previous training was old-fashioned, shooting fixed targets from a distance. Moving targets were tricky, so he'd hunt in the forest instead. Now Lin Nanwen had him increase the number of arrows shot at once, upping the difficulty dramatically. Handling 1 arrow was easy, but 2 at the same time meant adjusting hand gestures and shooting angles simultaneously. Getting both arrows to land together was even harder. Fortunately, the intense practice paid off. By evening, when Lin Nanwen called him back to Money Valley from outside the swamp, his archery proficiency had jumped 20 points faster progress than when training sword skills with Lin Yufei. Clearly, learning skills is like studying. The right method doubles the efficiency. Whip techniques were even more demanding. A soft whip required a balance of strength and flexibility. Too much force wrist injury, too little had no effect. Only by coordinating power, speed, and footwork, channeling energy throughout the body, could one unleash the whip's true power. Lucio didn't have much time for deep practice yet, so he only swung the whip when tired of archery or hitting a plateau. By evening, Head at least entered the beginner level 2100 proficiency, but whether Head reached intermediate within a month was still unknown. "Did it show up this afternoon?" Lin Nanwen asked as he descended from the sky, speaking to Ma Qilan directly. "No, Not a trace in the swamp. Ma Qilan shook his head. Looks like we'll have to lure it out, Lin Nanwen muttered to himself. Lu Xiao sheathed his long whip and walked over. What are you talking about? There's a mutating phantom beast in the Luoyun swamp that absorbs dragon blood. It's called the mud dragon croc. Our master is figuring out how to get it out, Ma Qilan explained. I had been waiting here for 2 days without catching so much as a glimpse of any dragon. Just like in most of the games Lu Xiao played in his past life, dragons forever remain the supreme beings at the top of the world's creatures. Lin Nanwen squatted by the swamp's edge, flicking the rotten mud off his boots while quietly pondering. Dragon blood contains astonishing power. Whoever can absorb it could leap forward like a carp, becoming a dragon, advancing to become a subdragon. But in these past 2 days, not only no dragons appeared, he hadn't even seen a single strand of dragon whisker grass. Tomorrow he'll try fishing with a few pieces of blood bait. If that doesn't work, he'll have to spend a fortune on some dragon luring grass, he muttered under his breath. Lu Xiao heard him clearly. Dragon luring grass, he was all too familiar with it. In the past life games, it was called dragon blood herb, faintly infused with dragon blood aura, a deadly temptation for subdragons and mythical beasts. Unfortunately, it was extremely rare and outrageously expensive. The fastest way for a subdragon to evolve into a true dragon was by continuously consuming dragon blood, so the price of luring grass skyrocketed accordingly. After their discussion, the 3 of them set off back toward Money Valley. Lin Nanwen led the way briskly. Ma Qilan swung up onto the gray Pegasus black cloud hoof, who flapped its wings and soared into the sky. This naturally flying rare beast was even harder to come by than the crimson fighting rabbit from the Nest organization. Lu Xiao followed closely behind. He could fly too, but only by activating his Beast King transformation, merging with the infernal tiger of the 9 hells, then becoming an elemental form. Otherwise, that inky black cloud surrounding him couldn't hold his living body. Emerging from the falling cloud swamp, the lantern-lit Money Valley flickered softly in the night. Colorful lights hung high. The caravan had their stalls lined up along the street, and new tents were pitched tightly together behind them. Several camel beasts napped by campfires while crowds jostled up and down the street, bustling like a lively market day. Free time tonight. Remember, assemble in the headquarters hall at 6 tomorrow morning. Lin Nanwen waved to dismiss them, then handed a copper key to Lu Xiao. This is the key to your room in headquarters. I applied for it for you. Thank you, teacher. You're welcome. The old man walked off with his hands behind his back toward the noisiest tavern without looking back. Ma Qilan scoffed. That old fart's off to drink again. Then his eyes lit up as he hooked his arm around Lu Xiao's shoulder. Come on, brother, I'll introduce you to some beauties. Maybe another time. Tonight, I need to handle some rare beast materials and want to take advantage of the golden gathering to order some handy gear. Forging takes time, so I need to prepare early. Also, I have to buy a skill scroll to improve my vision. Otherwise, I can't properly practice my ranged archery. All right, then I'll show you around tomorrow. Ma Qilan sighed dramatically, then suddenly brightened. I'm going to see my darling. Let her know that Ma Qilan's no playboy's the god of true love in battle. Before he finished, Ma Qilan's feet seemed to spin like whirlwinds as he dashed off down the street opposite from Lin Nanwen's direction. His Mount Black Cloud hoof gave a disdainful look, but still took off after its master. Not long after parting ways with Ma Qilan, LV Xiao regretted it. He should have asked around first whether there were any reliable shops nearby. The golden gathering market buzzed with voices. Countless stalls and moving vendors crammed the main street until there was hardly room to breathe. Colorful signs swung overhead, dazzling his eyes. As a careful shopper, he naturally wanted to find good quality goods at reasonable prices. He could have contacted Ma Qilan directly through the spirit stream mirror, but the thought of that guy excitedly rushing off to see Jiao Jiao, with a love-struck expression on his face, made LV Xiao decide against bothering him. So he strolled stall by stall on his own. This was the routine he knew from his previous life playing online games. Arrive in a big city, check out all the vendors, and figure out the market prices. But now, LV Xiao preferred to spend more time leveling up his skills. If the prices were similar, there was no need to waste time haggling. Cloud Guild? His steps faltered when he spotted the silver-gray stall sign among the bustling crowd. In his previous lives game, Hunting World, the Cloud Guild was the largest NPC guild in Yunqing Prefecture. Whether buying or selling, their prices were reliably mid-range and fair. Let's see. LV Xiao looked up and said to the smiling salesgirl behind the stall, I want to sell some phantom beast materials. May I ask what grade the materials are? The girl replied, lifting a hand in a polite gesture. We handle all grades, from fine to treasure quality. If it's treasure grade, you'll need to go to the tent in the back for appraisal. Following her directions, LV Xiao lifted the curtain and entered the temporary trading area behind the stall. Inside, rows of long tables were partitioned off. Appraisers were speaking unknown with more than a dozen hunters. Piles of phantom beast materials cluttered the floor, the air thick with a complex mix of metal, blood, and herbs. Hello, sir. My name is Xiao, but you can just call me Old Xiao. I'm an appraiser with the Cloud Guild. A middle-aged man in his 40s approached. He wore thick black-framed glasses and a brown cloth cap. His honest face betrayed a seasoned professionalism. You can place all the items you want to sell on the table. Lvcio nodded and opened his spatial backpack, pulling out carefully selected materials one by one. First up was a massive horn from a rockhorn rhino, a horn left by a rhino about to evolve into a rare ultimate individual. The horn reached treasure grade. Though it only had one quality point, it radiated a rich earth elemental aura and was large in size, making it an excellent material for forging elemental weapons. Old Xiao cupped the rhino horn in both hands, inspecting it carefully through his lenses. He ran his fingertip along the texture, his brow sometimes furrowing, sometimes relaxing, then spoke with clear expertise. Lvcio nodded inwardly, impressed by the man's professionalism. Our guild is willing to offer 70,000 alliance coins, Old Xiao said. For typical treasure level 1 grade materials, we usually give around 50,000. But this item is large and rare, so 70,000 is about the top price. 70,000 was 2 full 10,000s higher than Lvcio's expected 50,000. He felt satisfied but didn't rush to agree, taking another item out of his backpack. On the table appeared a complete carcass of a scarlet fighting rabbit, separated neatly from a pair of unique 1,000-fight arm guards. The crimson shell glimmered under the light with a coagulated blood-like sheen. Rare phantom beast scarlet fighting rabbit, is it? This is quite a rare, treasure-grade set of 1,000-fight arm guards. Looks like this scarlet brawler rabbit has met the requirements for its first evolution, though it's unfortunate it hasn't evolved yet. Old Xiao ran his fingers over the dark red patterns on the arm guards, calculating for a while before speaking. Scarlet brawler rabbits are rare after all. For the whole body, my floating cloud guild can offer 30,000 alliance coins. As for these arm guards, treasure grade F, they're worth up to 130,000. Lucio said nothing, continuing to place the goods neatly on the table. The pieces of shell, each cut with precision, gleamed metallically as they were stacked in a pile. Golden sand scorpion? Old Xiao pushed up his black-rimmed glasses and examined it carefully. You don't often see these from Yunqing State. Usually the demon beast materials come from Mo State. He tapped on the thickest piece of shell, producing a muffled sound. And this one's not wild. Judging by the patterns, it was artificially bred. Defense is extremely high. It's already treasure grade before even the first evolution. Whoever raised this scorpion is definitely a master. Lucio thought to himself. Of course they're a master. That's Du Shixin, the title hunter from the Nest organization, whose level's above an ordinary title hunter. Old Xiao clasped his hands together and tapped the table to give his offer. The full golden sand scorpion set is 300,000 alliance coins. He paused, eyes lingering on the missing tail segment. Too bad the venomous stinger tail is missing. That alone would be worth at least 200,000. Then he looked expectantly at Lucio, clearly hoping the tail would be brought out for sale. Lucio, however, calmly tidied the table, clearly not intending to produce any more items. That stinger tail was something he wanted to keep as material for future whip techniques, not willing to sell it yet. Seeing this, Old Xiao understood and proceeded with the accounting. Heavy rock rhino horn is 70,000. Scarlet brawler rabbit's body, 30,000. 1,000 fight arm guards, 130,000. Golden sand scorpion, 300,000. That totals 530,000. Since this is our first deal, let's call it an even 550,000 alliance coins. How does that sound, sir? The price was higher than Lucio had expected, but he nodded in agreement. While his colleague packed up the materials on the table, Lucio asked, "Does your guild sell skill books?" Old Xiao immediately switched to business mode. Of course. The Floating Cloud Guild carries skill books for all professions. Even if we don't have something in stock, we can quickly source it from nearby cities. He gestured to a colleague to clear the materials, then pulled out a thick ledger and handed it to Lucio. "What kind of skill books do you need?" "For beast hunters. The ones that enhance vision," Lucio answered decisively. He planned to first improve his visual abilities before exploring other skills. Old Xiao took from his colleague a thin booklet labeled Beast Hunter, flipped to a page, and presented it with both hands. Lucio lowered his gaze to browse. The Floating Cloud Guild's classification was impressively detailed. Skill books with similar functions were grouped together, complete with clear effect descriptions and price tags, arranged from lowest to highest quality. There were quite a few skill books for enhancing vision in the Beast Hunter category. The cheapest was the common grade one, called Visual Enhancement, which could reportedly improve eyesight by 2 to 3 times. It was priced at 2,000. The highest tier of spirit beast skills is the perfect grade, called Tongming Ji Kue, all-seeing clarity. It boosts vision by 100 times, allows the user to perceive elemental flows in the air, and can dispel illusions. The price? A staggering 10 million alliance coins. Reading this, only 4 words echoed in Lucio's mind. Unaffordable, beyond reach. With just 550,000 alliance coins in savings, the gap between him and that 10 million price tag was an uncrossable mountain. After a brief moment of disappointment, he shifted his focus away from the top-tier skill, quickly adjusting his mindset. Start lower, get stronger, then upgrade. Common or fine grade. The growth would be too fast for him. Skills would quickly become obsolete. If it were technical skills like swordsmanship or archery, he could practice patiently. But for enhancement-type spirit beast skills, the goal should be to begin at a high level. Following this logic, he flipped directly to the treasure grade section. The pages rustled as dense lists of skills raced past his eyes. Soon, for names were circled in red his shortlisted targets. 1. Jimu Farsight. Vision Enhanced 80x, 200,000 Alliance Coins. 2. Luyantong Flowing Cloud Eye. Vision Enhanced 50x with Dynamic Vision Enhancement, 250,000 Alliance Coins. 3. Puwang Jian Illusion Breaker Eye. Vision Enhanced 30x, can dispel illusions, 300,000 Alliance Coins. 4. Zidian Tong Purple Lightning Eye. Vision Enhanced 40x, can unleash lightning attacks from the eyes, for 100,000 Alliance Coins. Lucio closed the book and weighed the options. Jima Highest Magnification aside from the perfect grade, missing any special effects, offered little value to his current archery and elemental needs. Puwang Xianlauer Magnification but dispels illusions, a budget version of Tong Ming Jikue. However, true illusionists were rare, with many counters, so not highly necessary. Zidian Tong 40x Vision plus lightning attacks for surprise close-range strikes, but such gimmicks were mere embellishments. That left Luyan Tong. Though its magnification was 30 times less than Jimu, it included dynamic vision enhancement capturing fine detail on fast-moving targets. This directly improved shooting, combat, and even close-range Beast King transformations, abilities hard to replace otherwise. At that thought, his hesitation vanished. The holographic screen on his desk flickered. His finger tapped the purchase button. I want the Flowing Cloud Eye skill book. He confirmed payment. 250,000 Alliance Coins. Well within his budget. All right, we'll send someone to the storeroom to get it right away. Old Xiao beamed with joy today. He not only acquired several high-quality materials, but also sold a rare skill book, securing a solid commission. He was absolutely thrilled inside. Does your guild offer custom equipment services? Lucio took the opportunity to ask. Since he was already spending at the Floating Cloud Guild, he might as well outfit himself all at once and save the hassle of running around. Of course, Old Xiao's spirits lifted even higher. For this golden gathering, we brought in many skilled craftsmen. We guarantee you'll be satisfied. He immediately called out loudly. Xiao Xiao, take this gentleman for a fitting. Before he finished speaking, a young girl dressed as a maid came trotting over. As Lucio got closer, he saw she was a catfolk from the Beastmen race. Soft yellow cat ears pressed against her hair, a wagging tail, and a small golden bell jingling. Unlike the remote little town of Tianqing, the Golden Gathering was a melting pot of races. Just earlier, he had spotted masterpieces of tiger folk and bovine clans in the streets. Welcome, kind sir, my name is Xiao Xiao. The cat girl smiled sweetly and bowed politely. Please follow me. Lucio followed her into another tent, which was much roomier. The Floating Cloud Guild staff bustled about, some taking orders, others crouching to measure customers. Hello, what kind of equipment would you like customized? You can specify quality and budget. Xiao Xiao pulled out a notepad and pen while another human girl used a tape measure to take Lucio's shoulder, waist, and leg measurements. A level 20 rare leather armor set jacket, pants, boots, hat, and gloves. Budget is 300,000, Lucio stated clearly. This set would serve him through to level 40 for his first class advancement, after which he would upgrade again based on finances. Meow Xiao Xiao instinctively let out a cat sound, then blushed and quickly wrote it down. Rare grade, level 20, budget 300,000. Got it. Balanced attributes, no elemental preferences, colors black or dark green, right? That's right. Lucio nodded. He could have requested dark or fire element bonuses to aid his 9 Netherhell Tiger, but since he hadn't transformed into a beast lord yet, he wouldn't personally benefit. Investing in pure stats was more cost-effective. After confirming no details were missed, Xiao Xiao brought Lucio back to Old Xiao. By then, Old Xiao had retrieved the skill book Flowing Cloud Eye, carefully dusting off the cover before handing it over. The two together come to 250,000 for the skill book, plus 300,000 for the custom set. Old Xiao said with a smile that showed all his teeth. You sold materials worth exactly 550,000. Our accounts are perfectly balanced. For custom gear, only a 30 deposit is required up front. Old Xiao immediately handed him a Hunting Alliance billing card. A 30 prepayment on 300,000 is 90,000 Alliance credits, plus 250,000 for the skill book, totaling 340,000. The card already has this balance available at any Alliance bank. Please leave your name and address, and we'll deliver as soon as it's ready. The remainder can be settled afterward. How long will it take? Lucio took the card. 10 to 15 days. After confirming his measurements, specifications, and order, Lucio nodded and wrote down the Golden Gathering headquarters address directly. The next morning, before dawn, the Golden Gathering was already bustling with carriages and people, teeming with excitement. As the day of the gathering drew near, traveling merchants and caravans poured into Money Valley, filling the air with constant noise. Lucio stood quietly beneath a pillar in the headquarters hall, waiting for Ma Qilin and Lin Nanwen. To pass the time, he closed his eyes slightly and summoned the power of his spirit beast. Flowing Cloud Eye. In an instant, a cool sensation spread from his eye sockets. It was as if a fog curtain was ripped apart, and the world before him sharpened in precise detail. Vision strengthened 50-fold, dynamic tracking tripled. Effect lasted 15 minutes. 1 hour cooldown. Looking far into the distance, a bird flew across the high sky, 10,000 meters away, each flutter of its feathers remarkably clear, like slow motion. Someone dashed past beside him. Lucio could see the angle and frequency of their arm swings, even slightly predict their next step based on their bodis lean. So true prediction depends on eyesight, not just archery skills, he suddenly realized. Lin Nanwen had shared his own view ability derived from the Hurricane Falcon, likely a similar technique. The multipliers were the same, but Lin's baseline vision was better, so to him, the 9 scavenger vultures looked no different from the pedestrian, just now their trajectories were obvious, making prediction natural. 15 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The once clear world was again cloaked in haze. Lucio rubbed his tired eyes and muttered, "Too bad it's not passive, otherwise a constant 50-fold vision would be godlike. Even treasure-grade skills probably can't match this." From the staircase came a yawn. Ma Qilin shuffled down, looking tired and glancing around, not seeing Lin Nanwen. He grumbled, "You're up really early. That old fart probably died in some woman's arms. I'm out." Whack! A hand chop hit the back of his head. Lin Nanwen suddenly appeared behind him. "Is that how you talk about your master? Who told you that a few mornings ago you couldn't see a single person?" Ma Qilin protested while holding his head. Lin Nanwen didn't bother arguing, instead asking, "Have you eaten breakfast?" "Yes," Lucio replied. He had gone to bed early the night before, woke around 5 to review whip and blade techniques, then took his time eating breakfast in the cafeteria. "Not yet." Ma Qilin rubbed his stomach. Lin Nanwen tossed 2 warm buns to him casually. "Take a few bites, let's go. Today, we're going to try to catch the mud dragon crocodile." The 2 munched buns while following Lin at a brisk pace. Returning to the Luoyun marshes, Lucio moved noticeably faster than last time, thanks to experience. By before 7, the 3 reached the clearing where they had practiced archery yesterday. The sun wasn't scorching yet. Ma Qilin and Lucio started shooting arrows at the wooden target, while Lin Nanwen carried a basket of fresh wild meat, weaving between trees to hang pieces here and there. He planned to use the strong scent of blood to lure the marsh's apex predator, the mud dragon crocodile. Blood droplets trickled down rough bark into the dark green mud, creating ripples. The ordinary marsh crocodiles were indeed attracted by the smell, quietly surfacing. But in Lin Nanwen's judgment, as long as they located the mud dragon crocodile, the fishing would be a success. Time passed little by little. At noon, the 3 sat on a sparse grassy hill to eat their dry food. A hot wave of stench mixed with blood scent steamed above the marsh. Yet even after finishing lunch, there was still no sign of the mud dragon crocodile. Instead, the marsh crocodiles gathered in increasing numbers, circling the trees where the bloody meat hung, salivating hungrily. Unfortunately, they lack the ability to climb or leap and can only watch helplessly. Lin Nanwen perched on a branch, gazing down at the mud swamp barbarian crocodiles below. These creatures were envious of the bloodied tree canopy above, but were trapped in the mire. Occasionally, a carnivorous bird would peck off some bloody scraps, scattering droplets like raindrops. At times, a mimic tree snake would botch an ambush, tumbling from the treetops into the swamp. Worse yet, some snakes succeeded in feeding but, swollen from their meal, failed to cling tightly to the branches and similarly fell into the muck. Whenever prey fell into the water, the barbarian crocodiles would viciously tear at each other to claim it, the scene far bloodier and more brutal than Lin Nanwen had anticipated. "They're smarter than I thought," he mused. The mud dragon crocodiles had clearly caught the scent of fresh meat long ago, but had remained lurking out of caution, probably because his presence on the first day at Luoyun Swamp was overwhelmingly intense and intimidating. Now that he deliberately restrained his aura, the mud dragons still dared not move. Lin Nanwen smirked. "But what if I bring out some luregrass? Can you resist then?" He planted a sprig of tender green luregrass in the soft mud at his feet, watered it gently, then signaled to the hurricane hawk to skim the treetops, spreading the grass fragrance on a light breeze. Half an hour later, the silent swamp suddenly stirred. The mud swamp barbarian crocodiles, previously huddled together, scattered, and slipped away along the edges of the mud pool. Then, less than 20 meters from the trio, the sludge churned violently, as if stirred by a giant basin. A huge, flat, rough crocodile mouth broke the surface first, its edges lined with terrifying keratinous growths and uneven curved saber-like teeth. 2 golden vertical pupils, each the size of a fist, emerged from the mud, locking greedily onto the scented luregrass ashore, lust nearly spilling from its eyes. Mud dragon crocodile LV-47. Lin Nanwen stepped back, shielding LV Xiao and Ma Qilin behind him. "It's up to you two now." "Up to us." Ma Qilin raised an eyebrow. "Old man, This is just a phantom beast that's completed its first evolution. You could easily pierce it with a single arrow. Why go to all this trouble? Cut the nonsense. Lin Nanwen glared. I'm giving you two a chance to get some experience. Get moving, don't let it eat my lure grass. As he spoke, the mud dragon crocodile dragged its massive body, over 10 meters long, through the mud onto solid ground. Its limbs were as thick as stone pillars, with jagged dorsal spines towering above, and a tail like a massive bone-embedded whip whose bony club could smash rocks. It scrambled forward, claws fiercely aimed at the lure grass. LV Shio squinted, assessing the situation. The armor forged in its first evolution was extremely thick, ordinary arrows wouldn't penetrate. Then phantom form. Ma Qilan suddenly shouted. With a buzzing sound, the nearby Yuanti transformed into a streak of light that merged into his body. In an instant, Ma Qilan's lower half shifted into Yuanti's hindquarters, forming a centaur-like shape. Ha! 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 He galloped midair, pounding the wind as if stomping on thin air. In the next moment, he pulled 3 dark, thick arrows from his spatial backpack. Take my triple star barrage. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 black streaks whistled sharply, aligning perfectly mid-flight, and slammed precisely onto the mud dragon's head. Thud, thud, thud. The arrows hammered the same spot repeatedly, leaving bloody dents, but ultimately failing to pierce the head armor. Ugh! In immense pain, the mud dragon crocodile tilted its head backward, roaring furiously as it forcefully expelled a jet of murky black mud into the air. Mud splash bomb. The massive glob of mud exploded midair with a boom, breaking into dozens of basketball-sized mud balls that rained down like meteorites onto Ma Qilan. Twisting and dodging wildly in midair, Ma Qilan narrowly evaded the barrage. Mud splattered around him, sending up waves of droplets. While he struggled to dodge, the mud dragon suddenly changed direction, baring its jagged teeth and lunging directly at the lure grass. Just then, a massive tiger claw swept through the air with a fierce gust, rapidly growing larger in the dragon's vision. Smack! The mud dragon croc was slapped so hard its entire head nearly twisted, and even its supposedly indestructible crocodile teeth showed spiderweb-like cracks. Delivering the blow was a towering 3-meter tiger man LV Shio in his beast king form. Black flames writhed over his sinewy muscles, his blood-red eyes gleamed with bloodthirsty fury, and a savage aura of violence coiled around him like a mist. Although he was more than 20 levels below the mud dragon croc, he showed not an ounce of inferiority in presence. Arrows were useless against this scaled reptilian giant, so LV Shio decided to unleash his beast king transformation, aiming for a swift finish. High above, the Qilan rider atop the dark cloud hoof's horse felt his blood surge and couldn't help exclaim, "Damn, that's awesome." This was exactly the kind of phantom beast hunter image he aspired to. Leaning against a tree trunk, Lin Nanwen watched LV Shio intently, silently analyzing. A dark and fire elemental tiger-type phantom beast? Dark flame tiger? No, it doesn't fit. The darkness is purer, while the flames are too chaotic, and that blood aura, it seems to manipulate the power of blood itself. But not quite that level, maybe a mutation. As he speculated, he committed every detail to memory. Roar! LV Shio howled, unleashing the shadow roar skill with a thunderous boom. A visible shockwave of pitch-black dark element rippled outward, striking the mud dragon croc's armor-like hide, leaving only faint scorch marks. The mud dragon croc immediately responded with a furious roar, pounding its massive forelimbs into the ground and lunging forward like a black cannonball, jaws snapping straight for LV Shio's heat if it bit down. The next move would be the crocodile's deadliest death roll. In this critical moment, LV Shio activated his elemental body, instantly vaporizing his entire tiger form into a swirling mist of dark flames. Clang! His jaw snapped shut with an ear-splitting metallic ring that sent a chill down the spine. Blazing wrath impact. LV Shio called out his skill from within the mist. The black flames ignited the vapor like cotton exploding, completely enveloping the mud dragon croc. The fusion of fire, dark element, and mist formed a perfect layered attack, far more lethal than any single technique. LV Shio had an epiphany about this combo during his first Beast King transformation. If Fong Ming hadn't intervened, the Crimson Brawler Rabbit would have been finished long ago. Ordinary flames were nearly useless against the mud dragon croc's draconic bloodline, but the soul-consuming blaze born from the fusion of dark elements and fire was enough to penetrate its defenses. The mud dragon croc thrashed wildly, digging its limbs into the ground and smashing its bone hammer tail into several large trees, which cracked and splintered repeatedly, yet it could not shake off the entangling black flames. Elemental transformation 2? Lin Nanwen was stunned. Abandoning his previous conclusion, she no longer dared guess which bloodline phantom beast LV Shio might have contracted. Meanwhile, the Qilan rider in midair was far from idle. His archery had reached an advanced level. Every time he drew his bow, 3 arrows flew, all striking the same point. Now he used armor-piercing arrows designed to burst through high-defense targets, augmented by his beast transformation skill Phantom Form, briefly granting him the explosive attributes of the Dark Cloud hooves. Combined, his threat level even surpassed Elvishio's. Twang, twang. The strings vibrated repeatedly as each draw sent 3 arrows raining down from the sky, piercing into the exact same scale on the mud dragon croc. As he drew faster, the number of arrows multiplied exponentially, turning the sky into a steel waterfall barreling down with unstoppable force. Within mere seconds, the mud dragon croc's body was peppered with countless black, armor-piercing arrows. Facing the combined relentless assault from Lucio and Machilan, it looked utterly battered and miserable. Suddenly, it snapped its head around, gritted its teeth, and decisively abandoned the nearby lush lure grass, plunging fiercely into the muddy swamp instead. Having absorbed dragon blood, its intelligence far surpassed ordinary creatures of its kind. Yet compared to the path toward greater strength granted by the dragon blood, the mud dragon croc valued its own life even more dearly. Shoot its eyes, Lucio shouted sharply at Machilan. Machilan quickly drew 2 black arrows from his spatial backpack, aimed straight at the mud dragon croc's eyes, and pulled the bowstring taut as a full moon. Twang, the arrows shot forth, streaking like meteors. Sensing danger, the mud dragon croc immediately shut its eyes tight and charged forward. Its eyelids were equally tough defense, rivaling steel plates. What the mud dragon croc didn't expect was that as it shut its eyes, the black flames engulfing its body suddenly extinguished. A searing pain flared in its abdomen, and it was launched bodily into the air. Lucio had shifted from elemental form back to flesh and blood, and with a powerful swipe of his tiger claw weapon, he flipped the mud dragon croc over while its eyes were closed, exposing its soft, pale underbelly, its most vulnerable spot. Luck was on Lucio's side. For the second time in a row, his tiger claw attack triggered a rare shattering effect, first breaking the mud dragon croc's teeth, this time tearing a basketball-sized bloody hole in its abdomen. Airburst kill. Hovering in midair, Machilan finally poured all his energy into the shot. Pale blue wind elements swirled around his bowstring, which was drawn to the breaking point, ready to snap. With a thunderous crack, the arrow tore through the air, carrying a roar like a thunderclap and the power of a sonic boom. Before Lucio could react, a jet-black arrow flew precisely through the bloodied hole Machilan's cat claw had torn open, piercing the mud dragon croc's abdomen. Thud, the dull impact vibrated around as the arrow exploded inside, shredding its internal organs to bits. Blood gushed out like a fountain. No matter how tough its defense was, internal organs were always vulnerable soft tissue. The mud dragon croc, eyes wide open in pain, could only endure the agony and desperately claw through the mud, dragging its damaged rear half as it struggled to escape. Its mind held one single thought: escape as fast as possible. Lucio calmly assessed, such incredible vitality. Even with shredded organs, it's still fighting to move, truly rare. The black flames suddenly surged again like a thruster, propelling Lucio forward fiercely. Infernal flame assault. He drew the ice wheel cutter from his spatial backpack with his right hand and drove it with all his strength into the blood hole Machilan had first made in the creature's head. Thunk! The ice wheel cutter, like a sharp spear, pierced through the mud dragon croc's head and out its belly, pinning it brutally against the edge of the swamp. It was barely a meter away from escaping into its precious mud pool. System notification. Defeated mud dragon croc LV-47. Gained 129,841 experience points. Level skipping kill experience increased by 540. Cross-rank kill bonus increased by 200. Level up. All attributes 1. Free attribute 1. Current level 21. Level up again. All attributes 1. Free attribute 1. Current level 27. 9 Nether Infernal Tiger Talent Killing Touch triggered. Gained 2 constitution points. A perfect strike. Machilan descended from the sky, high-fived Lucio, and simultaneously dispelled his illusion skill. Pleasure working with you, Lucio said as he also withdrew his Beast King transformation. The 9 Nether Infernal Tiger immediately returned to its true form, gently nuzzling its owner's cheek before blending into a shadow and reforming into a sleek, fitted cloak worn by Lucio. Despite this being their first time fighting side by side, their coordination was surprisingly seamless, each move flowing smoothly into the next. You can turn into clothes too? That's awesome. Machilan admired the jet black coat, then turned to his own mount. Wielding, why can't you do that? Wielding exhaled heavily through its nostrils and flicked its head away with a powerful kick, ignoring its master's complaint. It really didn't know the special technique to transform a spirit beast into gear. At that moment, Lin Nanwen put away the lure grass and approached the corpse of the mud dragon croc. He grabbed its thick tail with one hand, rolled the giant beast onto its back, and produced a syringe-like tool to draw blood from its abdomen for testing. Dragon blood concentration is only 0.7, he said, shaking his head with a sigh. I had planned to give you all a dragon blood baptism, but now ITLL have to be a dragon meat feast instead. At the thought of the feast, a small smile played on his lips. Not bad though. One of the master-level hunters invited by the group leader this year is an expert chef. Heh, a dragon meat feast sounds pretty great. Ma Qilan laughed heartily. Lu Xiao, however, looked a bit disappointed. Dragon blood baptism could greatly boost attributes, especially for lower levels, and even offered a chance to learn dragon skills. The dragon meat feast benefits were much more limited, relying mostly on the chef's skill. Master, how will we divide the spoils? Ma Qilan asked eagerly. He'll sell them for you and craft each of you a rare-grade bow, Lin Nanwen said confidently. Right now, the bows the two students carried were rather shabby. Lu Xiao's ice blossom was only level 1 of fine quality, and Ma Qilan's flowing wind bow was level 20 fine quality, greatly limiting their potential. Teacher, I can still use this bow until I advance my class, so don't replace it yet. Ma Qilan raised his hand. Give my share of the loot to Lu Xiao, and when we have the dragon meat feast, let me bring 4 more people. Bring whoever you want. Lin Nanwen waved off the request. None of us are gourmet hunters anyway, and such a huge mud dragon croc is way too much to finish. The benefits of a dragon meat feast depend on dragon blood concentration less than 1. Eating 2 plates won't help. Then he gave his disciple a meaningful glance. But 2 of the 4 people that boy wants to bring are true gourmet hunters. Ma Qilan giggled, ignoring the sharp look from his master. All right, let's do as Qilan says, Lin Nanwen finally decided. If you want to impress the ladies, you've got to pay a price. He'll make Lu Xiao a level 30 rare grade bow and pair it with a rare grade skill book. With the loot divided, he raised his hand and stored the massive mud dragon croc whole into his spatial backpack. In the afternoon, Lu Xiao and Ma Qilan continued their archery training while Lin Nanwen coached their technique and fished for swamp mudfish in the marsh, a species about 4 or 5 times larger than the jumpfish from Lu Xiao's hometown, and a main food source of the mud dragon croc. The swamp mudfish had rich, tender meat but carried a strong, earthy taste, hard for most people to get used to eating. Lin Nanwen knew a chef who mastered the skill of removing the swampy fishy smell from mudfish, so he planned to catch about 17 or 18 of them to prepare dishes for the dragon meat banquet. By evening, his fish basket was already packed full of lively mudfish wriggling inside. Lin Nanwen selected the 17 plumpest ones, released the rest back into the water, and then headed back to Jinxian Valley with Lu Xiao and Ma Qilan. Gather at the HQ backyard at 6 tomorrow morning, he said casually, just like the previous night, before disappearing deep into the valley. Since the hunting mission for the mud dragon crocodile was completed, there would be no need for swamp training sessions from tomorrow onward. As usual, Ma Qilan excitedly rushed off to find his beloved Jiao Jiao, while Lu Xiao planned to return to the backyard of the Golden Assembly for extra practice. Although he had spent the whole day immersed in archery and whip skills, he hadn't yet had a chance to train with his blade. Still, he wasn't ready to give up on the melee weapon he had personally chosen. This is so delicious. No wonder it's from a master-level chef. On the way back, Lu Xiao noticed nearly everyone on the street holding a steaming meat bun, their mouths dripping with savory juices as they praised it enthusiastically. Master-level chef? Lu Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly. Lin Nanwen had once mentioned that this year, Captain Ye Fengyun had invited a master-level chef. Such talents were even rarer than top-ranked hunters. Could it be they'd opened a shop right at the Golden Assembly? Where did you get those meat buns? He asked a passerby. They're being handed out at the Golden Assembly main gate. The man replied, chewing and smiling broadly. Captain Ye specially invited a master-level chef who gives out delicious food for free every night. Hurry, or it'll be all gone. Free gourmet food. Lu Xiao's heart quickened, and he broke into a jog. From afar, he saw a mountain of steamers piled high outside the HQ gate, wisps of white mist swirling up. Standing next to the steamer pile was a burly, hefty man wearing a tall white chef's hat, kneading dough while chatting with Nye Fengyun. Behind Nye Fengyun, Lin Yufei followed closely, as always. That had to be the master-level chef. 5 equally stout assistants busily handed out meat buns to long queues stretching hundreds of meters, while staff with loudspeakers announced, 1 per person, 10,000 buns daily, while supplies last. Lu Xiao quickly joined the line at the very back. With Nye Fengyun personally overseeing, no one dared cut in line, yet some greedy hunters finished 1 bun and tried to sneak back in again. But an assistant grabbed one such offender and pulled him out roughly. Don't bother lining up again. No more buns for you, the stout assistant said, tossing the man out of line like a sandbag. The onlookers all glanced disdainfully. Such poor manners. How can there be people like this? Exactly. Lu Xiao thought. I haven't even gotten my first bun yet, and you want a second? Heh, TSK. He glanced at the man being thrown out, a gourmet hunter. No wonder. These people's obsession with food surpassed even their own. Surely not the first, and definitely not the last. Up front, Nye Fengyun patted the shoulder of the mountain-like chef with a hearty voice. Raozong, thank you for agreeing to come this time. No need to be so formal. From now on, whenever the team leader calls, if Master Chef named Rose Song will show up without hesitation, Rose Song said boldly. Nye Fengyun glanced toward the dark distance, as if catching some movement. then patted Song's solid shoulder. I've got some business to handle first. Same place tomorrow night, let's drink together. Got it. No leaving until we're drunk tomorrow night. I brought out a 50-year-old aged brew. We'll drink our fill. Song shook his ample flesh confidently in reply. Niefeng turned to his apprentice Lin Yufei and instructed, Yufei, go grab the fireworks from the warehouse and light them up now. Wasn't it supposed to be after the Golden Gathering officially started? Lin Yufei frowned in confusion. His master had mentioned that just this afternoon. No waiting. Do it right now. With that, Niefeng disappeared into the shadows between the stalls. Lin Yufei muttered, clearly sensing his master had other plans and hadn't brought him along. On the eastern hillside of Money Valley, the moonlight poured like silver water. Two men clad in black cloaks stood one behind the other on a high vantage point, overlooking the brightly lit, bustling Golden Gathering below. So this is the Golden Gathering? The place is packed, so lively. If I made a slash here and there, I bet I could kill quite a few people. The man in front stared wildly, his right hand tracing motions in the air like a butcher eyeing lambs to be slaughtered. The man behind bent slightly, reminding calmly, Sir, be composed. 5 titled hunters have arrived this time. Composed? The front man's face twisted. The rage already blazes within me. Only by slaughtering every living thing here will it be quenched. He sneered as he spoke of intelligence. The titled Heaven's Fury, the Golden Gathering leader, is already here. So the Nest abandoned their plan. What the Nest won't kill, we will. What camps the Nest won't attack, we will strike. Suddenly, he tore off his cloak, revealing a half-man-high pig slaughtering cleaver, the blade flashing coldly toward the night sky. Since Heaven's Fury is here, I'll kill him first, then slaughter the entire gathering. No need to look for me, I'm already here. A towering silhouette burst from the shadows, standing backlit by the moon, looking down on the two Niefeng. His right hand clenched as if holding something, and in an instant, a pitch-black battle axe appeared. He raised it high, then slammed it down fiercely. Begin. On the other side of the gathering, 5 assistants were handing out large meat buns efficiently. Soon, it was Lucio's turn. A steaming hot meat bun was passed to him. Fresh meat bun. Quality, fine. Effect. Increases stamina recovery speed by 20. First time consumed permanently grants 1 to a random attribute. Description. The aroma of bread and meat intertwines, irresistibly enticing. Slurp. Lucio couldn't help but swallow hard. A delicacy that could grant permanent attributes. Just the recipe and ingredients alone must be extraordinary. By comparison, his previous cooking had been nothing more than simple good food, lacking any special formulas or rare ingredients. Naturally, without the power to transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. Even using rockhorn rhino meat, the roast would only speed up stamina recovery. But a master-level fresh meat bun could directly boost a permanent attribute by 1 point. That's the power of a top-tier chef. Lucio's eyes lit up as he grabbed the steaming bun and eagerly took his first bite. Crunch. The thin, soft dough crumbled instantly, as if shedding its outer layer to reveal plump chunks of meat inside. The savory juices burst in his mouth, seasoning and meat aroma dancing together to excite his taste buds almost to the point of rejoicing. After a whole day of hard work, he finally understood what it meant to say life is worth living. In his past life, no matter how much food he ate in games, it never tasted this real. In the old world, his idea of a master chef was simply more attribute bonuses. But now, he truly grasped the meaning behind those words. Bite 2, 3. The hand-sized bun vanished blink-candy-omisit before Lucio's hawk-like little mouth, leaving only the warm grease-stained paper between his fingers. System prompt. Consumed fresh meat bun, strength 1. The flavor slowly faded, leaving a faint meaty aroma in his mouth, though he couldn't quite place the exact kind of meat. Like Zhu Beiji eating a magical ginseng fruit. Lucio looked up at the still long line at the stall, a greedy thought flickering. Should he go queue again? Then he shook his head. I was now a registered professional who could cook for himself if he wanted. But first he needed to master cooking at the master level and get the fresh meat bun recipe. If only he had a skill to taste all recipes in one bite. He licked his lips, certain his third profession would probably be gourmet hunter. As for knowledge hunter? No clue. Let's go? No sword training tonight, I'm cooking. He patted the long knife at his waist, then had a bright idea. A kitchen knife is still a knife. So he set his sights on a skill called Butcher's Art of Ox Dissection. Had heard it was created by a Hunter King level gourmet hunter working with a knowledge hunter to build a secret realm. Its rank so high, he couldn't quite recall just enough for now. Arriving at headquarters, both sides of the street were packed with diners, a lively mingling of aromas and chatter. Lucio guessed Niefeng had come because of this craving effect. Whether intentional or not, tonight all the top taverns at the Golden Market would have to bow in thanks for the surge in popularity he brought. Snap, crack, snap, crack. Under the night sky, colorful fireworks bloomed one after another, lighting up an otherwise empty corner with brilliant, festive splendor. Lucio looked up, watching the show and thought, it's been a while since I've seen fireworks. They don't have these in Clear Sky Town. Turning back, the bustling Golden Market was ablaze with lights. He couldn't help but sigh, This is truly wonderful. In the distance, Machilin followed a girl crowned with tiny ox horns, pointing excitedly at the sky and shouting, "Jiao Jiao, look! Fireworks!" At 5 a.m. the next morning, Lucio got up as usual. He started with over 100 sword swings in the courtyard to fully awaken his muscles, then quickly ate breakfast. After the meal, he stood on the balcony of the guest room, overlooking the golden market still lit with lanterns and hustle. The vendors had stayed up all night, their calls rising and falling nonstop. Rumors about fireworks bursting on the hillside beside Golden Valley circulated among the crowd, but fortunately, no one had been injured. After breakfast, Lucio, Machilin, and Lin Nanwen met as planned in the rear yard of the Golden Assembly. Lin Nanwen had reserved a closed training ground with a clean, level floor surrounded by short walls sealed tight against wind and dust. In one corner, crates of wooden arrows with ordinary iron tips were stacked unlimited in quantity and ready to be used. This perfectly solved Lucio's shortage of arrows. "Today, let's change the drill," Lin Nanwen said, looking at the two. He raised his hand, signaling to the hurricane falcon perched on his shoulder. "Well, shoot at high-speed moving targets wind, 100 illusions." At his command, the hurricane falcon flapped and took flight. It hovered midair, then suddenly emitted a burst of cyan light from its feathers, fracturing like a shattered mirror. Dozens of identical phantom images split off in rapid succession. In mere seconds, the sky above their heads was filled with hundreds of identical hurricane falcons. They weaved through the cramped airspace in chaotic paths, yet made no sound like true shadows. "They'll push their speed to the limit you can still track. Your only mission is to shoot down these clones," Lin Nanwen said sharply. "Lucio, start with single arrows and achieve 100 accuracy before increasing the shot count. Chilin, begin with 3 arrows. Now start." At his words, Lucio and Machilin raised their bows simultaneously. They had practiced shooting moving targets before in the falling cloud marshes, but those were just occasional flying birds, moving at less than a tenth the speed of these hurricane falcons. Now, hitting fast-moving clones and firing multiple arrows at once even inside this closed arena made the difficulty sharply increase. But with greater challenge came faster skill building, and neither hesitated. "Lucio, come here a moment." Just as Lucio knocked an arrow, Lin Nanwen called him over. "Teacher, what is it?" Lin Nanwen pulled a sleek, cyan-colored longbow from his spatial pack and handed it to him. "This is the level 30 treasure bow I promised you yesterday. You got it so fast. Must not be made from the mud dragon crocs materials." Lucio ran his fingers over the wood's grain. The bow's body was pale cyan wood, feeling more flexible and sturdy than oak. Its grip was carved with a pair of wing-shaped blue patterns. The bowstring was dark blue-black, seemingly made from the sinews of a spirit beast, flexible and strong even under a light shake. Whisper of the Wind Fairy. Grade, treasure level, 30. Attack 250. Attack speed 40. Strength, 3 agility, 5 constitution 2. Passive skill, Wind Fairy passive increases arrow speed by 50. Requirements, strength 40, agility 50. Durability, 500,500. Description, crafted from treasure-grade wind spirit wood with wind flight inscriptions carved to enhance elemental wind affinity. The bowstring is made from the sinews of a wind spirit beast, imbuing arrows with extra wind power. Arrows shot feel as if accompanied by wind fairies, soaring at incredible speeds. Compared to the level 1 fine longbow Ice Blossom in Lucio's hand, this level 30 treasure bow was worlds apart. Its attack was 5 times greater. Still, what Lucio cared about most was the passive ability it granted. Passive of the Wind Fairy, arrow speed increased by 50. Whispers of the Wind Fairy. This longbow possesses 2 separate speed attributes. The first is attack speed, which governs the entire process from drawing the arrow to releasing the string. The second is arrow speed, which determines the velocity of the arrow once it leaves the bow. With the Wind Fairy's passive boost, the arrow speed increases by an additional 50. What was already lightning fast becomes nearly impossible to track. Without a doubt, the bow Lin Nanwen chose for LV Xiao ranks among the very best treasure-grade longbows under level 40. Before LV Xiao could even express his thanks, Lin Nanwen opened his spatial backpack and pulled out a hefty skill book along with 3 bundles of arrows, each dyed a different color. The cover in gold lettering read, Spiral Arrow Hunting Skill. Grade, Treasure, Learning Requirements, Advanced Archery, Strength 30, Agility 30. The description was clear. Although this is a single-shot burst skill like LV Xiao's already learned Concentrated Strike, their focuses differ. The former uses mental force to forcibly improve accuracy, while Spiral Arrow is a pure archery technique, causing the arrow to spin at the moment of impact to increase damage and add extra arrow speed. Alternating between the two is the key to a bowman's survival. Then he laid the 3 bundles of elemental arrows before LV Xiao. The first bunch was bright crimson with dark gold patterns on the arrowheads. Flame Crystal Arrow. Grade, Fine. Attributes, 10 damage. Triggers an explosion upon hitting a target or obstacle. Description, crafted from rare flame crystals. Though less hard than conventional arrows, it instantly releases intense heat on impact. Handle with care. The second bundle shimmered with a cold blue frost ice crystal arrows. The third was wrapped in electric patterns known as thunder crystal arrows. All three were special elemental arrows that activate effects on contact fire blast, extreme freezing, electric paralysis. While demonstrating, Lin Nanwen smiled. Burn, freeze, then shock 3 hits in a row. Not even a phantom beast could withstand that, let alone steel plates cracking. LV Xiao listened attentively and accepted the gifts respectfully. Thank you, teacher. He tucked the spiral arrow book away for now, since his archery was only intermediate and he needed to meet the requirements before studying it. But he already calculated mentally combined with the Wind Fairy's passive, spiral arrow's flight speed would effectively double, making its power unimaginable. As for the 3 bundles of elemental arrows, each contained 10 shots. Fine-grade arrows were already costly, and elemental arrows started at 1,000 Federation credits apiece. Firing them was like shooting stacks of cash. LV Xiao decided to save them as last resort trump cards. Yet the fierce battle with the mud dragon croc taught him that at critical moments, a well-chosen special arrow could decide victory or defeat. For example, he still needed to stock up on good things like armor-piercing arrows. Another day of intense, invigorating practice. The sharp whistle of arrows pierced the air repeatedly until the sun dipped low on the horizon. Lucio's archery skill meter steadily climbed to intermediate level 200 out of 1,000. Meanwhile, his whip technique edged up to beginner 12 out of 100. At this pace, he estimated it would take no more than a month to push archery to advanced, while boosting whip skills into intermediate. Let's go eat. Lin Nanwen glanced at his watch and beckoned Lu Xiao and Ma Qilin. Wait a moment, he'll take a quick shower first. Ma Qilin said before disappearing around the corner with a cloud of smoke, heading back to his room. Show off, Lin Nanwen muttered under his breath, then turned back to Lu Xiao with a reminder. You should freshen up too. There's an important banquet tonight. Meet at the 3rd floor hall in 10 minutes. Already drenched in sweat, Lu Xiao readily agreed. After washing off the grime and changing into a clean casual outfit for training, he shook out his hair and stepped out. At the stairwell corner, Ma Qilin suddenly appeared, almost unrecognizable. In a sharply tailored navy blue suit, a perfectly fastened bow tie, black leather shoes so shiny they reflected light, and slick back hair held in place with gel. How do I look? Cool or what? Ma Qilin proudly adjusted his bow tie. Lu Xiao forced a nod and discreetly stepped back a couple paces. Worried people might mistake them for a formal devote was just dinner, no need to be this dressed up. Side by side, they arrived at the banquet hall on the 3rd floor. Pushing the door open, 5 people were already seated inside. Lu Xiao recognized 3, Nie Fengyun, Lin Yufei, and Lin Nanwen. The other 2 were strangers. One wore a white robe trimmed with gold-rimmed glasses perched on a straight nose, sitting with legs crossed, holding a book in one hand, slender fingers gently turning pages without ever looking up. The other was a woman clad in a purple long dress, head nearly resting on the table, clutching a wine glass. Drool almost pooling onto the floor. It was unclear if she was drunk, unconscious, or simply asleep. This way. Lin Nanwen waved them over. As they approached, his expression suddenly hardened, his gaze like a spotlight scanning Ma Qilin from head to toe, practically fiery with the message, "Don't make me slap you," written plainly on his face. Ma Qilin pretended not to notice, flashing a grin and greeting Nie Fengyun. Good evening, Captain. Hello. Your table is next door. Thanks for the dragon meat feast. Feel free to drink as much as you like tonight. Nie Fengyun replied with a smile, showing no objection to Ma Qilin's flamboyant attire. Lin Yufei took the lead to the neighboring room. Inside was a small round table set for 7, reserved for Lu Xiao and their young peers. The 5 at the main hall's big table were all so-called title hunters. Lu Xiao had heard about them during the Golden Assembly these days. Every year such gatherings featured a cadre of title hunters. Nie Fengyun was permanent, the other 4 rotated. The 2 unfamiliar people seated there now were clearly the reinforcements for this year. To help Lu Xiao, Lin Yufei, and the others relax, Nie Fengyun had arranged a separate table next door just for the younger generation. I'm just stepping out for a moment. We'll be right back. No sooner had the 3 of them taken their seats than Ma Qilin suddenly jumped up, as if propelled by a spring, bursting out the door with excitement. What's gotten into him? Lin Yufei asked Lu Xiao, puzzled. He's probably invited a friend to join us for dinner. Just sit tight for now, Lu Xiao replied knowingly. It was almost certainly the Jiao Jiao Ma Qilin had mentioned. He was curious too, what kind of girl could cause this so-called pure love war god to lose his composure? Less than a minute later, the private room door swung open, and Ma Qilin entered first, looking flashy as ever, followed by 4 girls. Everyone could tell at a glance that these 4 weren't purely human. They belonged to 4 different beastkin races. 1. The Minotaur girl stood out with her white horns and slender tail. Her chubby baby face, paired with thigh-high socks, made her look surprisingly cute and petite. 2. The fox girl was tall and elegant in a flowing red robe, her snow-white fox tail strikingly visible. Her fox ears twitched, and her seductive spring-like eyes and graceful movements exuded an irresistible charm. 3. The rabbit girl's long ears bounced gently as she moved, and a fluffy little tail peeked out from behind her. Her bright garnet eyes sparkled, and she wore a carrot-shaped hammer at her waist. 4. The cat girl Lucio recognized instantly it was Chow Chow from the Floating Clouds Guild, who tailored clothes for him. Her soft cat tail swept lightly as she smiled warmly. Well, that was quite the all-beastkin lineup, each from a different tribe, and with beast traits exactly where you'd expect to. A total delight for any fur fan. The four girls hesitated slightly as they entered. None expected that this private room was already occupied by important members of the Golden Assembly like Nia Fengyun. Nia Fengyun greeted them with a smile and nod, while Lin Nanwen deliberately averted his gaze, wary of being mistaken as Ma Qilan's master. Ma Qilan led the four beast girls straight to Lu Xiu's table and gallantly pulled out a chair for the Minotaur girl. In that instant, Lu Xiu realized, this must be the Jiao Jiao had heard about. Wait, the pure love war god likes a Minotaur? That's an unexpected match. Let me introduce you all. Ma Qilan clapped his hands together. This is Jiao Jiao, the Gourmet Hunter, Lu Yuro, the Knowledge Hunter, Tang Bai Bai, another Gourmet Hunter, and Ding Xiao Qiao, the Weapons Hunter. The Minotaur was indeed Jiao Jiao, the fox named Lu Yuro, the rabbit Tang Bai Bai, and the cat girl clearly Ding Xiao Qiao. Hello, the four girls greeted in unison. Next, Ma Qilan pushed forward the two men accompanying him. This is Lu Xiu, who shares the same mentor as me and is also a beast hunter, strong and handsome, and even better looking after using beast transformation skills. We should all go hunting together sometime. And this is Lin Yufei, our captain's apprentice weapons hunter with great promise at a young age. Faced suddenly with four girls, shy Lin Yufei blushed and replied softly, hello. Lu Xiu remained composed but thought to himself wryly. This scene reminded him of his past lives' nightclubs, with club manager Ma Qilan making a grand entrance with his four princesses. He teased himself, okay, if I had to choose, it'd be Lu Yuahem. But honestly, his attention was fixed solely on the dragon meat feast about to begin. Maybe my second profession shouldn't be beast hunter, but gourmet hunter, Lu Xiu mused silently. Who says all beast hunters are lecherous? That's a slander. I just love cute animals. Here comes the chicken soup. The meat chef carried in a pot of chicken soup and placed it on the table of the title hunters. Right behind him, his assistant steadied another pot and carefully set it down at the table with Lu Xiu and the others. Everyone, start with some soup to cleanse your palate and soothe your throat, Ma Qilan called out loudly. He was the first to stand up, filling a bowl to the brim for Niu Jiao Jiao, showing his favoritism openly. Niu Jiao Jiao looked a bit shy in response, and the others quickly followed suit, ladling soup into their own bowls. This was the appetizer soup for the dragon meat feast, a nourishing chicken broth. Quality, treasure, effect, increases food buff effects by 100 for 3 hours, cannot be stacked. Description, slowly simmered with a variety of premium ingredients and a rare breed of old hen. Lu Xiu thought to himself, if only he had drunk this soup before eating the fresh meat buns last night, he wouldn't have gained just 1 strength point, but 2 instead. With that thought, he lifted the bowl, blew on it lightly, and abandoned his spoon to sip directly from the edge. The warm liquid slid into his mouth like a spring breeze brushing his face. Before he could even savor it, it flowed down his throat and into his stomach, instantly warming and soothing his entire body. Lu Xiu felt as if he were soaking in a hot spring, so pleasant that he almost wanted to let out a quiet moan. Woohoo! Ma Qilan couldn't help but purse his lips in a trumpet shape, nearly blowing out the steam. So good. Niu Jiao Jiao and Tang Bai Bai, 2 gourmet hunters, had tears welling in their eyes, nearly overwhelmed by emotion. Compared to ordinary people, they could better appreciate the hidden power in this seemingly unremarkable, yet secretly extraordinary chicken soup. Since it was chicken soup, the pot naturally still contained the old hen. In less than a minute, the 7 of them had finished eating the whole chicken. Lu Xiu received a chicken leg. Both the soup and the meat were expertly balanced, mild, yet flavorful, so the appetizer didn't overshadow the main dishes. With Lu Xiu's palate, he was certain many costly nourishing ingredients had been used, and the chicken might even have been a rare magical beast. With the appetizer soup concluded, the meat chef's assistant began bringing out the cold dishes. 8 exquisite small plates were laid out in succession. 1. Jellyfish salad. 2. White-cut chicken. 3. Deep-fried cashews. 4. Braised beef. 5. Steamed hairy crab. 6. Snow frog. 7. Mango cake. 8. Strawberry jelly. Lu Xiu himself summarized the dish names, all common foods, yet none were ordinary. Take the seemingly simple strawberry jelly, for instance. It contained premium-grade honey-red cream strawberries. Though only premium, their rarity and surprising flavor drove their price even higher than many treasure-grade ingredients, making those gourmet hunters pay exorbitant sums. Lu Xiu picked up a piece of strawberry jelly and popped it into his mouth. The honey-red cream strawberries naturally carried a rich, creamy sweetness like honey and cream, without any sourness. The downside was that eating too many could feel cloying. The meat chef cleverly used jelly techniques combined with mint and lemon to perfectly balance that sweetness. As the jelly slid down, only a pure sweetness and a hint of teasing tartness danced lightly on his taste buds. Wow, Nyobo just cracked. Eating the honey red cream strawberry jelly boosted their spirit by 1 point. The food buff effect was doubled, adding another 1 spirit. Delicious and refreshing, not only satisfying the palate, but also enhancing their attributes. The 7 people quickly shared 8 exquisite cold dishes, passing the plates around and savoring each one. Every dish came with an attribute boost, 2 to all stats, that is, 2 strength, 2 agility, 2 constitution, and 2 spirit. Combined with the double effect of the nourishing chicken soup, LV Shio and the others each gained 4 to all attributes. This was equivalent to each person leveling up by 4 whole levels out of nowhere, making everyone so excited they almost danced on the spot. It was clear why a master chef was so highly sought after. Clenching his fist in secret resolve, LV Shio decided that whether it was to prepare for a future career as a gourmet hunter, for the extra attribute bonuses, or simply to satisfy his appetite, he would train his culinary skills to the very top. I am a man who will become the Piritu, king of chefs. He half-joked, declaring boldly to the group. Kiran, from now on you're my half-sister. Tangling her fingers in his shoulder, the white rabbit Tang Bai's eyes shone with gratitude. As gifted gourmet hunters, they could absorb greater nourishment from food, gaining even larger attribute boosts, explaining why most gourmet hunters tended to be muscular and strong. First off, am I a guy? And second, we're all brothers here, no need for formalities. Ma Qilin waved his hand with a hearty grin. He knew well that winning over a girl's close friends was key. Originally, he only planned to invite Niu Jiaojiao, but boldly persuaded the teacher to reserve spots for Jiaojiao's 3 best friends as well, and it paid off. This meal is too extravagant for me to pay for directly. Lu Yeru spoke up immediately. If you need spirit beasts, come check out our guild. I can gift you a few. Me too, me too. Ding Xiao Xiao, the cat girl, raised her hand and jingled. In the tailor for the floating cloud guild, I guarantee the lowest discounts for you. Then I'll cook a meal in return. Of course, my skills don't compare to this master chef's, but I hope you won't mind. Tang Bai volunteered. They'll help Bai find ingredients then, Niu Jiaojiao shyly offered. It was clear these ladies weren't just here to eat without contributing. They all agreed on a date for the next gathering, naturally including Lin Yufei, and LV Zai, proving once again that sharing a meal was one of the best ways to strengthen bonds. However, the 8 cold dishes were only the prelude. The real dragon meat feast was just beginning. The assistant to Chef Shosong brought out the first hot dish, 7 palm-sized pieces of dragon meat neatly arranged on a jade platter. The meat glistened with reddish-brown oil, the thick broth translucent and rich, and the aroma alone made mouths water. Braised style. Everyone's menus flashed the dish details simultaneously. Braised mud dragon crocodile. Quality, treasure. Effect, strength 2, skin defense 1, stamina recovery 10. Description, crafted by braising the meat of a mud dragon crocodile. Eating this greatly enhances one's physical strength. After the braised mud crocodile was served, the assistant to Chef Ro Song brought out several jars of Drinks Thryer aged plum wine. The labels were clear. Quality premium, effect spirit 1, chaos value 5. How could meat be enjoyed without wine? And it came with attribute boosts, too. Everyone pour a glass. Ma Qilin, the head of the atmosphere crew, was the first to raise his cup. Let's toast to our meeting. Everyone followed suit and downed their drinks. Ma Qilin immediately refilled his own, saying, he'll do a full round. Starting from LV Shio on his left, he toasted each person in turn, ending with Niu Jiaojiao on his right, 1 cup each to complete the full clearance. Imin too. Lin Yufei imitated him enthusiastically. Ma Qilin sparked the mood, and with the alcohol stirring them on, the group quickly warmed up even more. The rich aroma of the braised mud crocodile lingered as the next dishes came out. Roasted dragon leg, fried crocodile, pan-fried dragon dumplings, and stewed crocodile. Chef Rosong deliberately controlled the portions, dividing each dish carefully into 7 parts to ensure everyone got some and received attribute boosts. All 5 main dishes were quickly devoured, but the feast was far from over. Teacher Lin Nanwen's swamp mud fish, caught the night before, was stewed individually with green onions for nourishment and to enhance hearing. The final courses were lotus seed and white fungus soup and a large fruit platter, sweet and refreshing to close the meal. The sequencing and pairing of dishes made LV Shio suspect that Chef Rosong must have been a head chef at a top restaurant before, perhaps even the owner himself, given the caliber of the culinary talent here. After a few rounds of drinks and tasting every flavor, the night deepened and the gathering began winding down. The tables were completely cleared, but the guests were scattered and tipsy. Lin Yufei slumped to sleep, clinging to the back of a chair. Head barely lasted since the start, knocked out by Ding Xiaoqiao and Tang Bai. Ding Xiaoqiao held on to Lu Yuero without letting go, while the tail behind her wagged like a puppy, jingling its bell and occasionally meowing. Tang Baibai had the strongest tolerance, but still curled up in her chair with flushed cheeks. Though Niu Jiaojiao's face was bright red from drinking, she was barely standing steady. "They'll see you all home," Ma Qilin told Niu Jiaojiao. He was still surprisingly clear-headed, or rather, as expected. After finishing the full clearance to energize the group, Head stopped drinking heavily in order to escort Niu Jiaojiao and the other girls safely. It was hard not to admire such thoughtful care. It gave the girls genuine peace of mind. Before long, Ma Qilin led the 4 young women out together. All 4 were from the Floating Cloud Commerce Guild. Lu Yuero was an appraiser of the guild's magical beasts, similar to the old merchant Xiao that LV Xiao had encountered when selling beast materials. Tang Baibai was one of the guild caravan chefs. Niu Jiaojiao was the daughter of a hunter hired by the guild. Since they all lived with the guild, they didn't need LV Xiao's help getting home. After watching the 5 leave, Lu Xiao hoisted Lin Yufei onto his shoulders, planning to take him back to his room before going to bed himself. As he crossed the hallway, he heard the banquet hall still filled with the clinking of glasses and lively chatter. With his hunter's physiology, this level of drinking was just a warm-up. Of the 5 from earlier, only 4 remained. The knowledge hunter who had been buried in a book was nowhere to be seen. Scanning the room, the most eye-catching figures were his teacher Lin Nanwen and the rotund chef Ro Song, who had long since changed out of his kitchen uniform and was now proudly displaying a large beer belly. The 2 were loudly singing "Two Little Bees Flying Among the Flowers Mua, Flying Among the Flowers Pia, Pia." Their faces flushed red as they played rock, paper, scissors to smack the bee. A greasy-looking man in his 40s paired with a stocky mountain of a man. This bizarre scene was the first Lu Xiao had ever witnessed in both this life and the last. Pushing the door open, he spotted the missing young man leaning against the wall, a cigarette clamped between his left fingers as his right hand rummaged through an empty space backpack, searching for a lighter. Click! Lu Xiao flicked his fingertips, summoning a wisp of deep red flame from his shadow beast. He passed the flame over. The young man blinked in surprise, then reached out as if to pinch an invisible glass orb, grasping the flame along with the surrounding air, bringing it to his mouth to light his cigarette. A haze of smoke curled around him as he appraised Lu Xiao up and down. "Not bad, your spirit beast," he said, exhaling smoke in a thin voice. "Crimson mutation, and king rank at that. Rare. If it ever dies, come find me." He pulled a business card from his pack, handed it over, then turned down another corridor and disappeared. Lu Xiao looked at the card. Wei Mu. The Erudite Society. The Erudite Society? While Head never formed close ties with them, Head heard the name. One of the 3 major knowledge hunter factions within the Hunting Alliance, devoted to mastering all the knowledge of the world. Their methods were as inscrutable and morally ambiguous as the mad scientists from old Earth movies. As for why a member of the Erudite Society would be at the Golden Assembly headquarters, that was less surprising. The assembly was loosely connected, with many members having their own routes and agendas. Wei Mu was just one of them. The fact he instructed Lu Xiao to contact him if the Shadow King fell suggested a keen interest in studying that creature. After settling Lin Yufei back into his room, Lu Xiao stood alone on the balcony. The night breeze swept through the winding streets of Gold Valley. Louder than the daytime hustle, the Golden Assembly's official opening night was only just beginning. The cold wind cleared his head from the alcohol as he started tallying the spoils of tonight's dragon meat feast. Base stats: Strength 12, Agility 12, Constitution 14, Spirit 8. Additional boosts: Skin Defense 2, Attack Power 4, Leg Strength 4, Stamina Recovery Speed Up 60, Hearing 4. The extra boosts didn't show as specific numbers on his stat panel, but were targeted enhancements. Right now, he could clearly pick out the shouts of distant vendors. The hearing improvement was immediate and dramatic. Even just counting the base stats, 46 points was equivalent to leveling up 9 times plus 1 free attribute point. And yet tonight he hadn't hunted or fought at all, just eaten heartily and drank deeply. It felt almost unreal. Lu Xiao stretched lazily, squinting as he gazed down at the glittering lights of the valley. If I lived like this every day, would my 3rd hunter class end up being an elemental hunter? Last night's banquet didn't affect the training the next day. In the enclosed training ground at dawn, a cold wind swept close to the ground, stirring up dust that lightly brushed the targets. Lin Nanwen stepped in precisely on time, his sharp gaze first landing on his 2 disciples. Lu Xiao looked energized, bowstring already drawn. Ma Qilin, however, hung his head low, his 3 arrows all missing the mark. Rejected again after confessing last night. Lin Nanwen frowned and gave Ma Qilin a casual kick. "Yeah," Ma Qilin replied weakly. Lu Xiao wrinkled his brow. He had thought the atmosphere last night was lively and was confident Ma Qilin's confession would succeed. "How did you fail? What excuse did she give?" "She said it's too soon." "Too soon for what?" Lu Xiao pressed. "For how long we've known each other." "So, how long have you 2 actually known each other?" 9 days, 13 hours, 5 minutes, and 33 seconds. Ma Qilin glanced at his watch and recited the exact time. Both apprentices rolled their eyes simultaneously. Lin Nanwen patted his arm. "You really think that counts as long?" "Of course. I've even thought about future baby names with Jiao Jiao." Ma Qilan clenched his fist, but then immediately looked dejected again. But I suspect she might not actually like me. Doubt that. Lin Nanwen shook his head slightly. What kind of person do you think Niu Jiao Jiao is? Cute, innocent, kind. Ma Qilan rattled off a dozen or more of her good qualities like naming dishes from a menu. Lin Nanwen quickly covered his mouth. If she didn't have any feelings for you, do you think she'd agreed to come to last night's banquet? And bring her best friend along, too? No way. Ma Qilan shook his head firmly. He believed Jiao didn't come for the dragon meat dinner. He hadn't even mentioned that. Just said, let's eat together. See, not bad at all. Lin Nanwen summed up. You confessed 3 times in less than half a month and haven't scared her off. Take your time. Spend at least a month getting to know her. Really? Ma Qilan thought it over seriously and found his master made sense. His spirits lifted a bit. Lin Nanwen ignored him after that and waved his hand to increase the number of hurricane hawk illusions, dozens of phantoms circling in the air. Suddenly Ma Qilan remembered something else. Master, you said you'd teach me how to court a girl after I meet the requirements. I reached the standard yesterday afternoon. He pulled the bow back fully, launching 4 arrows in quick succession, all hitting the hurricane hawk illusions. All right then. Lin Nanwen nodded. He wasn't just saying it casually back then. Your master here has been around the dating world for years and developed a whole set of theories. Learn them well, and your success rate with girls will increase by at least 50%. Ma Qilan immediately pulled out his notebook. Lu Xiu crowded over too. Clearing his throat, Lin Nanwen began. Step 1. Find out what kind of hunter she is by profession. If she's a culinary hunter, it's simple. Invite her to meals. Breakfast together, lunch together, dinner together. Keep it up and eventually she'll see you as her best dining partner, and that's where you get the upper hand. Got it. Got it. Ma Qilan nodded vigorously, completely fired up after all. Whenever he went to find Niu Jiao Jiao, she was either eating or on the way to eat. If the elemental hunter is young, then take her to see all the world's wonders and rare sights. Stay by her side while she concentrates on forging her elemental heart, and she'll naturally come to rely on you. For those more experienced, especially elemental hunters with title shell, have already grown tired of beautiful scenery and gotten used to being alone. You need to take her for a ride on a carousel and remind her of her original purpose. But if you're unlucky enough to fall for a weapon hunter, you better be strong enough to pin her down and beat her thoroughly. Trust me, she'll remember that for the rest of her life. Lucio hugged his head, shocked. He thought to himself, even if one's partner isn't a weapon hunter, anyone who pins you down and beats you up like that would probably be unforgettable for life. Lin Nanwen ignored his apprentice's quiet muttering and continued explaining. As for knowledge hunters, these girls are born proud. If you want to win their hearts, you have to shatter their sense of superiority at its root, surpass them in every way. If she prides herself on archery, you must be a better archer. If she's confident in hand-to-hand combat, you have to defeat her fair and square with your fighting skills. He lifted his chin, speaking with certainty. Remember, when a knowledge hunter of the opposite sex starts getting curious about you, she's only one step away from falling for you. That makes sense. Ma Qilan quickly pulled out a notebook and started jotting down notes. Lucio leaned over and reminded him, isn't Niu Jiao Jiao a gourmet hunter? Why are you writing this down? I'm taking notes for you, Ma Qilan said without looking up. He'll organize it and copy it over later. Master, Lucio suddenly asked, what about beast hunters? Lin Nanwen stroked his graying beard and locked eyes with Ma Qilan, then asked, what is the most important thing in your life? Jiao Jiao. Ma Qilan blurted out. Use a more abstract word. Lover. Lin Nanwen nodded thoughtfully. When you like a beast hunter, don't just think about how to win her over. Be prepared for the day she might betray you. Ma Qilan frowned and whispered in protest. Can't there be a pure-hearted beast hunter? Though he didn't fully agree with his master's conclusion, he dutifully wrote down that experience in his notebook. All right, I've told you the secret techniques. Lin Nanwen gave a kick. Now get out there and train. That's all. Ma Qilan brushed dust off himself, feeling like it was a bit brief. Concentrated is the essence. Lin Nanwen kicked again, making him stagger. Next, your goal is 1 bow, 5 arrows. All right. Re-energized, Ma Qilan began training seriously. The Golden Gathering officially began. As one of the hosts, Lin Nanwen's schedule was immediately packed with a non-stop stream of affairs. Disputes between the trade guild and customers, conflicts arising between the guild and the hunting parties. Whenever negotiations broke down, he and the other titled hunters had to step in to mediate, keeping the noise outside the gathering hall constant. In contrast, LV Xiu and Ma Qilan's days were much quieter, even somewhat monotonous. During the day, one practiced archery relentlessly while the other whipped his horse, barely taking a break from dawn till dusk. When night fell, if LV Xiu had the energy, he would seek out Lin Yufei to spar with the blade. Ma Qilan, on the other hand, would dive into the crowds, as usual searching for Niu Jiao Jiao. Their relationship was progressing rapidly, though Niu Jiao Jiao hadn't openly agreed yet. It was clear to everyone that it was only a matter of time before she nodded yes. By the end of July, one morning, Ding Xiao Xiao appeared carrying a heavy wooden box. solemnly handing LV Xiao the custom leather armor set he had ordered for so long. Xianyan Hunt Set. Components: jacket, pants, gloves, boots, hat. Quality: treasure. Level: 20. Base attributes: defense 120, strength 10, agility 8, constitution 13, spirit 10, movement speed 30. Additional attributes: movement speed 10. 3-piece set effect: passive flying cloud agility 5. 5-piece set effect. Description: hunter leather armor crafted by the Floating Cloud Guild using the hide of the Xian Wolf King and feathers of the flying cloudbird, combined with special tailoring techniques. Offers comprehensive protection and balanced performance. The overall design perfectly matched LV Xiao's original requirements, entirely black, understated, and simple. The tailored fit emphasized his burly physique with a rugged edge. The boots and gloves each embroidered with a subtle gray cloud, quietly sharp. The hat was a standard hunter's cap with a crisp brim. LV Xiao eagerly tried it on. In the mirror, the black-clad hunter stood tall and sharply defined. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at himself and mutter, "Teach, who's this handsome guy?" "All right, it's me." For the first time, he sincerely felt the 300,000 gold coins he spent were absolutely worth it. He then opened his attribute panel to check again. LV Xiao's race: human. Level: 27. Professions: treasure hunter, phantom beast hunter. Profession talent: treasure seeker. Each natural treasure chest open grants a permanent percentage attribute boost. Current bonus rate: 27. Phantom beast heart: grants all attributes of active pet beasts 10 and some additional abilities. Active pet limit 1. Current limit: 2. Phantom beast: Geo Inferno Tiger. Elemental body provides strength 18.1, agility 13.3, constitution 10.4, spirit 21.6. Base attributes: strength 58,101.8, agility 76,117.8, constitution 6,099.6, spirit 55,101.5. Final values in parentheses. Free attribute points 0. Hunter skills: Trapcraft Advanced 21211000. Archery Intermediate 5321000. Material Processing Intermediate 1121000. Swordsmanship Intermediate 3771000. Cooking Intermediate 9781000. Item Crafting Intermediate 9121000. Whip Technique Beginner 52100. Talent Skill: Treasure Chest Perception. Sense treasure chests within level 100 meters. Cooldown 1 hour. Phantom Beast Contract: form a contract with a non-human spirit not stronger than oneself to convert it into a pet beast. Profession skills: Beast King Transformation Epic Skill, Level 1. Floating Cloud Eye Phantom Beast Skill, Rare, Level 1. Hunting skills: Focus Strike Fine, Level 2. Instant Slash Fine, Level 2. After allocating all previously saved free attribute points, every major attribute neared or reached the 100 mark. For such triple-digit attribute values, a few scattered single-digit free points felt negligible. LV Xiao decided to allocate all remaining points at once, efficiently and decisively. Once the numbers settled on his character panel, he tested drawing his bow, swinging his sword, and wielding his whip. Strength and agility surged within his muscles, while constitution and spirit stood rock solid at that moment. He truly felt terrifyingly powerful. Still, LV Xiao knew it was not yet time to emerge from the mountains to claim kingship and domination. His skill proficiency was still short of mastery. He needed time to push Trapcraft to master level and to refine commonly used combat skills like archery and swordsmanship until they sparkled with brilliance. In early August, the cooldown on the Origin device Greedy Treasure Chest reset. Instead of a miracle gift, a lone treasure map popped out. Luck seemed drained from previous draws. This time only a beginner's treasure map. Nantion Harbor appeared off average quality, yet not to be underestimated. Effect: automatically reveals and guides within a 1,000-meter radius of the treasure. Description: marks the location of buried valuable treasures. Simply follow the mark to find the stash. Nantion Harbor was already a place LV Xiao had to pass through. The professional advancement exam for hunters would be held there. With 5 months until the exam, he quietly weighed his options. The Golden Assembly would end with no clear destination, so why not head south early? Besides, Nantion Harbor's year-end festival was grand enough that even tavern patrons from Skyclear Town spoke of it at length. According to past rumors, the festival hosted 5 large-scale competitions aimed at different hunter professions. LV Xiao recalled at least 3. 1. Forging and Smelting Contest. Weapon hunters officially supplied medals for participants to forge and test blade sharpness and toughness on the spot. The champion received a treasure-grade masterpiece weapon and a perfect-grade metal material. 2. Beast Riding Derby. Phantom Beast Hunters, a race on mounted phantom beasts testing speed, coordination, and control. Winners earned a treasure-grade phantom beast skill scroll and an extremely rare phantom beast egg. 3. Gluttony Contest Gourmet Hunters. Details were fuzzy, but the last one standing won generous food ingredients and an exclusive title. The contest lineup changed every year, and these three were from last year's event, but they spoke volumes about the event's scale and prestige. Thinking of the upcoming advancement exam and the dual allure of the treasure map and festival, LV Shio clenched the long knife at his waist and decided to set off early. Nantion Harbor's competitions varied yearly, and the three events he recalled were last year's highlights. The competition did not restrict participants by profession, but it was mostly hunters who ended up winning, taking home incredibly generous rewards. This time coincided with Nantion Harbor's liveliest festival of the year. Rookie hunters loved to join the excitement, and once the celebration ended, they could participate in the annual profession advancement right at the start of the new year's seamless transition. LV Shio originally planned to leave as soon as the Golden Assembly wrapped up. Although he arrived early, he wanted to familiarize himself with the environment in advance. The hunting resources around Nantion Harbor were also impressively abundant. His plans seemed solid, but unforeseen changes soon disrupted everything. On the 15th day of the 8th month, the Golden Assembly concluded. LV Shio's archery reached an advanced level in the final battle. He could fire 3 arrows simultaneously and hit targets with perfect accuracy within 1,000 meters. Riding the momentum, he immediately learned the treasure-grade hunting skill spiral arrow, finally gaining a formidable archery technique. Meanwhile, his whip skills advanced to intermediate 2 out of 1,000, just enough to begin learning rope techniques. His swordsmanship, thanks to long practice sessions with Lin Yufei, climbed to intermediate 877 out of 1,000, just one step shy of advanced. Unfortunately, as soon as the Golden Assembly ended, Lin Yufei and Nie Fengyun left Money Valley, causing LV Shio to lose a valuable sparring partner. Shortly after, Lin Nanwen and Ma Qilin also prepared to depart. Master, it's time to go. Don't see us off. Ma Qilin leaned against the window of the floating Cloud Commerce Guild's carriage, waving towards LV Shio and Lin Nanwen at the valley edge. Niu Jiao Jiao sat elegantly beside him. Though she had accepted Ma Qilin's proposal, she couldn't stay. Instead, Ma Qilin accompanied her to the guild's headquarters in Nantion Harbor. Watching his disciples' distant backs, Lin Nanwen shook his head gently. Looks like the main account is hopeless now. He'll have to rely on the alternate one. Then he suddenly turned around. LV Shio, would you like to apprentice under me? LV Shio was momentarily stunned, but quickly accepted warmly. Of course, it's an honor. Say master once. Master. Good. Lin Nanwen casually pulled a skill book from his spatial backpack and handed it over. This is your initiation gift, the Relentless Hunt. Relentless Hunt. Grade. Perfect. Learning requirement. Phantom Beast Hunter. Description. Marks a target with a tracking seal visible only to the caster and their phantom beasts. The mark never disappears unless removed by the caster. When the caster or their beasts attack the target, it deals 25 additional damage. Cooldown, 1 hour. LV Shio inhaled sharply in surprise. Besides the epic Phantom Beast skill Beast King transformation from a platinum treasure chest, he had never seen a skill book of such high quality. Thank you, master. He learned the skill immediately, and a new ability appeared on his interface. Lin Nanwen looked up. What are your plans next? If nothing, come with me to the hunting grounds. Your whip skills qualify you, and I can teach you rope techniques. LV Shio thought it over. The treasure maps for Nantion Harbor's caches were always ready to dig up, the chests formed by the maps couldn't be stolen, and the next festival was still 2 to 3 months away. There was no rush. No plans. He'll go with you. Then let's go. Lin Nanwen lightly patted the hurricane falcon on his shoulder. The small falcon, about the size of a fist, clenched its wings and shot into the sky. In an instant, it expanded to the size of an airplane, pale golden streamlines flickering across its wings, exuding tremendous power. Lin Nanwen vaulted onto its back and called back to LV Shio. Is apprenticing this simple? LV Shio felt skeptical, but Lin Nanwen waved it off. The apprenticeship ceremony is just a formality. If you truly see me as a master, none of the pomp matters. And if you don't, the ceremony won't mean a thing anyway. LV Shio relaxed and jumped onto the falcon's back, gripping the sturdy feathers tightly. Get ready to take off. The hurricane falcon flapped its wings fiercely, and they surged into the sky like an arrow of azure light. LV Shio had expected the fierce wind to throw him off, but surprisingly, he and Lin Nanwen were encased in a pale blue shimmering aura, the storm raging harmlessly outside the barrier. Quite remarkable. Yunqing Prefecture, Rainforest Pass. This was the entrance to the one-star hunting zone, the giant mushroom rainforest. At the checkpoint, staff in gray-blue uniforms handed waterproof plastic passes to Lu Xiao and Lin Nanwen. Hello, here are your permits. Please keep them safe. The Hunting Alliance marked dangerous areas with star ratings. The higher the stars, the greater the danger and the rarer the treasures, ingredients, and spirit beasts. All star-rated hunting zones required professional hunters to enter. Lu Xiao hadn't yet earned his license, but Lin Nanwen held a hunter title and could bring up to 5 companions. The main goals of the trip were for Lin Nanwen to fish for the rare swallow-scale dragon snapper, and for Lu Xiao to practice rope techniques in the rainforest environment. They donned lightweight raincoats and passed the guard post, stepping into the giant mushroom rainforest. Above them, torrential rain fell without pause. Below, moss soaked to a deep blue carpeted the uneven ground, where every few steps could bring a waist-deep, meter-wide water channel. The rainforest lay by the sea and faced seasonal typhoons from July through October, which always left marine creatures stranded in the ditches. The forest had just been battered by a level 14 typhoon, a perfect place for coastal foraging. Lu Xiao bent down and scooped up a rare-grade little sword squid still twitching its tentacles, slipping it into his spatial backpack. We can have some refreshing squid salad later. Lin Nanwen smiled. No worries about food, but the real target is Magic Fish Lake. There's more species and higher grades there. He raised a compass-like locator to lead the way. Further in, the rain noise suddenly softened not because it stopped, but because it was blocked. Giant mushrooms, like massive umbrellas holding up the curtain of rain, rose into view. Some 7 or 8 meters tall, others reaching as high as 15 meters, their slender brown stalks thick enough for 3 people to hug, harder than real trees. Fog began to drift in quietly. Lu Xiao frowned. Is it fogging up? Magic Fish Tribe is here, Lin Nanwen whispered. No sooner had he spoken than a deep horn blast echoed from behind a giant mushroom. A 2-meter-tall fish-headed humanoid, covered in blue-purple scales with a barrel chest and broad shoulders, stepped out. It blew ivory-white smoke rings from a bone horn, the source of the surrounding mist. Magic Fish Tide Caller LV-40. At the same time, waves exploded from the ditches on either side as 2 kin with aquamarine-escaled armor burst out, brandishing trident spears. Magic Fish Brute LV-37. The 2 brutes struck the water and surged forward through the fog toward the pair. Spiral arrow. Lu Xiao shot instinctively. Ice crystals formed on his hand as he knocked an armor-piercing arrowhead paid 200 alliance coins for, drawing the bowstring to a full moon. With his right hand gripping the bowstring like twisting a switch, he twisted it until the string coiled tightly around the refined iron armor-piercing arrow. The longbow was drawn taut, as if it might snap at any moment. Bang! The bowstring snapped with a sharp crack, icy patterns vibrating and echoing crisply as the armor-piercing arrow shot through the air. The black arrowhead spun mid-flight, like a drill cutting through the wind, leaving a sharp whistle behind. Thunk! The dark arrowhead struck decisively, piercing the forehead bone of the first demon fish warrior and emerging out the back of its skull, blood droplets splattering as it lodged into the giant mushroom root nearby. The shaft still trembled slightly. A streak of crimson blood arced through the air, a clean headshot. Defeated demon fish warrior LV-37. Gained 10,332 experience. Outleveled kill. Experience increased by 200. In the giant mushroom rainforest, the demon fish tribe is the most common group of mythical beasts. They travel in packs led by a tide caller, usually hunting in groups of 5 to 8. At the start of battle, the tide caller releases a mist to shroud the battlefield, while the others leap from ponds on all sides to launch surprise attacks, their standard tactic. Your level isn't quite high enough yet to wield the level 30 treasure longbow, right? Then these demon fish will be your practice targets. Lin Nanwen said casually, never breaking stride and showing no intention to intervene. A demon fish warrior roared and lunged at him, but was knocked away 5 meters by a whirlwind hawk's wings formed from wind elemental energy, crashing into the mud but not killed instantly. Got it, master. LV Xiao replied loudly. Over the past month, he had trained tirelessly and upgraded to a full set of advanced gear, all to showcase his skills right now. 4 columns of water suddenly burst up from the ditch, and 4 more demon fish warriors charged forward, spears raised, fangs bared in a fierce display. Right on time. Shadow King, come out and play Shadow Roar. The black wind coat billowed, exhaling smoke that swirled above LV Xiao's head, coalescing into a massive shadow tiger's head. Roar. The tiger's roar carried a surge of dark elemental force outward in an explosive wave. The nearest demon fish warrior was blasted, rolling away, while the other 3 hastily raised their arms to block, but their limbs rapidly blackened and corroded from dark elemental damage. Bang! The bowstring snapped again. 3 refined iron armor-piercing arrows streaked like lightning bolts. Thunk! 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 The dull, penetrating impacts were satisfying. All 3 demon fish warriors were pierced squarely through the head and slain instantly. The 2 previously thrown aside, one knocked over by the whirlwind hawk, and the one blasted by the shadow roar, were now pinned down by a fierce tiger burning with black flames. Its teeth clamped down on their throats, blood staining the muddy water. Seeing his tribe members wiped out in an instant, the demon fish tide caller turned to leap back toward the nearest ditch to escape. Unfortunately, within 100 steps, LV Xiao's arrows never missed their mark. Thunk! The black arrow flew like a grim reaper's scythe, piercing the tide caller's skull. Defeated demon fish tide caller LV-40. gained 18,382 experience. Outleveled kill, experience increased by 260. Level up, all attributes 1, free attribute 1, current level, 28. From a distance, Lin Nanwen reminded him, demon fish themselves aren't worth much, their weapons are the real treasure. Got it. LV Shio replied enthusiastically, abandoning the pile of corpses and quickly gathering 6 spears and a bone horn into his space backpack before rushing to catch up with his master. Traveling through the giant mushroom rainforest, LV Shio and Lin Nanwen were ambushed again by the mischievous fish tribe. But to LV Shio, these attackers were more like they were delivering goods willingly. The tridents held by the fish warriors were high-quality weapons, prized by the merchants for their piercing and bleeding effects. The bone horns wielded by the fish-tied collars were also exquisite tools, capable of creating smoke and boosting allies' damage, provided the user could control water elements. Since neither the tridents nor horns could be used by LV Shio, he decided to collect them all to trade later for gold and supplies with the merchants. Before long, the two arrived at a wide lake shrouded in thin mist. Even with LV Shio's keen eyesight, seeing the far shore was nearly impossible without activating his flowing cloud ice, an indication that there was a sizable population of mischievous fish living beneath the lake's surface. Lin Nanwen stopped at the edge, raised his hand, and said, "Let's set camp here." He took out a large outdoor tent and set it up beneath one of the giant umbrella-like mushrooms closest to the lake, using the mushroom cap as a makeshift rain shelter. LV Shio pitched his own tent right beside his master's. Both seasoned outdoorsmen, they quickly had their tents sturdy and secure. Next, Lin Nanwen cleared away a patch of blue moss on the ground to build a campfire. He set up an iron grate and placed a kettle over the fire to warm some tea. Once finished, he went to the lakeshore to scatter bait and prepare a fishing spot. Clearly an experienced hunter, perhaps one who had caught trophies in this giant mushroom rainforest before. "Come, he'll start teaching you rope technique," Lin Nanwen said, pulling a black rope from his spatial pouch. He tied a fist-sized stone to the rope's end, clearly aiming for a quick lesson so they could return to fishing soon. Handing the rope to LV Shio, he summoned a gale hawk and formed a stationary duplicate in midair as a target. LV Shio took the rope and began practicing striking the target, a technique derived from whip fighting. The goal was to hit with the rope's end, channeling force along the length to deliver damage comparable to a spear thrust. But this rope was far more elastic and flexible than a normal whip. On his first swing, LV Shio thought it felt more like a giant rubber band. With a heavy weight on the end, the power and striking point changed significantly, causing his accuracy to drop sharply. "How does it feel?" Lin Nanwen asked. "Not used to it yet. The elasticity and stretch are much greater than a whip's, plus the weight on the end shifts the force point, so my accuracy took a big hit," LV Shio said, analyzing the technique as he recalled the moves. Lin Nanwen nodded approvingly. "Good. You're much more gifted than that brat Shilin." Then he instructed LV Shio to wrap the rope around his right wrist to anchor it and practice again. LV Shio obeyed, but immediately found the control much harder. "Master, this is even more difficult," LV Shio said with a grimace. "Of course, but this is the standard technique for rope skills. Tying it to your wrist allows you to switch weapons easily whenever you want." Or, before Lin Nanwen finished speaking, he suddenly flicked his right sleeve. A slender black rope shot through the rainy air with a sharp whoosh, instantly plunging into the churning lake. His wrist twitched lightly, and the rope retracted like a black chain. Water splashed as a harpoon, already quietly attached to the other end, surfaced, its tip piercing a fat fish. Depending on what you want to do, just switch the tool at the end whenever needed. He casually tossed the big fish into the air. Sitting on his shoulder, the hurricane falcon flapped its wings, pecked sharply, and swallowed the whole fish in a blink. When you want to kill an enemy, attach a sharp spearhead. When you want to bind, leave it bare, to catch prey. His tone shifted as the black rope flew out again, this time ending with a jet black iron claw. The claw cut through the rain and firmly snagged a water bird sheltering nearby. In the next moment, the rope snapped back. Lin Nanwen opened his hand, releasing the startled bird, watching it flap away in a daze. What you need to do first is get used to the rope's elasticity and stretchiness, then gradually increase the weight at the end. With that, he flicked his sleeve again. The black rope shot out, wrapping around the thick branch of a giant mushroom tree ahead. Between the mushroom cap and stalk was a hollow space where birds often perched. As the rope tightened, Lin Nanwen lifted off the ground, flipping midair, then cast a second rope to hook another mushroom. His body weaved skillfully, sometimes leaping, sometimes swinging, like a nimble monkey or a toned-down version of Spider-Man from Lucio's past lives in the movies. In just a moment, he landed gracefully, his robe fluttering as he stood steadily before Lucio. There are many streams and thick moss here. If you stumble and fall at first, you'll just land in water or soft mud, so it won't hurt much. That's why I chose the giant mushroom rainforest. Understood, master. Lucio nodded earnestly, his eyes filled with admiration and a wish to move through the forest as freely as his master. He then began practicing the rope skills. Lin Nanwen returned to the lakeside, set up his fishing rod, and cast his line quietly into the rain. One trained while the other fished. All around was just the sound of raindrops. Falinga seemed oddly poetic. Lucio's thoughts drifted back to the days before he became a hunter, practicing swordplay on rainy days under a makeshift shed behind the yard, just as carefree and enjoyable. Suddenly, he blinked. The cooldown on his treasure chest sensing skill had just finished. To avoid wasting it, he triggered it repeatedly every hour as it cooled down. But due to his low level, the detection range remained limited, making it nearly impossible to find any missed treasure chests in the crowded Money Valley. Now, in the remote and dangerous one-star hunting zone of the giant mushroom rainforest, maybe he'd have better luck. Treasure chest sensing. Golden light flickered in his eyes. For a moment, a faint call seemed to come from the north. Wait, there's one in the east too. 2 treasure chests in total. Alright, now things are about to get interesting. 2 treasure chests. The treasure chest detection skill can lock onto multiple chests within a fixed range. There's no limit of sensing, only one. Lucio is only level 28, so his detection radius is just 2,800 meters. Yet, within this nearly 6-kilometer wide detection sphere, 2 treasure chests appear simultaneously. Compared to his past treasure hunting records, this density is indeed unusually high. He first looked up and gazed northward. That direction led to Demon Fish Lake, where one chest was definitely located. The demon fish tribe lived underwater. He could easily harvest them on land, but the lake bottom was their stronghold, making a reckless dive far too risky. Better to leave that for now. The other chest lay to the east, within a normal forest area. He hadn't yet ventured into the giant mushroom rainforest, and this chest was almost at the edge of his detection range, so it was safer to start with that one. Master, I want to head out hunting for a while. Lucio gave Lin Nanwen a reason. Staying in Money Valley too long makes me itchy, plus I want to push to level 30. That treasure-grade longbow you gave me, still can't use it yet. Lin Nanwen nodded. Want Finger to come with you? No need. He'll go alone. Lucio shook his head. He had no intention of letting anyone discover his treasure hunting talent. In the one-star hunting zone, evolved illusion beasts are common. Be sure to stay cautious. Understood, Master. Lucio put away the black cord, pressed his black hunter's hat firmly, and turned eastward. Bypassing several giant mushrooms as big as wheels and crossing a few streams, he gradually put distance between himself and Lin Nanwen. The hunter's instincts made him constantly scan his surroundings. Danger could spring from any bush or shadow. On the lake's surface ahead, a blue water snake with wings writhed. Water-winged snake, level 42, at least above 40, possibly already evolved once. Not something to mess with, best to keep distance. Further ahead, in a narrow water channel, crouched a dog-shaped illusion beast covered in blue scales, its golden vertical pupils narrowing as it searched for prey. The blue-scaled stalker, level 33. Not very high level, just right for a quick warm-up. The Shadow King slipped off Lucio's shoulder and transformed into a shadowy dark elemental figure, instantly materializing into a humanoid form of flesh above the prey. Tiger Claw. Pitch-black claws crashed down with a heavy, tearing sound from the air. Crack. The blue-scaled stalker barely had time to look up before its head was smashed into the deepest part of the stream. Its vision immediately turned black, and consciousness faded. The Shadow King leapt back to Lucio's side, dragging the prey. Lucio took the corpse, skin and bones, and tossed it into his spatial backpack. Which parts are valuable? I'll have Master dissect that later. Finishing, he threw a chunk of dark element-infused beast meat into the air. Now that the Shadow King had a physical body, ordinary illusion beast meat was enough to satiate it. But to nourish its internal dark element, Lucio still prepared some special dark element-infused blood and flesh for it. I need to get a bestiary of the giant mushroom rainforest mythical beasts for my master, Lucio thought to himself. He knew he would have to sneak back into this rainforest alone again to hunt more of these creatures. Whether to improve hunting efficiency or to properly process the materials, he had to master detailed information about every mythical beast. I'll ask as soon as I get back, he decided. The destination was only 2,800 meters away, which was no distance for Lucio on foot. Along the way, he casually took down a few blocking creatures. It took him roughly 10 minutes to reach the source of the treasure chest's magical attraction. The chest was up high. Lucio looked around and quickly spotted a giant mushroom, more precisely, the hollow beneath the mushroom cap and stem, where the birds like to nest. His companion, Shadow King, flapped up into the air to check for ambushes, but found none. If only the mythical beast could see the chest, Lucio thought it would have fetched it down by now. He took a few steps to build momentum, but the moss underfoot was slippery. Jumping straight up wasn't safe, so he pulled a long whip from his spatial backpack and cast it around a branch beside the mushroom. With a gentle tug, he swung himself up onto the thick stem. Carefully shifting his feet, he steadied himself and reached the target spot. There lay the bronze treasure chest, quietly resting, emanating a faint golden glow of treasure. The space under the mushroom cap was just big enough for him to crouch. Without hesitation, Lucio flipped open the lid. Two items lay quietly inside. The first was a recipe card. Steamed bluetail spirit fish with hot oil drizzle. Grade, fine. Effect, grants knowledge to prepare the dish, with additional attribute bonuses. Requirement, intermediate culinary skill. Description, bluetail spirit fish has few bones and tender flesh. Steaming preserves its freshness and sweetness. The hot oil drizzle at the end releases an aromatic finish and smooth texture. A top-notch homestyle dish. A recipe, Lucio muttered, surprised. It was his first time finding something like this, and he hadn't even heard of bluetail spirit fish before. But as a man aspiring to be a master chef, how could he sell a recipe? Since he met the requirements, he chose to learn it immediately. For ingredients, had always checked with his master fishermen like them didn't catch many fish, but knew plenty by name. The second item was a palm-sized blue mushroom. Giant growth mushroom. Grade, treasure. Effect, when eaten, doubles body size, strength, and constitution, but halves agility. Lasts for 1 hour. Description, contains giant growth properties, temporarily transforming the eater into a giant of their kind. A treasure-grade ingredient. Lucio toyed with the mushroom in his hand. Such ingredients could be eaten raw, but combined with the right recipe and a skilled chef, the effect was better. He judged this as a temporary buff item. He didn't need it yet, so he put it in his backpack. It might trade for other treasures later. With both items secured, the bronze chest dissolved into sparkling particles and merged into him. Notification, opening the bronze chest triggered the treasure seeker talent, granting a permanent 3 boost to all attributes. So far, Lucio had accumulated a 30 total all-attribute bonus. Everything was ready, and he prepared to head back the same way. Just as he was about to leap down, he spotted something unusual by another mushroom up ahead, a 3-meter-tall black treant covered in colorful mushrooms. It stood rooted there, a short distance away, staring at him with a desperate gaze. Shadow Wood Man LV-47. The shadow wooden golem let out a hoarse roar through its withered wooden mouth. Its twisted wooden face seemed to drip black sap with anger, the killing intent plainly visible. Lucio was half kneeling on the ground, rifling through the treasure chest. Just as he shoved a giant mushroom into his spatial backpack, he looked up and locked eyes with those dark, asphalt-like orbs, creating a rather awkward moment. From the gaze locked tightly on his backpack, Lucio immediately understood. The shadow wooden golem wasn't after him, but that giant mushroom. But it was a level 47 creature, likely having undergone its first evolution. A direct fight wouldn't be easy. Should he take it down? Lucio weighed the risks, but the opponent gave him no time. Suddenly, the blackened branch-like arms grew wildly, curling and twisting until they transformed into a dark, gleaming wooden blade. The shadow wooden golem roared and swung the blade fiercely in a crescent arc. Lucio pushed off on his heels and leapt back without hesitation, flinging out his shadow whip midair to wrap around the thick branch of another mushroom nearby and using it to steady his landing. Boom! The ground where the chest had been was swept by the black blade's slash. The mushroom stalk snapped at the strike, and the giant mushroom cap dropped with a crash, flattened like a crushed umbrella. This was how a normal mushroom should look. But before it could fully fall, the sharp blade struck again, instantly cleaving the entire mushroom in two. The shadow wooden golem lumbered forward, its wooden blade swelling once more, the spine thickening with dark elemental smoke curling like battlefield embers. Lucio's eyes lit up. Wow, this wooden blade really makes me happy. He had long been thinking of equipping his Beast King's transformed tiger form with a proper big sword. The ice wool cutter he carried was too short, only usable in human form. Stuck confined in Golden Money Valley and short on resources, he hadn't managed to forge a new weapon yet. But this shadowy wooden blade arm in front of him, in both shape and material, looked custom-made for him. He could even use it right away if he removed it. Well then, Shadow Roar, Lucio thought, and the Shadow King that had merged with his body and formed his cloak instantly detached, transforming into a stream of dark light flowing to the shadow wooden golem's flank. A deafening tiger roar burst out, like thunder rolling over the land. But the shadow wooden golem didn't move an inch. Born without ears and immune to sound waves, and being of the dark attribute, it felt nothing from the roar, treating it like a gentle forest breeze. So, thud, a black steel arrow zipped through the air, striking hard into the golem's cracked wooden chest. It finally lowered its head and saw the armor-piercing arrow lodged in the bark, then raised its head and roared. Coo! Black mist surged, but it did not notice the blood-red circular mark appearing above its head, turning it into a living target. On the other side, Lucio's drawing arm tingled slightly, but his gaze was tinged with disappointment. Despite his relentless assault with hunting shots, spiral arrows, and armor-piercing strikes, the arrows barely penetrated the surface bark. This defense was unbelievable. This only confirmed Lucio's growing conviction. The shadow wooden golem in front of him had clearly undergone its first evolution. When he just shot and killed the demon fish strongman, he didn't activate relentless pursuit. Instead, A piercing arrow fired from his spiral arrow skill tore straight through the strong man's head and hammered into the mushroom behind it. But the current enemy was clearly more troublesome, so Lucio had to switch tactics on the fly. Beast King Transformation, 9 Nether Purgatory Tiger. The Shadow King dove down from the sky, merging with Lucio. In the next moment, a towering tiger man wrapped in black flames stomped onto the soil. With tiger claws hitting the ground, Lucio became a shadow and charged straight forward. The shadow wooden man kept advancing relentlessly, swinging a blade that slashed out a blade of pitch-black energy. Lucio activated his flowing cloud eyes. A faint blue appeared deep in his pupils, and the world slowed down before him. The dark elemental slash's trajectory became clear. Right before it landed, his body split along the midline, flesh turning into pure element. The slash whistled past as he reformed seamlessly, as if nothing had happened. Tiger Ripping Claw. Pouncing in front of the shadow wooden man, Lucio suddenly brought both arms down, locking his tiger claws firmly into the opponent's right shoulder. His thick muscles tensed, veins bulging like worms as he roared and unleashed his full strength. Get off, Menno! Cracked the faint sound of splintering burst from the wooden man's shoulder like a victory trumpet. Then with a loud pop, the entire wooden sword arm was ripped off. Black, dark element gushed out from the severed stump like a blood waterfall. Ku the shadow wooden man screamed in agony. Its left arm's branches instantly grew into sharp spikes and swung to counterattack. Lucio dodged sideways in time, rolled on the ground, and grabbed the freshly torn-off wooden sword arm. Shadow wooden man's arm. Grade. Treasure. Description. The shadow wooden man's solid arm, fused with life essence and dark element, resists water and fire attacks, and can corrode anything it touches with shadow power. A treasure-grade item? Handy enough. Lucio waved it twice casually. Then his gaze fell on the wooden man's other arm with spikes dull in color, short and sparse, clearly malnourished. Looks like it has a preferred hand, too. The wooden man's fury boiled over. Its spikes shot out suddenly, and black mushrooms on its chest and back shot forward like dark missiles, all targeting Lucio. Under flowing cloud eyes, the mushroom's surfaces churned unpredictably with dark elements, wildly unstable. Unstable? About to explode. Lucio's heart skipped a beat. He immediately threw himself backward to the ground. Earth escape. Like sinking underwater, he plunged into the soil. The next moment, rumble boom. The raging dark element erupted violently, shaking the earth and blasting nearby mushroom fragments into the air. Lucio, buried deep beneath, had already shifted position, confirming his previous instinct. 3 seconds later, the earth exploded open and he burst from behind the shadow wooden man, holding his blade in one hand, black flames swirling around him. Instant slash. Bang. The shadow wooden dummy was smashed to the ground with a single strike. Lucio landed alongside it, his right foot firmly pressing down on the deeply grooved trunk. He powered from his waist and hips, leaned forward, raised his arm, and unleashed a tiger claw slash, sweeping across the dummy's head. Bones cracked sharply, claws slicing like blades. In the next moment, the shatter effect triggered explosively. The wooden head was torn open by several jet black cracks, and the boiling dark energy gushed out like spilling ink. Shadow wooden dummy, slain, LV47. Experience gained, 101,221. Overlevel kill, experience 380. Overrank kill, final experience bonus 200. Level up, all attributes 1, free attribute 1, current level, 29. Level up, all attributes 1, free attribute 1, current level, 30. Geo Inferno Tiger talent killing triggered, additional constitution 1, spirit 1. The head of the shadow wooden dummy wasn't truly a weak point. Lucio stared at the shattered, tattered wooden shell and guessed that its death was more likely caused by an overflow of dark energy inside, like a human dying from severe blood loss. He toyed with the wooden sword in his hand. It was still just wood, blunt in battle, unable to cut through targets. This sword would do for now, but sooner or later he would have to replace it with a real blade. He dispelled Beast King transformation. The Shadow King merged with him, dissolved into black mist, and slipped away, immediately lunging at the broken wooden body on the ground, greedily devouring the pouring dark energy. Within minutes, the once menacing form was reduced to a hollow shell. Had enough to eat? Lucio chuckled as he crouched down, stroking the Shadow King, which had reformed from elemental being into flesh and blood. The little guy squinted, bared its teeth, happily rubbed against his palm, and let out a satisfied burp. Lucio casually stuffed the remains into his spatial backpack, brushed the wood chips off his boots, and set off. The earlier fierce battle had caused quite a commotion. Just as he stepped out of the forest clearing, Lin Nanwen, who had been fishing nearby, called out, "Run into some kind of illusion beast?" That was quite a ruckus. Lucio dumped the remains from his backpack onto the grass. A shadow wooden dummy. "You're lucky," Lin Nanwen said, packing up his fishing pole and walking over. "Those don't show up often in the giant mushroom rainforest." "Master," There must be some valuable stuff on it. Do you have an illusion beast guide for the giant mushroom rainforest? LV Show asked. Ah, that was my oversight. Lin Nanwen slapped his forehead. I've been here so many times I forgot it was your first trip into the mountains. He pulled out a book from his spatial backpack and handed it over. The Giant Mushroom Rainforest Illusion Beast Guide. By the way, if you plan to hunt here long-term, remember to use the Spirit Flow Mirror. The Golden Assembly works with the Hunting Alliance, and many rainforest missions are listed there. You can also take external commissions. Got it. LV Shio agreed readily. It reminded him that he had been in Money Valley for a month without really using the Spirit Flow Mirror or taking quests, and had long neglected the mirror tucked away in his backpack. Lin Nanwen crouched down and examined the shadow wooden dummies remains carefully. The most valuable things on this creature are its shadow mushrooms. Each one is a top-tier ingredient. Hunters who manipulate dark energy fight over them. As he spoke, he turned the remains over and over, frowning deeper and deeper. Speaking of which, where are the shadow mushrooms on this thing? Lin Nanwen searched all over the shadow wooden dummy's body, but found not a single shadow mushroom. When I was fighting the shadow woodman, it seemed like it fired itself off like a cannonball. Instantly, Lu Xiu's mind flashed to that mushroom missile the creature launched at the end, and his expression grew complicated. Fired itself off like a cannonball. Lin Nanwen frowned upon hearing this. The shadow mushroom is the shadow woodman's source of power. If it really launched it, it wouldn't survive itself. Is that so? Lu Xiu scratched his head, thinking it over. Maybe it wanted to take me down with it. What did you do to make it go all out like that? Lin Nanwen asked curiously. Lu Xiu quietly pulled a pitch-black wooden blade from his spatial backpack. It was the right arm he had ripped off the shadow woodman during the fight. I wanted a weapon for my beast form, so I tore off its arm. Lin Nanwen fell silent for a moment. I guess this particular shadow woodman had a bad temper, Lu Xiu shrugged. I just pulled off its right arm, grown from its life essence. As for a mutual kill, that's pretty petty. Finished speaking, his master turned back to fishing calmly by the lake. Lu Xiu sat cross-legged and flipped through the giant mushroom rainforest phantom beast guide his master had given him, quickly finding the entry on the shadow woodman. 1. The shadow woodman is not native to the giant mushroom rainforest, but migrated from elsewhere, attracted by the giant mushrooms. 2. Its most valuable material is the shadow mushroom itself. 3. Secondary materials are its life essence-infused dark element arms, which elemental and knowledge hunters craft into weapons. 4. The least valuable is the bark, used to make wooden shields and other armor. Right now, all he had left was the thick bark. Unfortunately, his icewool blade wasn't sharp enough to cut it on the spot, so he decided to take it back to process later. Closing the guidebook, he remembered a blue-scaled hunting beast lying among the undergrowth. The guide said this beast was common in the giant mushroom rainforest. Its scales are the most valuable, used for scale armor, and its meat is delicious for cooking. So Lu Xiu rolled up his sleeves and efficiently scaled and butchered the beast. He threaded the meat chunks onto iron skewers and placed them over a slow fire on the iron rack Lin Nanwen had set up earlier. Minutes later, he grabbed his secret chili powder and generously dusted the skewers with bright red spice. Master, want some skewers? Lin Nanwen accepted one and devoured it happily. The spicy kick hit his taste buds hard, and he nodded repeatedly. Your cooking skills have improved again. Did you mix your own seasoning? Of course. Lu Xiu smiled proudly. Back in Money Valley, I cooked every day to hone my skills. Looks like I'm about to reach advanced cooking level. After finishing 2 skewers, Lu Xiu remembered the real topic. Master, is the magic fish lake dangerous? After getting the eastern treasure chest, my next target is the one in the lake. Lin Nanwen put down his skewer, his expression serious. There's definitely danger. In the lake lives a dragon whisker thunder eel swept here by a typhoon. It's completed its 2nd evolution. If it weren't for that beast, I would have dived in to catch the swallow-scale dragon bream. A dragon whisker thunder eel that has undergone 2 evolutions? It must be at least level 80. Equivalent to a tidal hunter among humans, and in water, it's in its natural element. No wonder the master prefers staying on the shore to fish. Hearing Lin Nanwen mention this rare mythical beast instantly sparked LV Xiu's curiosity. Had seen many tidal hunters before, but only ever experienced a twice-evolved mythical beast once before, on his master's hurricane hawk. He had never actually seen a dragon whisker thunder eel in person. After a brief rest, he went alone to the lake shrouded in rain and mist. The Shadow King's power gathered on his shoulders, forming a black cloak that billowed in the wind. A streak of electric blue flickered in his eyes, flowing cloud eyes boosting his vision 50-fold, combined with night vision. The lake bottom should have been completely visible, but the dense raindrops hitting the water and creating ripples distorted the view, so he bent down and plunged his head directly beneath the surface. Lin Nanwen stood on the shore, smiling knowingly at his disciple's actions. He had once been the same, full of passion to explore the world. The Devilfish Lake was teeming with life. Water snakes darted through the weeds, green crabs charged about, giant catfish opened wide to swallow fallen insects. The law of the jungle played out constantly, but LV Xiu had no interest in admiring nature's cycle. He just wanted to find the legendary Thunder-type ruler. He scanned the entire lakebed repeatedly, yet not a trace of the dragon whisker thunder eel appeared. Just dozens of devilfish tribes swimming underwater. From the center of the lake to the western edge, near the giant mushroom rainforest, more than 10 devilfish camps dotted the area, numbering roughly 500 members. Elvisio surfaced, shaking water droplets from his face. Master, I searched everywhere but didn't see the dragon whisker thunder eel. 10+ meters long and over 2 meters thick should be obvious. Lin Nanwen squinted, motioning with his hand. Look carefully again. Maybe it's hiding, napping somewhere in the weeds. Elvisio took a deep breath and dove down again, raking through the water plants inch by inch, but it was still empty. Nothing. Then he'll try. Lin Nanwen raised his hand and called out, Finger, Xuanmo. The hurricane hawk flapped its wings and burst into the air. The strong wind flattened the lake's surface, wiping ripples instantly. The enhanced vision extended to both master and disciple. Lin Nanwen ignited a patch of dark leaves that flickered ghostly green light, granting him temporary night vision. The lakebed unfolded before them like a painted scroll. Yet, scanning all around, he found no sign of the familiar giant shadow. Hey, you're right, I can't find it either. The veteran hunter showed surprise for the first time. Could someone have gotten there first? Elvisio guessed. Lin Nanwen immediately took out the spirit flow mirror and checked the bounty information. The contract for hunting the dragon whisker thunder eel is still active. Nobody has turned in the task, so it probably hasn't been hunted yet. Stroking his beard thoughtfully, he frowned. But the number of devilfish in the lake has clearly surged. Usually, the thunder eel keeps their population in check through its prey. Now, we've spotted over 500 just ourselves. This is off. Could that thing really have left Devilfish Lake? Considering this, he decided to test on the spot. Feifei. With a ripple of spatial distortion, the spirit beast dimension opened, and a round, cylindrical blue, fleshly mound thudded onto the wet ground. Mud splattered as the plump body trembled slightly. Elvisio saw a name and level floating above its head. The massive sea walrus, a level 80 named Feifei, lumbered toward the Devilfish Lake in search of the dragon whisker thunder eel. Feifei's layers of thick fat jiggled as he slowly turned his huge head. His broad, simple face sagged with loose skin. Messy whiskers hung down like seaweed, like a grumpy old man who had just woken up. The only fierce feature he had were the long, sharp, snow-white tusks beside his mouth. Hearing Lin Nanwen's orders, Feifei grunted twice with a reluctant awoo, but obediently wiggled his round backside, and with a splash plunged into the Devilfish Lake. The water churned as the powerful walrus sped beneath the surface like a heavy cannonball. His level 80 strength radiated so intensely that no fish dared come near. Even the notoriously fearsome devilfish tribe scattered immediately. Some dived deep into the weeds. Others furiously dug through the mud to bury themselves on the lake bottom, afraid they would become prey. Feifei marched proudly around the lake, showing off his dominance to confirm no one dared challenge him, then hauled himself back ashore. Woo-woo, the cylindrical mountain of flesh flailed his flippers desperately, trying to signal the discovery had just made. There was only a faint trace left of the thunder eel's energy still lingering in the lake. Only a residual aura? Lin Nanwen rubbed his chin thoughtfully and nodded to himself. Looks like my guess was right. The dragon whisker thunder eel is no longer here. He recalled leaving this area only 2 months ago. Where the eel had gone now was uncertain, but evidently, this was good news. Go catch me those swallow-scale dragon snapper, he ordered. Feifei snorted, turned, and dived back into the lake. Moments later, he emerged holding several golden snappers stunned by his massive paws. Lin Nanwen quickly stored them into his spatial backpack, thus easily completing their primary task for this journey to the giant mushroom rainforest. Master, will we leave here soon? Elvisio quietly asked nearby. No, Lin Nanwen shook his head. Wait till your rope skills reach intermediate level. I'm too lazy to find another training spot. With that, he cast his fishing line again and settled by the lake shore. Now, holding the swallow-scale dragon snapper, he was fishing not for fish, but for something ineffably, a state of mind beyond words. Not leaving suited Elvisio, just Fini was still pondering that treasure chest they had sensed earlier, planning to crack it when time allowed. The boy glanced up at the sky, where heavy clouds thickened the already darkening canopy. Night was about to fall. Night had fallen. Master Lin Nanwen had a few drinks and went to bed early. Lucio quietly arrived at the shore of Demon Fish Lake, wearing only a pair of shorts and a black cloak formed by the Shadow King. The cloak clung tightly to his skin like flowing ink, blending him almost seamlessly with the lake's darkness. He slipped silently into the water, disturbing the surface only with a faint ripple. The pitch-black night provided perfect cover, and the cloak's stealth powers blocked most detection, especially from the lake's most dangerous inhabitants, the demon fish tribe. The dragon-whiskered electric eels were long gone. The only real threat left were these aquatic anomalies. A soft blue light flickered in Lucio's eyes, his flowing cloud pupils activated, instantly sharpening his vision so much he could see tiny specks of mud on the lake plants. The demon fish weren't nocturnal phantasms, so only a few were active in the water now. After about 15 minutes of steady swimming forward and back, he reached the spot where he had marked the treasure chest during the day. Confirming its position, he took a deep breath, pulled his arms in, and plunged downward like a hunting fish. His body, with all four attributes averaging over 100, resisted the water pressure easily. A 100-meter dive was just a short sprint for him. The lake bottom was thick with water plants, less than 100 meters from the demon fish camp. The long, hair-like strands swayed with the currents. Looking eerie, but he kept his distance, letting the chest's mysterious pull guide him around the vegetation. The mud was soft. His hand sank a few inches before he touched a palm-sized shell. Lucio glanced at it briefly, tossed it aside, and kept digging. His fingertips soon met metal. After a moment, he unearthed a heavy black iron chest in one piece. With the goal in hand, he surfaced swiftly, breaking through the water and exhaling deeply. Though a good swimmer, he wasn't like those who grew up by the sea. He felt more comfortable on land. That thought made him decide to find a spirit beast that could operate underwater in the future, ideally one that could thrive in sea, land, and air, or even master all three realms. The thought passed, and on the surface he pried open the black iron chest. Inside lay a marble-sized blue gem carved with a swimming fish. Fish pearl. Quality, fine. Effect, grants the bearer the ability to breathe freely underwater, activates once placed in a spatial bag. Description, like a fish swimming in a lake. Not bad. Lucio grinned. He currently lacked any way to move freely underwater, so this fine-grade fish pearl perfectly filled that gap. He slipped the gem into his spatial bag and then dived back into the water. The difference was immediate. No matter how deeply he inhaled, not a drop of water entered his mouth or nose. Every breath seemed to compress the surrounding water invisibly, continuously pushing oxygen into his lungs. Scanning the shadowy waters, Lucio suddenly had an idea. Why not grab some seafood on the way back? Tonight's cold shredded squid, grilled meat, and orange juice hadn't quite filled him up, and he had just swum over 1,000 meters, burning a lot of energy. Might as well have a late-night snack. Grilled fish or steamed crab. Lucio spotted a small baby carp swimming right before his eyes, while a large blue crab rested on the sandy shore at his feet. He licked his lips, but suddenly shifted his gaze toward the nearby demon fish tribe camp. The camp was built from rocks and water plants, stretching along the hillside in rows of caves. Thanks to his flowing cloud eyes X-ray vision, he could hear snores echoing inside. The demon fish tribe were fast asleep and completely unguarded. With his lack of experience, how could he possibly hold back? When bags of experience bonuses practically begged to be taken, how could he resist? Pushing off quietly against the current, Lucio silently slid toward the camp. The moment he landed, he reached into his spatial backpack and drew out the ice-blue long knife ice wheel cutter. Its cold radiance spread underwater. What followed was the demon fish version of a knock from the Grim Reaper, though there was no door to knock on, since their homes were open caves. Stepping into the first cave, he saw a demon fish warrior snoozing on his back, his belly fins hanging limp. In a fresh market back in his old world, a fish with a belly like that would only cost 5 yuan per gene. In a flash of steel, the water resistance couldn't hold back Lucio's explosive strength. The blade sliced cleanly along the unscaled side of the neck, and the fish had tumbled. The demon fish warrior never had time to feel the chill of death before meeting the real Grim Reaper. Killed demon fish warrior LV35. Gained 6,342 experience. Level skipping kill, experience doubled. Blood clouds spread in the water. Looking at the huge fish head, Lucio thought of the fresh fish counter, where a fatty head fish cost over 40 yuan each. Too bad this was just a fake fish head. He bent down and picked up the demon fish warrior's trident, stuffing it into his backpack, another top-tier weapon worth at least 4 or 5,000 alliance coins. Small gains add up over time. Turning, he slipped into the next cave. Tonight, he would be a fresh fish delivery guy with 10 years of experience. That my heart is as cold as my blade. The next morning, a large patch of headless demon fish carcasses floated belly up on the lake. You went and did this last night. Lin Nanwen frowned, staring at the water. Lucio's secret couldn't escape Lin Nanwen's observation. Got hungry at midnight, went for a midnight snack, came across some demon fish camps, decided to clear them out along the way. In truth, it wasn't just one camp swept through 7 in one go. The first camp wasn't satisfying enough, so he kept heading west along the lake bed, attacking every camp he encountered. It wasn't that he exhausted his limit, dawn simply arrived too quickly. A night of slaughter brought equally rich rewards. He silently leveled up to 33, his backpack now holding over 100 quality weapons, easily worth 4 or 500,000 alliance coins. Still, Lucio knew sustainability was the right path. Couldn't fish dry the lake, and he definitely couldn't stay up all night every night. From now on, just grabbing a few lucky little darlings while catching midnight snacks would be enough. For breakfast, he sprinkled a few goji berries into his fish soup and happily finished it. Then started his new day of training. Morning practicing rope skills. Afternoon wandering the giant mushroom forest using his treasure chest sense to find loot. Evening hunting midnight snacks in the demon fish lake. A steady, fulfilling life passed in the blink of an eye. Before long, Lucio and Lin Nanwen had put down roots in the giant mushroom rainforest for half a month. Deep within the jungle, the air remained thick and humid all day long. Enormous mushroom caps stretched overhead like giant umbrellas casting vast shadows, while thick stalks were entwined with vines and moss. In this environment, Lucio practiced his rope skills methodically every day. The rope slid skillfully through his hands as he mastered basic piercing, wrapping, and grabbing techniques. Yet, his skill proficiency was improving more slowly than expected. The experience bar on the system panel crept up at a reluctant pace, and it seemed it would take over a month to push his rope skill into the intermediate level. The focus of his upcoming training was to wrap the rope continuously around the giant mushroom branches, simulating the fluid, shadow-like movements his master once made through the Forsta move Lucio dreamed of turning into a Spider-Man-style visual effect. But in practice, the tension and angle of the continuous wraps allowed no margin for error. Over the past few days, Lucio had repeatedly fallen from midair, falling into mud and dirt. Though disheveled and covered in grime, he could perceive subtle improvements with every fall, making every pain worthwhile. Exploring the rainforest yielded some reward. She had dug out 2 treasure chests from a tangle of roots and mushroom wood, one wooden, one of black iron. The loot inside was mediocre, just a normal grade material and a fine grade one. Lucio was not disappointed. What he truly valued was the treasure hunter talent's attribute boost. The boost had now climbed to 35 and applied atop his base stats of over 70 in each category, effectively adding nearly 90 points across the board. That was twice the benefit of a feast of dragon meat. That afternoon, Lin Nanwen returned from the rainforest checkpoint with the latest news from Nanfang Harbor. The hunter profession advancement originally scheduled for January next year was suddenly moved up till October 1st of this year. The official explanation was too many hunter applicants requiring group scheduling, but the real concern at the city lord's mansion was something else. The banquet organization, Lin Nanwen added in a low voice. This sinister group of gourmet hunters had somehow stolen a profession advancement secret realm key stored in Nanfang Harbor, planning to hold a bloody banquet inside the realm. To recover the key and stop the banquet, the city lord's mansion had to act early. The secret realm only accepted hunters who had not yet advanced, and each key could admit only 100 people at a time. To strengthen forces, Nanfang Harbor offered the Golden Assembly a truce by sharing the admission slots in exchange for more combat. Power. The Golden Assembly secured 20 seats. Each chosen hunter could claim a free level 40 treasure grade weapon before entering. Those who managed to steal back the key from the banquet organization could select a perfect grade skill book from the city lord's treasury. Killing hunters from the banquet organization would earn a treasure grade material per head. A big move, Lucio murmured, stroking his chin thoughtfully. I'm sure Nantion Port offered similar reward terms to the other reinforcements. Just the 100 level 40 rare grade weapons given for 100 battle slots alone are worth 50 to 60 million alliance coins. Not to mention that they can also exchange the heads of the banquet organization's hunters for rare grade materials. Do you want to join? Lin Nanwen asked Elvicio. Can I? Elvicio looked up. Of course. This year's Golden Gathering recruited very few new people in Yunqing Prefecture, not even 20, and some were too afraid to go. After all, you have to face the banquet organization's hunters heathen. In that case, count me in. Elvicio decided after a brief pause. He wasn't interested in the rare grade weapon or the perfect level skill book. Over the past 2 weeks, he had been hunting fiercely in the giant mushroom rainforest, reaching level 36 and sure to hit level 40 before October 1st. Since he could complete his career advancement early, he didn't want to wait another 2 months. As for the banquet organization, Elvicio didn't consider those hunters who hadn't completed their first career advancement a threat. At his current strength, even a creature that had only evolved once was no match, let alone those human hunters. Moreover, career advancement can be completed immediately in the secret realm, would gain a 3rd hunter profession then, widening the gap even more. Alright, they'll register your name right away. You should also focus on training your rope skills. Try to reach intermediate level within a month, Lin Nanwen said, pulling out his spirit flow mirror to send the message. His spirit flow mirror was several grades higher than Elvicio's, with communication coverage across all of Yunqing Prefecture. Master, could you please contact Ma Qilin to custom make a full set of level 40 rare grade gear for me at the Floating Cloud Commerce Guild? They have my measurements. He can cover the deposit first, and he'll pay him back when I arrive at Nantion Port, Elvicio added. Although he had just replaced his equipment recently, he would have to customize a new set again. It was frustrating, but he was leveling too fast, and that was exactly why he hadn't spent big money upgrading his gear at levels 1 or 10. He guessed his leveling speed would slow down at 40, extending his gear replacement cycle. Got it. Lin Nanwen agreed readily and used the spirit flow mirror to contact Ma Qilin. Elvicio turned to resume training. Just then, a system notification popped into view. Notice, Item Greedy Treasure Chest Effect 2 activated, generating 1 intermediate treasure map. Pretty good luck this time, LV Show murmured to himself, and immediately opened his space backpack to check. Intermediate treasure map, Giant Mushroom Rainforest. Effect: automatically guides you within a 1,000 meter radius of the treasure. Description: a map marking the location of buried precious treasures. Following the map's indicators will lead you to the treasures. The treasure is hidden in the giant mushroom rainforest. Lucio's eyes gleamed faintly. Although he wasn't certain that a mid-level treasure map would definitely lead to a platinum chest, the worst-case scenario would be a gold chest. There might even be a chance for a higher-tier chest than platinum. With too few samples in the database, he could only wait to collect more mid-level maps before drawing conclusions. For now, he'd treat this as just another platinum chest. Regardless of what items might be inside, the 20 all-attribute bonus granted by the treasure seeker talent, just from opening it was enough to make Lucio's mouth water. It was almost like a feast of dragon meat for him. The thought barely formed before he couldn't hold back. His right hand shot out. A black rope whizzed forward, wrapping around the branch of a giant mushroom. Using the momentum, he launched himself into the air, becoming a streak of light streaking deep into the rainforest. Off in the distance, Lin Nanwen remained focused on the spirit flow mirror and paid no attention, assuming Lucio was simply practicing his agility. In less than a moment, Lucio had slid more than 1,000 meters through the giant mushroom rainforest. The mid-level treasure map hovered before him, a red, precisely marking the treasure's location along the shore of Demonfish Lake, heading west. The destination was at the far western end, about 100 meters from the water's edge. When the distance narrowed to 1,000 meters, the treasure map suddenly transformed into a red arrow, hovering in front of his eyes and pointing the way. Lucio's gaze sharpened. The arrow tilted slightly downward, meaning the chest was buried underground. His figure didn't slow. He rapidly reached the marked spot. Now the arrow pointed straight down at his feet. Only the earth tunneling technique could get him underground quickly. If 100 meters of tunneling wasn't enough to reach the chest, he would have to start digging slowly on the surface. With this in mind, he activated the earth tunneling command, and in an instant, the earth swallowed him whole. 2 seconds later, darkness suddenly gave way to bright light had broken through underground and was tumbling down, landing silently. Steadying himself midair, he landed gracefully and found himself in an underground chamber. The space was obviously man-made. A smooth stone floor, 2 rows of stone pillars supporting the rocky ceiling, and torches on all 4 walls casting eerie light on a dark red altar at the center. On the altar lay a massive yellow eel over 10 meters long and more than 2 meters thick, impaled by a black bone spear. Its face was covered with disheveled golden whiskers. Electric blue arcs crackled intermittently between its scales, and dark red blood seeped beneath it, slowly spreading. Above the huge body floated the name Lucio had been desperately searching for: Longshu Thunder Eel LV86. So the Longshu Thunder Eel was here all along. Lucio's heart jolted. He and his master had assumed this strange beast had left Demonfish Lake on its own, but they never expected it to be trapped in this gloomy altar. What surprised him even more was that the eel's body was still faintly moving, and its name hovering overhead hadn't vanished. It was clearly still alive. But questions immediately arose. Who had impaled it here? Lucio had no way of knowing, but whoever it was, they had definitely trapped the Longshu Thunder Eel in this very place. From now on, that Dragon Whisker Thunder Eel belongs to me. LV Shio swallowed hard as an image of eel rice flashed through his mind. Golden, glossy eel brushed thickly with a savory, rich sauce, laid atop fluffy, freshly steamed rice with separate grains, then sprinkled with a layer of vibrant green scallions. He imagined picking up a soft, tender chunk of eel with his chopsticks and savoring it together with the rice. The mingled aroma alone made him involuntarily gulp and almost drool. A greedy golden gleam flickered and vanished in his eyes. Reaching into his spatial backpack with his right hand, he pulled out the chillingly sharp ice wheel cutter, then drew 2 thick cloth bands to wrap tightly around its handle, steadily closing in on the Dragon Whisker Thunder Eel. Strictly speaking, electric eels aren't true eels. But this Dragon Whisker Thunder Eel looked much more like a massive eel wielding lightning elemental power, judging by its bone and muscle structure, rather than a natural electric eel species. Sensing the killing intent, the Dragon Whisker Thunder Eel struggled to open its eyes. They were clear yet dim, showing no fear or panic, but instead a faint longing for release. Looks like you've suffered for a long time, LV Shio said softly. Don't worry, I'm quick, this will hardly hurt. Firmly gripping the ice wheel cutter, he aimed for the eel's flaring gill openings and suddenly stabbed. Squelch! The blade pierced scales and flesh straight to the brain. Bright red blood gushed down the ice wheel cutter, quickly staining the altar beneath. Kill target: Dragon Whisker Thunder Eel LV86. Experience gained: 6,409,484. Overlevel kill: experience 1,000. Cross-level kill: experience 400. An overwhelming tide of experience flooded in. Level up: 3738. 1 to all attributes, 1 free attribute. Level up. 3839. 1 to all attributes, 1 free attribute. Level up. 3940. 1 to all attributes, 1 free attribute. Notice, level cap for novice hunters reached. Please complete the profession advancement promptly. Slaying an LV-86 enemy at over level 50 beyond his own vastly boosted his loot gains, propelling him forcibly to the level 40 cap. The overflow experience was stored in his experience pool, ready to be used for further leveling after his profession advancement. LV Shio withdrew the ice wheel cutter and stored it along with the dragon whisker thunder eel in his spatial backpack. The bloodstains here made it clearly unsuitable for dissecting prey. After the eel's disappearance, only a pool of dark red blood and a deeply black-boned spear stood silently driven into the altar. He stepped closer, and a data panel immediately popped up in his vision. Equipment: Name Demon King's Blood Thorn. Grade Perfect. Level Requirement 80. Attribute bonuses: Attack 10-20, Strength 25, Agility 20, Constitution 30. Skill: Blood Thorn Passive. Deals damage while inflicting bleeding status inevitably. Skill: Demonic Blood Boil Active. Activates the blood within, increasing own attack speed and strength by 100 for 10 minutes. Cooldown: 10 hours. Equipment requirement: Strength 300, Constitution 500. Durability 3000-3000. Description: Crafted primarily from the skeletal remains of the king garfish, forged repeatedly with highly concentrated demonic blood essence. The bearer can hear the roar of their own bloodline and wield its mysterious power. Any enemy pierced by this spear will bleed relentlessly until death. The data panel flickered as the crimson-black spear emitted a savage, chilling aura within the blood glow, as if quietly summoning its new master. It was no surprise that Lucio wielded a perfect level 80 weapon. To pin down an 86-level Dragonbeard Thunder Eel here, the opponent had to be at least an experienced level 80 who had completed their second-class advancement. Lucio shrugged. Well, sorry. Since you're not here, he'll just take your weapon. With that, he gripped the Demon King's blood dagger firmly. His wrist trembled lightly, and the dagger obediently slipped into his spatial backpack. No greedy treasure hunter ever left behind any loot, not even a layer of the territory. Directly behind the altar, pressed against the stone wall, lay a dazzling platinum chest bathed in golden light. It had been there quietly since Lucio first stepped into this place. Almost forgot the main mission. Lucio hurried over, and with a snap, flipped the chest open. Inside were 2 items, a softly glowing jade stone emitting a gentle green aura, and a skill book shimmering with faint light. 1. Remnant of the Sacred Life Bearer. Quality: Epic. Effect: unlocks a targeted mutation towards the life attribute for spirit beasts. Restriction: only for spirit beasts that have not yet mutated. Description: when the Sacred Life Bearer is near death, it condenses all its power into a jade stone, capable of granting spirit beasts the ability to purify evil and heal wounds. 2. Rock Dragon Cart Knowledge Skill. Quality: Perfect. Learning requirements: Knowledge Hunter, Advanced Earth Element Mastery. Description: uses the power of earth elements to form a dragon's head from rock and charges fiercely into enemy ranks. A perfect quality Knowledge Hunter skill book and an epic level item enabling targeted mutations for spirit beasts. The Rock Dragon Cart could easily be traded with other hunters for skills of the same quality, but what truly excited him was the remnant of the Sacred Life Bearer. Its worth wasn't just in the epic quality, but in those 4 words: targeted mutation. Back when Du Shershin tried evolving an extreme individual of the evil tiger into the Hell Killer Tiger of the Ghost Path, she performed the Goose Spring ritual, using all the spirit beasts from the Breeze Forest and Sea Breeze Plains as nourishment. The process was insanely dangerous. 1. The evil tiger faced spirit beasts across 2 whole hunting zones. 1 misstep, and it would be dead. 2. Even if it survived and mutated, the outcome was unpredictable, sometimes becoming weaker. 3. The Goose Spring ritual carried severe side effects, including loss of sanity. This showed just how difficult it was to achieve a positive mutation in a spirit beast. Pure luck had to be on your side. But this remnant offered a 100 success guarantee, and the direction was clear: life. Life corresponds to death and is a higher order attribute above the basic elements of water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. Using it to nurture a support or healing type spirit beast would be priceless. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, heavy, chaotic footsteps echoed from the outer corridor. Had the powerful adversary who pinned down the Dragonbeard Thunder Eel at the altar returned? Lucio instantly slipped behind a stone pillar, blending into the shadow cast by his torch. His right hand clenched the Earth Dui talisman tightly, ready to escape underground at a moment's notice. Soon, 2 burly figures appeared at the doorway, their bodies covered with blue fish scales and wielding sharp harpoons. Their faces were grim and fierce. Lucio was all too familiar with these 2 figures. They were none other than the brute warriors of the demon fish tribe, he frequently hunted during his nightly forays. However, unlike the stout and bulky demon fish brutes he had encountered before in the demon fish lake, these two appeared distinctly different. They stood tall and muscular, their blue scales shimmering with a golden hue under the firelight. Both were at an impressive level 47, likely having completed their first evolution. This sparked a thought in Lucio's mind. Could it be that the demon fish tribe purposely stationed the dragon whisker thunder eel here? Suddenly, both demon fish brutes turned to look at the empty altar, their faces filled with confusion and shock. Where had the dragon whisker thunder eel gone? Slam. One brute angrily slapped his companion, who turned sharply in surprise. Gulu? Why are you hitting me? Gulu, I just want to make sure I'm not dreaming. Gulu, then shouldn't you hit yourself? The partner didn't back down and slapped back. With that, both confirmed beyond doubt they were not hallucinating. The dragon whisker thunder eel was truly gone. Gulu, report to the Lord quickly. The two demon fish brutes fled hastily, panic written all over their faces. Only after they vanished into the shadows did Lucio slowly emerge from behind a pillar, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The demon fish tribe had once again produced a sovereign-level individual. From the giant mushroom rainforest's illusory beast codex, taught by his master Lin Nanwen, Lucio knew that every few decades, the demon fish tribe would spawn a demon king fish, an overlord of its kind. Upon maturity, this demon king fish possessed intelligence on par with humans, its demonic bloodline fully awakened, enabling it to effortlessly achieve both first and second evolutions. Its combat power rivaled the most elite titled hunters among humans. The codex recorded that each time a demon king fish appeared in the giant mushroom rainforest, the demon fish clan's strength surged dramatically, devastating the ecosystem and slaughtering many wild illusory beasts. To maintain ecological balance, or more precisely, to protect human hunting rights, the Hunting Alliance dispatched titled hunters to hunt down the demon king fish. Faced with such a formidable foe, Lucio knew he was far from a match, but the information had to be relayed to his master. Perhaps they could keep track of developments. Clutching the Earth DUI token in his right hand, Lucio commanded the Shadow King to transform into mist and scout ahead, ensuring no enemy demon fish lurked nearby. Once safe, he quietly slipped out. The place where the dragon whisker thunder eel was held was a massive corridor, not a human-made passage, but seemingly a cave tunnel carved by the illusory beasts themselves. Dim lights dotted the cavern, with much of the space cloaked in rugged shadows. Moving stealthily along the darkness, Lucio soon passed through the tunnel and entered a spacious hall. Inside, groups of demon fish frolicked, none below level 40. Among them were muscular demon fish brutes, as mighty as burly warriors, as well as horn-bearing demon fish tide callers wielding magic wands and sporting full beards. Without exception, these were members of the demon fish tribe who had completed their first evolution. Suddenly, urgent demon fish cries echoed from a cavern on the far side of the hall, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. All eyes fixed on a towering figure that stepped slowly out of the cave, an imposing demon fish standing 3 meters tall, broad-shouldered, with blue skin covered in purple scales. Black demonic horns curved atop its head, and hanging from its neck was a nameplate that read, Demon King Fish LV81. Sure enough, the demonic king fish really existed. Lucio immediately activated the Earth Escape Talisman, giving the enemy no chance to detect his presence, and retreated at once. 3 seconds later, he broke through the soil and stood on the soft ground of the giant mushroom rainforest. A few clumps of sticky blue moss still clung to his hair. He wiped them off casually and dashed toward the camp without hesitation. When Lucio returned, Lin Nanwen had already explained the process for professional advancement and ordering the customized level 40 treasure set. He was squatting by the lake, casually casting his line to try fishing. Master, I found the demonic kingfish. Lucio cut straight to the point. The demonic kingfish? Where? Lin Nanwen immediately reeled in his line, the float still wobbling in midair. Follow me. Lucio led his master back along the route to where he had broken through the earth. Pointing to the ground beneath them, Lucio explained, I used Earth Escape, but accidentally entered a hidden space. Inside were a group of demonic fish warriors, and in the center was a demonic kingfish over level 80. Lin Nanwen nodded slightly and raised his hand to open the phantom beast space. Sure to Yamba. In the next moment, dozens of earth-colored square stones clattered out of the space, quickly assembling. 8 formed thick legs, 8 formed heavy arms, for stacked to form the chest and abdomen, and the final one topped off the head with a purple eye pattern in the center. It looked like a giant made of massive blocks, a ritual rock giant, a defensive earth elemental creature with support capabilities. Ritual rock giant LV88. It lightly slapped the ground with both palms, sending invisible ripples underground that quickly withdrew. This was the rock wave, a detection of underground structures. Lin Nanwen took out a shadow sphere and handed it to the ritual rock giant. The smooth orb sank into the earth, then moments later was spat back up into Lin Nanwen's hand. The image played, densely packed demonic fish warriors patrolling, and a large demonic king fish covered in black scales with exposed fangs angrily commanding its subordinates. The picture was crystal clear. Second evolution demonic king fish, Lin Nanwen confirmed in a low voice. No wonder they silently built a base. Those demonic fish on the outskirts really are just bait. Master, should we dig straight through the ground, or look for an entrance? Lucio rubbed his hands, eager to fight. He planned to leave the king fish to his master and clean out the ordinary demonic fish to see how many fine pieces of equipment would drop. The entrance should be on the western side of Demon Fish Lake, where the fish are densest. There's definitely a passage hidden there. Don't rush. Lin Nanwen raised his hand to halt him. Let's go to the rainforest checkpoint first. Why the checkpoint? Lucio asked, puzzled. He thought the battle was about to begin. You'll understand soon enough, Lin Nanwen said firmly. The two hurried to the rainforest gate. I have important intelligence about the giant mushroom rainforest. I need to see your checkpoint, Guardian, Lin Nanwen told the guard checking passes as soon as they entered. Follow me. The guard recognized Lin Nanwen and didn't delay, leading them directly to meet the rainforest's gatekeeper. Within the Hunting Alliance's territory, every star-rated hunting zone has a checkpoint. These checkpoints serve two purposes. First, to screen hunters and keep inexperienced rookies from stumbling into deadly situations. Second, to guard dangerous passages when a beast tide erupts in these zones. Nearby villages fall in moments. Because of this, each checkpoint is always manned by a gatekeeper. On typical days, they act like a temporary hunters guild, issuing tasks to maintain the ecosystem. But when a beast tide hits, they become the first line of defense. At the giant mushroom rainforest checkpoint, the gatekeeper was a slightly portly middle-aged man. Wearing a white shirt with sleeves rolled up to his elbows, he lounged on a bamboo chair on the second-floor balcony, letting the rain patter off the eaves as he leisurely sipped hot tea and watched the downpour. Still drinking? You're in deep trouble, kid. A familiar voice called out from the stairs. It was Lin Nanwen, casually tossing a blue glowing recording orb toward the gatekeeper. They clearly knew each other while the gatekeeper didn't even bother raising his eyebrows. First, he waved the guards away, then nonchalantly activated the orb. The image flickered to Lithia fully second stage, evolved demon king fish opened its mouth and roared, its gill bones sharp as blades. The man's eyebrows twitched slightly in surprise, but it vanished quickly. He closed the orb and said, that's it? In deep trouble? I've killed worse. Cut the crap and issue the task. Lin Nanwen pulled up a chair. Since when did you get so generous? Just here to cash in. The gatekeeper chuckled and tossed the orb onto the counter below. Set the task. Hunt the demon king fish. Yes, sir. The clerk downstairs immediately busied himself. Reward must be a phantom beast skill, Lin Nanwen added. The gatekeeper sighed but had to comply. Reward 1 perfect grade phantom beast skill. Thanks. Drinks on me some other time. Lin Nanwen stood, brushing rain off his pants as he headed downstairs. I've heard that promise until I've got calluses on my ears. The middle-aged man leaned on the railing and shouted, when are you actually buying me a drink? When you're not gatekeeper anymore. The reply drifted back as the figure disappeared from sight. A moment later, Lin Nanwen and LV Xiao finished registration on the first floor. Target, Demon King Fish. Requirement, bring back the head. Reward, perfect grade phantom beast skill swift wind hunting pack. Outside the rainforest checkpoint, mist mixed with mushroom spores swirled in the air. LV Xiao whispered in awe, Master, I've never seen a task handled like this before. It's not everyone's game. Lin Nanwen shook off rain and explained, the demon kingfish is the biggest threat in the giant mushroom rainforest. Every time one shows up, disaster follows. Normally a hunter spots it first, reports back. Then the alliance confirms before issuing a task. I got the footage myself and haven't even asked them for scouting fees. Consider it a loss on my part. LV Xiao nodded, inspiration hitting him suddenly. He abruptly stopped and pulled out his spirit flow mirror to check something. What's up? Lin Nanwen looked over his shoulder. I'm claiming the reward for hunting the dragon whisker thunder eel first. LV Xiao quickly found the incomplete, still active hunting task for the dragon whisker thunder eel in the alliance records. Emerging from the rainforest pass, Lucio shook the water droplets off his shoulders and casually checked his spatial backpack. Inside was a newly acquired phantom beast material, the dark veil bear heart. Grade, perfect, serial no, 37. It was the heart of the dark veil bear king, its blood and flesh swirling with dark elemental energy. Legend said that if fully detonated, it could unleash a blighted death zone spanning thousands of meters, where not a blade of grass could survive. Compared to the demon king fish, the dragon whisker thunder eel caused far less ecological damage to the devilfish lake, so the hunting rewards were naturally lower as well. However, this mission required only 3 dragon whiskers plus a half-body holographic image of the eel almost to give away. What else could I ask for? Lucio chuckled, carefully stowing away the materials. Let's go. Lin Nanwen raised his hand to signal the group's departure. Lucio already knew the full story about the dragon whisker thunder eel before accepting the task, so Lin Nanwen was not worried. Upon hearing about the demon kingfish lurking in the giant mushroom rainforest, he guessed the eel must have been dragged down into the lake's depths for his disciple to steal the prey right under the demon kingfish's nose. Lin Nanwen quietly congratulated himself on the wisdom of taking Lu Xiao as a studenta far better choice than that love-struck Machilin. Machilin, nope, won't listen. That's just like a turtle chanting scriptures, he joked inwardly, but kept moving without pause. Through the pouring rain, the two quickly arrived at the edge of the waters where the demon kingfish had been previously scouted. Lin Nanwen turned back and instructed, stay back and watch carefully, learn well. With that, he summoned the rock ritual giant from the phantom beast space. Got it. Lu Xiao immediately scrambled up the slope, picking an excellent vantage point. Lying flat on the ground, he loudly promised, I'm ready to shout awesome anytime, just waiting for the master to carry me. Only after confirming his disciple was safely away from the battlefield did Lin Nanwen raise his hand and signal, begin. Earth crack. The rock ritual giant raised its fan-shaped palms and slammed them down with all its might. Boom. The entire giant mushroom rainforest shook as if gripped in a giant's hand. The earth exploded as thick fissures sprawled rapidly from the palms, ripping a 50-meter-long black chasm open. The lake bottom was exposed beneath the rain curtain, and a group of demon fish looked up in dazed confusion. Is it morning? No, wait. The ceiling's lifting on its own? Amidst the chaos, only the demon kingfish reacted quickly, locking its gaze on the rock ritual giant as it leapt out of the fissure. But just as its forefeet touched the ground, a giant dragon of pure ice element roared into view. The demon kingfish barely managed to cross its arms. Bang! An instant freeze wave engulfed it, turning the fish and surrounding lake water into a towering iceberg. Lin Nanwen gripped his crystalline ice bow and leisurely drew a golden arrow from his backpack. Without turning, he signaled to Lu Xiao, watch closely, this is max-level spiral arrow. The bow arced like a full moon as he twisted his wrist, causing the bowstring and arrow to spin slightly, whipping the surrounding air into a vortex. Electric light gathered along the arrow shaft, illuminating the rain. A low hum, like distant thunder, sounded from the bowstring. In the next moment, a streak of golden lightning pierced through the downpour and struck the iceberg, piercing through the ice wall and driving straight into the demon kingfish's forehead. Its speed was so fast it seemed to hit the moment the string sounded. Inside the ice, lightning flickered wildly. Electric flames splattered from the fish's skull, connecting dozens of giant mushrooms behind it like a line of electric arcs. An arrow? It looked more like divine punishment. Boom. The iceberg shattered, a storm of ice shards raining down like deadly spears. Bathed in the icy hail, the demon kingfish clutched its electrified head with one hand and sank to one knee, horror etched across its face. The demon kingfish wasn't surprised that a powerful human warrior had launched an attack against it. With the wisdom passed down through generations of its kind, the demon kingfish had long understood the true cause behind the downfall of previous rulers. Humans and demon fish had always been mortal enemies. What baffled it endlessly was how this formidable human had managed to discover the secret hidden sanctuary it had painstakingly established. To keep this healing ground concealed, the demon kingfish had deliberately sent some weaker clan members to the demon fish lake to divert attention. Not to mention, even when humans once slaughtered over 100 of its kin, it had refrained from hunting down the culprit. Yet somehow, this secret refuge had been uncovered, and no matter how hard it tried, the demon kingfish couldn't comprehend how. The thunder-profound arrow pierced right through its head, but failed to claim its life. Such tenacity surprised Lin Nanwen, who raised an eyebrow, inwardly displeased. He had a clear definition for this battle, part lesson, part show of dominance. The sole purpose was to cement the image of Master the Unbeatable in his apprentice Lu Xiao's mind. For that, he had even unleashed his treasured thunder-profound arrows. Yet the demon kingfish stubbornly refused to submit, truly a creature worthy of a king's title, justifying his use of 3 arrows. Third arrow, get ready to take this. Lin Nanwen's aura intensified as he pulled out a gray arrow from his spatial backpack. Your focus strike, I will counter. Drawing the bowstring, the arrow's surface shimmered with faint gray gas. Destructive energy slowly condensing within this was the annihilation arrow, the deadliest treasure-level arrow in Lin Nanwen's arsenal. Even enhanced by focus strike for accuracy, it delivered a fatal blow surpassing that of regular treasured spiral arrows. Taking your life with this shot, demon kingfish, your existence will have been worth it, Lin Nanwen said coldly under his breath. Feeling the soul-shaking aura of destruction, the demon kingfish realized it could no longer remain passive. It let out a roar, activating its demonic blood. A purple mist slowly spread from its body as its speed surged dramatically. In battle against an archer, closing the distance quickly was key. For once in close combat, bows were useless, and it could tear apart that frail human. But whether it could close in was a critical question. Just as the demon kingfish lunged forward, the ground suddenly exploded. A gigantic rocky arm rose like a mountain and struck fiercely at it. Gritting its teeth, the demon kingfish rammed its head into the stone hand, shattering it. It slammed headfirst into a wall harder than steel. The ritual rock giant had appeared, standing between demon kingfish and Lin Nanwen. Its rock-like eyes coldly looked down. At this moment, the rock giant was the master's protective barrier, the strongest defense before the master sent out the ape brother. Want to get close to the master? You must step over my corpse first. Its authority remained unshaken. Suddenly, a streak of gray energy shot from the distance, tearing through the fabric of space like a sharp blade cutting across the sky. Faced with the imminent aura of destruction, the demon kingfish's pupils contracted sharply, despair swelling in its heart. It wanted to flee, but the feeling of being locked onto, unable to dodge, meant certain death. With the end near, the demon kingfish chose to confront the annihilation arrow, gathering all its strength, igniting its demonic blood and pounding with its fists. Garor! Explode for me! Yet flesh and blood could never withstand such all-consuming destruction. The destructive energy struck a meter before its fists met the arrow. Instantly, the demon kingfish's flesh turned to dust, vanishing in a moment from the fist spreading up its left arm, shoulder, to the entire body. Only one fish head remained, bearing a look of disbelief and confusion, dropping silently to the ground. This was the evidence Lin Nanwen deliberately left behind to fulfill his contract. Seeing the expression frozen on the demon kingfish's face, Lucio couldn't help but feel a strange sentiment somehow. He suddenly thought that he and his master were the real villains. A demon kingfish, encountering a human hunter, fought desperately but was overwhelmed. Lin Nanwen cleared his throat lightly, retracting his ice crystal longbow, dusting off his clothes, his gaze coolly sweeping over Lucio. Lucio understood without a word. Master, you're seriously Ticula. I returned to the rainforest pass with my master to deliver the mission. As soon as we arrived at the pass, Lin Nanwen handed over a newly acquired perfect-grade spirit beast skill scroll to Lucio. Master, aren't you going to use it? Lucio blinked. Even among hunters with titles, this was considered rare. It's for you, just keep it. Lin Nanwen's tone was curt as he turned and strode away, without a second glance. Thank you, master. Lucio watched that confident figure walk off and suddenly felt like his master was a CEO, pulling out a black card. Go ahead, spend it freely. He looked down at the scroll in his hands. Name, Gale Hunt Group. Quality, perfect. Learning requirement, Spirit Beast Hunter, Spirit 100. Description, roar through the forest, boosting movement and attack speed, ready for a swift gale hunt. Does it speed up everyone? Lucio's heart leapt. This was exactly the kind of skill he needed. He immediately learned it. Skill info appeared. Gale Hunt Group, perfect grade, LV1 passive. Effect, can mark up to 6 living beings within 100 meters as allies, granting both the user and allies the Gale Hunt state, increasing movement speed and attack speed by 30. A passive little aura. 6 marks. Lucio's eyes shone. Hunters with titles usually only contract 4 spirit beasts, so 6 slots was more than enough, and this was only level 1. There was room to grow. My master is seriously so cool, he couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Nanwen didn't look back, just waved a hand, and left behind a carefree, self-assured silhouette. Back at the shore of Demonfish Lake, Lucio's training returned to normal. With almost a month until his profession advancement, he planned to upgrade his rope skills to intermediate level. Besides that, Lin Nanwen began personally teaching him rope-making techniques. I'm heading to the border next. I might be away for a while. At the camp's edge, Lin Nanwen dumped a pile of materials onto a grass mat. Rope skills use specially made ropes. If they break, they're hard to repair. You're using spirit horn deer sinew now. It's easy to snap against strong foes. So, learn to make your own. The two of them sliced sinew, dried membranes, coated with medicinal powder, twisted strands, and tied knots. Complex steps patiently demonstrated by Lin Nanwen again and again. Master, aren't you coming with me to Nantian Port? Lucio asked as he studied the technique. There's news of a beast tied at Tianfu Mountain on the border. The Beast Fight Guild is apparently involved. I have to go. Lin Nanwen's voice was low and somber. Nest, Extermination, banquet, the 3 top-tier evil organizations. The Beast Fight Guild was a subordinate group under Nest. This gang, which killed the weak by controlling spirit beasts for sport, frequently triggered beast tides on the hunting alliance border. Their wanted level was second only to the 3 major evils. The Nest member Du Shershin, whom Lucio once encountered, had been a beast fight cadre before rising through multiple trials to Nest's core. The Goequan ritual also had close ties to the Beast Fight Guild. Lucio nodded and didn't press further. Among the Golden Assembly's members, most sought refuge or revenge. Lucio belonged to the latter after all. He casually killed the Demonfish tribe's evolved king in the second evolution. Lucio estimated that Lin Nanwen's strength ranked among the very best of the titled hunters. Precisely because of this, he judged that as long as Lin Nanwen operated within the Hunting Alliance's sphere of influence, he would not need any protection. The fact that Lin Nanwen still chose to join the Golden Assembly was probably driven by a desire for revenge, most likely targeting the Beast Fighting Association, which orchestrated the Beast Tide and slaughtered innocents. When preparing specialized ropes for rope techniques, the materials must balance both toughness and ductility. If toughness is too high, the rope becomes hard to extend. If ductility is too great, toughness decreases, making the rope prone to breaking and lacking resilience. Therefore, selecting materials requires a comprehensive evaluation of both qualities to achieve an optimal balance. Lin Nanwen took out 3 different materials in sequence to show LV Xiao their distinct characteristics. Teacher, what do you think about this one? LV Xiao pulled a scorpion tail hook, made from the golden sand scorpion, out of his spatial backpack. The material had been stored there a long time. He had originally planned to make it into a whip, but now he realized it fit the requirements for rope techniques perfectly. Lin Nanwen examined the scorpion tail hook carefully and nodded repeatedly. Excellent material. It's practically made for rope techniques. Where did you get it? I don't recall golden sand scorpions existing anywhere in Yunqing Prefecture. I got it from Du Shixin, a cadre in the Nest organization. I killed one of his golden sand scorpions, LV Xiao answered honestly. Du Shixin? What a coincidence. Lin Nanwen's eyes flickered coldly at the mention of the name. I'll have to find time to pay him a visit myself, and maybe bring back some good scorpion tail hooks. Then Lin Nanwen pointed out, your crafting skill is still too low. Start with ordinary materials to practice. I will personally oversee the making of this scorpion tail hook. Thank you, Master, LV Xiao replied respectfully, intending to use the golden sand scorpion's tail hook as a model. Follow my instructions for the materials first. Step 1. Dry processing according to the material. The golden sand scorpion tail still contains blood and moisture, which must be fully extracted. Under Lin Nanwen's demonstration, LV Xiao learned step by step: blood removal, medicinal bath, air drying, and blending with spirit essence. Each step had to be done meticulously. Even with the master craftsman Lin Nanwen personally handling the process, it still took half a month. In the end, the golden sand scorpion tail hook was crafted into 2 types of finished products. 1. Scorpion tail rope grade. Perfect. The golden sand scorpion tail was soaked in special herbs and repeatedly blended with spirit essence to become a rope combining toughness and elasticity. It could easily stretch over 100 meters. Lin Nanwen cut one tail into 2 segments and used special treatment to enhance ductility, resulting in 2 separate scorpion tail ropes, each able to extend over 100 meters individually. 2. Scorpion tail hook grade. Perfect. The sharpest bone spur at the tip of the tail was carefully extracted, finely polished, and coated with the venom of a second evolved flame poison dragon, a subtype of subdragon. This hook not only had incredible piercing power, but also injected a burning, flesh-melting poison into the target upon impact. Lin Nanwen finally handed LV Xiao 2 scorpion tail ropes and 1 scorpion tail hook. As he parted, he left only one remark: any titled hunter stabbed by this won't die, but they'll sure lose a layer of skin. The date had already reached September 25th, with only 5 days left until the professional advancement at Nantian Harbor. During this period, Lu Xiao's rope techniques had successfully progressed to an intermediate level, and he had mastered the complete craft of rope making. Ultimately, the master and disciple had to part ways, and today was the day of their farewell. I want to see you off to Nantian Harbor, Lin Nanwen said, flipping up onto his enlarged hurricane hawk and looking back to remind him, once you get there, keep a close eye on that kid Qilin. He loses his head as soon as he falls in love, and I'm not comfortable leaving him alone. Don't worry, master. No matter what, Qilin is my senior brother. He'll definitely watch over him, Lu Xiao replied loudly, then nimbly leapt onto a swift shadow rock. The rainforest pass offered aerial mounts to travelers. Lu Xiao's ride this time was a swift shadow rock that had completed its first evolution and reached level 53, famed for its incredible speed. Departing from the giant mushroom rainforest, the flight to Nantian Harbor, also within Yunqing Prefecture, would start at dawn and arrive by dusk. Before leaving, Lin Nanwen repeatedly cautioned, this professional advancement is extremely dangerous. Staying alive is more precious than any treasure, so be careful. Their time together had given him a deep understanding of his second disciple. Xiao's bravery was truly remarkable. Without a water attribute phantom beast, and before completing his first professional advancement, he had boldly dived underwater at night to attack the demon fish camp, slaying over 100 demon fish in one night. He even dared to steal a dragon whisker thunder eel right under the nose of the second evolved demon fish, King the Demon Lord Fish. To say he was reckless was an understatement. Lin Nanwen feared most hearing the terrible news that Lu Xiao had perished somewhere in a secret realm on his return from the frontier. Got it. Lu Xiao waved to his master in farewell. Under the beast handler's command, his swift shadow rock flapped its wings and took off into the rain, soon becoming a faint shadow against the horizon. Lin Nanwen watched his disciple disappear, then pulled back his gaze to the west. With the great battle looming, he had no time to dwell. Fenger, let's go. As he gave the order, The hurricane hawk flapped its wings lightly, then suddenly sped up, the fierce wind wrapping around its massive body as it burst through the rain clouds, leaving only a faint emerald glint in the distant sky. Nantian Harbor, the largest port city in Yunqing Prefecture, was nestled beside a natural seacoast backed by cliff-like precipices and facing the boundless infinite boundary sea. The entire city was divided into two tiers. 1. The upper city was built atop the cliffs, its soaring spires and shell-inlaid arches shining under the blazing sun. Walking here offered a panoramic view of the entire harbor and the comings and goings of ships. 2. The lower city hugged the coastline as the bustling heart of trade and fishing. The crescent-shaped harbor was crowded with 100-meter-long giant vessels. In one corner, two long-necked sea current dragons were tethered next to warships, lazily swallowing the large fish thrown by sailors and enjoying their leisure after long voyages. Nantian Harbor had a population exceeding 1 million, making it the lifeblood of Yunqing Prefecture. Every May, following the warm wind from the southern boundary sea, ships would ride ocean currents traveling 3 times faster than land routes, reaching Wanjing's capital of the Wildlands Stadion just 1 month. Then in November, cold winds blew southward, and caravans from the wildlands brought unique phantom beast materials, equipment, and culture flooding into the city. The frequent shifts and crossings of warm and cold currents nurtured countless rare marine phantom beasts in the bay, allowing Nantian Harbor to maintain its undefeated position in the prefecture, relying on its superb geographical advantages and inexhaustible maritime resources. Countless beings from various regions and ethnicities converge here, creating a fierce cultural collision. Today, Nantiangang gleams like a radiant jewel suspended above the sea. That afternoon, Lucio arrived safely at Nantiangang, landing just outside the city gate. The sky over the city forbids any hunter from flying a phantom beast across it. Offenders are immediately targeted by the city guards and shot on sight. Mounted atop the city gate is a deadly cannon, powerful enough to pierce dragon scales. In the game, a level 110 deep-sea volcano crab king once suffered a devastating blast from this cannon, while leading an invasion of ocean phantoms. It was wiped out in an instant, its scales shattered by the bone-chilling shot. Therefore, unless you have strength of level 120 or above close to king hunter caliber, it's best to keep a low profile in Nantiangang. Lucio thanked the owner of the Swift Shadow Rock who had brought him here. The 5,000 coin fare had already been paid before setting out, a pricey sum indeed. Standing beneath the gates, Lucio looked up at the dark, massive walls. The cold stone held back the fading sunset, its weathered surface bearing the marks of time's relentless passage. The air carried a faint salty tang, blown in from the nearby boundary sea. In front of the towering 10-meter-high and 7-meter-wide gates stood several rows of burly men clad in silver armor and wielding long spears. They were newly upgraded weapon hunters, entrusted with the vital task of guarding the city gates. Navigating through the steady flow of people, Lucio stepped into this familiar city. Back in his previous life playing the game, virtually every hunter born in Yunqing Prefecture had been to Nantiangang. It was the origin of countless side quests, the gateway to dungeon raids, home to the largest equipment auction house, and the departure point for ships venturing deep into the boundary sea. Nantiangang had truly become the main city for all hunter players in Yunqing. Strolling the streets of the lower city, Lucio was surrounded by bustling traffic and a cacophony of voices, a lively and hurried crowd. Yet he made no rush to get lost in the chaos, nor to rush to the spot marked on the beginner treasure map. After all, if the chest was hidden in a corner, quietly grabbing it wouldn't draw attention, but if it suddenly appeared in the open, it would cause a commotion and draw unwanted eyes. The safest plan was to wait until midnight, when the streets were nearly empty and he could turn invisible much safer. For now, Lucio's top priority was to report to the Golden Assembly in Nantiangang, sort out his lodging, and then enjoy a proper meal. In a lavish mansion in the upper city of Nantiangang, within the backyard garden, multicolored phantom-winged butterflies danced gracefully. Amid the blossoms were not only the usual brilliant hues, but also rare pure white, pure black, and iridescent phantom-winged butterflies. Vast swaths of treasure-grade flowers bloomed, their fragrance nourishing the body and enhancing vitality. Amid this sea of flowers, a blonde girl leaned against the shade of a large tree, deeply engrossed in a book titled Adea's Golden Female Knight. She was Yi Qianxua. Suddenly, Yi Qianxua's expression tightened, as if sensing something. She reached into her spatial pouch and retrieved a simple antique gold coin, which slowly emitted a soft, gentle glow, like the first light of dawn. He has arrived. Please keep your key safe, and also choose a weapon from this list. A staff member from the Golden Assembly's Nantian Port branch handed Lucio a room key that gleamed with a metallic shine. At the same time, they passed him a thick catalog, its cover boldly embossed with the words Fuyun Guild Merchandise List. Lucio took the key and flipped open the catalog, raising an eyebrow. Inside were exclusively level 40 treasure-grade weapons. There were knives, spears, swords, halberds, axes, battle axes, hooks, and forks, encompassing the full range of martial blades. Nantion Port had prepared such extravagant rewards for every hunter participating in this career advancement event. He urgently needed two handy weapons, a long knife and a giant blade. The long knife was meant to replace the ice wheel cutter he used against demon fish and thunder eels. That old blade, only level 5 with fine quality, had been burdened by overloaded battles until its blade developed fine cracks. Definitely time to retire it. The giant blade served as his main weapon when undergoing Beast King transformation against the 9 Nether Inferno Tiger. The wooden sword made from shadow wood was only an emergency backup. Lucio flipped through the entire catalog from first to last page, ultimately selecting a top-tier long knife with excellent attributes. The catalog also listed several giant blades, but they were clearly sorted by price, each at least 3 meters long and over a meter wide, consuming multiple times the material of the long knife, with shockingly high costs. Given the same budget, though the giant blades were also treasure grade, their stats were completely outclassed by the long knife. If Nantion Port was flush with cash, upgrading common weapons to high-tier treasure grade, then the giant blades were the most humble among them. Yet there were other bulky weapons of similar size. After thinking it over, Lucio decided the giant blade should be custom-ordered from the Fuyun Guild. It could be more expensive, as long as it was strong enough. Lucio, just as he confirmed his choice of long knife on the order form, a familiar voice rang out from the corridor. Looking up, he saw his senior brother Mythical approaching, wearing blue leather armor emblazoned with the white Fuyun insignia, his smile broad. Lucio gave him a once-over. The senior's face and waist were noticeably broader than before. You've gotten fat. Mythical didn't mind at all, and even patted his belly with pride. Love does that to you. Leaning in and lowering his voice, he added, I heard you're back. Jiao Jiao and the others are throwing a get-together tonight for dinner. As soon as you messaged me on the Spirit Flow mirror when you landed, I had my eye on it. Sounds good. I am just about to head to the Fuyun Guild too. Lucio readily agreed, and the two left the branch side by side. On the way, Lucio glanced at Mythical's armor. What's with that gear? Join the Fuyun Guild? Yeah, like Jiao Jiao. I'm starting as a support hunter. Talking about it, Mythical couldn't help but complain. My future father-in-law is the support hunter team leader. For a whole month, I practically became his errand boy, running all over the place, exhausted like a dog. Lucio, recalling the old father guarding the cabbage mentality, couldn't help but laugh. The big cabbage was finally harvested by you, the pig. Wouldn't be much fun without some difficulty. He even felt a bit of urge to hack someone, admiring how reasonable Niu Jiao Jiao's father's temper was. They talked and laughed, and before they knew it, they had reached Nantion Port's busiest commercial district. Towering pavilions, sparkling signboards, and non-stop freight skyboats filled their view. Compared to the small stalls at the Golden Assembly, the Fuyun Guild here was truly massive. The entire street was leased by the Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Each shop was 4 or 5 stories tall, with eaves hanging pristine white cloud symbols, dozens linked together, forming a massive cloud cover over the street. This was the famous Cloud Street of Nantion Harbor. Having a street named after the chamber spoke volumes about the Cloud Chamber's heritage and influence. When Lucio and Mythical stepped onto the street, they were greeted by a lively scene. Sailors from the Boundary Sea pushed carts loaded with rare treasures and oddities, while merchants from various regions inspected goods to ship back to Yunqing province. Outside taverns, brothels, and casinos, the crowd buzzed non-stop, guests, owners, and tourists streaming in a ceaseless tide as lively as the sea. Chilin, take me to see old Xiao first. I need to deal with a batch of equipment and spirit beast materials, Lucio said. Sure. The chamber hasn't had much business lately. Old Xiao should be at the appraisal department, Mythical said confidently, leading Lucio through a back door of a shop. After a few steps, they stood before a trade counter much like the one where they last sold spirit beast materials, spotting Old Xiao busy at work. Old Xiao, my buddy Lucio has some goods to sell again. Help us get a good price. Mythical activated his face fruit ability casually, giving a warm smile. Back again, customer. Old Xiao recognized Lucio immediately. Didn't expect you to be Chilin's friend. Lucio wasted no time, opening his spatial backpack and dumping out a collection accumulated over a month and a half. First came a pile of finely crafted small trash quality harpoons and horns from the Demon Fish clan. Demon Fish harpoons? It's been a long time since I've seen these. Old Xiao examined a harpoon and then gave his price. 6,000 each for the harpoons, 10,000 for the horns. There were 155 harpoons and 23 horns, totaling 1.16 million alliance currency. This was well above Lucio's rough estimate of 4,000 to 5,000 each. He nodded quietly. The demon fish gear really was rare on the market now. Next was a bunch of giant mushroom rainforest beast materials, with the most valuable being the bark from a shadow tree ant. Unfortunately, the shadow essence had been completely consumed by Lucio's 9 nether hellfire tiger, so it only sold for 200,000. After counting all materials, Old Xiao quoted a total of 1.98 million. For good measure, he rounded it up, 2 million. The price exceeded expectations, and the deal went through smoothly. After finishing, Ma Qilan took Lucio to pick up the equipment he had ordered a month ago. The Frostwind Expedition armor set, jacket, pants, gauntlets, boots, hat. Quality, treasure grade level 40. Stats, defense 200, strength 15, agility 18, constitution 20, spirit 15, movement speed 50. Bonus, 5 to all attributes. Set bonus 3 pieces, passive Frostwindle slow effects halved, movement speed 10. Set bonus 5 pieces, crafted primarily from Frostwind Beast fur combined with Cloud Chamber's Black Hunter leatherworking techniques, offering strong anti-slow ability and comprehensive attribute enhancement. The full set cost was 600,000. Ma Qilan had covered an 180,000 deposit earlier, and Lucio paid the remaining 420,000 on the spot. But spending at the Cloud Chamber didn't end there. Lucio pulled out another million Alliance currency to pre-order a level 50 treasure-grade great sword, which he would collect after emerging from the secret realm of career advancement. Night had fallen. In her apartment in Nantian Harbor, Tang Bai, dressed as the bunny girl chef, was busy cooking for their group of 7, but only 6 had shown up. Lin Yufei was absent. He had gone with his master, Nie Fengyun, to Huangzhou to advance his career, so they wouldn't see him again for a while. Tang Bai efficiently tossed ingredients in the pan. Niu Jiao, the bull-headed girl, handed her dishes and seasonings at the stove. Lu Yuero, the fox woman, polished and set the gleaming cutlery neatly on the table again. Ding Xiao, the cat girl, had just come in carrying 2 large bags of fresh ingredients. The wealthy Ma Qilan was swirling 2 jars of fine wine in his hands. As usual, the idle LV Xiao took his seat, waiting for the meal to begin. Clearly, this group had met here in Nantian Harbor more than once. The 6 friends clinked glasses, sharing curious stories from the past month, filling the room with lively chatter like a small gathering. Time flew with the wine, and it wasn't until past 11 that they slowly began to disperse. Ding Xiao and Lu Yuero lived in Tang Bai's building, so only LV Xiao, Ma Qilan, and Niu Jiao truly said goodnight. Let's walk Niu Jiao home first, then head back to the Golden Club, said Ma Qilan, taking Nujio's hand and waving to LV Xiao. You guys go ahead, I don't want to be a third wheel. LV Xiao waved them off and stepped outside. First time in Nantian Harbor, I want to wander a bit and then return to my place. He knew it was time to open the beginner treasure maps chest. What's a third wheel? Ma Qilan scratched his head. A fluorescent lamp? Niu Jiao guessed seriously. The streets had fallen silent. Every home in the residential area had turned off their lights early, leaving only lampposts casting long shadows across the cobblestones. LV Xiao looked up. The sky was as bright as day. He tore off his Shadow King cloak, and the night turned pitch black, sprinkled with stars, reminding him of his childhood nights in the countryside on Earth, before pollution dulled the skies. After crossing dimensions, leaving office buildings behind, he could no longer see the stars. A sea breeze carried the scent of salt as he pulled the cloak back on, his figure gradually blending into the shadows. After 10 minutes, LV Xiao arrived at Nantian Harbor's docks. Though deep into the night, the wharf stayed brightly lit as merchant and fishing ships docked intermittently. Stevedores and sailors hurried back and forth. Not far away, floating Cloud Street remained lively. The map's arrow hovered ahead, signaling LV Xiao had entered the 1-kilometer target radius. Following the guide, he reached the corner where the city wall met the harbor. The arrow suddenly pointed underground. More illusions locked up waiting for me to finish them off. LV Xiao stroked his chin, hoping for another lucky break from the sky. Earth escape, he whispered as the earth seal glowed softly in white. The solid stone pavement turned instantly into quicksand, and he sank beneath the ground. In less than a second, he landed deftly in a dark underground space, flipping once in midair before touching down firmly. Despite the darkness, his enhanced vision revealed clearly. Beside him flowed a slow underground stream, the air thick with the foul stench of rot and dampness. Nothing but a sewer in Nantian Harbor this time. Grab the chest and get out. Ahead, the beginner treasure map's arrow had converged into a golden chest. The beginner treasure map leads to a golden chest. The intermediate map corresponds to a platinum chest. So naturally, the advanced treasure map must unlock a diamond chest, and the super treasure map opens a rainbow chest. Lucio reasoned based on the information he had. But what kind of chest would the god-level treasure map correspond to? Could it be that beyond the rainbow chest there really exists an even higher tier chest? He didn't dare to jump to conclusions after all. In the game from his past life, the rainbow chest never appeared, let alone anything above it. Pushing aside his doubts, he bent down and lifted the lid of the golden chest before him. A warm golden light suddenly burst forth, flowing around like water. At the bottom of the chest lay an ancient scroll. Beggar's Peony Chicken Recipe. Grade: Perfect. Effect: grants the ability to cook Beggar's Peony Chicken and provides additional attribute boosts to the dish. Usage requirement: Cooking Advanced. The instructions on the scroll were equally clear. The peony chicken is a mythical bird with a crown of blossoming peony flowers on its head and abundant with spirit energy within. Cooking it using the beggar's method locks in the spirit energy and nourishes the meat. When the dish is served, breaking the mud shell releases the fragrance of peonies, filling the room with aroma. The meat is tender and rich, strengthening the body, replenishing bones, and curing various ailments. A perfect grade recipe. Lucio raised an eyebrow. Among items of the same grade, perfect grade cooking recipes always commanded a higher price than materials, equipment, or skill books. The chefs who mastered them could create dishes that were both mouth-watering and empowering. But this beggar's peony chicken wasn't exactly what he craved right now. What he truly wanted was onagi Daniel rice. He hadn't sold the twice-evolved Dragon Whisker Thunder Eel to the Floating Cloud Guild precisely because he wanted to taste onagi Don himself. Yet his cooking skill was only intermediate, and the meat from the Dragon Whisker Thunder Eel was undoubtedly perfect grade material. Using it to make a regular onagi Don felt like a waste. Once he leveled up to advanced cooking and obtained a treasure-level onagi Don recipe, that would be worthwhile. So he quietly planned that maybe after exiting the profession advancement realm, he could post an exchange request at the Hunters Association, trading this beggar's peony chicken recipe for the onagi Don recipe. Keeping the thought in mind, he carefully put away the scroll. The next moment, the golden chest shattered into countless fragments of light, all merging into his body. Notification: opening the golden chest activates the Seeker talent, granting a permanent 10 boost to all attributes. Delightful. Including this reward, his Seeker talent had now boosted his overall attributes by a total of 65. 2 platinum chests and 1 golden chest from the 3 treasure maps contributed 50, while the other 15 came from his base talent. No wonder it's a source artifact, Lucio murmured. Without the greedy treasure chest source artifact bestowed by the god of greed, he would simply be an ordinary treasure hunter, with only about a 15 all-attribute bonus at best. While 15 was still impressive, this world currently only had him as a treasure hunter. If treasure hunting ever became a widely available hunter profession, 15? Even 5 would be lucky. He could already picture that moment in his past when the new version of the hunting world debuted. Those treasure hunter players would probably fight tooth and nail over a simple wooden chest. Early morning. As usual, Lucio woke at dawn to practice swordsmanship and archery. The blade flickered cold flashes across the courtyard, while arrows thudded deeply into the target's bullseye, humming softly. Sweat steamed from his skin as he finished and headed straight to the bathhouse, rinsing off with the icy well water. He then dried himself slowly, changed clothes, and went downstairs for breakfast. This entire routine mirrored exactly what he did before becoming a hunter. He was determined to maintain this discipline without fail. After the meal, he grabbed his travel pack and headed straight to Floating Cloud Street to see Luuro, the fox spirit shopkeeper. I want to buy a second phantom beast, Lucio said bluntly. I'm about to complete my first career advancement, which will unlock 1 more contract slot. That means I can have up to 3 beasts. Right now, I only have 1, so if I don't secure another soon, it'll be too late. Rather than roaming all over the continent, he preferred to shop directly at the Floating Cloud Guild. Once he found the right target, the rest was just a simple matter of money. Besides, he had a perfect level 80 bone spear in his space backpack ready to be cashed in any time. What type do you need? Luuro asked. A king tier individual, support class. No fire or dark attributes, and no ready-made mutants, Lucio answered firmly. Though his requirements were strict, he had long planned for this. His previous extreme mutant king phantom beast, the 9 nether inferno tiger, had raised his standards. Ordinary beasts no longer caught his eye. He even considered crafting another extreme, mutant, king tier beast. Of the 3 suffixes, mutant was the hardest to get, as it was random and uncontrollable. But now, he held a sacred life remnant that could selectively grant mutation to a life attribute, effectively conquering the toughest hurdle. Extreme could be cultivated later. For example, a rockhorn rhino could evolve into an extreme obsidian rhino with enough training effort. As for king tier, in his past gaming circle it was mostly legendary talk and online bragging. But here, all hunters agreed a king tier beast had to be born that way. So starting with a king tier individual, he was confident he could replicate miracles like the 9 nether inferno tiger. Luuro quickly cross-checked guild inventory in her mind. There are only 2 support-type phantom beasts with the king tier suffix that meet the attribute requirements, and neither may perfectly match your criteria. Let me see them first, Lucio said calmly. Luuro led him through the spacious exhibition hall to 2 small, enclosed courtyards set apart at the back. The first courtyard was essentially a stable. Behind iron bars stood a majestic steed that seemed ablaze from head to tail, its coat glowing molten red, eyes burning bright like hot embers in a forge. It shook its mane, scattering sparks like shimmering fireflakes. Its scorching aura warped the nearby air slightly. Above its head hung a nameplate, Scarlet Flame, Main LV33. When Lucio and Luuro walked in, the Scarlet Flame Sovereign Main was quietly chewing on charred charcoal, bit by bit. Noticing their arrival, Its blood-red eyes lifted briefly to scan them, then returned to gnawing on the coal. Sparks flickered along its mane, and the air was thick with the acrid smell of burning charcoal. The Scarlet Flame Sovereign Manea, king among flying fire steeds, was a fire tribute beast, with skills clearly displayed: Blaze Impact, Falling Fire Descent, and Triple Burst Flame Kick, with the king's skill Fiery Gallop. This one's perfect for beast hunters who are skilled with bows but don't yet have a terrestrial mount, Lu Yuero explained succinctly, then added, though it has a bit of a temper. To contract it, you'll have to tame it first. Lu Xiao's gaze swept over the horse's face marked with fiery patterns, and he shook his head helplessly. He already had the Nine Hells Infernal Tiger as a land mount. Adding another fire attribute steed with overlapping abilities was pointless. Unless it can fly, he muttered to himself. But even if it could, it was still fire-based and redundant. He lifted his leg and left the courtyard, ready to see the second beast. The second small yard centered around a pond. A large black-skinned frog sat motionless in the water, with a middle-parted mane like a horse's mane sprouting from its head, making it look like it wore a wig. A general frog, level 27. As soon as it sensed the two approaching, its dull eyes brightened instantly. Its two plump arms popped out of the water, clapping its palms sharply. Clap, clap, ribbit, clap, clap, ribbit, clap, ribbit, clap, ribbit, clap, clap, ribbit. The rhythm of clapping combined with fluctuating croaks sounded like some bizarre percussion piece. Lucio rubbed his chin in confusion. What is it doing? This one fancies itself a singer, a king among soldier frogs. Lu Yuero was prepared with an answer. Water attribute, with skills like Wave Strike and Tidal Rush. The king's skill is Piercing Torrent Cannon. Thinks it's a singer, huh? Lucio raised an eyebrow. Ever consider it might be mutated? We tested it, Lu Yuero shrugged. Its calls have no special effects, and compared to older data, aside from loving to sing, it's just a normal general frog. Lucio rejected it immediately. Too ugly. He laid his cards on the table. I'm a sucker for looks. If it evolved into a beast king, grew that middle part, and wore suspenders, it could be a little black star. But am I Cohen? As he walked away, he reminded Lu Yuero, keep an eye out, and let me know if you find any suitable beasts. I'll check other guilds. No problem. Lu Yuero agreed readily, then remembered something. If you're not in a rush, you could wait a few months. The Professional Advancement Rift houses many rare ancient beasts, and hunters often bring back valuable finds from there every year. That jogged Lucio's memory. The Professional Advancement Rift was an ancient remnant, completely isolated environmentally from the present world, inhabited by numerous strange but powerful ancient beasts, a place well worth exploring. Thanks. He waved as he briskly left the Floating Cloud Guild. He planned to visit the Nantion Harbor Library next, where, if all went as expected, there should be records on beasts that had appeared in the Professional Advancement Rift. October 1st. The official day when the Professional Advancement Secret Realm begins. At 9 in the morning, Lucio, accompanied by 19 other strangers from the Golden Assembly, stepped through the gates of the Hunter Association in Nantion Port. Rumor had it that 10 of them had rushed through the night from a desolate region thousands of miles away, all racing to complete their advancement before anyone else. The association hall was already bursting with noise, packed with hunters clad in battle robes of every color. Everyone whispered hastily, exchanging information in low voices. The air was thick with a mix of sweat, metal, and tense anticipation. Lucio glanced around and quickly identified each faction by their clothes and insignias. In the southeast corner, a strikingly uniformed group, dressed in blue short tunics, stood out. On the backs of their shirts was a sea dragon swallowing a boat amid raging waves. All men, their professions span melee, ranged, and support roles, nothing missing. They came from Yunqing Province's largest fleet and Nantion Port's most famous maritime hunting gang, the Sea Dragon Clan. Normally, they focused on trade, doubling as hunters of phantom beasts, sometimes even targeting rival hunters. The scent of sea breeze and blood was their trademark. In the southwest corner, a less uniform but equally wild-looking crowd leaned casually against the wall. Their eyes were sharp like hawks, scanning every passerby. The earthy scent mixed with resin revealed they hailed from deep forests, the Deer Stalker hunting corps. If the Sea Dragon clan ruled the seas of Yunqing Province, then the Deer Stalkers were land kings. Even compared to the widely spread Golden Assembly members in the Hunter Alliance, their local power was unrivaled. By the railing on the second floor, a dozen hunters in black and white robes either sat in deep thought or leafed through heavy tomes, all wearing a metal talisman carved with a tall tower. They belonged to the Tower, Yunqing's largest organization of knowledge hunters. Lucio's memory of them was vague, only recognized from game Storil and infamous for breeding mad scientists, including a woman named Yao Yao, who nearly triggered a continent-wide undead catastrophe trying to save her only son. Besides the Sea Dragon clan, Deer Stalkers, and Tower, the hall also held two more factions, the Golden Assembly and the Floating Cloud Guild. The former was Lucio's own organization, rooted deeply across the Hunter Alliance. The latter was Yunqing's largest merchant guild. Had the floating cloud guild lacked sufficient muscle, the various hunting corps would have long picked them clean. Only strength could protect wealth. Unfortunately, neither Lu Xiu's acquaintance Ma Qilin nor Niu Jiaojiao and the others qualified to join this early advancement. Ma Qilin, being love-obsessed, definitely wouldn't come alone to take such a risk. Golden Assembly, Floating Cloud Guild, Sea Dragon Clan, Deerstalkers, Tower with all 5 powers gathered. It truly showed the skill and influence of Nantian Port's city lord. To mobilize such a lineup at once, their strength must be unfathomable, Lu Xiu thought to himself. Brother Xiu? It's Brother Xiu. A familiar shout sliced through the clamor. Lu Xiu turned toward the voice, first recognizing the face, then stunned by the figure's new form. A handsome young man strode toward him with wide joy, carrying a glossy roasted chicken in his left hand and a steaming roast duck in his right. Who is this? Do I know him? Lu Xiu quickly spotted several people standing behind the handsome guy. Among them was an ice-cold yet stunningly beautiful girl, her long legs seemingly even longer than his own lifespan. I recognize those legs. His heart skipped a beat. Yi Qianxue. Flanking her on both sides were her bodyguards, Lin Yinyin and Lin Hong. With this combination, Lu Xiu immediately identified the handsome guy, Wang Xiaoming. He hurried forward, lightly punching Wang Xiaoming's solid chest before deftly snatching a steaming roasted chicken from his hand. More than a decade ago, Wang Xiaoming's chubby figure was firmly imprinted in Lu Xiu's mind. When they last parted hastily, all he remembered was that Wang Xiaoming had lost weight. Meeting again now, he finally confirmed his identity. Shogu, what are you doing here? Wang Xiaoming mumbled with a mouthful of roast duck, his words barely clear. Attending the career advancement, Lu Xiu replied. What about you? We are too. Wang Xiaoming widened his eyes, clearly surprised by the phrase early career advancement. Early career advancement? Yeah, Lu Xiu nodded. Hearing that, Wang Xiaoming dropped the joking tone and leaned in, lowering his voice. Only people from the 5 great factions come to early career advancement. Xiu, which faction did you join? The Golden Assembly. And you? The Golden Assembly? Wang Xiaoming seemed unsurprised. In the contrary, he nodded approvingly. Given your strength, that's exactly where you should be. We're with the Floating Cloud Merchants. The big boss is actually the young lady boss of Floating Cloud Merchants. We joined officially shortly after arriving at Nantian Harbor. Big boss. Who's that? Yi Qianxue, Wang Xiaoming said, nodding toward her. Following his gaze, Lu Xiu saw a dozen or so hunters in Floating Cloud Merchants uniforms clustered around Yi Qianxue. She stood tall and aloof in the center, her cold and elegant demeanor unmatched, her eyes seeming to penetrate his very soul, true rich woman's stare. Yi Qianxue was actually the young lady boss of the Floating Cloud Merchants? Previously, Lu Xiu only knew her father was Nantian Harbor's richest man. Thinking it through, the Floating Cloud Merchants were the top commercial guild in Yunqing Prefecture. If Nantian Harbor really had a richest man, that title had to belong to the guild's chairman. Make way, make way. The little spirit king has arrived, clear out. Harsh shouting interrupted their conversation. At the Hunters Association gate rushed a chubby man in dazzling golden armor that gleamed so brightly it nearly blinded onlookers. His fingers were so weighed down with dozens of jewel-encrusted rings they barely closed fully, jangling with every step. 2 underlings in Sea Dragon Gang uniforms pushed back the crowd on either side, forcing curious ordinary hunters to step aside quietly upon seeing the Sea Dragon emblem. Who's that? Lu Xiu frowned. This was the first time he'd seen someone so arrogant. Wang Xiaoming sneered in explanation. Hanan from the Sea Dragon Gang. A knowledge hunter. Rumor is, the first time he manifested his knowledge, he summoned the imperial bodyguard of the Star Spirit Empire's King Xia, Yin called the Void God. So in the Zhuolu hunting group, everyone calls him the Little Spirit King. Judging by the show he's putting on, he really thinks that title belongs to him. The Little Spirit King Hanan? Lu Xiu recalled other names from his past lives game and searched his memory carefully. He didn't remember anyone by that name in the Sea Dragon Gang. Sounds like an unfortunate young guy who didn't last long. At 10 o'clock sharp, the official phase of the career advancement began. Everyone present felt the weight of responsibility this time. The task was entrusted to them. Normally, the Hunter Association president would be here to offer blessings to the hunters, but standing before the crowd was the steward of Nantian Port City's Lord's Mansion. He had no words of blessing, only a brief but solemn instruction. The hunters without qualification for advancement were left confused, but those about to enter the secret realm fully understood. This advancement was not just a promotion, it meant confronting one of the 3 top-tier evil organizations. Yin, Hedon, opportunity, and death hung side by side. With a sudden flash behind the steward, the spatial gate of the secret realm thundered open. Without further words, the steward stepped aside. This operation was too sensitive, so keeping things brief was safest. The hunters from the 5 major factions moved as one, streaming through the twisted gate of light. Xiu, I'm going in first. Wang Xiaoming lowered his voice just before stepping through the gate, speaking to LV Xiu. If you see a smoke-shaped cloud like fireworks in the sky inside, that's our signal flare to regroup. With that, he turned away and disappeared into the gate alongside Yiqianxue. A signal flare to regroup? LV Xiao thought silently. Other factions surely had similar signals. The secret realm teleports unpredictably, and if the landing spot was unlucky, hunters could be trapped in danger or even face hostile enemies directly. That made it essential for factions to gather as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the usually disorganized Golden Assembly had no unified signal, and everyone was essentially on their own. Most members didn't even plan to actively hunt down, and they just wanted to secure their advancement first. As the crowd advanced, LV Show stepped closer to the spatial gate. Crossing through the shimmering barrier, his vision plunged into pitch-black darkness. It felt like falling deep underwater, yet he could breathe easily thanks mostly to the swimming fish orb he carried. Suddenly the darkness faded, revealing a boundless field of withered yellow grass beneath his feet. Looking up, a giant mountain range stretched across the horizon like the backbone of a massive titan. The peaks were capped with snow year-round, resembling chocolate draped in white ice cream. Above, the azure sky was pure and cloudless, like a flawless sapphire covering the whole world. A gentle breeze carried the mixed scent of earth and dry grass into his nose, invigorating his spirit. Compared to ancient times, this place still falls short, LV Xiao thought, comparing. On Earth now, stars were hardly visible, and even this land filled with phantom beasts and hunting zones was no match for the primordial era. Raising his hand, he activated the phantom beast space. The 9-nether purgatory tiger emerged, exuding a lazy yet commanding presence. LV Xiao vaulted onto its back. His flowing cloud pupils instantly opened, scanning the surroundings like a searchlight for signs of phantom beasts. What was the top priority upon entering the career advancement secret realm? Of course, to complete the career advancement itself. All hunters shared this first step of their career advancement process, hunting phantom beasts within the secret realm. After these mythical beasts die, their bodies form a substance called original sin crystals on the surface. Absorbing these crystals gradually fills one's original sin meter, and once it's completely full, a professional can undergo their first career advancement. However, the career advancement realm only lasts for a brief 15 days. Once time is up, regardless of whether the advancement is complete, everyone will be forcibly teleported back, unless their life has already ended within the realm. For those deeply mired in sin and insatiable desires, 15 days may be far from enough. At the edge of the wasteland, 2,000 meters away, a creature resembling a hyena with curved horns strolled casually across the withered grass. Above its head, glowing red letters displayed clearly. Angerclaw Hyena, LV 39. The first prey in the career advancement realm. Found, Lucio squinted slightly. His left hand reached into his spatial backpack and pulled out a level 30 treasure bow gifted by his master, the Whispers of the Wind Fairy. With his right hand, he then drew a sleek, black armor-piercing arrow. Knocking the arrow and drawing the string flowed seamlessly. The bowstring stretched taut like a full moon. He twisted the arrow's tail lightly with his fingertips, causing the string to tighten sharply. Twang! Spiral arrow. Whoosh! A streak of black light shot through the air, covering 2,000 meters in almost an instant. Thud! The charging Angerclaw hyena suddenly felt as if its head had been struck by a heavy hammer. Before it could react, the world spun wildly, and darkness swallowed all. Angerclaw hyena, LV 39 killed. Gained 2,332 experience. Level cap reached. Please complete career advancement soon. 2,000 meters away, the spiral arrow landed squarely on its head, the exploding blood splatter freezing instantly in the cold wind. Move. Lucio patted the mighty 9-nether hellfire tiger beneath him. The great beast growled low, its forepaws trampling snow as it sprinted toward the fallen hyena. In the career advancement realm, far to the extreme north, at the foot of snow-capped mountains stood a ramhead figure. He wore a sharply tailored black fitted suit over a white undershirt. At his feet rested a golden staff, an air of elegance and formality about him. Behind him, 10 chefs dressed in white uniforms with tall hats stood in 2 neat rows. Behind the chefs were 30 burly attendants clad in servers' uniforms, various races, including humans, dog-headed folk, and tiger-peopleal muscular food hunters. I surrender. Don't hit me. A young man in Sea Dragon Gang blue uniform was being slammed repeatedly into the snow by a tiger-headed chef. His fists were as large as clay pots, each pounding the snow violently. Despite the youth's desperate cries for mercy, the tiger-headed chef's punches showed no sign of slowing. Don't kill him, the ramhead man said calmly, still gazing toward the distant mountains. If the meat isn't fresh when the feast starts, it ruins the flavor. Only then did the tiger-headed chef stop and turn, ordering, drag him away. Let him taste fear constantly. That's the initial seasoning. Make sure it's done right. 2 attendants each grabbed one of the youth's arms and dragged him toward a dark cavern mouth. Black mist poured from the cave, like the jaws of some great beast. Loya, the ramhead man called softly, raising one hand, palm revealing a golden key. If the steward of Nantai Port were here, They would recognize it as the lost key capable of unlocking the career advancement realm. A dog-headed chef stepped forward. The ingredients have been delivered. Bring them all into the kitchen, the ram-head man said, tossing the key to the dog-headed chef. Don't keep the guests waiting too long. The dog-headed chef caught it and bowed in reply. Yes, chef. Spiral arrow. Twang. The bowstring vibrated as a black, eerie light tore through the air. The dark beam cut a perfectly straight path through the forest, and in the blink of an eye, it pierced the forehead of the 2-meter-tall white-furred ape wielding a bone club, pinning both the creature and its entire body against the massive tree behind it. The bone club clattered to the ground, blood trickling down the ape's forehead as its eyes quickly lost all life. Killed Savage Bone White Ape LV40. Gained 3011 experience. Level cap reached. Please complete your class advancement as soon as possible. Moments later, a small bump began to form between the ape's eyebrows. A dark red crystal, about the size of a marble, blossomed like a blood flower. The 9-nether inferno tiger carried LV Show down beside the corpse, its claws crunching dry leaves beneath its feet. LV Show leaned down and pinched the crystal between his fingers. Original Sin Crystal. Quality, fine. Effect, grants original sin power upon use. Guaranteed activation of at least one activated original sin, with a chance to gain powers from inactive ones. Description, highly concentrated original sin power. Every power bears a cost. Use with caution. His fingertips tightened slightly, and the crystal instantly shattered into powder, dissolving into streams of light that entered his flesh and blood. Greed 2, Lust 2, Pride 1. A flood of images surged through his mind. The silver glow of a platinum treasure chest, the slender legs of Yi Qianxue, and himself seated on a throne with his courtiers bowing low. Desire magnified with each vision. This was not the first crystal. From the grasslands to this primeval forest, he had hunted down over 30 phantom beasts, each corpse crystallizing into original sin crystals. The stronger the beast, the larger the crystal, and the richer the original sin power harvested. Current total original sin powers. Greed 58, Lust 47, Pride 18, Gluttony 14, Sloth 10, Wrath 5, Envy 1. As a treasure hunter and phantom beast hunter, he naturally activated greed and lust, causing every crystal to reinforce these two sins. The other 5 sins were likely randomly assigned or tied to the attributes of the hunted phantom beasts. Each increase in values conjured visions of the corresponding sin in his mind, stoking his desires even further. Greed now boiled fiercely within him. He longed to unearth more treasures immediately. Yet in the class advancement realm, he hadn't even found an ordinary wooden chest despite treasure chest perception skill being off cooldown. He found nothing, leaving him to rely solely on selling phantom beast materials for money. He raised his hand and tossed the savage bone white ape's corpse into his spatial backpack, momentarily calming the hunger inside. Suddenly, a prompt appeared before his eyes. The effect of the greedy treasure chest triggered a second time, granting a beginner's treasure map. It was that monthly moment again when the chest generated a new treasure map and Lu Xiu's heart jolted. I have to find it right away, immediately now. His greedy desire flared like a flame, but still remained under his control. At this moment, Lu Xiu gained a clearer understanding of the old Sin Crystal's rule that all power must come at a corresponding price. To complete his first advancement and obtain greater strength, he had to bear the deeper cravings that original sin demanded. He sighed, thinking the costs in this game were comparatively simple, just cold, hard numbers. Lu Xiu opened his spatial backpack and examined the map carefully. Merely a beginner's treasure map, an effect tied to the career advancement realm. It meant that when he was within 1,000 meters of the treasure, the map would automatically provide guidance. The map clearly marked the hidden treasure's location, and by following its directions, he could find the prize. Somewhere nearby, Lu Xiu lightly stroked his chin, pondering the rules behind the greedy treasure chest's treasure maps. The first map appeared in Breeze Forest, the second in South Heaven Harbor, the third in Giant Mushroom Rainforest, and now the fourth was in the career advancement realm. Except for the South Heaven Harbor map, most of the maps given by the greedy chest targeted areas relatively close to him. His gaze locked on the exact spot marked on the map, the northwest corner of the career advancement realm, at least several hundred kilometers from his current location. Lu Xiu's mind shift at it was the perfect next goal. He decided to charge there directly, his greedy desire slowly settling into focused determination. Before entering the career advancement realm, Lu Xiu had found a guidebook to its phantom beasts in a library and pinpointed an auxiliary-type beast called Baihuaxian. He planned to investigate Baihuaxian's habitat on his way to the treasure spot, checking if any king-level specimens had appeared, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As for the surge of lust from original sin, no worries, the sage's cooldown closely kept it suppressed, so he felt completely unafraid. Lu Xiu swung atop the 9-nether inferno tiger, ready to dash northwest. Looking up at the pitch-black night sky, he recalled it had been 10 in the morning when he first entered the realm, But now it was already 3 in the afternoon, something confirmed by the greedy chest's monthly treasure map appearing like clockwork. He had also become a hunter at 3 in the afternoon, indicating that the realm's time zone was clearly different from that of South Heaven Harbor. Just as Lucio prepared to let the 9 nether inferno tiger dissolve into a shadowy cloak around him, a bright star-like light appeared on a distant hill in his vision. It wasn't hanging in the sky, but scattered across the branches of a towering tree like countless stars spilled over its limbs. What's that? Lucio narrowed his eyes, focusing intently. He snapped his fingers gently, and the 9 nether inferno tiger dissolved into swirling mist that instantly condensed into a jet-black cloak draped over him. His dark vision activated, instantly illuminating the dim forest around him as bright as day. Then he turned on his floating cloud eyes, extending his gaze across the kilometers toward the starry light's source. At the treetop stood a hawk formed entirely of pure starlight, head held high and wings spread wide, soaking in the radiance pouring down from the starry sky. Above the hawk's head, a clear name and level shimmered. Greedy Wolf Starbeak LV40. Tailing Starbeak? Lucio touched his chin thoughtfully. He had never encountered that name in his long gaming career in his previous life, not even in the extensive professional advancement Secret Realm bestiary that recorded countless rare spirit beasts. While that book included many beasts known only by name but lacking descriptions, the Tanling Starbeak didn't appear even by name. The only certainty was that this had to be an extremely rare pet. A creature capable of consuming and exerting the power of stars would undoubtedly possess the star attribute comparable to control over time or space. Any spirit beast with the star attribute was a powerful and rare existence. As a hunter, how could he not have a flying pet? With that thought, Lucio immediately resolved to contract the Tanlang Starbeak as his second spirit beast. Titles like King, Ultimate, or Mutated didn't matter at all. Hunters obsessed over those suffixes because they craved the combined superiority of strength and rarity. But the Tanling Starbeak was inherently more powerful than ordinary spirit beasts, making such suffixes only secondary for future development. As for rarity, the star attribute surpassed even the king-level individuals. With his mind set, Lucio pushed off the ground and shot into the forest like a cannonball. Using his extraordinary agility, he moved like wind through the dark woods, covering the few thousand meters in just 2 minutes until he reached the towering ancient tree piercing the clouds. However, someone had beaten him there. To the northeast, 2 men and 2 women clad in variously colored leather armor members of the Zulu hunting group stood their ground. To the southwest, 3 young hunters wearing blue hunter leather armor faced the members of the Sea Dragon Gang. The standoff was due to the Tanling Starbeak perched atop the tree, exhaling radiant starlight. On a night when a brilliant star fell to earth, it was no surprise that hunters swarmed to the scene. Lucio guessed more were still on the way. Quickly weighing his options, he knew that to tame the Tanling Starbeak, he had to act swiftly. He stepped out from the shadows, and his shadow cloak immediately transformed into the form of an infernal tiger from the 9 nether, silently following him. Seeing another arrival, the Sea Dragon Gang hunters extended an olive branch. You're a hunter from the Golden Assembly, right? It's 3 against 4. Hiru desperately need your help. Drive off the Zulu hunting group first, then the 4 of us can split this rare spirit beast evenly. The Zulu hunting group's female hunter was not one to be outdone. She shouted back, friend, even if you side with them, you might not be able to drive us off. And if you do you really think those 3 will share fairly with you? Why not join us instead? If the Tanling Starbeak is ours, we'll reward you right now with a level 40 treasure-grade weapon. With that, she brandished a golden longsword, its blade shimmering with faint flamisa, clearly extraordinary artifact. Lucio paid no attention to either offer. The whispers of the wind spirit swirled around his fingertips as he knocked an arrow on his bowstring. Raising his gaze, he locked onto the prey at the treetop, pulling the string back beneath the full moon. A focus shot. Bang! The arrow tore through the night, shining brilliantly in the starlight like a falling meteor blazing across the sky. Perched atop the treetop and absorbing the power of the stars, the greedy wolf Starbeak sensed a sharp strike aimed at it. It immediately opened its eyes and snapped its wings together fiercely, attempting to slice the arrow in 2 with its crossed feather blades. Bang! The moment the arrowhead struck its wing, it exploded violently, releasing a surging wave of icy blue cold that surged like a rolling tide. Within a single breath, the fierce beast was frozen solid, transformed into a translucent ice sculpture with its wingtips still poised in a slashing stance. That extraordinary crystal ice arrow was a personal gift from Lucio's master, Lin Nanwen. The lifeless greedy wolf Starbeak then plummeted straight down from the branch. The hunters of the Zulu hunt team and the Sea Dragon Gang were caught off guard by Lucio's preemptive strike. After a stunned moment, chaos erupted. Attack! The female leader of the Zulu hunt team was the first to regain her senses and gave the order. Boom! A heavily armored hunter charged forward with a massive shield, pounding the muddy ground beneath him. Beside him, A beast hunter unleashed two identical shadow hounds, black shadows darting low and fast across the grass. Two knowledge hunters readied themselves, one snapping shut a weathered tome, the other raising an ice-blue staff, their palms weaving together a mix of blazing fire and biting cold. Dare to steal our kill? Take him down. The Sea Dragon Gang's weapons hunters fired up their rage simultaneously. A glaive gleamed with deadly chill, twin greatswords sliced through the air, and crimson auras roiled around iron fists. Shadow Roar. Lucio issued a low command from the fog of his shadow cloak. He could have just stood back and watched the two sides bleed each other dry before seizing the prize. But these hunters before him hadn't even completed their first career advancement, not even worthy of my concern, he thought. A primal roar shattered the silence. The nine nether hell tiger materialized as an elemental being, its specter 3 times larger than its physical form, a terrifying tiger, head howling defiantly toward the sky. The murderous aura forged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood pulsed with black, dark energy, crashing outward like relentless tidal waves. The shield-bearing hunter was the first to suffer. He felt as if he had crashed into a bronze wall, forced to his knees as he slammed his shield deep into the earth to barely hold his ground. Both shadow hounds were thrown flying backward, disappearing into the grass. Fireballs and ice spheres exploded into dust midair. The 3 weapons hunters of the Sea Dragon Gang, protected by their raging auras, staggered under the impact. The shockwaves barely settled before the 9 nether hell tiger shifted back into its flesh and blood form. A burst of malevolent flame flared out as it charged, hurling the shield hunter dozens of feet away before turning to sweep all 3 sea dragon warriors off their feet with a savage swipe. This apex mutant, sharing experience with its master, had stats already surpassing Lu Zoho possessed dual mastery as a treasure hunter and beast hunter at level 40. Against these novice hunters, it was a one-sided massacre. In midair, the fallen greedy wolf Starbeak's shell shimmered with starlight, cracking away the frost. Just as it lifted its wing, a flash of golden lightning pierced through it, crackling fiercely. Golden electric chains wrapped around it, completely binding the beast. It was Lucio's follow-up shot, a lightning crystal arrow. He gave no further orders to the 9 nether hell tiger, his focus locked solely on the airborne prey. Just as Lin Nanwen had demonstrated when hunting the Ghost King fish long ago, an archer's assault must be relentless, leaving the target no moment even to counterattack. A sharp eagle cry pierced the air. The starwolf's beak and wings spread wide, and suddenly a dazzling ring of starlight radiated between its feathers. The cutting brilliance swept outward, instantly driving back the crackling arcs of electricity along with the second ice crystal arrow that Lucio had fired. The ice arrow shattered midair into a frost mist, but its chilling force was blocked by the starlight ring and couldn't penetrate the starwolf's plumage. Enduring the dual torment of electric shock and freezing cold, the starwolf hovered in place. Its golden eyes glared fiercely toward the ground. With a powerful beat of its wings, it soared even higher. In the depths of the night, 2 bright stars flashed suddenly, then condensed into meteor-like streaks of stellar energy tearing across the sky, plunging straight at Lucio. Without hesitation, Lucio leapt back sharply. Boom, boom. 2 stars slammed into the earth with deafening explosions. The shockwaves hit like hammers, sending Lucio flying 5 meters, bough and all, crashing hard into a thick tree. The trunk cracked and splintered beneath him. He slid down through the branches, but immediately flipped and sprang up again clearly. He had underestimated the starwolf. Earlier, he had used focus strike rather than the more powerful spiral arrow because capturing a contracted spirit beast demands precision. The target must lose combat ability, but not be truly killed or maimed. Yet now the starwolf proved far more resilient than expected. Spiral arrow. His mind switched gears. Lucio drew the longbow to its fullest. Twang, the bowstring vibrated like the soft song of a forest breeze. A streak of cold light spiraled rapidly upward into the night sky, nearly instantaneously shooting straight toward the starwolf's face. Screech. The starlight ring flared once more, scattering starry radiance, but it lasted less than half a second before the spiral arrow pierced through. Bang! The ice crystal exploded, unleashing a raging cold torrent that encased the entire starwolf in thick ice. The next arrow fire crystal arrow. Seizing the moment, Lucio knocked and released again, a clash of ice and fire. Roar. Flames engulfed the ice, black smoke billowing as shattered shards of frost clattered down from above. Screech. A piercing cry cut through the night. The starwolf transformed into a silver streak piercing through the smoke, diving at Lucio in a classic predatory strike. Rather than retreat, Lucio stepped forward, locking his gaze tightly onto the freezing flash. Earth escape. With a crisp snap of his fingers, he plunged his arm into the soil, leaving behind a trigger-activated net trap. The starwolf had no time to retract its wings before crashing hard into the thick metal net ropes that snapped shut, binding it fast. 30 meters away, the earth split open as Lucio leapt out. already clutching 3 ice crystal arrows. 3 arrows knocked together. The whoosh of air was compressed into a sharp scream as the arrows shot from 3 directions, piercing the net. Bang, bang, bang. All 3 ice crystals exploded simultaneously, sending a surge of frigid frost mist soaring upward. In moments, the Star Wolf was completely encased in a thick, towering block of ice frozen solid like a statue. Now you really can't break free, can you? Lucio thought quietly. While Lucio battled the Star Wolf, the 9 Nether Hell Tiger had already wiped out 3 weapons hunters from the Sea Dragon Gang. After being swatted away by the tiger's paw, the 3 weapon hunters from the Sea Dragon Gang immediately realized the huge gap between themselves and the 9 Nether Purgatory Tiger. Although they still craved the coveted greedy wolf star beak, they wisely chose to retreat. But the 9 Nether Purgatory Tiger was no docile cat. To let foes off easily, it was a legendary beast that had emerged victorious from battles among thousands of mythical creatures. The fusion with the Shadow King hadn't dulled the ferocity of the former evil spirit path, Purgatory Life-Death Tiger. In fact, after being suppressed for so long, once unleashed, it grew even more savage. Its golden red vertical pupils swept over the giant battle shield, hastily raised by the hunting group, a shield that instantly expanded triple in size. Then, with a flash of deadly intent, it decisively locked onto the 3 retreating Sea Dragon Gang hunters wielding a horse-slaying saber, a colossal 2-handed sword, and crimson-fisted brute strength. Infernal flame surge. Dark red flames erupted as the Purgatory Tiger accelerated suddenly. Coupled with LVCio's Gale Hunt passive speed bonus, the beast charged like an armored war chariot, blocking their escape route. With no way out, the 3 hunters gritted their teeth and fought back. The saber wielder suddenly quickened his steps, sweeping a blood-red crescent slash. The Purgatory Tiger stood its ground, meeting violence with violence. The tiger rupture claw shredded through the crescent slash, ripping both the horse-slaying saber and its wielder into a spray of blood mist. The remaining 2 reacted swiftly. The enraged greatsword hunter enlarged his twin-handed sword to 5 meters, using the extended reach to strike at the tiger's waist. Meanwhile, the crimson-fisted hunter took the opportunity to charge up a ram punch. Suddenly, the Purgatory Tiger elementalized its flesh, turning to black flames and dark mist as the enormous greatsword sliced it cleanly in half. A flicker of triumph crossed the greatsword hunter's eyes. But in the next instant, the ram punch struck thin air. The hunter failed to pull back in time and plunged into the dispersing black mist. Infernal flame surge. The black mist detonated into roaring flames. Agonized screams tore through the night. The Purgatory Tiger reformed its solid body. The inferno warped into a massive tiger head that slammed into the hunter still clutching the 5-meter sword, reducing both soul and flesh to charred ashes. 1 minute later, 2 burnt corpses lay on the scorched earth beneath the forest. Ping Jia is here. Urgent shouts came from a distance as 5 hunters rushed forward. 3 wore the exclusive insignia of the hunting group, clearly reinforcements for this professional advancement mission. LVCio stood in the shadow of a giant tree, shielding the girl who had given earlier orders as the 3 arrived. He silently deduced that they were likely the leaders of this hunting group operation. Bang! 3 icy crystal arrows exploded midair into a mist of frost, but the greedy wolf star beak shattered them, tearing apart the net that bound it with a flash of cold light. Its starlight dimmed significantly as a result. LVCio whispered an estimate. That's about right. If they really are the hunting group commanders, delaying will only draw more of them here. He swept his hand to the right, just as the 9 Nether Purgatory Tiger lunging toward the hunting group transformed instantly into a dark elemental streak, shooting back into his control. Beast King transformation. Roar. A tiger-shaped humanoid over 3 meters tall rose from the towering shadows, blood and killing intent swirling around it. Dark elemental energy surged like a tidal wave, pressing down on the surrounding hunters and forcing them to hold back. LVCio extended his left arm. The scorpion tail rope shot out, snaring the newly freed greedy wolf star beak midair and yanking it close. In his right hand, he drew the shadow wooden man's wooden blade from his spatial pack, pressing the blade's edge against the trembling neck of the greedy wolf star beak. A pair of majestic tiger eyes looked down from above, and a deep tiger roar slowly crushed everyone's eardrums. Choose for yourself, death or submission. A deep, thunderous roar echoed, so powerful it seemed to freeze the air around it. Gonlang Zingwi's back chilled under the sudden oppressive pressure before his eyes. The human instantly transformed into a 9 Nether Inferno tiger. He couldn't comprehend what had just happened. All he knew was that fear had paralyzed his limbs, and any thought of resistance vanished completely. LVCio stepped forward and raised his palm, unleashing a spirit beast contract. Pale golden contract patterns flared to life in his palm, leaving Gonlang Xinghue no chance to struggle. The next moment, a system notification appeared on his retina. Spirit beast contract signed. Obtain spirit beast, Gonlang Xinghue. Attribute boosts: Strength 10.6, Agility 15.8, Constitution 12, Spirit 24. Passive skill: Child of the Stars while bathed in starlight. All attributes 10, Stamina and Spirit recovery speed doubled. As the data streamed across his vision, Ganlang Xinghui bowed his head in submission. LV Xiao released the contract and absorbed the beast into his spirit beast space. This was not the time to analyze the interface in detail. A cool night breeze rustled through the trees as he turned and continued forward. On his left, the Zulu hunting party had gathered 7 hunters. To his right, 2 knowledge hunters from the tower locked him dead center in their sights, yet dared not move first. The weapon hunter gripping a shield had white knuckles, but his shield hadn't moved an inch. They all knew the tiger-shaped spirit beast had crushed 3 same-tier weapon hunters from the Sea Dragon gang in less than a minute. Now that its master had freed both hands, who would dare provoke him first? Ignoring the probing and fearful gazes, LV Xiao approached the 3 fallen Sea Dragon hunters and bent down to retrieve the gleaming crimson-black crystals embedded in their chests. When a professional died in a secret realm, every original sin crystal they absorbed in life reformed on their corpse, mingled with their remaining sin energy. Securing those 3 crystals, he stuffed them into his spatial backpack, then turned northwest and marched steadily onward, his footprints clear. Even after LV Xiao disappeared into the darkness, the hunters remained silent. Suddenly, one of the knowledge hunters whispered, "Sister Ping, why don't we surround him?" The 4 earliest arrivals looked up simultaneously, their expressions mixed. The woman called Sister Ping coldly replied, "A single spirit beast killed 3 Sea Dragon hunters in under a minute, and now Ganlang Xinghui has won too. 7 against 2, we can't be sure of victory. If we lose, it means 3 corpses. Tell the others to avoid him in future secret realm missions." No one spoke out against her. Once out of sight, LV Xiao entered a densely wooded hill. Moonlight filtered through leaves, casting silvery fragments across him. With a thought, Beast King transformation, release. The 9 nether inferno tigers' form peeled away from his body like mist, reforming into a shadowy cloak that cloaked him perfectly in darkness. Blending into the night, LV Xiao finally took the time to examine exactly what kind of spirit beast he had just contracted. Ganlang Xinghui. Legendary rank of Tanlang Star Beak, level 40. Attributes: Strength 106,127.2, Agility 158,189.6, Constitution 120,144, Spirit 240,284. Talent: Power of the Big Dipper draws strength from the Big Dipper constellation to boost attributes, gaining a different star's power each day. Currently empowered by star power. Tanling passive: All allied units bathed in starlight receive a 10 boost to all attributes. Values in parentheses are final stats. Element mastery: Intermediate star skill. Star ring LV.3. Channel star power to form a ring that pushes everything outward, simultaneously removing all negative effects from the user. Star ILV.1. Condenses star power to create a decoy with invisibility and visual sharing capabilities, deployed at a specified location. Up to 3 decoys can exist simultaneously. Starfall LV.5. Focuses star power into a sphere to strike targets with a downward impact. Starfall Kill LV.5. Locks onto a target, envelopes self in star power, and executes a diving pounce attack. Child of the Stars passive. When bathed in starlight, all attributes increase by 10, and stamina, spirit, and speed recovery rates double. Legendary state. Not yet activated? Legendary. Lucio raised his brow. A legendary individual. He muttered under his breath, his chest tightening with surprise. In the hunting world, mythical beasts are not limited to king, mutant, or extreme categories. There are also rare suffixes like legendary, mythic, blessed, and cursed. Each suffix signifies vastly different powers and meanings. Legendary individuals, as the name implies, have left glorious or terrifying marks in history. If a beast can relive that legend, it will experience a transformative leap in strength. How to recreate this? The answer lies in Tanlang Starbeak's past. Lucio recalled from past life records that methods vary: acquiring legendary grade gear, defeating beasts sealed for millennia, or opening gateways to special worlds ultimately. This is a unique, legendary quest chain. When the profession advancement trial ends, I need to check the Golden Assembly's archives, he reminded himself silently. He summoned Tanlang Starbeak again. The little creature's wings shimmered faintly with starlight, its eyes still clouded with fear. Through the beast contract, Lucio clearly sensed that terror. This is typical of beasts bound by force. Trust takes time and battles to build. Unfortunately, he had no star-infused nourishment materials at hand, so he could only let it absorb natural starlight for now. Keep soaking up the starlight, Lucio said gently as he rested Tanlang Starbeak on his shoulder. Feeling his calm demeanor, the creature let out a soft whistle and quietly raised its head to drink in the fragmented light of the night sky. After tending to the beast, Lucio turned his attention to the spoils. He pulled out 3 original sin crystals condensed from the weapons of 3 Sea Dragon Gang hunters from his spatial backpack, rolling them between his fingers. The first crystal shattered. Prompt: Wrath 7, Greed 4, Lust 3, Pride 3, Envy 2. The second. Prompt: Wrath 5, Lust 5, Pride 5, Gluttony 2. The third. Prompt: Wrath 5, Sloth 2, Pride 2, Gluttony 1. Scorching emotions surged like molten lava. Wrath, greed, lust, pride, all desires flooded in, threatening his sanity. His vision flickered rapidly, like a slideshow rapidly pulled apart. Lucio sat down, one hand pressed to his forehead. After a long moment, he stood up and resumed heading northwest. Heading northwest, the hunting never paused. With more and more illusion beasts falling, the original sin power within Lucio surged like a rising tide. Since taming the greedy wolf Starbeak, the efficiency had multiplied several times. This sharp-beaked, wide-winged illusion beast could dive from high above to hunt independently, then drag heavy-tusked giants back to camp, saving Lucio a great deal of time and energy. After only one day together, Lucio realized that greedy wolf Starbeak was not its true name. The next morning, the symbol engraved on its brow had changed to Giant Gate Starbeak. This shift came from its innate northern dipper power. Yesterday, it was greedy wolf. Today, it was Giant Gate, a passive effect that boosted all allies bathing in starlight with 20 physical and elemental defense. By this logic, its name and aura would continue to change daily. To avoid confusion, Lucio simply gave it a fixed name, Starbeak. Further ahead, the mountains grew lush and deep, with a faint scent of blood lingering among the plants. At this moment, Lucio's eyes turned blood red, and dark red arcs of electricity wrapped over his skin's surface, an outward sign of original sin power, meaning he was nearing his limit and on the verge of a class breakthrough. He summoned his attribute panel. Greed, 318. Lust, 255. Pride, 175. Gluttony, 137. Wrath, 128. Sloth, 77. Envy, 20. His total had long passed 1,000 points, with more than 200 original sin crystals absorbed. Ahead, a hidden valley lay shrouded. Lucio immediately slipped into it, stationing the 9 Nether Hell Tiger at the entrance while Starbeak patrolled high above. The rocks at the valley bottom were cold as ice. Sitting cross-legged, Lucio faced the swarming distractions flooding his mind. The greedy desire to possess the world. The lustful fantasy of 3,000 beauties in his harem. The pride that could decide the fate of all. The gluttony to devour heaven and earth, tasting every flavor. And the faint but persistent wrath, sloth, and envy. With unyielding will, he suppressed them all, crimson energy surging through his meridians, violently remodeling his bones and flesh. Time seemed to stretch as the desires gradually receded, retreating to the depths of his marrow to lie dormant. Lucio opened his eyes. The crimson faded, his gaze clear once again. System messages flashed into view. Notice Treasure Hunter class advanced. All attributes 5, Talent Treasure Seeker upgraded, class skill pending. Notice Illusion Beast Hunter class advanced. All attributes 5, Skill Illusion Beast contract upgraded. Gain Talent Skill Illusion Beast Evolution, class skill pending. Notice Awakening successful. All attributes 5. Notice Experience exceeded limit, level up. All attributes 2, Free attributes 2. Current level, 41. Notice Experience exceeded limit again, level up. All attributes 2, Free attributes 2. Current level, 48. Finally done. Lucio exhaled deeply, pulled a water bottle from his space backpack, and drank several long gulps. Only then did he open his panel to carefully examine the changes from his class advancement. Lucio's character sheet was stretched out in front of him, a dense array of numbers and stats laid bare in his mind's eye. 1. Basic information. Level 48, Human. Classes, Treasure Hunter, Phantom Beast Hunter, Knowledge Hunter. 2. Class Talents. Treasure Seeker. Each naturally found treasure chest opened permanently increases his attributes by a percentage. Current total bonus, 65. Additionally, there is a 1 chance to receive rewards above the chest's quality tier. Phantom Beast's Heart. Grants 10 to all attributes of contracted Phantom Beasts, plus ability sharing from the 9 Nether Hellfire Tiger's physical resilience, and the Greedy Wolf Star's Beak. Additional pet skills, Shadow Cloak and Child of the Stars, providing bonus stats Strength 36.1, Agility 33.6, Constitution 42, Spirit 34. 3. Cognition World. Based on spirit power as its core, activating it causes a massive boost to core stats Strength 112,240.9, Agility 112,241.4, Constitution 114,255.1, Spirit 108,232.2. Final values in parentheses. 4. Skill Proficiencies. Advanced Traps, 2, 71110,000. Advanced Archery, 5510,000. Intermediate material processing, 5641,000. Intermediate swordsmanship, 9781,000. Intermediate cooking, 9881,000. Intermediate item crafting, 9611,000. Intermediate whip technique, 121,000. Intermediate rope skills, 581,000. 5. Talent skills. Chest awareness. Can sense treasure chests within a radius of level 100 meters. Cooldown 1 hour. Phantom Beast contract. Can bind contracts with non-human beings not exceeding his own level. Contract limit currently 3. Phantom Beast evolution. Allows eligible contracted phantom beasts to evolve directly upon meeting level requirements. Specific materials must be prepared in advance. Cognition manifestation. Randomly manifests beings, events, or objects from the cognition world once. Manifestation is then locked. Remaining uses, 1 used, none. 6. Phantom Beast skills. Beast King, Transformation, Epic Level 2. Relentless Pursuit, Perfect Level 1. Gale Hunting Pack, Perfect Level 1. Flowing Cloud Eyes Treasure Level 2. 7. Hunting skills. Concentrated Strike, Fine Level 7. Instant Slash Fine Level 6. Spiral Arrow Treasure Level 5. Lucio glanced down at the Knowledge Hunter inscription, marking his 3rd class awakening. For a moment, he had been sure it would say Gourmet Hunter instead, and he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Is arrogance really my true nature at heart? He wondered. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he blamed the root of sin crystal. Among the numerical values for greed, lust, and pride recorded during his class advancement, pride was only slightly behind the first 2. Remarkably, he had awakened without even using the crystallized stone. Getting the Knowledge Hunter elite ahead of time was unexpected, but far from unwelcome after all. Both development skills and secret items require time to mature, so the earlier he started, the better. Lucio went over the details again to summarize the key points. The Treasure Hunter Talent Treasure Seeker now gains an additional 1 chance for beyond quality drops. Whether he hits the jackpot or just gets a decent item depends on luck. Finding a fine-tier wooden box isn't a game changer. The Phantom Beast Hunter class now allows for more contracted beasts and the new Phantom Beast evolution skill. Improvements far more straightforward and valuable than a mere 1 chance. In the wild, phantom beasts usually require consuming vast amounts of materials and time to evolve gradually. A phantom beast hunter's beast can instantly evolve with the right talent advantage. Experts carefully prepare materials ahead of time to control the direction and power of evolution. Lucio planned to specialize the 9 Nether Hellfire Tiger in dark and fire elements. That meant he needed perfect quality materials matching those attributes. The treasure-grade items were only mediocre at best, but this tiger deserved the absolute best. Fortunately, the Dark Curtain Bear Heart was already in his possession, a perfect dark attribute material obtained by completing the Dragon Whisker Thunder Eel quest. Now all he needed was 1 more perfect fire attribute material to trigger the 9 Nether Hellfire Tiger's very first evolution. Compared to the expected abilities emerging from the evolution of the Phantom Beasts, what Lucio had looked forward to most apart from acquiring his 3rd hunter profession was the condensation of profession skills. Every hunter profession gets 1 opportunity to perform a profession skill condensation. When advancing to the next level, a chance to compress and refine existing hunter skills into a unique skill exclusive to that profession. At the current stage, Lucio held exactly 2 condensation opportunities, 1 for his treasure hunter profession and another for his phantom beast hunter. He had been eyeing the treasure hunter opportunity for a long time. There was absolutely no way to buy any treasure hunter-specific skills on the market, which meant that what he was about to create could very well be the first ever exclusive treasure hunter skill in the world of hunting. Begin profession skill condensation. Please select a hunter skill. The interface appeared, and Lucio scanned through his skill library. Most were only intermediate level, except for trap making and archery, which had reached advanced level. Since exclusive profession skills grow alongside the level of their base hunter skill, even if other skills were still intermediate, he had to prioritize these 2 advanced skills that he planned to specialize deeply in. Without hesitation, he locked in trap making. Profession skill condensation complete. Obtain treasure skill. Perfect chest trap. Perfect chest trap treasure skill, LV1. Absorbed treasure chests are converted into trap mechanisms for storage. When set up, it deals damage to the next creature that opens the chest. The quality of the chest determines the trap's damage. Stored chests. Platinum chest 2. Gold chest 1. Bronze chest 2. Black iron chest 4. Wooden chest 1. A chest trap? Lucio smirked, already picturing some unlucky hunter eagerly prying open a chest only to fall victim to the counterattack. The only limitation was that this trap could only be used against other hunters. Still excited, he immediately proceeded to the 2nd condensation, this time for his Phantom Beast skill. Please select a hunter skill. Archery. Profession skill condensation complete. Obtained Phantom Beast skill, Beast Spirit Shot. Beast Spirit Shot perfect Phantom Beast skill, LV1. Passive. Whenever an arrow hits a target, The system randomly selects one of the contracted phantom beasts, condenses its beast spirit, and launches an additional attack that ignores distance, dealing damage equal to 100 of that beast's damage to the target. Seeing the words passive and additional attack, Lu Xiu's eyes lit up. Beast spirit shot affected all arrows, meaning that no matter how advanced his future shooting skills became, this passive would always trigger, never going out of date. Even better, the damage completely inherited from the phantom beast itself meant that besides upgrading the skill, simply strengthening the beast would simultaneously boost his shooting power. For him, this skill was already touching the threshold of epic level ability. With both skills condensed one after the other, Lu Xiu's mood soared with success. Today, luck was clearly on his side. He planned to strike while the iron was hot and tackle the most important matter after profession advancement, also why he had carefully chosen a secure location to stay for a while, developing a new profession ability. Originally, Lu Xiu expected his third job change to be a gourmet hunter, so he had planned to cook himself a 3-dish Shandong soup meal right then and there to test the gourmet hunter talent effect. However, when the result was revealed, he had become a knowledge hunter instead. Since that was the case, Lu Xiu decided to immediately start building his own cognitive world. He closed his eyes, slowed his breathing, focused his mind, and let his mental energy spread outward like a rising tide. Cognitive world, activate. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself floating in an endless sky. Below, beside, and above him was a vast whiteness, without horizon or clouds, as if the entire world had been painted blank. This void was his spirit world, the nascent form of his cognitive world, waiting to be shaped. Here, as long as his mental power was enough, he could create a domain exclusive to him through his consciousness. Lu Xiu had long been clear about what kind of world he wanted to build even before the job change. After all, Knowledge Hunter was always his first choice. His ultimate plan was to use the romance of the three kingdoms as a blueprint, while greatly enhancing the combat strength and energy system. The reason was simple. The traditional combat power and romance of the three kingdoms was too weak in this hunting world, where everyone commanded elements and wildly destructive powers. Even the top-tier weapons manifested would be nothing more than heaps of scrap metal in reality. The ceiling was too low to be effective. But the combat system also shouldn't be too powerful. If he simply applied the realm levels from his previous world's prehistoric novels, where powers could devastate heaven and earth, given his current mental strength, he would again only be able to manifest another pile of scrap metal this time, because the floor was too low to support such high-level settings. From this, Lu Xiu concluded the optimal solution was moderate. He would still center the world around romance of the three kingdoms, but set the background in the immortal Qin, divine Han, sacred Tang, Dao Song, demon Yuan, martial Ming, and spirit Qing mythological dynasty lineage, specifically the late divine Han period. This would create a mythical version of the three kingdoms where mortals themselves were cultivators. With a single thought, heaven and earth overturned. Driven by his will, his spirit world began to boil. The pure white space stirred as if by an invisible giant hand, rapidly reshaping. Lu Xiu quickly searched his memory for the romance of the three kingdoms content he had read, while infusing the combat and energy systems with brand new rules. Chapter 1. The Oath of the Peach Garden brings three heroes together to begin their brotherhood, and the first merit is made by slaying the Yellow Turban rebels. It is said, the great trend of the world is that divisions happen after long unity, and unity after long divisions. At the end of the Tianzhou era, 7 kingdoms waged war until Qin unified them all, calling it Immortal Qin. Immortal Qin fell in the second emperor's reign. The states of Chu and Han contended for dominion. Heaven's mandate fell to Han, which established Divine Han. The Divine Han dynasty rose with its founder, divine ancestor Liu Bang, who slew the chaotic demonic serpent, unified the world. The 10 constant demon servants stole the divine king's power and seized control of the celestial court, twisting the order of the great Han divine kingdom. Chaos engulfed heaven and earth, and the people suffered terribly. The descendants of the immortal Qin, along with the undying elder sage Nanhua, could not bear to see the world plunged into ruin. Atop a mountain peak before a mystical furnace, Nanhua left behind an unparalleled sacred tome called the Tai Ping Essentials. In the midst of a gentle spring rain, 3 brothers Zhang Jiao, Zhang Bao, and Zhang Liang happened to shelter from the rain in a cave and discovered the divine scripture. The brothers studied day and night, their Dantian energy center glowing brightly. They vowed to change the heavens and earth and restore peace to all common folk. After many years of arduous cultivation, Zhang Jiao took the title General of the Heavenly Lord, Zhang Bao General of the Earth Lord, and Zhang Liang General of the Human Lord. Raising the yellow turban banner with the slogan, "The blue heaven is dead, the yellow heaven shall rise. The year is Jiazi, the world is at peace," they led an uprising calling themselves the Yellow Turban Army. Their flames of rebellion quickly spread like wildfire. Liu Bei, the mysterious king of Zhongshan, along with his sworn brothers the Red-Faced, Azure Dragon Guan Yu and the fierce warrior Zhang Fei responded to Heaven's mandate after their blood oath at the Peach Garden. They vowed to decisively battle the Yellow Turban Army. The three brothers led their volunteer forces across Mount Daxing Immortal, slaying the Yellow Turban demon generals Deng Mao and Cheng Ziyuan, staining the forests with blood. The Great Han Divine Court dispatched Heavenly Fire General Huang Fusong, wielding the divine artifact Heavenly Fire Mystic Mirror. With a crimson blaze, he turned Changshi City into a sea of flames. The city walls were destroyed, and the Yellow Turbans were utterly routed. At the same time, Cao Cao, then captain of the Divine Kingdom Cavalry, led his iron cavalry reinforcements like thunder, with banners like a forest and horses stomping through clouds of dust. Meanwhile, in a remote mountain valley, a young man named Lu Xiu sat cross-legged. Using his spirit as a brush and his sea of consciousness as a scroll, he steadily began to replay and script the mythic romance of the Three Kingdoms. At the moment, his spiritual energy had dwindled to just 232.2 points, enough only to simulate the early pacification of the Yellow Turban Rebellion. After careful thought, he unleashed the Beast King transformation, temporarily borrowing the elemental body of the Nine-Nether Purgatory Tiger, boosting his spiritual power by 300 points. He forcibly continued to weave the grand narrative of history as a flood of events. Time surged like ocean tides. The rivers and mountains on paper churned and flowed. Eventually, his cognitive world crystallized at the bloody turning point. The Dark Overlord Dong Zhui dominating Luoyang. The Golden Alliance Lord Yuan Shao gathering 18 warlords for a bloody battle at Hulao Pass. And the ghostly warrior Lu Bu single-handedly fighting the three heroes. Removing the Beast King transformation, Lu Xiu collapsed, drenched in sweat as he lay back on the grass to catch his breath. Constructing a cognitive world taxed both mind and body. Just a few chapters of script had exhausted him for over a week here in this valley. Let's pause here for now, he muttered, pulling dried food from his space backpack. The coarse grains and wild vegetables crunched as he chewed, but tasted like nectar, gradually restoring his strength. After a short rest, Lu Xiu closed his eyes again, letting his soul sink into the vast divine land he had compiled. This time, he was not continuing the historical simulation, but activating cognitive manifestation. The knowledge hunter's innate skill roared to life. In an instant, the world before him darkened as if ink had been spilled, then twisted and stretched within a Taiji vortex. Massive streams of spiritual energy converged with a mournful wail. A sphere of flowing light condensed in the center of his sea of consciousness, compressing and hammering itself. What would the cognitive manifestation produce? Lu Xiu's heart pounded, his anticipation reaching a fever pitch. This technique was not entirely random. It had 4 categories of output, most outcomes random, but the virtual god category was semi-random. The first category, artifacts. With fortune's favor, he could pluck priceless treasures from his consciousness. With ill luck, just a worthless stone. But if a divine kingdom jade seal were to appear, Lu Xiu's atoms apple bobbed as a vision filled his mind. Himself seated on the dragon throne, proclaiming loudly, I ascend the throne directly from another world. The Hunting Alliance? From now on, it shall be the Great Han Divine Kingdom. What? The human race only controls about one of the world's land? That's absolutely unacceptable. The Northern Expedition must be launched. From this day forward, under the entire heaven, all land belongs to the king. Along the shores of the realm, all are the king's subjects. Behind this resolute and powerful vow, Lu Xiu's gaze grew even firmer. Equally randomized were the second category weaponry and the third skills. The mythology-themed romance of the Three Kingdoms card pool Lu Xiu had created had an incredibly high-quality ceiling, making it irresistibly tempting. Regarding weapons, there was Guan Yes Green Dragon Crescent Blade, Zhang Fei's Steel Spear, Lu Bai's Twin Sabers, Lu Bu's Halberd, and Cao Cao's Seven-Star Sword. In this mythic world, these weapons were forged from rare celestial materials, dragon bloodstone, eternal ice, and other precious tempering substances, making them extraordinarily valuable. Drawing any one of them would yield enormous rewards. Even if his character's current level wasn't high enough, Lu Xiu could later upgrade and enhance these weapons to unleash their full power. The skills were equally distinctive. Guan Yes Spring Autumn Sword Technique, Lu Bai's Sovereign Divine Skill, Sun Jian's Furious Tiger Slash-All, reflecting Lu Xiu's extraordinary imagination and mental fortitude. Luckily, before his transmigration, he had persisted for 2 years writing novels, accumulating a wealth of rich ideas. As for the fourth category, the phantom spirits were what Lu Xiu looked forward to most. One reason he had built this mythic version of the Three Kingdoms world was to possess formidable and heroic phantom spirits. In this mythic realm, every general and strategist had significant phantom spirit potential. If Guan Yu or Zhang Fei could manifest, Lu Xiu could really soar. According to system rules, phantom spirit manifestation with semi-random. There was a chance to get miserable, nameless foot soldiers dying by the roadside, which was truly dispiriting. But it wasn't purely luck-based because knowledge hunters understood some of the patterns behind phantom spirit manifestation. First, it was closely tied to the hunter's own aptitude. Top-tier hunters usually manifested prominent heroes of the era. Second, it related to personality. Cruel and murderous hunters tended to manifest bloodthirsty spirits. But it wasn't simply picking similar personalities, it also depended on the internalized relationships between characters in one's mental world. For example, if Lu Xiao resembled Liu Bei, he might manifest Guan Yu or Zhang Fei. Third, bloodline was a factor. If the hunter's constructed world was historical fact, their own bloodline would act as an anchor, enabling manifestation of ancestors from that cognitive world. What kind of phantom spirit would I manifest? Lu Xiao couldn't help but wonder. With his confident imperial talent and blend of handsomeness and courage, the lowest he'd expect would be someone like Zhao Zilong. Zhuge Liang was another good choice, wise and resolute. Just as Lu Xiao's mind wandered far away, the swirling ink painting slowly came to a halt. A scroll floated out from the painting. His heart tightened. That wasn't a phantom spirit, but a tool. He reached out and caught it. The name on the scroll immediately caught his eye. Taiping Essentials, Human Tome Fragment. Typing Techniques, Human Scroll Fragment. Level, 40. Quality, Fine. Additional attributes, 5 to all stats effective when placed in inventory. Skills attached to the scroll. 1. Bean Soldier Summon. Throw 2 bean materials to summon 2 yellow turban demon soldiers fighting on your behalf, each with 10 of the user's total stats. There's an upper limit to how many can coexist. 2. Yellow turban soldier strength varies based on the quality of the bean materials. 3. Detox Talisman Water restores a small amount of health, heals wounds, and removes poison from the target. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Description. A supreme classic bestowed by the immortal Nanhua. Typing Techniques is divided into the Celestial Scroll, Earth Scroll, and Human Scroll. After Zhang Jiao's death, its whereabouts became unknown. This is merely a fragment of the Human Scroll. Typing Techniques. Lu Xiao's voice trembled with excitement, his eyes shining like bright bulbs. He took a deep breath as if trying to swallow every word before him. I knew it, boys who love to laugh never have bad luck. In the mythic version of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms world card pool that he constructed, the top UR item symbolizes the divine authority of the Han Imperial realm, the Divine Kingdom Jade Seal. Ranking just below, however, is this Typing Technique scroll gifted by immortal Nanhua. Even as just a fragment of the Human Scroll, its potential far surpasses that of an ordinary SSR grade item. Currently, it is only of fine quality, solely because his profession as a knowledge hunter is yet to advance. Once he completes his profession breakthrough, Lu Xiao can further upgrade this scroll. Fine is merely the starting point. Treasures, flawless, epic, even legendary and mythical qualities are all within reach. As long as he grows strong enough, this book will eventually regain its true form as the genuine Typing Techniques. No, I must complete my profession advancement immediately. With this thought, he abruptly withdrew from the cognitive world, his body springing off the ground like a coiled spring. Starbeak, keep hunting and bring me the other phantom beasts, he commanded, looking up at the night crows swirling overhead. Today's constellation power rotates to Wuziu. Wuziu passive. All allies bathed in starlight receive 20 to movement and attack speed. The order given, Starbeak flapped its wings and darted toward the distance. Lu Xiao flipped onto the back of the 9 underworld infernal tiger and patted its flank. Northwest, onward. Building the cognitive world had taken him over a week, and accumulating the original sin power cost another 2 days. The profession advancement secret realm closes in less than 5 days. Original sin power can be found again later, but the beginner treasure map gained when first entering the secret realm must be opened quickly after level 40. He won't be able to return here. To the north of the secret realm, the smoke of battle thickened. Hunters from the Zhu Lu hunting group, Sea Dragon Gang, Golden Assembly, High Tower, and Floating Cloud Trade Guild clashed fiercely with the banquet's members. Their enemies were a herd of beastman creatures with animal heads, towering over humans in stature and strength. Boom. A nearly 3-meter-tall rhinoceros beast swung its fist like molten steel, smashing a warhammer Hedon and sending both the hammer and its wielder flying. That's all you've got? The rhino beast bellowed, its wild fury radiating with the roar. Before the words fell, a thick pillar of white light, as wide as a tire, suddenly charged forward from the front. Without hesitation, the rhinoceros man raised his fist and punched. The impact caused his dark, muscular layers to ripple violently, while sharp sonic booms cracked through the air successively, as if the very space around him had been dented by that single blow. He aimed to shatter the dazzling pillar of energy right then and there. Boom. The pillar did indeed explode, but it instantly vaporized the rhinoceros man's fist and tore a charred, gaping hole through his ironclad chest. Staring down in disbelief at the hollowed-out wound, his eyes widened sharply before he collapsed to the ground. Just moments ago, he had been thinking of this as his cool entrance highlight. In the distance, Yi Qianxue still held her staff aloft. Beside her, A young woman bearing a striking 7-point resemblance raised her staff in perfect sync, like a mirror image. As the skill ended, the girl dissolved into drifting gray, smoky illusion, a vestige of a phantom god. Well done, Han Anyang called out approvingly. But no one paid him any mind. Everyone was fully engaged in fighting the orcs. On the battlefield, the orcs of the Yin organization were mostly above level 60, their burly bodies like moving heavy tanks, clearly top-tier gourmet hunters by their sheer appearance. Even elites from the 5 major factions could only kill them by overwhelming numbers. Hanan cleared his throat and stepped forward. Sweeping his long sword, a golden sword aura as thick as a foot shot out with a roar. A muscular tiger man raised a claw and snapped the sword energy in half. As the sword aura dispelled, a flash of sharp, cold light appeared at the back of its neck. The tiger man reflexively swung back its claw, but only caught empty air. The next instant, an icy short sword gently sliced across its throat as it toppled over, its massive tiger head rolling off, caught single-handedly by a man with black cloth wrapping his eyes and twin-sheathed swords at his waist. This was Han An's Phantom God, the personal Iron Guard Sword II of Xia Yan, the ancient ruler of the human maritime Star Spirit Empire and the Imperial elite. Surprised? Your king still has phantom gods on his side, Hanan boasted, shrugging. Knowledge hunters can fight 2 against 1. The surrounding battle was much the same. Though the Yin organization orcs fought valiantly, they could not withstand the encirclement by hunters from the 5 great factions. They retreated repeatedly. Several comrades had fallen, some beheaded. Looking further toward a small hill, a dog-headed chef stood quietly in pristine white uniform, shouldering a 3-meter-long cleaver. Floating next to him was a golden key, emitting a gentle glow, the chef's master key. The dog-headed creature gazed down over the battlefield, as if appraising ingredients to be prepared. "Tom's about right. Let's go," he said in a hoarse voice, grabbing the golden key in his left hand before turning to leave. Nearby, another wolf-head chef lifted his head and gave a piercing howl. At that howl, Yin organization fighters in the thick of battle immediately abandoned their enemies without hesitation and sprinted wildly toward the source of the sound. "Pursue." Hanan waved his hand, pale blue light spreading from his palm to envelop the limbs and weapons of himself and nearby allies. Sword 2 crossed his swords, guarding Han N's side. Several members of the Sea Dragon gang rushed forward close behind. The Zhu Lu hunting group and tower hunters beheaded the slain beasts, carrying their trophies as they pressed onward in pursuit. Members of the Floating Clouds Trading Company quickly gathered around Yi Qianxue. "Qianxue, should we give chase too?" Lin Heng wiped blood from his face, excited after the kills. Wang Xiaoming, Lin Yinyan, and others also looked at Yi Qianxue, awaiting her decision. Yi Qianxue frowned, her gaze sweeping over the corpses lying around, mostly Yin organization members. Then she looked up toward the dog-headed chef trudging steadily down the hill, seeming to lure them onward. "Head northwest as fast as possible." LV Shou sat upright on the broad back of the 9-nether purgatory tiger, holding the remains of a phantom beast sent by Xinghui in one hand. He occasionally extracted primordial sin crystals from it, while flipping through the pages of the Taiping Essentials with his other hand, testing the casting soldiers from Bean's spell he cared most about. Beans were not in short supply. Earlier, to stock up on provisions, he had casually stuffed a handful of ordinary soybeans into his spatial backpack. Now, LV Shou took out 2, flicked them with his fingertips. The 2 soybeans traced sharp arcs in midair, each surface glowing with a faint white light film. The light film shattered with a snap, and the beans hit the ground, instantly transforming into 2 human-shaped figures, clad in shining golden armor, with dark purple, metallic skin resembling molten night, each sporting a single long horn on the forehead. Both held standard long knives, their eyes lifeless, as if puppets freshly risen from the underworld. Regular yellow-turbaned soldiers should be hungry farmers, but in the mythic version of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, even their gears gold-plated. LV Shou muttered to himself, then called up the attribute panel. Yellow-turbaned demon soldier. Level, 48. Strength, 106,130. Agility, 106,130. Constitution, 106,131. Spirit, 106,129. Element control, demon power basic. Skill, /LV5 delivers a slashing attack with the weapon in hand. The panel was simple, with only one skill, but the final attributes in parentheses made LV Shou catch his breath. "Their base stats are even higher than mine," he said softly. He had to keep in mind that after the Dragon Meat Banquet, he gained terrifying all-around stat boosts, underwent 3 job changes and 1 career advancement, which granted him an extra 15 points on each attribute. Overall, he was at least 30 points stronger than a same-level hunter without lucky breaks. Such 30 points couldn't be compensated for by level 40 gear. Now, just with 2 ordinary soybeans summoning yellow-turban demon soldiers capable of taking on average hunters alone, if they learned a few more skills they would become walking flesh grinders. What interested LV more was the line element control, demon power. In his previous life running dungeons, he had never encountered a demon power system. This was clearly unique to the Mythic Three Kingdoms worldview. When I get higher grade beans and the Knowledge Hunter completes his first advancement, upgrading the Taiping Essentials as a whole, LV stroked his chin, eyes gleaming. Then the yellow turban demon soldiers might not even need to swing their blades twice to cut down ordinary hunters. At first, he worried that casting soldiers from beans only produced 2 soldiers at a time, too few in quantity. Now he saw that the spell traded quantity for quality, far more practical than a swarm tactic. After a day and night of travel, in the pale dawn, LV noticed the junior treasure map in his hand suddenly morph into a golden arrow floating above the map's surface. He patted the 9 nether purgatory tiger's head. "Little buddy, speed up." For the final 1,000 meters, the purgatory tiger streaked like a shadow across the plain, reaching the spot the arrow pointed to in just over 20 seconds. The golden arrow then shattered into flowing light and dove into a hollow at the base of a withered tree, condensing at the entrance into a golden treasure chest. Finally, a normal treasure chest location. LV wondered if he should use an Earth Escape talisman to explore deeper for any mysterious space. With a powerful leap, he sprang down from the Hell Tiger of the 9 netherworlds, which then transformed into a shimmering elemental form floating beside him. Lucio landed lightly on his toes, stepping carefully through the gaps between fallen leaves and exposed roots. He reached a hollow giant tree and reached inside the dark cavity to drag out a golden treasure chest half buried there. The thick lid creaked open with a click, and dazzling golden light spilled into the narrow tree hollow, revealing 2 loot items resting quietly within. The first was a skill book inlaid with intricate crimson gold patterns. Name: Fire of the Burning Sky. Type: Knowledge skill. Quality: Perfect. Learning requirements: Knowledge Hunter, Advanced Fire Element Control. Description: Condenses flames to a high degree and projects them at a target. Even a tiny spark can burn through the heavens. Fire Element Knowledge skill. Lucio frowned slightly. Although he was a knowledge hunter, he hadn't yet mastered the fire element, which frustrated him. His backpack already contained a perfect grade earth element skill called Rock Dragon Cart, also from a previous treasure chest, but it lay unused for lack of earth element control. Among all hunter classes, elemental control is easiest for elemental hunters, followed by knowledge hunters. For knowledge hunters to master elements, they must either materialize skills or condense void spirits to channel the corresponding element. Lucio wasn't picky. He just hoped that when he reached the second knowledge hunter advancement, he would acquire skills or void spirits related to earth or fire. Otherwise, these 2 perfect skill books would only be exchange fodder at the Floating Cloud Guild or Golden Assembly after leaving the secret realm. On a side note, he also wanted to collect a skill that enhances vision. Visual enhancement wasn't exclusive to Phantom Beast Hunters. If Knowledge Hunters' vision buffs could stack with Phantom Beast Hunters, plus the upcoming 4th Hunter class similar skills, the prospect of vastly improved sight was exciting to imagine. The second item was a fist-sized, jade green core pulsing with vitality. Name: Greatwood Heart. Grade: Perfect. ID: 66. Description: The Greatwood is a nature spirit. Its core condenses pure wood element, teeming with vibrant life force that can instantly revive withered plants. Pure material, after all. Lucio fondled the smooth wooden core, recalling that before this had only ever obtained a giant edible mushroom which was both ingredient and consumable, making this his first true raw material. Where exactly these treasure chest items originated from didn't concern the old world's adventurers. They treated them as gifts from the designers. For now, he had no use for wood element materials and was more short on fire and star elements, so the Greatwood Heart would be perfect for trading. He pocketed both treasures, and the golden chest shattered into swirling fragments of light, flowing backward into his body. Notification: Opening golden treasure chest activates Seeker's talent, granting permanent 10 to all attributes. Notification: Chest Trap skill Golden Chest Material 1, an additional 10 to all attributes. Lucio's base stats were already above 100 across the board, so even the minimum yield from 1 golden chest was an extra 10 points to every attribute, several times faster than leveling through career advancements. Awesome. A piercing eagle cry echoed through the sky, clear and haunting. A giant, 3-meter turtle wolf-like spirit beast tumbled through the air, thrown as prey by the star-beaked eagle. The massive creature crashed toward the ground. At that moment, Lucio raised his hand. A shimmering light flickered in his palm, seeming to grasp the air itself, and he smoothly absorbed the entire beast into his spatial backpack. Since entering the career advancement realm, he had handled over 300 spirit beasts. This way the spatial backpack was large enough, and dividing the contents could wait until later. Even if these prey only yielded high-grade materials, it was an incredible fortune, especially since all of them descended from ancient spirit beasts, whose rarity only made their value soar. He reached in and tore a dark red crystal from the still-warm chest of the wolf beast, the original sin crystal. Holding it gently, The crystal shattered inch by inch. System prompt. Greed 2, Lust 1, Pride 3. A quantitative change once again reached a qualitative leap. System prompt. Knowledge Hunter advancement complete. All attributes 5. Skill cognitive manifestation upgraded. Acquired skill cognitive deconstruction. Career skill pending consolidation. Phew, Lucio exhaled deeply. 2 other hunter branches had already completed advancement, but this third one went much smoother, hadn't even needed to go into seclusion. He waved his hand to bring up his attribute panel and examined the changes carefully. 1. Cognitive manifestation randomly materialized people, events, and objects from the cognitive world into a stable physical form. Phase 1 advancement unlocked. Current manifestation uses 12. Already manifested. Typing art human book fragment. 2. Cognitive deconstruction can deconstruct any manifested non-illusory object, analyzing its materials and crafting methods. The functional data was clear, could perform one more cognitive manifestation, and had initiated the first phase of enhancement. Lucio opened his backpack and flipped to the end of the Taiping art human book fragments attributes. A new prompt caught his eye. Advancement requirements. Treasure grade or perfect grade would attribute material 1. Earth attribute material 1. Material grade influences final item attributes. If I'm going to use it, I might as well use the best, he murmured, stroking his chin. He happened to have a perfect grade wood material on hand, a great king wood core, just extracted from a golden treasure chest. As for earth attribute materials, he'd have to look outside, probably after leaving the realm. At the same time, the explanation for his newly acquired skill cognitive deconstruction appeared in his mind. Together with cognitive manifestation, it formed the 2 core skills of the knowledge hunter and embodied the true meaning of the word knowledge. This skill could completely dismantle any manifested non-illusory object, intuitively revealing its constituent materials and production process, essentially producing a complete blueprint. If the manifestation was a modern item, it could then be mass replicated using the blueprint. But if it was an ancient artifact or a fantasy creation, the difficulty would multiply. Take the spirit flow mirror distributed at the Golden Assembly and the Taiping art in Lucio's possession. The former originated from the ancient spirit rune civilization of the hunting world. Attempting to replicate it meant facing countless technological gaps. For example, the craftsmanship to create spirit runes had long since been lost to time. Even the history of this civilization within the Hunting Alliance has been reduced to just a name. It was the era of the Lingwen civilization, but the raw materials needed to create Lingwen have long since vanished, especially the rare materials from mythical beasts, most of which disappeared over the long passage of time. Time acts like a huge sieve. The smaller and more precious something is, the more silently it slips through. In this situation, the true challenge lies in the skills of knowledge hunters without ready-made techniques. They have to start from scratch. Ingredients lost in the present age must be replaced by suitable substitutes. To fully replicate an artifact from an ancient civilization today, a knowledge hunter must first amass an enormous amount of information, then piece together the long-erased manufacturing process through countless experiments. And this applies only to ancient civilizations existing in the hunting world. When it comes to knowledge hunters manifesting fantasy items, the difficulty multiplies. There is literally no corresponding technique or material to reference, forcing them to take alternative paths and gather the closest matching methods and substitutes. Take Lucio as an example. If he really wanted to replicate the Taiping Yaoshu, it's best to give up early Thats, a miraculous book bestowed by the immortal Nanhua. He wiped his sweat. Even if it's theoretically feasible, he currently lacks the time, energy, and will to bother with such a demanding task. In short, 1. Cognitive manifestation, bringing concepts from the cognitive world into use for oneself. 2. Cognitive deconstruction, breaking down concepts from the cognitive world to share with others. For ordinary knowledge hunters, cognitive deconstruction could be a lottery ticket to overnight riches. But for Lucio, determined to become a multi-professional hunter, it holds limited significance unless someday he manages to deconstruct a tremendously powerful item to arm every one of his mythical beasts. Next came the condensation of professional skills. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Begin condensing professional skills. Please select a hunter skill. Lucio glanced over his skill library, and after brief hesitation, selected culinary arts. For him, cooking ranked just behind survival and alchemy as the third most important skill. Prompt: professional skill condensation complete. Acquired knowledge skill, the sweet taste of knowledge treasure grade. The sweet taste of knowledge, treasure grade, knowledge skill, LV1, passive. 1 chance during cooking to trigger epiphany, upgrading the current recipe's grade up to treasure grade. A skill that directly upgrades recipe quality? Lucio's eyes lit up. Although the chance was only 1, if he cooked 100 times, success would be guaranteed once, allowing many low-quality recipes to easily reach treasure grade. And treasure grade was not the limit. As his cooking skill advanced to higher levels, the sweet taste of knowledge would improve too, potentially reaching perfect grade someday, with even stronger effects. The future looks promising. The future looks promising. he thought, suppressing his excitement as he moved into the part he awaited most, the cognitive manifestation. Lucio closed his eyes and sank his consciousness into the spiritual world. The timeline of the myth version romance of the Three Kingdoms was still paused at the three heroes battle Lu Bu chapter. His spiritual power had only increased by 5 points recently, so the story hadn't advanced much. He decided not to waste further mental effort and cut straight to the core. Cognitive manifestation began. The spiritual world twisted and rotated like an inkwash mountain painting, resembling a turning taiji diagram. The spiritual energy of the cognitive realm surged and condensed wildly under this force, then projected and manifested into reality. Lucio waited quietly, his demands modest this time, a skill related to earth or fire attributes, along with a virtual god. About half a minute later, the twisting taiji diagram suddenly cracked open. A pair of crimson vertical pupils opened wide from the dark depths, followed by a figure stepping out with the aura of blazing flames. Seeing the newcomer, Lucio's eyelid twitched sharply. A tall and sturdy young man, 9 feet in height, with a strikingly handsome face, stood before Lucio. He wore a purple gold crown adorned with a trident-shaped hairpiece, from which tassels hung down his forehead, swaying lightly with each breath. His robe was made of crimson brocade from western Sichuan, embroidered with vibrant threads that clung tightly to his well-defined muscles like fiery clouds. Layers of beast-faced overlapping armor covered his shoulders and chest, dark golden plates reflecting a cold, steely gleam. Around his waist was a lion-themed belt, tightly cinched to keep the robe impeccably smooth. The carved lion's open jaws seemed ready to bite. A longbow was slung diagonally across his back, its feathers neatly arranged. His right hand gripped the Fangtian Huaji halberd firmly, the black and gold staff perfectly steady in his palm. Though he stood silently, the space around him felt weighed down by an invisible force. The air was still, dust particles frozen midair. A faint red aura of lethal intent twisted around him like thin threads, resembling both blood vessels and chains. Countless fierce illusions of snarling beasts roared around his figure, as if vengeful demon spirits howled nearby. Any faint-hearted soul would surely go weak in the knees after a single glance. Lucio forced himself to remain composed, his expression layered with complexity as he studied the man who existed only in legend. Indeed, Lu Bu was formidable. In the romance of the Three Kingdoms, he was undisputedly the mightiest warrior among horses, the Qi too. Among men, Lu Bu was an age-old saying. In life, he was unrivaled under heaven. After death, people praised only his bravery, saying no one matched Lu Bu's courage. Within Lucio's own constructed mythic Three Kingdoms mental world, he even regarded him as a demonic god. Yet, recalling the manifested void god rules that knowledge hunters had provided, Lucio suddenly felt as if some universal will was scolding him face to face. Lu Bu killed his foster father Ding Yuan out of greed. He murdered Dong Zhuo for Diaochan, driven by lust. Before Liu Bei, he showed arrogance and disdain. Listing these traits one by one felt like reading his own ID card. No, that can't be right, Lucio muttered stubbornly, rejecting the theory that manifested beings resemble void gods. Knowledge hunters don't always get it right. There were other theories. 1. The manifested being's affinity for the void god it resemblesso, does that mean im like Ding Yuan, Dong Zhuo, or Diaochan? Absolutely not. 2. Bloodline manifestation me surname is Lu too. This one seemed more plausible. He rubbed his chin, then confidently placed his hands on his hips, half coaxing himself as he made a conclusion. Fine. I'm greedy, lustful, and arrogant. At least that proves I, Lucio, am also a standout among men. Are you my lord? The young man finally spoke, his deep voice carrying a commanding weight. His arrogant gaze appraised Lucio from head to toe, sizing up the worth of his quarry. Huh. Lucio's mind momentarily blanked, nearly mistaking lord for master, and almost turning around to join some holy grail war next door. Regaining composure, he answered, yes, I summoned you. You can call me lord, but don't call me foster father. Having said that, Lucio returned the proud appraisal, or rather, he was checking Lu Bu's attribute panel. He wanted to confirm how much strength this man dubbed the strongest warrior and demonic god Lu Bu in his fabricated world retained after manifesting into the real world. Lucio found it nearly impossible to put his shock into words. Final attributes close to 600, he murmured, his heart pounding fiercely in his chest. This number was even higher than when he underwent the Beast King transformation with the 9 Nether Inferno Tiger. The stats alone were terrifying enough, but his race was listed as Demon God, and his talent as Ghost God. Lucio was almost certain he hadn't just summoned a mere follower, had effectively brought a true deity home. What was even more absurd was the skill list. All 3 basic skills: Master of Halberd, Master of Archery, and Master of Horsemanship were labeled Master. And among 5 combat techniques: Soul Halberd, Soul Destroying Arrow, Soul Shock Impact, Demon God's Might, and Invincible Under Heaven 4 were epic level, 1 was legendary. Lu Bu, Who's actually the protagonist here, Reem or you? Lucio joked bitterly as he rubbed his brow. He quickly calmed himself. This was far from Lu Bu's limit. Lubu was summoned by a level 48 knowledge hunter who had just completed a career change. Clearly, this ghost god Lubu was not at his peak. The clearest evidence was those 3 core skills stuck only at master. In the hunting world, skill ranks climb from lowest to highest as beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, and god level. A true demon god Lu Bu's halberd techniques would be at least grandmaster, possibly touching god level. His archery and horsemanship would be at the same rare heights. A sharp cry cut through the air above an eagle's piercing screech, pulled Lucio's focus back from his thoughts to reality. He immediately exited his mental realm, opening his eyes to see starbills circling overhead, letting out 2 more cries. Through their beast contract, Lucio quickly grasped the message his companions sought to convey. In the southwest direction, 2 bipedal phantom beasts were approaching. He activated his flowing cloud eyes, peering through the shimmering heat to focus on the cracked, parched land. There, a towering, massive man stooped and staggered like an injured beast. His bare upper body was armored with rock plates, his limbs and neck tightly bound in black metal chains, his face contorted in pain, saliva dripping from his mouth as he rumbled low guttural growls. At the other end of the chains stood a serpent man in a pristine white chef's uniform, dragging his tail on the ground. The feast organization's chef and feast beast, Lucio recognized instantly, a faint smile rising at the corner of his lips. He raised a hand and lightly snapped his fingers with a crisp snap. In the next moment, the demon god Lubu stepped out from the realm of cognition, his blood-red cloak billowing without wind. Lucio exchanged a glance with him, then tilted his chin toward the southwest. Shall we have some fun? Balan led the banquet beast across the barren wasteland. As the banquet organization's chef, he had been ordered by the head chef to scour every inch of this professional advancement realm, gathering ingredients for the grand feast. The hunters from the 5 great powers were the head chef's designated main courses, while the rare, legendary beasts long vanished from historical records scattered around served as the delicacies. Unfortunately, Balan's luck was abysmal after completing his own professional advancement and stepping out with the banquet beast. A whole week passed without encountering a single hunter from the 5 great powers, nor capturing any ancient mythical creatures. It wasn't until the 10th day that he finally spotted a hunter from the hunting deer group, only to have the hunter escape in an instant. Such rotten luck, Balan muttered bitterly, frustration welling up inside him. What was worse was yet to come. Not long ago, he heard the head chef's low, commanding voice. All chefs were to return immediately with their spoils and banquet beasts. This meant everyone else had finished gathering ingredients, and he was the last piece left unfinished. Balan didn't want to go back so early and scrambled to think up an excuse for his empty hands. Otherwise, he feared the newly appointed head chef, a ruthless half-blood demon serpent, would chop him up as well. Whether dealing with humans or snakes, that creature was terrifyingly savage. Kalulu. The banquet beast suddenly shuddered at his feet, its raised fur flipping as if caught in a storm, eyes darting around in panic. Quiet. Balan's mind churned for an excuse. Irritated, he cracked the metal chain hard against the beast's face. The clash of metal on flesh echoed with a dull thud, fresh blood blooming instantly. Once comrades, now a dish to be served, Balan felt no pity for the altered monster. Yet the banquet beast seemed unfazed by the pain. As blood dripped down, it suddenly lifted its head, eyes locked fiercely onto the sky, its howl rising sharp and urgent. Kalu. Balan followed its gaze upward. The sky was clear, the blazing sun high, perfect weather for a feast. But in the next moment, he caught sight of a rapidly growing black dot. It carried surging dark energy, plummeting like a meteor. Boheo, it's coming straight for me. Balan's face drained of color as he shouted. Boom. A dense black mist crashed down like heavenly fire unleashed. Within 100 meters, nothing grew. The earth cracked like a spider web, blue ghostly flames licking the fractures. But these were no ordinary flames. Twisted souls and malevolent spirits stretched out broken arms within the firelight, clawing desperately to drag any living thing down to share their torment in hellish suffering. By the time Lucio arrived, Lubu was standing with his Fangtian Huaji halberd thrust straight into the shattered earth, eyes closed in meditation. The area was a ruin, reminiscent of Yama's blood-soaked battlefield. Where are the chef and banquet beast? Lucio scanned the wreckage, but found no trace, not even bone fragments. Gone up in smoke, Lubu said simply. Lucio's eyelid twitched. No need for a post-mortem then. Straight to cremation? He had thought of trying to control those 2 corpses using Lu Bu's ghostly talent to raise the dead head slain, could recreate a small-scale, undead calamity. Pathetic insects don't deserve to be my servants, Lubu said coldly, eyes flashing with pride. All right, Lucio shrugged, conceding the chef and beast weren't worth the effort. What truly caught his interest now was the head chef sent by the banquet organization into this professional advancement realm. Before deciding to join this early advancement, his master Lin Nanwen had already warned him about that person. Nantion Port opened the career advancement secret realm earlier than scheduled because the Yin organization was planning to hold a banquet inside it. For the Yin organization, their banquets were never ordinary feasts. To them, the world itself was the dining table, and all things including soil and rock could be considered delicacies. What they consumed was not just the physical body but the spirit hidden within. Once a spirit was devoured, fertile lands would instantly wither into barren wastelands that would never sprout again. Clear rivers and lakes would turn into lifeless stagnant water, empty of fish and shrimp, and any beast drinking from it would be poisoned. Wherever their banquet went, it left behind deserts so dry even the wind seemed parched. Because many such devoured wastelands had already appeared in the inner and outer domains, Nantion Port went into a frenzy upon learning that the Yin organization planned to bring their banquet into the career advancement secret realm and immediately offered a huge reward to the 5 great powers for assistance. Every Yin organization banquet always involved 4 distinct roles. 1. Head chef, the initiator and the strongest presence in the entire gathering. 2. Chefs, the head chef's assistants, responsible for the actual cooking and the core combat force. 3. Attendants, the lowest ranking fighters, tasked with hunting the ingredients. If supplies ran short, they themselves could become ingredients. Among attendants were beings called Yin beasts, once intelligent but now corrupted by the original sin of gluttony and reduced to endlessly hungry beasts. 4. Guests invited by the head chef. Those entertained by the Yin organization were often dangerous individuals seeking the ultimate taste experience. Lucio's focus was on the head chef. As the strongest envoy sent by the Yin organization, the secret realm's key was likely in his hands. Nantion Port's bounty made the temptation even greater. Anyone who returned with the key could choose any perfect grade skill book from the treasure vault. Perfect grade skill books could be traded for large amounts of same tier materials, all of which Lucio desperately needed for his phantom beast evolution and typing technique advancement. He had no choice but to make sure the head chef arrived at the banquet early. The opposition's lineup was distinct but failed to excite Lu Bu. He cracked his neck and thought to himself, the Yin organization's chefs and Yin beasts didn't even deserve a warm-up. In the secret realm, there were very few hunters who could truly challenge them. Among the 5 great powers, aside from himself, the only one who caught his eye was the heiress of the Floating Cloud Guild, Yi Qinxua. That wealthy woman had completely crushed Lucio in all hunting exam subjects except traps. Her strength, resources, and even looks were top tier. To beat her, one would probably need to cheat. Counting others who might threaten the Yin organization, perhaps only the rumored little spirit king of the Sea Dragon Gang, Han An, but Lucio had never seen Han An's true power. That left the real formidable opponent as probably the head chef, whom Lucio had never met. Let's go find out, Lucio resolved, mounting the 9 nether hellfire tiger as its star-beak wings spread and lifted them into the air. Lu Bu drew the Fangtian Huaji spear planted in the ground, his figure dissolving like smoke back into the realm of cognition. Northern realm of professional advancement. Perched high on a hillside with a sweeping view, about a few hundred meters to the north, a narrow waterfall roughly 30 meters tall cascades straight down a sheer cliff face. The curtain of water glistens like silk, and sunlight reflects off the spray, scattering shards of silver light. Strangely, the mountain wind seems to carry away all the roaring sound. The falls can only be observed from a distance, completely silent to the ear. To the east, a vast peach orchard blooms in pale purple hues, petals fluttering gently in the breeze, releasing a faint, sweet fragrance. Mist curls around the branches, casting the orchard in a dreamlike haze. To the south and west stretch endless plains, rolling grass waves beneath a clear blue sky, the earth vast and open. Thanks to this unique and privileged terrain, the feast organization has chosen this site for their banquet. Servants have already set up a rectangular white marble table about 30 meters long and 4 meters wide on the hilltop, its surface polished like a mirror. Soft silk cloths cover the table, meticulously arranged with gold-embossed plates, crystal bowls shimmering with clarity, warm ivory chopsticks, and sharply gleaming secret silver knives and forks. Before each seat lies a steaming, warm towel, all arranged with military precision. Only 3 guests have taken their seats beside the table and none of them are human. Suddenly, a massive gray bear rises from where it sat, its deep but clear voice rumbling out. Huyang, this feast is starting far later than scheduled. Need us to lend a hand? Unlike those nearby with animal ears and tails, the humanoid beastfolk, this gray bear is a genuine mythical beast, yet it speaks fluent human language and its gaze shines with superior intelligence. Huyang, the ramhead head chef, leans on his golden-laid staff, standing at the southwest corner of the hill. His black suit jacket flutters in the mountain breeze as he quietly watches the chaotic cooking unfolding below. His eyes blaze with a fusion of focused intensity and calm resolve. Guests, please be patient. His voice is calm. The wait is part of the exquisite seasoning that will flavor the meal. Below the hill, the real cooking is a brutal battle soaked in blood. Hunters from 5 great factions: the Deer Hunt Brigade, Sea Dragon Gang, Floating Cloud Guild, High Tower, and Golden Assembly clash hand-to-hand with the Feast Organization's chefs. The earth beneath is mottled crimson with blood. Ragya, the dog-headed chef, charges swinging his cleaver. His heavy paw steps send shadows racing as his blade slices through the air in sharp arcs. Any hunter standing in his path is either chopped unevenly but precisely into pieces, blood and flesh spilling, or forcibly sent flying 10 meters back by his brute force, unable to rise afterward. 2 hunters seize the opportunity to close in from the sides, one wielding a long knife, the other a broad sword, both striking toward Ragya's neck. In an instant, his shoulder and neck split suddenly open, revealing 2 snarling wolf dog heads with sharp fangs that snap at the blade's 3-headed hound unleashed. Ragya was never an ordinary dog-headed beastman. Long ago, the Nest organization bred most original beastmen prototypes from mythical beasts. However, 500 years on, Hunter's beastmen have been diluted through generations, becoming closer to humans, losing the primal bloodline's mystery and fury. The birth of a beastman today with full mythical beast power can only come from 2 possibilities. 1. An extraordinary 1 in a billion bloodline resurgence. 2. Like Ragya masterpiece from the Nest's latest experiments. Clang. From both sides, a rhinoceros attendant and a tiger man attendant wield 2 large shields, closing in like heavy gates to block all frontal, elemental, and ranged attacks aimed at Ragya. Clamping down on the sword aimed at his neck, Luo Ya's eyes flashed with fierce light. The breath of ice and fire. Whoosh. 2 dog heads simultaneously spewed blazing flames and freezing mist. Fire and frost intertwined in an instant. The 2 weapon hunters, unable to release their grips in time, were half frozen, half jarred, stiffening where they stood. Seizing the chance, the rhino and tiger attendants flanked to the left and right, clearing the way as Luo Ya lunged forward like an iron mountain on his shoulders, crashing the weapon hunter wielding a massive hammer several meters away, smashing his shield in the process. The raccoon chef and fox chef sprang into action as well. They raised their staffs resembling rolling pins, summoning roaring storms and sheets of hail that poured down from the sky, pressing the hunters of the 5 great factions so hard they couldn't raise their heads. Riding this momentum, they carved a bloody path for Luo Ya. Several attendants hurried behind, dragging back the ingredients, those who were dead or incapacitated, to the kitchen. Centered around Luo Ya, the 3-headed canine chef, the banquet chefs and attendants revealed a previously unseen synergy. Their offense and defense shifted like flowing clouds and water, their coordinated strength honed to the rhythm of each breath. In contrast, the hunters of the 5 factions, though capable of teamwork within their own squads, immediately fell apart when forced to unite against a common foe. The mounts of the beast hunters cut through the line, blocking the weapon hunters' charge. Elemental hunters' fireballs exploded midair, reducing archers' arrows to ashes. The food hunters tried to close in, but ended up colliding chaotically, with weapon hunters flying backward. The entire battlefield descended into a tangled mess of confusion. We can't let this continue. Yi Qinxue furrowed her brow, replaying the situation in her mind. If things stayed the same, the 5 factions would be picked off one by Luo Ya. Pull our people back. Lin Hung immediately lifted his horn engraved with the emblem of the Floating Cloud Guild. At once, a clear, resounding call sounded, and the guild's hunters swiftly withdrew. Nian Nian, support me. Yi Qinxue ordered in a low voice, summoning the virtual deity again Shamel, the magical princess from the lost land of Adia, renowned as the goddess of light. Lin Nian planted her branch-like staff into the earth beneath her feet. Instantly, the twig took root and wildly grew into a towering giant tree. Sunlight poured down, absorbed, and then transformed by the colossal tree into an even richer, sacred radiance that bathed everything within 100 meters. The recently withdrawn members of the Floating Cloud Guild bathed in this shining sanctuary, their wounds healing and vitality rapidly restored. Bathed in the brilliant holy light, Yi Qinxue and Shamil stood on either side, staffs raised, pointing toward Luo Ya, who was slaughtering rampantly in the center of the battlefield. The space rippled as surging light elements frantically gathered at the tips of their staves. Radiant flash. Boom. 2 blazing white pillars, as thick as tires, ripped through the sky. Spinning at high speed in midair, they twisted and merged into a single massive beam that scorched a blackened trail across the ground, shooting straight at Luo Ya. Seeing the beam hurtle toward them, the rhino and tiger attendants raised their shields and stood back to back, shouting, "Close ranks." Yet with a thunderous crack, the beam punched a fist-sized hole right where the 2 shields met, the remaining energy unabated. The next moment, it struck Luo Ya's chest squarely. The dazzling white light gradually faded away. Luo Ya lowered his head to look at his chest, where a large, searing hole had burned through most of his torso. Scorching heat still radiated from the wound, and the air was thick with the smell of charred flesh. His legs went weak, and he sank to one knee, barely steadying himself by driving his long knife into the dirt. All the surrounding hunters' gazes instantly focused on him. Is he down? Someone whispered. Attack with full force. Don't give him a chance to recover. Yi Qianxue shouted in alarm. Using her perfect grade knowledge skill omnidirectional scan, she clearly saw through her mental vision the strange changes happening in Luoya's chest. A cluster of tiny, whip-like tentacles writhed and tangled at the pierced flesh's center. In an instant, they wove into a newly formed miniature heart. Each time the heart contracted slightly, the tentacles grew faster, and the lung tissue, blood vessels, and bones rapidly reconstructed. It wouldn't be long before he was restored completely. What kind of bizarre regenerative power is this? He's even able to regrow a heart after it's been pierced? The Fuyun Guild was the first to react. Their recovered members struck again. Lin Heng and Wang Xiaoming charged from left and right as the vanguard, while several elemental and knowledge hunters readied ranged magic attacks. Seeing this, the other major factions also launched their assaults. If Liao wasn't dead yet, they still had a chance to kill him and seize that secret key to the career advancement realm. The Zhulu hunting group drew their Tundra-long heavy bows, firing massive flaming arrows with a fierce roar. Tower knowledge hunters spread their arms wide, conjuring sharp azure thunder swords from the sky, diving down to strike. Suddenly, a blurred black shadow appeared out of nowhere, moving like the wind to break through the Yen organization's defenses before Lin Heng and Wang Xiaoming could reach. Rhino and tiger attendants raised their shields to block, but the shadow slipped swiftly through the gap from where Yi Qianxue had blasted, evading interception. Two long swords whirled midair, slashing the throats of two attendants with lightning speed, blood spraying in arcs. The figure spun forward, lunging directly at Luoya's head. Just 2 meters away, the shadow suddenly sheathed the swords and leapt backward several steps. Thud! A golden staff struck the ground where he had stood moments ago. The staff shimmered with soft green light, unleashing rippling waves of energy that deflected every flaming arrow and thunder sword. Following the golden staff's energy flow, a goat-head man in formal attire stepped forward gracefully, as if walking down a red carpet. At last, he stood before Luoya. Chef Liao lowered his head. Go assist in the kitchen. The guests are getting impatient, the goat-head man said gently, but with unmistakable authority, as he picked up the golden staff. Thank you, sir, Liao replied, gripping his knife and forcing his wounded body upright, then turning toward the kitchen. None of the hunters from the 5 factions pursued him. Luoya's use of the title chef made it clear that the goat-head man was the true master of this entire banquet. Previously, everyone assumed Liao, who commanded all the chefs and attendants, was the head chef. Now it became clear otherwise. Moreover, the golden key to the career's secret realm hovered beside the goat-head man. This was an opponent of strength likely above even the 3-headed dog men. The hunters swallowed hard, the situation suddenly becoming much more complicated. Calmly, the goat-head man named Hu Yang surveyed the hunters from the 5 major factions, as if selecting ingredients. Then he raised his hand and gently pressed it downward. A fierce wind suddenly rose, a howling storm surging forward as a violent hurricane blew in from behind Hu Yang. The nearest black shadow to Hu Yang abruptly took shape. It was Han An's Su Shin sword 2. 2 long swords hovered in midair, intersecting as he swung them in rapid succession. Though there was nothing visible ahead, the clash of metal rang out, as if striking an invisible blade. PSHH. Wang Xiaoming's side felt as if grazed by a sharp blade, a palm-wide gash tearing open, blood spurting forth. He swung his iron fist fiercely, the air around him shrouded under its cover. He could sense the murderous intent hidden within the wind, but could not pinpoint its angle at all. His metal gauntlet deflected a few invisible razor-sharp slashes, yet fresh blood streaks kept appearing across his body. Lin Heng's situation was equally grim. No matter how wildly he swung his battle blade, he could only block some of the wind blades, unable to avoid his flesh being sliced open again and again. The two were forced to halt their offense, only managing to block defensively while retreating. As core members of Yi Qianxue's team, Wang Xiaoming and Lin Heng were quite formidable. The other weapons hunters and gourmet hunters were far less lucky. Some lost limbs, others bisected at the waist, and a few had their heads severed on the spot. The battlefield was quickly engulfed in the stench of blood. Huiyang's steps were slow yet stained with blood with every step he took. The fresh blood flowing beneath his feet parted aside as if making way for him, while the gale roared forward with crushing force. Hunters from the 5 great factions retreated in total disarray. No one dared turn around to flee, because to turn was to risk having their head cleaved off instantly by the wind blades. No one could withstand the invisible slashing blades filling the sky. It felt as if Hu Yang single-handedly crushed the entire 5 factions beneath him. Is this really the chef captain of the Yen organization's true strength? The captain of the Zhu Lu hunting team gritted her teeth. Zhu Lu was reputed to be Yunqing Prefecture's top hunting team, staffed by elites, but here, against Hu Yang, they resembled nothing more than ants. She had once thought her team ranked high even among the hunting alliance. but now realized they had been completely steamrolled by the Yin organization's hunters of the same generation. Try again. Yi Qianxue did not give up. She pulled out a potion from her spatial bag and drank it down, then raised her staff once more. Lin Yinyan dumped out a pile of status-enhancing items with a clatter: ultimate rock armor, blade runes, shock horns from shields to negative effect resistance. Over a dozen buffs were activated simultaneously. She had cycled through these consumables 3 or 4 times already, showing the deep reserves of the floating cloud trading company. A dazzling white light erupted again. Space rippled, and light elements rapidly converged. Whoosh! A fierce gale suddenly struck. Huiyang's figure seemed to teleport, appearing abruptly right in front of Yi Qianxue. His left arm transformed into a silver cleaver, swinging down toward Shamir and Lin Yinyan. Shamir could barely chant a spell and had to raise his staff sideways to block. Bang! The force of the wind exploded, the two being swept away dozens of meters by the hurricane and crashing heavily to the ground, leaving Yi Qianxue alone to face Huyang. Huyang reached out his right hand slowly but impossibly for her to dodge. The invisible gale suddenly bound Yi Qianxue's limbs, silencing her voice as his grip closed around her throat, lifting her off the ground. Floating Cloud Trading Company's young lady, heir of the lost civilization Ade Yi Qianxue, correct? Huyang studied his prey calmly. Good aptitude. You'll make a fine guest at my banquet. Yi Qianxue struggled desperately, but couldn't even move a finger. At Miss Zhu's request, I once extended an invitation to you. Since you refused, Huyang smiled, devoid of regret in his eyes, then you'll simply be added to my promotions menu. He released his right hand and raised the left, the silver cleaver gleaming coldly as it swung fiercely toward his side. Whoosh! An ice crystal arrow, wrapped in a spiraling force, streaked through the air and pierced the gale around Huyang, crashing fiercely against the cleaver. Bang! The chill shattered, frost swirling as Huyang froze instantly into a crystal statue. All eyes turned sharply toward where the arrow had come from. A handsome young man strode forward, a black giant tiger with rippling muscles under him, an eagle perched on his shoulder shimmering with faint starlight. He held a longbow, expression indifferent. It was clear the arrow had come from his hand. The youth gazed at the frozen Huyang and said softly, "Finally found you, chef captain." The one who arrived naturally was Lucio. Ever since Lu Bu had slain that chef and banquet beast, he had been relentlessly tracking down the head chef, covering several kilometers in pursuit. Finally, it was Xing Hui who, relying on keen senses, first detected the deafening commotion of the battlefield. When Lucio arrived, out of the corner of his eye he caught the chaotic scene of Chong Wei attacking Lai Fu, and then saw a sheephead man's 5 fingers tightly clasping Yi Qianxue's slender neck. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and marked the assailant with the unrelenting hunt symbol. Then he pulled from his spatial backpack the whispering longbow of the wind sprite and an ice crystal arrow. A spiral arrow shot through the air. The beast's spirits, shooting passive, danced along the bowstring. At the arrow's explosion, it was randomly empowered by the 9 nether infernal tiger's furious attack bonus. Accompanied by a low tiger roar, cold air rapidly spread like a howling gale. Boom! In less than a second, the icy chain shackling Yi Qianxue shattered violently. As the bondage vanished, Yi Qianxue immediately used a survival artifact to blink tens of meters away from the ramhead man. Lin Yinyan and Xiamir rode the gust back to her side, standing in alert formation. But at this moment, the sheephead man had lost interest in Yi Qianxue. His greedy gaze drifted past the group, locking tightly onto the youth riding a black tiger in the distance. Such a low-level individual, yet possessing nearly perfect, all-around physical attributes. Delicious. Crystalline drool involuntarily trickled from the ram's mouth. Lucio shivered under that wolfish stare, silently cursing. Is this guy gay? I'm as straight as steel. No, the Nest organization breeds all the Brokeback Mountain types. He's the head chef of the banquet organization, damn it. He really wants to eat me. Before the thought even finished, the ram transformed into a gust of wind, instantly teleporting before Lucio. His left arm raised high, a silver cleaver flashed coldly in the sunlight as he swung it down fiercely. Clang! The weapon that met him was a Fangtian Huaji, tangled with countless malevolent spirits and stained crimson with blood. Lu Bu held the halberd in one hand and stepped forth from the realm of cognition, eyes flashing as they appraised the ramhead man, a faint remark escaping, a slightly stronger ant. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on the sheep's forehead. Like a cat that's had its tail stepped on, he teleported repeatedly, retreating over 100 meters away. Upon landing, his back arched and his whole body went on high alert like a black panther in hunting mode, his face filled with disbelief. His flesh and blood senses told him this man's physical attributes probably all exceeded 500. Even among the top hunters of the banquet organization, only a rare few titled hunters carried a similar fragrance. Who exactly are you? Lu Bu did not bother to answer the dying. Clutching the Fangtian Huaji tightly, his body trembled slightly as he left only a residual shadow in place before suddenly appearing right before the ramhead man. He raised his hand and delivered a no-frill slash. Almost simultaneously, the ram instinctively activated all his amplifications. Blood Rage, Shinsteel Skin Armor, Gluttony Bloodline Torrent. At the same time, he drew a heavy staff from his spatial backpack. His muscles visibly bulged, tearing apart his suit as buttons flew in all directions. Black fur and veins intertwined as, in the blink of an eye, the ram transformed into a 5-meter muscular black mountain goat man. Crimson stains traced across his black fur. A metallic chill spread over Hu Yang's skin as his physical strength, especially his defense, soared to its peak in an instant. This was the strongest, most invincible stance he believed himself capable of. The golden staff he wielded swiftly extended and transformed into a heavy golden guandao, its cold gleam intensifying as he raised it in a steadfast block. Dong! The Fang Tian Hua Ji descended with an ear-piercing slash through the air. Against all odds, the seemingly indestructible golden guandao was cleaved cleanly in two down the middle. The tremendous force followed through, striking Hu Yang squarely in the chest and blasting him backward. Ugga! As his body flew back, Hu Yang's pupils shrank to pinpoints, a piercing scream escaping his lips. A 3-meter-long gash ripped open across his chest, blood pouring out in torrents. But it wasn't the bleeding that terrified him, most it was the spear's hit to his very soul. A bone-chilling cold spread through him, and his muscles convulsed violently, out of his control. Boom! He crashed into a steep slope nearly 100 meters away, embedding himself into the rock face just in time to halt his momentum. The excruciating pain and the rift in his soul nearly shattered his will, but Hu Yang gritted his teeth and turned, sprinting blindly forward. For in the distance, Lu Bu had already drawn his longbow. The bowstring pulled taut until it curved like a full moon. A black arrow materialized on the string, wrapped in faint blue flames. The hateful spirit within howled in the fire. Lu Bu's cold eyes locked onto Hu Yang. The soul-seizing arrow. The twang of the bowstring vibrated lightly. The black arrow transformed into a blue streak, like a death demon swooping in an instant across 100 meters of empty space, aimed straight for Hu Yang's face. At the brink of death, Hu Yang pulled a talisman from his spatial pouch and slapped it onto his chest, a last resort safeguard left by his teacher, said to withstand the strike of a king of hunters. The talisman instantly burst into a coiling black dragon that roared as it charged the incoming arrow. Boom! A massive explosion rocked the airwaves, a fierce shockwave spreading out as thick black smoke blotted out the sky. Great wind slash. Thrown back by the shockwave, Hu Yang twisted in midair and struck fiercely. A raging storm surged, with dark smoke curling toward Lu Bu, mixed with hundreds of nearly invisible flying blades. Lu Bu switched back from bow to spear, stepping forward with a horizontal sweep of the Fang Tian Hua Ji. The black smoke was brutally cut in half at the center. Half billowed upward, the other half sank to the ground, shattering all hidden air blades in the process. His pace never slowed as he continued the chase after Hu Yang. The surrounding hunters watched in stunned silence, still reeling from the scene where Hu Yang was split apart and flung by that single spear blow. Just a minute ago, Hu Yang had dominated, bearing down 5 major factions' hunters on his own. Now, he fled like a broken dog. Is this really the professional advancement realm? A shared doubt rose in their minds. All of them were hunters undertaking their first professional advancement. How could the gap be so enormous? The battlefield shifted as Lu Xiu patted the head of his 9-nether purgatory tiger and vaulted up to follow. Passing by Yi Qianxue, who was being supported by Nian Yin and struggling to keep her legs steady after repeatedly using her secret skills, he nodded in gratitude. Thank you, Yi Qianxue said softly. No trouble, Lu Xiu replied, moving on without pause. Yi Qianxue's gaze lingered on Lu Xiu's retreating figure as she quickly called for the floating cloud guild hunters to follow. Meanwhile, hunters from the other 4 major factions, as well as the unaligned Golden Assembly, all hurried after Lu Bu. From Lu Bu's performance in battle, any hope of snatching victory from his jaws was clearly wishful thinking. Instead, they aimed to see if they could pick off a few retainers and cooks from the banquet organization. The ibex scrambled back to the banquet table, almost tumbling over itself. Is there some big dish today? What's got you this scared? The gray bear looked up puzzled, scratching its furry chest. The white-furred monkey and the red-crowned crane, crackling with electric arcs, also sprang to their feet, exchanging questioning glances. Need us to step in? The monkey gripped a bone spear by the table's edge, its tip gleaming coldly. But the ibex didn't answer a word. With the wind whistling at its feet, it dashed straight for the kitchen and left behind just 2 words. Begin the feast. The chefs and attendants' frozen shock-side dishes were still missing. The ceremonial musicians not yet in place, but the head chef's order was absolute. They steeled themselves and set silver platters and bronze bowls on the long table one after another. Bright red heart stew, glossy crispy finger bones, and spinal cord rolls with strange patterns. These delicacies would be a nightmare to ordinary people, but made the mythical beasts present lick their lips eagerly. As the aroma filled the air, rows of black runes appeared around the table. This was the banquet's signature containment array: devour heaven and earth. It could extract all spiritual energy nearby and infuse it into the dishes, allowing diners to temporarily gain great power. The three guests exchanged glances, then lowered their guard to eat. The ibex had invited them here to feast. Refusing now would be rude. A fierce roar suddenly exploded from the kitchen. A violent gust whipped through, flipping cutting boards and pots, tossing chefs and servants into the air. The three beasts turned toward the sound, seeing a massive spectral ram's head forming overhead, its howl deafening. Instantly, the black runes of devour heaven and earth all turned blood red, and a transparent barrier surged upward between the characters. The array reversed. Originally absorbing external spiritual energy to nourish the dishes, the formation now flipped and began ravenously devouring all life energy within the barrier. It no longer empowered the food but condensed the surging spiritual force into a mysterious ultimate dish. The banquet organizers had long used this trick to trap and kill powerful guests. Now they themselves would taste it. Ibex, what are you trying to do? The gray bear growled. It could clearly feel fragmented light appearing on its body, strands of white spiritual points being forcibly sucked away. The red-crowned crane tried to take wing but slammed violently into the invisible barrier, scattering feathers. The white-furred monkey thrust its bone spear repeatedly, sparks flying, but the barrier was immovable as a mountain. Don't waste your strength. A voice came from the far end of the table from Luya, who was also trapped in the array. This barrier took the head chef 7 days to forge using countless rare materials. Not even a title hunter could budget an inch. Now that the array's reversed and absorbing our spirits, it only grows stronger. Nobody can open it except the head chef himself. Compared to the terrified screams and futile struggles of the surrounding chefs and servants, Luya remained unusually calm. Its wounds had healed already, but it made no move to resist, quietly sitting at the table and awaiting death. You've known all along that it sees us as nothing more than food. The gray bear roared fiercely as it lunged at Luya, its massive claws gouging deep furrows into the ground. Luoya's face remained expressionless, not denying an inch. Fully understood that the head chef's ambitions went far beyond being a mere member of the banquet organization. In that madman's eyes, they, and indeed every living being within the professional advancement realm, were simply ingredients prepared for his own ascension. Yet now the head chef faced an unexpected formidable opponent, forced to prematurely activate an incomplete banquet. The gray-haired bear fought like a trapped beast, struggling while threatening the Who sheep. Who sheep, release me, or prepare to face the wrath of the Azure Bear, White Jade Ape, and Thunder Shin Crane clans. No sooner had it uttered this warning than the sky ripped open with a deafening roar. A massive sheep's head dove down, its fangs interlaced, wide open maw nearly blotting out the daylight above the gray bear's head. Impatient for the spirit energy extraction formation to complete, Who sheep directly commanded that sheep head to devour everything. Boom. The hillside trembled as the devouring heaven and earth formation was uprooted, severing the cries of hundreds of trapped souls at the formation's core. A chunk of the mountain was ripped away, the gray bear swallowed whole along with the earth. In the next moment, the sheep head abruptly contracted midair, transforming into a blazing orb of white light, so bright it made eyes water. Lu Xiao and Lu Bu sprinted over upon hearing the commotion, arriving just in time to witness this terrifying scene. An advancement? Lu Xiao furrowed his brow upon seeing the orb. This was not a first advancement for a level 40 hunter, but the second advancement only accessible to level 80 hunters. All hunters must rely on the original sin power for their first advancement, but the path to the second advancement is entirely different. Weapon hunters refine their signature weapons to epic grade. Elemental hunters fuse their elemental hearts and elevate them to epic grade. Knowledge hunters achieve mastery of the cognition domain, allowing thought to alter reality. Phantom beast hunters fully fill their contract slots and evolve at least one phantom beast a second time. And gourmet hunters must consume a feast that reaches epic grade standards. The scale can vary. A great number of perfect dishes stacked, or a single truly epic delicacy, can trigger transcendence. Once conditions are met, the hunter automatically undergoes the second advancement, a complete leap beyond mortal limits. Now, Who sheep was hastily completing his advancement through the act of devouring. But the professional advancement realm had clear rules. Only hunters who had not completed their first advancement could enter. Finishing the first advancement, then rushing from level 40 to 80 in just 2 weeks was impossible, at least within the realm. Unless, like Lu Xiao, this guy had hoarded massive experience at level 40. Lu Xiao silently calculated, and Who sheep's stockpile of experience was astonishingly huge. The experience needed to jump from 40 to 80 was hundreds or thousands of times that from levels 1 to 40. Even with high-level masters constantly feeding near-death high-level phantom beasts for hunters to finish off, it would still take a long time. Such forced growth might work once in a while, but relying on it long-term was like putting a kid in charge of a cannon, dangerous for oneself and for companions. Despite his rapid ascension, Lucio still spent extensive time refining his skills and familiarizing himself with new power after each leap. Hunters from the 5 great factions soon arrived, catching sight from afar of the stabilizing orb of white light in the air. Fear washed over them all. Lucio warned gravely. He is undergoing the second advancement. Everyone, attack and interrupt him. Hanan immediately recognized Hu Yang's condition. Although it was hard to believe, he still shouted orders loudly for everyone to attack. At his command, his virtual spirit sword Air drew both swords and dashed forward like a shadow, aiming straight at Hu Yang. But after only a few steps, a blood-red long halberd suddenly cut across the air, blocking his path completely. Seeing someone dare to stop his virtual spirit, Han An's face instantly darkened with fury. He was about to roar in anger, but then saw that the one who blocked them was none other than Lu Bu, who had just forced Hu Yang into a desperate retreat moments ago. Han clenched his rage and swallowed his anger. Bro, the banquet organization's head chef is undergoing his second professional advancement, Han whispered as a warning. I know, Lucio replied calmly. Then why aren't you stopping him now? The surrounding hunters had been ready to strike, but seeing sword air blocked, they lowered their weapons, exchanging puzzled looks between Lucio and Lu Bu. Why not stop Hu Yang's second advancement? Han pressed again. Lucio didn't answer but glanced toward Lu Bu, who seemed to have anticipated his question. Bang! A sharp crack, like shattering glass, echoed as the white light sphere enveloping Hu Yang instantaneously collapsed. A pitch-black goat humanoid fell heavily to the ground. Hu Yang pushed up with his hands, stretching leisurely, as if waking from a year-long sleep. His fur was now darker and thicker, limbs elongated, and a blood-red vertical pupil grew on his forehead. The second advancement brought far more than a massive boost to all attributes. It triggered an ancestral regression in his bloodline, fully awakening the power of the Phantom Beast clan. The moment he lifted his head, all 3 of his eyes locked toward Lu Bu. Because of you, I had to devour them early. Hu Yang grinned, his sharp tiger-like fangs gleaming coldly under the corrosive spit dripping from his mouth. I've been preparing for this second advancement all year. It's not perfect yet, but it's okay. Once I eat you, they'll make up for the flaws and become the only true king of this young generation in the banquet organization. Lu Bu studied him with a detached expression. His verdict on the goat figure before him was simple. That's it. The aura inside the orb was genuinely rising fast, and while he had expected more, the result was still disappointing. The arrogance in Lu Bu's eyes and the cold mockery in his voice completely infuriated Hu Yang. His smile vanished abruptly, replaced by a terrifying rage. Then let me test my new powers on you. Bloodline regression, hurricane, ram's roar. Before he finished, Hu Yang spread his arms wide and howled wildly toward the sky. His body visibly expanded at an astonishing speed, growing from 3 meters to 15 meters tall. Violent winds arose, tornadoes erupted from the ground, tearing through the air. Everything in their path, rocks, trees, was swept up and shattered. The sky darkened instantly, clouds of dust and sand blotted out the sun. Hu Yang's power, physique, and combat strength reached unprecedented heights. Yet Lu Bu's contempt deepened to its peak. He lightly tapped the tip of his Fangtian Huaji spear on the ground. The clinking of gold and iron rang out like thunder. Invincible under heaven. With this low shout, a terrifying force suddenly burst from within him, spreading an invisible pressure in all directions. Rumble. The overwhelming pressure felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The dirt beneath their feet flattened as if more than a dozen steamrollers repeatedly pressed down, leveling the ground into a mirror-smooth plain. The tornado whipped up by the giant ram was instantly shattered by this overwhelming pressure. The sudden blast of air slammed down like an invisible wall, forcing the hunters around to collapse face first onto the ground. Only Lucio, Lu Bu's lord, managed to barely hold himself up, while the other 40-plus newly advanced hunters nearly lost consciousness at the same moment. They simply couldn't withstand the terrifying aura radiating from Lu Bu. The colossal ram became the sole direct target of this oppressive force. Its 15-meter-tall sand beast muscles twitched uncontrollably, its rock-like limbs trembling violently, yet it gritted its teeth and refused to fall. No, this can't be. You're only at this level. How could you possess such overwhelming power? The ram couldn't comprehend why Lu Bu's combat strength had surged so suddenly. It felt its worldview shattering. This is impossible for a first-stage hunter to summon such a spectral god. It must be fake, an illusion deceiving my flesh and blood senses. With a furious roar, the ram swung its massive forepaw. Interlace, fierce hurricane. Dozens of sand tornadoes erupted from the ground, forming a vast ochre net that howled toward Lu Bu. Lu Bu raised his Fangtian Huaji, then stepped forward. His pace was steady and unhurried, but his figure flickered and weaved through the swirling tornadoes like a phantom. Not a grain of dust marred his blackened armor or fluttering cloak. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao and the nearby hunters turned pale from the shockwave and scrambled desperately to escape. A moment's delay would have shredded them like the trees and rocks caught in the sandstorms. Over 10 tornadoes exploded behind him. Lu Bu's figure suddenly vanished and reappeared right in front of the ram's chest. He held his halberd steady, the spear tip barely touching the air. Wraith halberd. Before the ram could even react, a cold gleam pierced its chest. Boom. A pale blue shockwave erupted from behind the ram, tearing through the sky and ripping open a hole through the clouds. No, the ram gripped the shaft tightly, trying to pull the weapon out. Its ambition remained unfulfilled. It did not want to die. But its strength was drained in an instant. Its arms felt limp, barely able to lift. Its vision darkened at an astonishing speed, an icy cold creeping over its entire body as its consciousness was swallowed by freezing oblivion. The 15-meter-tall giant collapsed heavily to the ground. Nantion Harbor, Hunters Association. Early in the morning, the association's main gate remained tightly shut, with not a single hunter in sight, in unusual stillness replacing the usual steady flow of people. Outside the heavy iron gates, the city lord's guards formed a tight perimeter. Their armor and spears reflected the cold light of dawn. Inside the main hall, the city lord's chief steward sat solemnly beside the top guest Lin Nan, the hunter known as the Earth-Shattering Fist. Also present were one representative each from the 5 major powers: the Golden Assembly, Floating Cloud Trading Company, Sea Dragon Gang, Pursuit Hunting Group, and the Tower Organization. Accompanying them was Wen Han Yuan, president of Nantion Harbor Hunters Association. The atmosphere was heavy with silent anticipation. Their location was just a few steps from the entrance to the professional advancement realm. The teleportation gate lay before them like a still mirror, faintly shimmering but utterly silent. Everyone knew that the 15-day trial period inside had just ended, and the 100 hunters sent in were about to emerge. Suddenly, the surface of the gateway rippled like water. Almost at once, everyone stood up. Ripples spread rapidly like raindrops falling on a lake as the portals sparked alive. Figures began to take shape, stepping forward across the undulating waves. Captain. The first hunter to emerge belonged to the Pursuit Hunting Group. Spotting his team captain standing guard at the entrance, he raised his voice and waved. How did it go? Did you make it through the advancement? The captain stepped forward and gave him a firm pat on the shoulder. Of course we advanced. I completed my trial in under a week. Then his tone darkened. But only 10 of us made it out alive. The captain's heart sank. Normally, 20 hunters would enter the trial with at most 1 or 2 casualties, often none at all. Losing half their team was an unprecedented disaster. But the tragedy was not confined to the pursuit group alone. As more hunters appeared, the leaders of each faction began asking one another for updates. The Sea Dragon Gang fared the worst. Out of 20, only 7 survived. The sole consolation was that Xiao Ling Wang, their young King Hanan, was still among them. The Golden Assembly had 9 survivors, mostly from the Wild Zone. These hunters, familiar with one another, banded together inside the realm. Others who joined hunting parties formed by unknown hunters or the banquet organization were often sacrificed. The Floating Cloud Trading Company brought home only 11, despite Lady Yi Qianxue personally overseeing the mission and spending almost unlimited resources on healing and status items. The Tower faction consisted mainly of knowledge hunters specializing in ranged elemental skills. Though they lost a melee fighter named Su Shun, the ability to resurrect him through the cognitive world kept their losses comparatively low, with 12 returning. In total, just 14 of the original 100 hunters emerged less than half survived. If it weren't for Hu Yang devouring other banquet members inside the realm, and Lu Bu ultimately killing Hu Yang, the toll would have been even worse. As the factions exchanged hushed updates, a commanding voice suddenly cut through the murmurs. Who holds the key to the professional advancement realm? The city lord's chief steward's voice rose above the crowd. The hunters who had just been teleported out of the professional secret realm all turned their eyes to the handsome young man standing at the back of the group. A hawk, faintly glowing with starlight, perched on his shoulder, and he wore a black hooded coat draped across his frame. Under the crowd's watchful gaze, Lu Xiao stepped forward and handed over the gleaming golden key he had obtained after slaying the wild goat. The steward of Nantion Port took the key, scrutinizing it carefully, his fingertips tracing the golden patterns. Only after confirming its authenticity did he let out a long, relieved breath. Young man, which hunting guild do you come from? What's your name? He asked. Golden Assembly, Lu Xiao. The steward nodded to the Golden Assembly leader who had hurried over to pick him up, then solemnly addressed Lu Xiao. You are welcome to claim your reward at the city lord's mansion anytime. As he finished speaking, he and a few guest officials quickly departed. Moments later, an official from the city lord's mansion arrived to handle the follow-up procedures for the professional advancement secret realm. After the steward left, the Hunter Association's gates suddenly swung open with a boom. The vigilant city guards gradually dispersed, and the hunters busied themselves with their own affairs. Members of the 5 major factions lined up, carrying the severed heads of yen beasts to exchange with officials for rare materials. Lu Xiao scratched his head. Lu Bu had been too ruthless. Even the chefs and the yen beasts he personally killed were burnt to ash, leaving no heads behind. Two rare materials he could have exchanged for treasures were rendered useless, which was a pity. He muttered a quiet sigh. Since there was no rush to return to the Golden Assembly, he decided to first visit the Floating Cloud Trading Company to liquidate all the beast materials he had on hand and purchase the materials and knowledge hunter skillbooks he was missing. Just as he stepped out of the Hunter Association gate, a shout stopped him in his tracks. Looking toward the voice, he saw Wang Xiaoming, Lin Heng, Lin Yinyan, and Yi Qianxue approaching. The one calling him wasn't Wang Xiaoming, but Yi Qianxue. The girl raised her hand and tossed a card and a silver coin, both tracing elegant arcs through the air toward Lu Xiao. He instinctively reached out to catch them. The silver coin glowed faintly through and through. The card was thick and sturdy, bearing the Hunting Alliance emblem, with the Floating Cloud Trading Company's crest embedded in a corner. Before he could examine them closely, the Adia Fate coin in his backpack flew out on its own, merging with the silver coin with a clear chime. The appearance didn't change, but a faint glow emanated from it. Lu Xiao quickly opened his attribute panel. Adia Fate coin. Rank, silver grade. Treasure effect. Luck 2 effects of the same type do not stack. Activate when placed in backpack. Description: a special currency from the Lost Kingdom Adia, consisting of 1 gold and 1 silver coin. The two coins can sense each other within 100,000 meters. Its rank was upgraded by 1 level. Luck increased further, and the sensing distance expanded to 100,000 meters. 2 gains in 1. As for the Hunting Alliance account card, its balance was unknown, but since it was personally handed over by the young lady of the Floating Cloud Trading Company, it was bound to be substantial. Thinking this, Lu Xiao couldn't help but smile. Is the rich lady planning to keep me as a sugar baby? Excited.jpg. Yi Qianxue seemed to hear his thoughts and spoke calmly. I don't like owing favors. This is my thank you. With that, she and her friends walked side by side toward the exit. Passing by Lu Xiao, Wang Xiaoming deliberately lowered his voice and gave a thumbs up. Brother Xiao, the soft and sweet life is right in front of you. After leaving the Hunter Association, Yi Qianxue and her companions returned to the Floating Cloud Trading Guild. At the bustling entrance, the group said their goodbyes and went their separate ways. For the hunters who had sacrificed themselves in the career advancement realm this time, the guild would, as usual, send officials to handle their affairs and distribute compensation, so they didn't need to worry about that. By evening, Lin Yinyan and Yi Qianxue returned to the small building where they usually lived together. As soon as the door closed behind them, just the two of them remained. Lin Yinyan immediately moved closer and whispered bluntly, Snow, do you like Lu Xiao? No, Yi Qianxue replied, almost without hesitation. That's good. Lin Yinyan exhaled, then gave a mischievous smile. Don't get mad, I'm just saying it for your own good. Someone like Lu Xiao, a top-tier hunter, is going to be extremely popular after this career advancement realm. If you really fall for him, your chances aren't very high. She held up a hand in a hold-on gesture and started listing her reasons. First, he's a phantom beast hunter and also wields a virtual Goda genuine dual-class hunter. Dual-class hunters are rare, and his virtual god's combat power is impressive. On top of that, he's a member of the Golden Assembly. Everyone knows his potential, so even more women will be all over him soon enough. Why? Yi Qianxue raised her eyebrows defiantly. She was the heir of the Floating Cloud Guild, after all, and she wasn't lacking in looks or figure. Lin Yinyan solemnly held up 2 fingers before her eyes. Number 1. Tsundere is out of fashion. Yi Qianxue opened her mouth to argue she wasn't at Tsundere, but then caught the gleam in her best friend's eyes and swallowed her words. Number 2. Lin Yinyan suddenly grabbed a lock of Yi Qianxue's silky golden hair and shook it playfully. Since ancient times, golden locks often belonged to losers. Yi Qianxue's hair stood on end. At the same time, Lu Xiao also left the Hunter Association, arriving at the Floating Cloud Guild nearly simultaneously with Yi Qianxue. The difference was, she headed to headquarters while he went straight to the Phantom Beast Material Trading Department. Familiar with the place, he found his old friend, the appraiser Old Xiao. Old Xiao, I've got another batch of goods, give me a price estimate, Lu Xiao greeted with a smile. He flipped his spatial backpack upside down, and the spoils from several days in the career advancement realm tumbled out. Over 100 carefully segmented phantom beast materials formed a small mountain, drawing the attention of nearby hunters and appraisers alike. That's over the top, Old Xiao exclaimed, continuously inspecting each piece. Lu Xiao waved him off, signaling not to freak out. This is just the beginning. After killing the wild goat, the realm hadn't closed immediately, so he stayed inside a few more days, hunting almost without sleep. When he left, a rough count showed his spatial backpack packed with 250 phantom beast carcasses. What he displayed now were refined parts from about 100 of those bodies. To improve his material processing skills, he hadn't just handed over whole carcasses to the guild, but personally segmented and processed them before selling. Finishing these 100-plus carcasses upgraded his material processing skill from intermediate to advanced. As for the remaining 150 carcasses in his spatial backpack, Lu Xiao planned to process those as well before delivering them to the Floating Cloud Trading Guild. Looking over the scattered phantom beast materials, Lao Shao quickly called his colleagues to help with the inventory. These all come from the professional advancement secret realm, right? He sorted the items while looking up to confirm. That's right. Lu Xiao wiped sweat from his palm casually. Can we sell them for a higher price? Of course. The professional secret realm in Nantian Port only opens once a year. Most of the phantom beasts inside are ancient relics that can't be found in the modern era. Rarity drives the price up at least tenfold. Hearing this, Lu Xiao nodded with satisfaction. The intense hunt over the past few days hadn't been in vain. Taking advantage of Lao Shao's bowed head as he counted, Lu Xiao added, I also want to buy materials and skills. Give me the catalog. For the Taiping Art Human Book Fragment, he still needed a perfect grade Earth attribute material. For the Shadow King's first evolution, he needed a perfect grade Fire attribute material. For the Starbeak's first evolution, a perfect grade Star attribute material was required. As for skills, Lu Xiao had already made up his mind. Phantom beast hunters rely on the flowing cloud eye to enhance vision. But what should knowledge hunters use? Lao Shao summoned his employees, and after a few minutes, a thick catalog of materials and skills was brought before Lu Xiao. Flipping through the densely packed listings, Lu Xiao quickly zeroed in on his targets. There was an unexpectedly ample supply of perfect-grade earth and fire materials, so he picked the two top-tier items. The perfect-grade earth material, Core of the Earth Monarch, quality 87, priced at 10 million alliance coins. The perfect-grade fire material, Reverse Scale of the Fire-Earth Dragon, quality 90, priced at 13 million alliance coins. He recalled selling a golden sand scorpion at a top price of just 300,000 after removing its stinger. These two materials were worth over 10 million each, a difference of 40 times. Choosing the expensive ones wasn't just for show. Materials used for phantom beast evolution and cognition tool enhancements don't quickly become obsolete like equipment, so buying the best made sense. If selling this batch of phantom beast materials still didn't cover the costs, he also had two unused perfect-grade knowledge skill books lying in his space backpack. Skill books were always more valuable than materials. Continuing to flip pages, he found the Star Attribute section. Star Attribute materials were scarce, but the Floating Cloud Trading Company did have stock, though the highest quality was only treasure grade 33. It would suffice for Starbeak's evolution, but was clearly inferior to perfect grade. Lao Shao, is this entire catalog everything you have for sale? Lu Xiao looked up and asked. Of course not. This is just for regular customers. Lao Shao smiled. Lu Xiao immediately sensed the implication and pressed. What do I need to see the higher tier catalog? You need a membership card from the Floating Cloud Trading Company. Lu Xiao nodded slightly. Recalling the setup from the game he played in his previous life, players had to raise their trading company's reputation to unlock higher tier catalogs, just like a membership system. How much money do I need to spend to get one? He asked bluntly. A transaction volume of 100 million alliance coins. The total value of the 100 Phantom Beasts materials was quickly tallied. The sum came to 44.72 million. Lao Shao rounded it off cheerfully and quoted a neat figure of 45 million. All these materials came from the professional advancement mystic realm, with a huge range in quality. The lowest were only level 1 fine grade, while the highest nearly reached 90 points in treasure grade. Most phantom beasts in the professional advancement mystic realm were right at the threshold of their first evolution. Either they hadn't completed it yet, or had just recently evolved. As a result, the average material price hovered around 100,000 to 200,000, with even ordinary parts from ancient phantom beasts failing to fetch high prices. Only a few urgently needed and rare components could reach 3 to 4 million. Ultimately, assembling a total of 45 million relied entirely on the natural advantage of those ancient phantom beast materials. Lu Xiao was quite satisfied with this figure. Calculated further, the nearly 150 phantom beast materials left in his backpack could be sold for more than 60 million. Running the Mystic Realm once every 15 days would bring in over 100 million in revenue. Suddenly, he felt the high price for perfect-grade materials wasn't exaggerated after all. If I spend the full 45 million here with you all, would I just be short of 10 million in transactions to qualify for a membership card? He asked Lao Shao. No, you don't need that much, Lao Shao said with a smile, waving his hand. Your previous trades in our guild count as well. The membership card is based on cumulative transaction amounts. Both sales and purchases count. It's not just about a single deal. Lu Xiao had just sold 45 million worth and was about to spend another 45 million, totaling exactly 90 million in transactions. Thinking this through, he handed over the accounting card Yi Chinchua had given him. Can you check how much is left on this card now? Lao Shao was slightly surprised when taking the card. Sir, this is actually a Golden Cloud membership card from our Floating Cloud Guild. Wasn't this an accounting card? Lu Xiao was startled to assume the wealthy woman was gifting him money, but she had actually given him a membership card. Did that mean he was supposed to spend at her place? A strange thought flashed through his mind. Was she trying to keep me as a sugar daddy? Lao Shao chuckled and explained. This is a combined accounting and membership card issued by Floating Cloud Guild, in the Hunting Alliance. There are 4 tiers: Bronze Cloud, Silver Cloud, Gold Cloud, and Floating Cloud. Yours is the 3rd tier, the Gold Cloud card. Cardholders enjoy a 10 discount on all purchases and sales within our guild. A quick calculation showed that Lucio's materials, originally priced at 45 million, were effectively worth 49.5 million at the 10 discount. Lao Shao then rounded it generously. We'll round it up for you 50 million. Also, the Gold Cloud card comes with a credit line of 100 million, Lao Shao added. Lucio nodded to himself silently. The 10 discount effectively gave him an extra 5 million in earnings, and he could save the same proportion when buying Phantom Beast materials later. Clearly, the wealthy woman was savvy. A membership card was a better gift than just cash. If he kept conducting sales and purchases through Floating Cloud Guild, that 10 margin difference would snowball into huge profits. Considering the astronomical prices of high-end items, a 10 guild discount was already close to the limit. Alright then, with this membership card, I should be able to access a higher level catalog, right? Lucio asked. Of course, please follow me, Lao Shao said, leading the way. Soon, Lucio was led to a separate reception room. The room was roughly half the size of a basketball court and divided into 2 sections: a front hall and a back hall. The front hall was filled with a light, pleasant fragrance. On the long table sat hot tea, a fruit platter, and candied snacks, all beautifully arranged and inviting. The back hall featured a large bedspread with pristine white bedding, and beside it was a crystal panel for ordering meals. Lucio only needed to lift a finger to stay for dinner or even spend the night. All these privileges came thanks to his status as a Golden Cloud member. According to Old Shao, the tier above that Floating Cloud member would grant access to an exclusive reception room permanently reserved. But that rank wasn't linked to transaction volume. It was tied to personal strength. One had to be at least a title hunter and pass an internal review by the Floating Cloud Guild. Just as Lucio settled into the soft leather couch, a more advanced product catalog was handed to him. Opening to the first page, he immediately noticed that the grade ceiling for beast spirit materials had jumped from perfect to epic, with prices all easily surpassing 1 billion. Red Flame Mystic Serpent Scale, quality 17, price 500 million. He inhaled sharply. Similar perfect grade materials cost only a few tens of millions before. This was a tenfold increase at least. He continued scanning for star attribute materials and soon saw Fallen Frost Star, grade, perfect, quality, 99. Description: a meteorite fragment from beyond the heavens, containing immense stellar power. Ignited by high-altitude friction upon entry, its surface burns with blue-white flames, but is cold enough to freeze everything. Price: 1 billion. A perfect grade material priced even higher than epic? Lucio nearly thought his eyes were deceiving him. Old Shao noticed his stare and chuckled, explaining, the Fallen Frost Star's quality has reached 99, just a hair's breadth from epic level. It's also an extremely rare natural extraterrestrial material with a star attribute, so it commands a premium. A premium? Lucio thought bitterly. That price could buy 2 pieces of epic Red Flame Mystic Serpent Scale. No wonder even perfect grade materials got in the advanced catalog. Old Shao added, Golden Cloud members get a 10 discount. It's 900 million for you. The question isn't whether I want it, it's whether I have 900 million. Lucio scratched his head, quickly calculating in his mind. He needed to find a way to raise money. Next on the catalog under star attribute materials was a quality 75, or called dim star patterned stone, described as a formation stone left behind by an ancient civilization, priced at 300 million. Lucio pondered briefly and finally made up his mind. He would keep saving for the Fallen Frost Star. For a beast spirit's first evolution, it was best to use perfect grade materials, then upgrade to epic for the second evolution to maximize potential. Since he was short on funds, the star fragment would have to wait. He planned to first have the 9 Nether Inferno Tiger complete its first evolution. To achieve peak results, he decided to sell the dark attribute material Dark Veil Bear Heart he had initially prepared and use the extra cash to upgrade to a higher quality dark material. The wood attribute material Great King Wood core reserved for the peaceful technique would also be upgraded after all. Spending an extra 10 or so million was a small matter. Since he was already considering spending 900 million Union coins on the Fallen Frost Star, a bit more wasn't a big deal. A perfect grade Shadow Mother or with a dark attribute and quality rating of 92, valued at 15 million Alliance coins. A perfect grade Earth Monarch core with an Earth attribute at quality 87, worth 10 million Alliance coins. A perfect grade Fire Dragon's reverse scale with fire attribute and quality 90, valued at 13 million Alliance coins. A perfect grade Life Tree Source branch with wood attribute and quality 92, also worth 13 million Alliance coins. Plus a perfect grade Knowledge Skill Manual, Shinja Vision, priced at 70 million Alliance coins. The total value of these 5 items came to 121 million Alliance coins. The Floating Cloud Trading Company then offered a 10 discount, bringing the final price to 108.9 million. Lucio also presented 2 perfect grade materials. The Dark Domain Bear Heart priced at 4.2 million, and the Greatwood King Heart at 7.1 million. He then produced a Fire Attribute Knowledge Skill Manual, Heaven Burning Fire, valued at 55 million. According to trading company policy, Old Xiao added a 10 markup on these three items, settling the price at 72.93 million. Combining the proceeds from the earlier sale of magical beast materials, Lu Xiao's net earnings totaled 14.03 million alliance coins. Before leaving the counter, he recalled the Taiping Essentials test for the Bean Soldier skill was still missing materials, so he purchased 2 refined grade and 2 treasured grade beans. The refined grade beans sold by quantity, and the unit price of the treasured grade wasn't high either. Old Xiao treated them as a bonus and didn't charge extra. Perfect grade beans sold only individually and were too costly for the test, so Lu Xiao decided not to buy them now. If the experiment showed too large a quality gap between refined and treasured beans, he would later buy 2 perfect grade beans as a safeguard. Old Xiao transferred the remaining money in Lu Xiao's account to his Golden Cloud membership card, informing him while processing. There were 20 million on the card before, now it totals 34.03 million. Lu Xiao raised an eyebrow, thinking, indeed, just by looking at one membership card, you could tell the hand of that wealthy benefactor. If she was willing to sponsor him, he'd gladly offer the entire Floating Cloud Trading Company in return. After confirming that every material was packed into special wooden boxes, Lu Xiao put them one by one into his spatial backpack. Raising his hand to bid farewell, he said, "All right, thank you, Old Xiao. I'll come to you again if I need anything." Old Xiao smiled and bowed. "It's my honor to serve you." Without pausing, Lu Xiao stepped out of the Floating Cloud Trading Company and headed straight for the Golden Assembly headquarters. On the way, he slapped the brand new perfect grade knowledge skill Xianzhi Vision to his chest and activated it. A faint silver light swirled deep within his pupils, and the skill information appeared. Xianzhi Vision Perfect Grade Knowledge Skill LV1. Activates omnidirectional vision based on the user's eyesight. Ignores illusions with mental attributes less than or equal to 2. Enhances dynamic tracking and microscopic perception. Consumes mental energy continuously while active. Lu Xiao had seen many vision-enhancing knowledge skills before, most centered around mental energy. For example, the Treasure Grade Mind's Eye extends mental power outward to grant a 360-degree view, but still couldn't match the insight of Flowing Cloud Eye. Xianzhi Vision also granted omnidirectional vision, but was grounded in actual eyesight itself. This meant he could first activate his Flowing Cloud Eye, and then layer Xianzhi Vision on top for double effect. Because Xianzhi Vision depended on pure sight, Lu Xiao could run it simultaneously with Flowing Cloud Eye. The effect was that within a radius of 100,000 meters, Lu Yuntong's vision could now discern even a mosquito's leg clearly, essentially granting him omnidirectional sight. Within this circular area of 100 kilometers, no slightest movement could escape Lu Xiao's surveillance unless physically blocked. Combined with his mystic sight, he simultaneously gained the ability to see through illusions, enhanced dynamic vision, and microscopic perception. This suite of abilities was nearly equivalent to an epic-level skill. Encouraged by these results, Lu Xiao pondered silently. Since the Phantom Beast skills could fuse with knowledge skills, when he later changed classes to Gourmet Hunter, Weapon Hunter, or Elemental Hunter, adding each class vision enhancements could further elevate his sight. But for now, given his current strength, Lu Yuntong combined with mystic sight was more than sufficient. After returning to the Golden Assembly, he indulged himself with a hearty lunch prepared by the head chef and feasted to his heart's content. Afterward, he took a refreshing shower and fell into a deep afternoon nap, washing away all the exhaustion accumulated during his rough experience in the class advancement secret realm. In the afternoon, dressed in loose casual clothes and carrying a freshly picked small cake in his left hand as an afternoon treat, he rented a training room in preparation for evolving his Phantom Beast. Lu Xiao flicked his hand to tear off the shadow cloak he was wearing and tossed it into the air. The ink-black fabric instantly gathered like mist, transforming into a huge black tiger, the Shadow King. The giant tiger rubbed affectionately against his palm, then opportunistically snatched the cake and swallowed several bites. By level, it was quite formidable, but ultimately still just a little baby less than half a year old. Lu Xiao placed the newly acquired Shadow Mother Ore and the reverse scale of the Fire Earth Dragon beside the Shadow King, then activated Phantom Beast Evolution. A dazzling white light shot out from his fingertips, enveloping the Shadow King and the 2 materials. The 3 quickly fused into a pure white orb about 2 meters in diameter. This scene reminded Lu Xiao of when the banquet organizer's head chef completed his second-class advancement inside the secret realm, experiencing a profound life transcendence. Humans typically only begin true transformative evolution upon reaching second advancement, whereas every Phantom Beast evolution represents a complete leap in life essence. This was the very reason they could fight hunters on equal footing and sometimes even crush peers by virtue of their bloodline. Soon, black cracks spread across the orb's surface, revealing dark red fiery glow from within. The temperature in the training room surged dramatically. The light shell cracked like an eggshell, black mist billowed, and the interior was instantly transformed into a scorching volcanic crater. As the mist cleared, the black giant tiger stepped out, marking the Shadow King's first evolution complete. Lucio studied it closely. Its overall form was more refined, lines more solid, fur deep black and glossy, surrounded by swirling black mist resembling innate battle armor. Newly grown golden stripes appeared on its front paws and neck, while its chest bore an inlaid fiery scar in the shape of a reverse scale, like a golden chain hanging from its chest. The most striking change, however, was the glowing marker above its head, Phantom Flame, Domain Lord LV50. At this moment, he opened the Shadow King status panel for a closer look. Phantom Flame, Domain Lord Ultimate, Sovereign Mutation. Level 50. Attributes: Strength 416, Agility 308, Constitution 525,175, Spirit 175,525. Talents: 1. Lethal Instinct Mutation. Basic attacks and skills inflict killing intent damage. Killing intent stacks with each kill. Killing a living creature has a chance to permanently boost a random attribute. Sovereign Skill 1. Great Dark Sky LV3. Creates a silent realm of darkness centered on the user. Elemental Mastery. Darkness Advanced, Fire Advanced. Active Skill, Form Shift. 1. Elemental Body Flesh and Blood. Elemental Body. Immune to all physical attacks. 50 of Constitution temporarily converted to Spirit. 20 Elemental Damage. Flesh and Blood. 20 Elemental Resistance. 50 of Spirit temporarily converted to Constitution. Passives. 1 Shadow. Grants absolute invisibility when in darkness or shadow. Active skills. 1. Phantom Roar LV7. Dark Energy Shockwave, with chances to cause blindness and burn. 2. Phantom Flame Charge LV7. Movement speed 100, unleashes fire damage to nearby enemies during charge. 3. Fire Poison Tiger Claw LV7. Claw attacks cause shredding and crushing effects, with chances to apply burn. 4. Phantom Flame Scorched Domain LV1. New domain skill. Creates a shadow scorched earth zone around self with radius level 10. Enemies suffer continuous burn. Allies fire and dark damage 50. 30-minute cooldown. Special passives. 1. Hemophilia. Absorbs 25 of damage dealt to living, bloody creatures as health. Long periods without drinking blood cause irritability, ultimately madness. 2. Ultimate Physique. Gains an extra 2 points to all attributes per level up. After reviewing the Phantom Flame Domain Lord's stats, Levexiu quickly summed up. Overall attributes rose by about 100 points compared to before. Although still not on par with LV Boo, among spirit beasts this is outrageously powerful, especially with 3 special suffixes attached. Even the legendary individual Xinghui cannot contend before completing the Legend Revival quest. Skill upgrades are even more notable. Previously separate darkness and fire skills like Shadow Roar and Evil Flame Blast have now merged into dual element skills, Phantom Roar and Phantom Flame Charge. Moreover, only one new skill was added on evolution, but it's a rare domain skill, Phantom Flame, Scorched Domain. The description shows that such skills usually appear only in Knowledge Hunters or Element Hunters, and are often epic tier. If perfect tier, their range or power tends to be limited. The Shadow King acquiring this by spending 2 perfect grade materials is a major gain. Levexiu reached out to gently stroke the Shadow King's thick fur, nodding in satisfaction. The first evolution was near perfect. Next, he planned to immediately begin preparations for the Shadow King's second evolution. Spirit Beast Hunters must evolve a beast twice and raise it to level 80 to meet the requirements for their own second advancement. The levels of Spirit Beasts generally keep pace with their hunters. When Lucio reaches level 80, his Shadow King will also be level 80. So whether he can quickly complete the second career advancement of the Spirit Beast Hunter depends entirely on when he can gather the materials needed for the Shadow King's second evolution. According to common practice, the second evolution of a Spirit Beast requires top-tier epic materials, and the higher the quality, the better. But at the Fuyun Trading Association's counter, the highest quality epic materials Lucio saw were only rated at 50 points, with prices often soaring into the tens of billions, ridiculously expensive. He immediately realized, such high-quality goods are rarely sold on the open market. They mostly circulate within exclusive circles, like the Golden Assembly. He recalled the exchange quests he had seen earlier on the Spirit Flow Mirrorall epic level, top-tier materials with intimidating names. Unfortunately, they had only been for show. To really get hold of the best epic materials, it looked like he would have to personally hunt down powerful spirit beasts himself. With Lu Bu's combat strength, he could even take on monsters above level 80 that had completed 2 evolutions in unknown fights. But for now, Head put that aside. The Nantion Harbor Festival was bustling, and he needed to stay around the port. With that in mind, he raised his hand and gently tapped the Shadow King. Black mist instantly dissipated, transforming into a heavy black coat draped over his shoulders. Lucio tugged at the lapel and felt a noticeable weight, more like a thick black sweater. Outside, the autumn wind had grown chilly. It was mid-October, and pedestrians in Nantion Harbor were putting on warmer clothes. His dark coat fit right in. Satisfied with his outfit, Lucio reached into his spatial backpack and pulled out the Taiping Essential Technique along with two perfect-grade materials, the core of the Earth's sovereign and the life tree's origin branch. Compared to Spirit Beast Evolution, upgrading artifacts was relatively simple. Just place the materials on the book's surface. As the two radiant perfect materials settled onto the pages, the Taiping Essential Technique seemed to open a fathomless book mouth that swallowed them whole. A faint white light spilled out as the volume visibly thickened. The attributes panel refreshed accordingly. Taiping Essential Technique. Scroll of Human, Scroll of Earth Fragment. Level 50. Quality perfect. Additional attributes 20 to all stats active once placed in backpack. Scroll of Humans. Skill 1. Bean Troopers tosses 4 bean materials to summon 4 yellow turban strongmen who inherit 20 of the user's total attributes to fight alongside. Up to 4 can exist simultaneously. Strength depends on bean quality. Skill 2. Detoxifying Amulet. Water restores health, heals wounds, and cures poison on target. Cooldown 5 minutes. Scroll of Earth. Skill 1. Wonderland in the book opens an independent small world. Skill 2. Blessing of the Land increases soil fertility and accelerates crop growth. Elemental control added. Earth advanced, wood advanced, water basic effective in backpack. Description. The supreme classic Taiping Essential Technique bestowed by the immortal Nanhua is divided into heaven, earth, and human scrolls. It disappeared after Zhang Jiao's death. This is only the fragmentary human and earth scrolls. 2 perfect-grade materials instantly upgraded the Taiping Essentials technique from excellent to perfect level. Thankfully, he hadn't used treasure-grade materials. Lucio silently breathed a sigh of relief. Opening the manual, he immediately noticed the crucial update. The Taiping Essentials now included a new volume called the Earth Book. Like the original human book, the Earth Book came with 2 built-in skills. The first, Immortal Realm in the book, could create a small world within a separate space. The second, Blessings of the Nation, could significantly enrich the soil's fertility and accelerate crop growth. Seeing the characters for nation, Lucio's Yinhuang bloodline flared up inside him. I can farm now. Eagerly, he activated Immortal Realm in the book, and the Taiping Essentials suddenly expanded before him into a deep, mysterious door. Crossing the threshold, his feet sank into thick, soft, black fertile soil. A green forest stretched out in patches, the leaves rustling gently in the breeze. Ahead flowed a crystal-clear stream, its water moving steadily, rising up to a bubbling spring that gushed continuously from beneath the earth. Lucio threw a rope around a nearby tree trunk and pulled himself lightly up into the treetops. From his vantage point, he confirmed that beyond this forest there were no distant mountains or woods. At the edge of this world was an endless expanse of pure white emptiness. To get a better view, he called upon Xinghui to lift him higher, and from the greater height, he could see this world with clarity. It was a small island floating within a spatial rift. About 100 meters long and wide, roughly 15 acres total, the front half was a shady woodland, the back half an unplowed stretch of fertile land. Clear spring water overflowed from the center, ready at any time for irrigation. This really is an immortal paradise, Lucio thought, already forming a blueprint in his mind. First, build a house beside the spring so he wouldn't have to endure the hardships of camping when out in the wild. Then turn over the fertile soil and plant the most valuable, rare crops. The seeds had to be expensive, and Scarcy had no interest at all in anything that even the market could easily afford. In his Earth life, freshness might have been an issue, but in the hunting world, hunters all had spatial backpacks, which meant as long as the seeds were fresh when put in, they would remain fresh when taken out. Lucio planned to visit the Floating Cloud Trading Association to collect seeds, prioritizing perfect grade or epic grade plants. Sowing treasure grade or epic grade seeds directly might be too risky, but at least he could start with excellent and treasure grade varieties to gain practice, then challenge higher tier crops later, while testing the effectiveness of the Blessings of the Nation skill. After all, this was an Earth book ability, and he trusted it wouldn't disappoint. He also remembered that many rare materials capable of improving soil and water circulated in the hunting world, harvested from powerful phantasmal beasts or high-level natural crystals, and these were outrageously expensive. But to fully raise this island's potential, he would have to obtain some eventually. Thinking this over, Lucio scratched his head. Had just left the Floating Cloud Trading Association, and now he had to make the trip back again. He wished the association belonged to him outright. After leaving the Immortal Realm, Lucio decided to spend the evening drafting a plan, listing the future development of his paradise step by step to implement methodically. It felt like he was playing a farming simulation game. Lucio retained memories from his past life and had always been fond of farming games and novels. Now, his attention returned to the attribute panel of the Taiping Yashu manual. With the appearance of the Earth Book scroll, Taiping Yaoshu not only retained its two core functions Bookish Wonderland and Blessing of the Nation but also granted Lu Xiu mastery over three elemental systems: Earth Advanced, Wood Advanced, and Water Beginner. Not bad. This is the biggest combat power boost after upgrading, he thought with quiet satisfaction. Coupled with his original Necromancer attribute, Lu Xiu now wielded four elemental forces. The Necromancer element came from the ghostly god Lu Bu with the two of them synchronized, both at master level. Suddenly, he realized that in the midst of helping the Shadow King undergo his first evolution and focusing on upgrading Taiping Yaoshu, had completely forgotten to prepare a Necromancer skill book for himself. The root cause? Still lack of money. Necromancer skill books were always rare, not as rare as those with the star attribute, but still hard to come by in Yunqing Prefecture. Though perfect grade, Necromancer books were priced far higher than the common water, fire, and earth types. Fortunately, he still held an unused earth attribute knowledge skill, Rock Dragon Cart. He had just sold a fire attribute book, Blazing Sky Fire, which he didn't need for now. Without hesitation, Lu Xiu took out the Rock Dragon Cart skill scroll, selected use, and immediately tested it in the training ground. Rock Dragon Cart, perfect grade knowledge skill LV1. Uses spiritual power to manipulate earth beneath the feet, condensing it into a rock dragon head that roars forward, charging and causing earth attribute damage. He raised his hand, causing the ground beneath his feet to tremble lightly before stirring as if moved by an invisible giant hand. Rock Dragon Cart. In the next moment, the earth churned violently, twisting and merging rapidly. A 2-meter tall eastern dragon's stone head erupted from the ground. Lu Xiu pointed forward with his right arm, and a sudden roar shattered the air. Roar. As it roared, the massive dragon head surged ahead, carrying him with it. The soil along the path automatically split open, plowing out a smooth channel at blazing speed, leaving afterimages in its wake. Boom. The rocky dragon head collided with the wooden target on the training ground, immediately shattering it. Lu Xiu leapt a half-step back just before the explosion, flipped in midair, and landed steadily. Pretty cool, he chuckled softly. The skill didn't require him to ride the dragon head. It could form around him. But if he wanted to sit atop and launch the charge, he could combining movement and attack in one. He glanced at the target location. The wooden target was blown to pieces, a large hole collapsed into the earth, with scattered timber shards and soil debris all around. Next, Lu Xiu began testing the mana consumption. First one, second one, third one. Boom, boom, boom. The training ground resembled a makeshift mechanical factory. Every time a standard rock dragon cart was summoned, it was accompanied by a dull roar. Continuously summoning, he managed to call out 14 dragon heads in one go before feeling his spirit slightly tense and his strength waning. 14 was the absolute no-pause limit. Adjusting his breathing to fit a real battle rhythm, he estimated that he could reliably unleash 17 or 18 of these dragons during a fight. If he summoned them intermittently instead of all at once, Lu Xiu felt that being able to release 17 or 18 rock dragon carts in a single battle would be more than feasible. Feeling a bit drained, Lu Xiu lay down on the training room floor to rest. The cost of unleashing the rock dragon cart 10 times in a row had been steep. He silently warned himself, unless his spirit attribute improves again, he must never overexert like this, or his performance in actual combat would definitely suffer. After catching his breath, he reached for the Taiping Essentials. This upgrade wasn't just for the Earth Book's advancement. The Spirit Book had gained huge benefits too. Where before he could summon only 2 yellow turban demon soldiers, now they had directly leveled up to 4 yellow turban strongmen, doubling in number and dramatically improving in quality. Let's give it a try. He pulled 4 ordinary grade beans from his spatial backpack and flicked them with his fingers. Beans to soldiers. For little bean shadows shot up into the air, bursting with white light. When they hit the ground, they transformed into 4 muscular big brothers. Thud, 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 thud. They lined up in a perfect row, moving in unison. Yellow headbands tied their hair back, with 2 black horns curving high. Their torsos bare, chiseled pecs and abs rippled like stone armor, each muscle block as hard as plate mail. Broad shoulders could support a horse. Each carried a golden heavy hammer taller than a man, flashing cold light. Their faces were fierce and battle-hardened, clearly veterans of blood and fire. In Lu Xiu's mythic rendition of the 3 kingdoms, these yellow turban strongmen belonged to Zhang Jiao's forces, the sharpest spearhead of the yellow turban army masters of siege and clearing strongholds. The 4 brothers flexed proudly on the spot, letting out gruff hey shouts and striking exaggerated poses, their pecs thumping like war drums. Lu Xiu scratched his head. Unlike the puppet-like yellow turban demon soldiers, these 4 clearly had higher intelligence and should be capable of executing more complex tactics. He immediately pulled up their stats. Yellow turban strongman. Level 50. Base attributes: Strength 1 8204, Agility 1 8204, Constitution 1 8206, Spirit 100 8203. Element Mastery, Demon Power Intermediate. Skills: 1. Heavy Hammer LV7 swings weapon to deliver a crushing blow. 2. Vajra Body LV3 passive defense 100, physical elemental damage reduction 30. 3. Talisman Water LV3 auto-consumes talisman water when health is low. Insanely powerful. Lucio clicked his tongue. Compared to the old yellow turban demon soldiers, all 4 base attributes had jumped by 50 points. With his own 20 all-attribute aura, their final stats easily topped 200. Among hunters of the same level, aside from him who enjoyed the dual-class bonuses of Beast Hunter Treasure Hunter, almost no one could match these attribute monsters in stats. On top of that, they now had Vajra Body reducing damage and Talisman Water for self-healing muscles that crush you, defense that tanks your hits, and sustained battle regeneration. Facing them heat-in was hopeless, better to just surrender. And this was just the result of summoning with ordinary beans. Lucio's mind shifted. He grabbed 2 fine-grade and 2 treasure-grade beans from his bag and tossed them skyward. Beans to soldiers. The yellow turbans summoned by the ordinary beans instantly collapsed into their bodies, dissolving into a burst of white light that quickly faded away. Just as the light vanished, 4 new muscular warriors stepped forward with heavy, confident strides. This time their appearance was less flashy, but clearly of a higher tier. 2 flame fire yellow turban warriors had skin glowing a fiery crimson, their muscles etched with magma-like veins. Their golden war hammers were engraved with flame patterns, the hammerheads shimmering with a dark red glow as if ready to erupt in blazing fire. Their eyes burned with an orange-red flame, radiating an aggressive aura. The other 2 were Sourcewood yellow turban warriors crowned with vivid green wooden horns, their surfaces covered in ring-like patterns like tree growth rings, emitting a serene green light. Their golden war hammers had been replaced by wooden ones, wrapped in thin streams of green light resembling twisting vines, giving them an eerie yet vibrant vitality. The root of these visual differences was quickly traced by Lucio to the summoning materials, the beans themselves. Flame fire beans, fire attribute, quality excellent, bursting with spicy heat upon tasting. Sourcewood spirit beans, wood attribute, quality rare treasure, nearly tasteless, but long-term consumption enhances wood attribute control, making it a favorite ingredient among advanced chefs. Upon opening the yellow turban warrior's status panel, the differences were clear at a glance. 1. Summoning with excellent flame fire beans overall attributes rise by 20 points compared to regular beans. The heavy hammer skill gains fire attribute and causes minor explosions on enemy hits. 2. Summoning with rare treasure sourcewood spirit beans overall attributes increase by 50 points compared to regular beans. Heavy hammer gains 20 life steal, and talisman water skills healing is significantly boosted. While the skill additions were welcome, what truly made Lucio frown was the inflated stat panel. The Sourcewood Yellow Turban Warrior's total attributes stacked to 250 points, surpassing Lucio himself, making them nearly unbeatable under the title hunter status. Maybe I should just settle down as a summoner? He mused, stroking his chin while calculating quickly. Current status. Phantom Beast Hunter can carry 3 Phantom Beasts. Knowledge Hunter with a virtual god ally. Peaceful Art currently able to summon 4 Yellow Turban Warriors simultaneously. With 8 summon units in total, all Lucio would need to do is activate state skills and shoot arrows from Farmony battles might not even require him to get his hands dirty. Just imagining the scene was enough to excite him. If he advanced to title hunter in the future, summoning capacity for Phantom Beasts would increase by 1, leveling up Peaceful Art further. Even without doubling the summoning cap, adding 2 more units would be enough to form a small legion. Coupled with group buffs or aura skills, his combat power would climb exponentially. As his plan became clearer, Lucio settled on a supply strategy. 1. For daily battles, replace regular beans with moderately priced rare treasure beans. 2. For tough fights or crucial moments, keep a few perfect grade beans in reserve. 3. On his next trip to the Floating Cloud Guild, scout for skill books that enhance Phantom Beast and Knowledge Hunter group buffs, especially aura-type skills. Having made up his mind, he looked toward the misty harbor in the distance, a detailed shopping list already forming in his mind. Since he wouldn't be leaving Nantion port anytime soon, he'd have Old Shao bring back one of every rare treasure bean available in the market so he could test their effects one by one. Early in the morning, Lucio followed his usual routine. He got up, practiced swordsmanship and archery, then took a bath and changed into clean clothes before heading downstairs for breakfast. After finishing his meal, he went straight to the city lord's mansion. Having killed the banquet organization's head chef yesterday and retrieved the key to the secret realm, he had earned great merit and was eager to collect his reward first thing today. Afterward, he planned to visit the Floating Cloud Trade Guild to purchase supplies, various rare and perfect grade beans, seeds for the plants he needed to cultivate in the Bookworld Paradise, materials to improve soil and water quality, and construction materials for building houses. As for the housing, Lucio intended to have the Huangjin strongmen handle the construction. These strongmen had no time limits on their existence. After yesterday's trials, Lucio had simply released them all into the Bookworld Paradise. 4 muscular fellows stood guard by his bed at midnight. making him afraid to even turn over. He only needed to buy the right farming and building tools. Usually, the Huangjin guards would tend the fields, then be summoned back when battle was needed. Could that be called land reclamation or farming on demand? As he stepped onto the wide stone street of Nantian Harbor, Lucio immediately sensed eyes on him from all directions. Is that him? Yes, see the bird on his shoulder? Too distinctive. Astrobeak. Damn, I'm an eagle. He looks so fierce and handsome. You know he's no joke. The whispers of passers-by reached Lucio's ears, and he quickly realized his exploits in the professional advancement secret realm had already spread far and wide. After the 5 major factions hunters returned, their leaders would naturally inquire in detail about the secret realm, with Lucio's battle against Hu Yang being a key point of analysis. The reason was simple. A spirit phantom belonging to a phantom beast hunter had casually one-shot a banquet organization member who had just completed a second professional advancement. That statement alone raised endless questions. How could a phantom beast hunter even possess a spirit phantom? How did a banquet organization member complete a second professional advancement inside the secret realm? If he had already advanced twice, why was he instantly killed by a spirit phantom of a hunter who had only just completed the first advancement? How powerful was that spirit phantom exactly? What was even more absurd was that the victim was from the banquet organization. Among the gourmet hunter community, they had once nearly overshadowed the 5 major factions. Such questions inevitably sparked deep curiosity about Lucio. Was he a phantom beast hunter, a knowledge hunter, or a hybrid? And who was this spirit phantom he manifested to be so formidable? The 5 factions were full of gossip, but the city lord's mansion in Nantian Harbor only required them to keep details secret before taking action. Now that the key had been recovered, the secrecy order was lifted. Overnight, the news had spread throughout the entire port city. Lucio was unsurprised. The spirit phantom Lu Bu was too recognizable. Anyone who openly used such a finishing move was bound to blow their knowledge hunter identity. He had no intention to conceal it. Lucio wasn't about to keep hiding powerful moves like Lu Bus every time he fought. There was no point suffering silently. Regarding the potential trouble of simultaneously having both beast hunter and knowledge hunter professions, Lucio assessed his combat strength carefully. With Lu Bu by his side, he wasn't just confident he could definitely defeat a title hunter, was certain he could hold his own evenly against one. The banquet organization member he had just instantly killed was a newly promoted title hunter at the second advancement stage, with power not yet fully stabilized, at best a half-step title hunter. Yet, even under his invincible under heaven form, Lu Bu still had plenty of strength left, proving that Lucio's estimate of an even fight was conservative. Adding himself, the Shadow King, Star Beak, and the Yellow Turban Strongman into the equation, Lucio even found himself hoping to someday face a fully matured title hunter, just to truly probe his own limits. With his current strength, he was confident he could establish himself within the Hunting Alliance's territory. Top evil factions like the Banquet Organization mostly operated in the Outer Lands. If a title hunter dared to enter the Alliance's core area, there was an 8,090 chance they would be hunted down. As for even higher-level hunter kings, the major powers all eyed each other, where no one would risk sending a dual-profession hunter deep into enemy territory lightly. Besides, dual-profession hunters, though rare, were not unheard of. Out of the Hunting Alliance's hundreds of millions of people, a few would inevitably emerge. And if he added weapon hunter, gourmet hunter, or elemental hunter professions later, their distinctive traits would be even less obvious. Laying low would be easy. With these thoughts, Lucio paid no mind to curious gazes and continued forward. As he passed through the bustling marketplace, he came upon a noisy square crowded around a bulletin board. Is the celebration schedule announced? He thought to himself, then sat down on a nearby bench and silently activated his mystic vision. Instantly, a 316-degree panoramic view spread out, allowing him to read every small line on the distant board clearly. Sure enough, it was the year-end celebration announcement for Nantian Port. 5 major events in total. The first event, the weapon forging competition, a tradition maintained for years. After all, the most legitimate way to evaluate a weapon hunter was by their forging skill, not simply by sparring matches. Still, the organizers changed it up every year. Last year, contestants forged long swords and then fought, with whoever sword broke first eliminated. This year, the rule was to forge axes, specifically a rare flying axe. This throwing weapon was something between a throwing dart and a short axe, larger than a dart, but still requiring both precision and sharpness. After forging, contestants immediately threw their axes at targets, like archery, scoring based on rings hit. But the targets weren't simple wooden ones. They were made of a special alloy said to be tough enough that even steel blades left barely a mark. So, even if a contestant's throwing skill was superb but their forging weak, it would be hard to rank high overall. The organizers really put a lot of thought into this. Quite the elaborate setup. Lucio rubbed his chin, recalling the year-end festivals he had participated in within the hunting world game in a past life. During the game's early years, NPCs swept all the championships, but as players grew, the top 100 leaderboards rarely showed NPCs' faces anymore. No matter how creative Nantion Port's organizers got, the player community always found formidable experts in the craft. No choice for players, you could lose everything, but not your ability to outplay. The Knowledge Hunters Festival features a quiz competition. This contest closely resembles the TV show One Against All that Lucio had watched in his previous life. A group of knowledge hunters gather in the same spacious, well-lit hall to answer a series of tough questions posed by the Nantion Port officials. One wrong answer means immediate elimination, while correct answers allow continuation. The question bank is encyclopedic, covering everything from mythical beasts and historical classics to medicine, divination, and astronomy. Truly, if you can think of it, there will be a question about it. As time goes on, the difficulty ramps up until only one hunter remains on the stage. The competition is divided into 3 rounds: preliminaries, group stage, and finals, each filtering down to test the hunter's vast reserves of knowledge. Even as a knowledge hunter himself, Lucio had no intention of signing up same with the throwing axe contest. Though his extensive experiences from gaming in his past life might carry him through to the group stage by luck, making it to the final round and winning a prize was virtually impossible. Only now did he truly understand the saying never enough books when you need them, regretting that he hadn't become a scholarly researcher in his previous life. As for the throwing axe contest, it posed its own challenges. Lucio had yet to master forging techniques. Though he would eventually switch careers to weapon hunting and learn it, there were only 15 days left before the competition started, leaving no time for last-minute cramming. However, the prizes were extremely enticing. 1. For the quiz champion, a perfect grade skill book, a full set of optional level 60 perfect grade gear, plus a single key to unlock an unknown ancient civilization's ruins. The perfect grade skill book and gear are base rewards. From second place down, the rewards decrease gradually, with the 50th place only receiving excellent grade supplies. The ancient civilization key is a unique bonus that drives countless hunters to fiercely compete. 2. The throwing axe contest likewise offers a perfect grade skill book and level 60 gear as base rewards, plus a naturally generated perfect grade or of quality 95 or above. This rare mineral's market value rivals epic grade materials, enough to make any smith fanatic with desire. In addition, the Elemental Hunters Elemental Painting event would proceed as scheduled. Participants must use elemental power to recreate breathtaking scenes they have seen. The more realistic the artwork, the higher the ranking. Nantion Port invited 3 title-level Elemental Hunters as judges, though judging from Elemental Hunters' usual casual attitude, Lucio doubted all 3 would show up. Last year only one came, and was labeled Old Pigeon by fellow hunters. Still, miracles did happen. One contestant's painting was so vivid it inspired spectators to immediately crystallize elemental hearts, winning the championship without question. The top prize included an elemental painting crafted by a title-level hunter wielding a rare element, containing special power that, once absorbed, greatly increased the chance of forging a unique elemental heart. But none of this mattered much to Lu Xiuhe, admitted to having no artistic talent and would shake holding a brush. What truly concerned him were the 2 main events coming next, the ones he was determined to conquer. The Food Hunter Festival's Grand Feast competition. This time it was a store-based cooking contest. At that time, Nantiangang would set up a dedicated food street where all the contestants could temporarily run their own shops. The preliminary round was straightforward. Whoever sold the most units would advance. There were no group eliminations, and the final would follow immediately. The final focused on flavor, with ingredients uniformly provided by Nantiangang and contestants cooking on-site. Officials claimed that 3 top-tier gourmet hunters would be invited to judge, but in past years, at least 5 showed up, and sometimes as many as 10. Word had it that as long as there was food to sample, these gourmet hunters, including the title-level ones, would rush over faster than rabbits. This year's preliminary theme was Baozi. Upon hearing this, Lucio immediately planned to visit the Fuyun Guild to acquire a complete set of Baozi recipes. The quality of the recipes didn't matter for now as long as he had the knowledge's sweet essence in hand. He believed that with diligent study, he could refine the recipes to treasure grade. Better yet, he intended to use this opportunity to advance his culinary skills to the high level, allowing the sweet essence of knowledge to reach perfection level. Maybe even the recipe itself could reach perfection. Thinking this through, he made his decision on the spot. This was the plan. In the preliminary round, contestants supplied their own ingredients, and all sales revenue belonged to them, meaning the Baozi formula had to be chosen carefully. The grand prize for the food competition champion was a perfect grade recipe that enhanced culinary buffs. Lucio recalled the treasure-grade nourishing chicken soup made by the meat floss chef, which already doubled culinary buffs. His heart burned with excitement, wondering how much a perfect grade recipe could improve. He couldn't calculate it, but he was certain this prize's value would make the competition fiercer than ever. Meanwhile, the Phantom Beast Hunter Festival featured an event called Mounted Archery Hunt. The rules were clear. Hunters must ride their mounts and hunt phantom beasts within a limited time and area. The highest score wins. If a hunter fell off their mount during the event, they were immediately eliminated, and each hunter could only bring one mount. This fall off and you're out rule led Lucio to immediately consider hunting the other contestants. Knocking opponents off their mounts would guarantee victory without much effort. No doubt other contestants had the same idea when they saw the rules. The mounted archery hunt had preliminaries, group stages, and finals. The winner's extra prize was a very rare Yalong species phantom beasted dragon egg born from an elite individual of the Xianlang breed. There were many varieties of Yalong species, and Lucio was completely unfamiliar with Xianlang, so he planned to study up later at the Nantiangang library. Since the official called it a dragon egg, it must mean the Xuanlang's dragon bloodline was quite strong. Though the 5 major festivals seemed tailor-made for 5 hunter professions, other professions could also sign up freely, with no limit on the number of entries. The only restriction was that participants' power had to be below that of a title hunter. Otherwise, the competition would lose its meaning. Whether forging flying axes or cooking gourmet food, the maximum quality of materials allowed was treasuregredethis, was to prevent wealthy tycoons from simply buying their way to dominate the contests. I should learn some horseback riding from Lubu, Lucio thought to himself. Horsemanship belonged to the hunter system, and Lubu had already reached master level, while he hadn't even crossed the threshold. Thinking about the future need to gallop and hunt on horseback in the wilderness, he realized this skill couldn't wait. Speaking of horsemanship, one couldn't avoid the topic of mounts. When Lubu was summoned, he hadn't brought red hair with him, which always felt like something was missing from his imposing presence. What kind of horse would be worthy of Lubu? Lucio quickly recalled that king-tier phantom beast from the floating cloud trading company, the Crimson Flame Imperial Mane. An ordinary fine horse would only burden Lubu. Right now, the Crimson Flame Imperial Mane was just a potential stock, but once personally trained, it might not be impossible for it to match Red Hair's magnificence. Of course, Lucio didn't plan to make the Crimson Flame Imperial Mane his third phantom beast. Horse-type phantom beasts had lower taming thresholds than other phantom beasts to begin with. The real difficulty lay in communicating hearts and minds, and Lubu's master-level horsemanship was sufficient to solve this problem. Once he had ample funds, he planned to purchase the Crimson Flame Imperial Mane and first raise it in the immortal realm within his book. During battle, he could release it for a move called Divine Soldiers Descending from Heaven, hiding soldiers, horses, and weapons inside, then instantly deploying troops in the target city. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. His thoughts soared, but Lucio returned to reality. How much had Lu Yuero quoted back then? Several hundred million. Several hundred million. He shuddered. That was enough money to buy several perfect-grade skill books. The spending list instantly gained another item. He rubbed his temples and had to temporarily shelve the plan for the Crimson Flame Imperial Mane. After arriving at the City Lord's mansion, he announced his name and purpose, and attendants immediately ushered him in. The chief steward of the City Lord's mansion was already waiting in the inner hall and handed him a hefty catalog. This is the list of perfect-grade skill books in the mansion's collection. Young master can take it back to review at leisure and come back to claim them once you've decided. He had seen a similar catalog at the Floating Cloud Trading Company. Compared to directly barging into a treasury to rummage through everything, this was more time efficient. However, the City Lord's mansion's inventory was far less extensive than the trading companies, and the categories leaned more toward professional orientations. Lucio casually flipped through it. He wanted almost every single one, but none amazed him enough. At this stage, what he most lacked were perfect-grade skill books in archery, blade techniques, as well as necromancy and wood attribute directions. Lucio deeply understood the principle of spreading oneself too thin. Skills from LV1 to LV10 had a world of difference, and higher levels became increasingly time-consuming. Rather than sampling everything superficially, it was better to focus deeply on 1 or 2 skills and polish them to perfection. Even before becoming a professional hunter, he had set his path: blade and close combat. Bow at range, these 2 main lines he would never abandon. As for elemental control, he would select the essentials to cultivate deeply. For elements, Lucio planned that specializing intensively in 1 or 2 would be sufficient. The primary focus was on the undead attribute. After all, it originated from Lu Bu's undead essence. Starting off with a master-level skill was currently Lucio's highest-tier ability. He recalled the countless hours and effort he had poured into leveling up archery and trap-making to advanced ranks, an investment as deep and bottomless as a pit. Now, with a master-level undead power in hand, there was no reason to let it gather dust. Unfortunately, the latest skill catalog from the City Lord's mansion didn't list any perfect-grade undead skills. Earth and wood attributes could only be considered backup options. Lucio wasn't yet sure if future upgrades to the Taiping Essentials would further enhance elemental control, so he placed these 2 elements on the reserve list. But whether as a primary choice or a fallback, since he had mastered multiple elements, he couldn't afford to skip any essential skills. Who knew when they might come in handy? The problem was, completing all these skills would require throwing money at it like water. Thinking of this, he suddenly envied hunters who specialized in just one profession or one element. They never had to overthink skill choices like he did. All right, he'll take this home and carefully choose. Lucio closed the catalog and stood to leave. The steward respectfully escorted him to the city lord's mansion gate. Stepping outside, he headed straight to the Floating Cloud Trade Guild. Inside, old Xiao was busy tallying accounts. Lucio slammed the heavy catalog onto the counter with a thud. Old Xiao, I want to sell a skill book. Help me figure out which one's worth the most. If you can't decide, just pick the most expensive one. Lucio shrugged. As long as there's money involved, the guild always has perfect grade skill books for sale. Just tell me which one's the priciest, and he'll sell that one. Old Xiao's eyes widened, but he quickly suppressed his surprise and flipped through the catalog carefully. After a moment, he pressed a finger on a line. The meteor axe. A perfect grade flying axe hunting skill, Old Xiao said in a low voice. Just right. Because of the weapon forging competition, contestants need not only forging skills, but also flying axe proficiency. Flying axes are already rare, esoteric weapons. Perfect grade skill books are even scarcer. Usually, it's hard to find buyers even at 20 or 30 million. But with demand spiking now, prices have at least quintupled, maybe even multiplied tenfold. He calculated quickly and suggested, why not single out this meteor axe book? The guild will hold a special auction 3 days from now. Bidding will be fierce, and your returns will definitely be better. An auction? Lucio's mind flashed back to memories from the game. Before the year-end festival at Nantung Port, the Floating Cloud Guild always released themed items matching the celebration. Last year's food contest featured ramen, and the guild auctioned high-quality ramen recipes. This year's forging competition focused on flying axes, so naturally there would be flying axe ores and skill books. All right, let's do that. He made the decision immediately. Please register it for me. Also, give me a directory of steamed bun recipes, treasure-grade bean varieties, both superior and treasure-grade plant seeds, and materials that improve soil and water quality. Got it. Please wait a moment. Old Xiao's eyes brightened at the prospect of another big order and a generous commission. He didn't even call for his assistant, but took it upon himself to personally gather the materials Lucio needed. Kitchen number 16 in the Golden Gathering. 2 Yuanmu yellow turban warriors worked in tandem, one focused on kneading dough, the other bent over scrubbing the newly purchased steaming baskets. Meanwhile, 2 flame-wielding yellow turbans were busy adding wood to the stove and molding a mixture of wool and clay into a round pit, preparing it as a tandoor oven. The fire crackled loudly, flour dust danced in the light, and the warm steam mingled with the aroma of dough above the narrow workbench. Lucio stood at the center, rolling out dough, stuffing fillings, and sealing buns in one smooth motion, neatly arranging each baozi into the steaming baskets before lifting them back onto the stove. After returning from the Floating Cloud Trade Guild, he had stocked nearly 100 kinds of precious beans, complete baozi ingredients, and enough plant seeds to sow over a dozen acres. The bean experiments could wait, and the seeds would allow the yellow turbans to sow fields on their own at night. What mattered most now was finalizing a baozi recipe good enough to earn points at the upcoming preliminary round of the food competition in 2 weeks. Inside the Floating Cloud Trade Guild, baozi recipes of varying grades were displayed from common to treasure level. Even higher, the perfect grade recipes would be auctioned off 3 days later. Facing these prices, Lucio could only mutter shady merchants. In the end, he grit his teeth and bought 3 common grade recipes: soup dumplings, roasted buns, and custard buns. As the competition neared, recipe prices were outrageously marked up. Treasure-level recipes were more than 10 million, 5 times their usual price. So he resolved to upgrade recipes himself through the sweet taste of knowledge, saving money while honing his cooking skills. The first basket of soup dumplings steamed to perfection. Lucio put on heat-resistant gloves and carried the whole basket, placing the bottom tier on the table and returning the upper tier to the steamer to keep cooking. Wisps of steam curled from the soup dumplings, their translucent skins as thin as cicada wings, shimmering with barely visible folds. The broth inside gently shifted with every tremble, releasing a subtle meaty aroma that instantly whetted the appetite. He grabbed a pair of bamboo chopsticks he had prepared and gently picked up the dumpling right in the middle. The system attributes appeared in sync. Soup dumpling. Quality, common. Effect, movement speed 7, lasts 4 hours, not stackable. Description, delicious soup dumplings. Common dishes don't provide permanent buffs. Their bonuses come from the value and duration of effects. The speed boost for common soup dumplings ranges from 1 to 10 and lasts 1 to 5 hours. Achieving 7 for 4 hours with this batch was already above average. Starting off so strong left Lucio reasonably pleased. With stats confirmed, the next step was the taste test. In the hunter world, to sell food well, you gotta have the numbers first, flavor second. He brought the soup dumpling to his lips and carefully bit a tiny hole the size of a pinprick. Scalding broth instantly gushed out, releasing an intense savory aroma. Lucio sucked in sharply. The searing heat made his tongue tingle, but his tough constitution and thick skin could handle it no problem. The broth's base was primarily pork umami, with a faint crab roe note. Before wrapping, he had added strands of crab meat into the aspic layer, creating a layered flavor profile. Finally, he popped the entire soup dumpling into his mouth and chewed slowly. The soft dough gently separated as if shedding clothes, revealing the plump, juicy pork filling inside. The pork Lucio chose was pork shoulder, also known as mei hua ro, taken from the upper shoulder of the pig. This cut is especially tender and flavorful without being greasy. The filling was soft and well seasoned. His teeth worked like clockwork, each bite mechanical, yet deeply satisfying, every mouthful packed with genuine happiness. As the first soup dumpling slid down his throat, the rich aroma still lingered on his taste buds, leaving him craving more. Tip: eating soup dumplings increases movement speed by 7, lasting 4 hours. Effects do not stack. Seeing the prompt, Lucio immediately grabbed another dumpling and stuffed it into his mouth. With a gentle bite, the scalding soup burst out, and the sweet pork flavor danced on his tongue, prompting a satisfied hum. As a hunter in a hunting world, his physical condition far surpassed the average person. If an ordinary person from his previous life ate like this, 2 or 3 dumplings would probably send them to the hospital. Before he knew it, an entire basket of soup dumplings was gone. Not enough. He was confident he could eat hundreds more. So he kneaded dough, rolled skins, filled dumplings, and steamed them, the motions flowing smoothly, as if effortless. The freshly steamed buns were snatched up and stuffed into his mouth immediately. He ate and made dumplings non-stop until the 13th basket was done, when a familiar system prompt suddenly appeared before him. Tip: sweet taste of knowledge skill activated. The ordinary level recipe soup dumplings upgraded to the refined level recipe crab roast soup dumplings. Finally triggered, Lucio raised an eyebrow and quickly pulled up the new recipe. Crab roast soup dumplings recipe. Quality: refined. Effect: first time eating grants a permanent 1 to 3 movement speed. Ingredients: 1000 g flour, 600 g warm water. A permanent 1 to 3 movement speed. Confirming it was a permanent booster, he clenched his fist sharply, just as he had guessed. When he first chose a bun recipe, thousands of options from ordinary to treasure grade were laid out before him. Which to choose? Lucio put himself in the shoes of a diner. If the whole street sold buns, what would catch his eye? The answer was attributes. Buns that permanently boost stats, even only slightly, are more valuable than those with temporary buffs. But what if there were multiple that granted permanent boosts? Different hunters preferred different stats. Elemental and knowledge hunters favored permanent intelligence boosts. Weapon hunters cared more about strength or agility. It turned out his bet was right. Among thousands of recipes, refined ones existed that gave permanent movement speed, but none offered permanent boosts to final damage or defense penetration. And among the treasure grade recipes, the Floating Cloud Society hadn't even collected any. If he could hold the 3 supreme recipes granting permanent boosts to movement speed, final damage, and defense penetration. With these 3 ridiculously powerful attribute-granting recipes, Lucio felt confident he could become a legendary chef throughout Yunqing Prefecture. Xiao, these buns are seriously delicious. Wang Xiaoming held a steaming baked bun in his left hand and clenched a soft, milky custard bun in his right. In front of him sat a soup-filled bun with a straw poking out. He kept shoveling the 3 kinds of buns into his mouth one after another. Barely even chewing it looked less like eating and more like stuffing food into a pocket. LV Xiao, your buns really are something special. They'll definitely snag first place at the culinary competition. Ma Qilin praised, but his actions mirrored Wang Xiaoming's. Exactly 3 types of buns swept down with equal enthusiasm. After hanging out with Niu Jiao Jiao for so long, had clearly become a fellow food gobbler. The cooking contest only had buns for the preliminaries. Lin Heng kindly reminded them, but no sooner had he spoken than he grabbed a custard bun, popped it in his mouth, and mumbled, "But these buns really do smell amazing." Nearby, the 2 professional food hunters, Niu Jiao Jiao and Tang Bai Bai, operated like unstoppable eating machines. Baked buns, custard buns, soup buns one after another at lightning speed. By contrast, Yi Qinxue, Lin Yinyin, Lu Yeru, and Ding Qiao were far more refined. They each took a bite of all 3 buns before selecting their preferred flavor to eat a couple more. As long as you like them, LV Xiao said, focusing intently on kneading dough and wrapping the filling without pause. His goal was crystal clear to upgrade all 3 bun recipes to the treasure rank. The one chance to trigger the sweet taste of knowledge skill was brutal though. Had almost made himself sick these past few days. To avoid wasting ingredients, Head fed the buns to LV Boo, Shadow King, and Starbeak. The Shadow King was still flesh and blood for now, curled up in a corner clutching his stomach and groaning. Better to share with friends than throw them away. Usually, the group of 7 dined together, but with Lin Yufei absent, the remaining 5 were all present. Adding 2 professional food hunters made for an eating power trio. As for Lin Yinyin, Lin Heng, and Yi Qinxue, they just tagged along behind Wang Xiaoming to snag some food. The more, the merrier. LV Xiao happily welcomed them all. Notification: Cooking skill advanced to intermediate 110000. Notification: Treasure level skill sweet taste of knowledge upgraded to perfect level. Finally intermediate. LV Shio wiped sweat from his brow. Aside from daily blade and archery training the past few days, had basically lived at the stove, pushing his cooking skill higher to gain confidence for the food competition. He pulled up his stats panel to quickly scan the skill updates. Sweet taste of knowledge perfect level. Type, knowledge skill. Level, LV1 passive. Effect, 1 chance during cooking to have an epiphany that elevates the current recipe to the highest perfect level. Additionally, a 5 chance to overperform, granting the dish extra attributes. Not bad at all. LV Shio was very pleased with the result. Beyond raising the cap to perfect, the extra 5 chance of overperformance was a delightful bonus. Just keep eating, I've prepared tons of ingredients today. He called to everyone. Xiaobro, so generous. Wang Xiaoming murmured, mouth stuffed, giving a thumbs up. Wunyo Jiao Jiao and Tang Bai Bai didn't have time to speak, but waved their baked buns at him in thanks. LV Shio quickened his pace. Rolling dough, stuffing filling, placing buns in the steamer. Steam swirled as the aroma grew stronger. With 3 top-tier food warriors here today, he decided to go all out, aiming to push the recipes to treasure rank first. As to why he didn't just upgrade the recipes straight to perfect level. The chance of upgrading skills based mainly on the sweetness of knowledge was very slim, might go bankrupt before even reaching the perfect level. Treasure-grade delicacies had to be paired with ingredients of the same rank, and steaming a single basket of buns easily cost over 100,000 spirit coins. Unless the final round of the culinary competition still involved buns. Once the shop opened, Lu Shio could only occasionally steam a few baskets of treasure-grade buns to sell, hoping to get lucky and refine them to perfection. Just as he finished cleaning the cutting board, the mirror of spirit flow in his spatial backpack suddenly glowed softly. Someone sent him a private message. Lu Shio wiped the flour from his hands and checked the mirror, seeing the sender was Lin Yufei. Featherbird. Lu Shio, the president and I have returned to Nantian Port. Where are you? Shadow Tiger, steaming buns in branch kitchen number 16. Just in time, come try some. Featherbird. Set the buns aside. The president needs to see you. Second floor conference room, right away. Nia Fengyan wants to see me? Lu Shio was momentarily stunned, unable to guess why. But since it was the president's summons, he couldn't refuse. You guys eat first, I'll be right back. He waved to his companions in the kitchen. Brother Shio, hurry up. I'm about to clear out this whole place. Wang Xiaoming, unusually pausing his ravenous eating, still had meat juice around his mouth yet there were clearly hundreds of steaming buns left on the table. Got it. Lu Shio took off his apron and, with everyone watching, strode out, heading straight for the second floor of the Nantian Port branch. The conference room, the innermost brightly lit room, awaited. Pushing the door open, 3 people were already seated inside. Nia Fengyun, Lin Yufei, and Yi Xian, president of the Golden Assembly's Nantian Port branch. A few days ago, when Lu Shio came back from the professional advancement realm, Yi Xian had greeted the group. You're here? Sit down. Nia Fengyun gestured. Lu Shio sat beside Lin Yufei. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow upon seeing him, as if a missing piece had fallen into place. The person the president mentioned is Lu Shio. Lin Yufei exclaimed. How is he? Suitable? Nia Fengyun smiled and asked. Judging by his record in the professional advancement realm, Yi Xian pondered briefly, barely qualified. Qualified is enough, Nia Fengyun decided firmly. This mission will be his responsibility. Since the president's decision was made, Yi Xian didn't object and nodded seriously. All right, I will assist Lu Shio throughout the operation. Lu Shio looked utterly confused. What mission was he supposed to lead? Even the branch president was his assistant? He quickly glanced at Lin Yufei, who shrugged, equally puzzled. Lu Shio, do you remember Du Shixin? Nia Fengyun suddenly asked. The title hunter who ambushed you with a scorpion tail hook. Du Shixin? Lu Shio's eyes brightened as he recalled the few gleaming golden scorpion tail hooks, the perfect material for making ropes. If he could gather a few more, it would be enough for even his master. Remember him? Is he in Nantian Port? Since that battle, he's been nursing his wounds here. Nia Fengyun nodded slowly. Where exactly? Lu Shio inquired immediately. Nia Fengyun raised a hand and pointed downward. The sewers beneath Nantian Port. I came to Nantian Port specifically for Du Shixin. Nia Fengyun stood at the hatch, his gaze steady and sharp, leaving no room for refusal. But I heard you killed that gourmet hunter from the Yen organization who had just completed his second advancement in the professional progression realm. So, this mission is yours. What do you say? After speaking, he raised his hand and summoned the spirit stream mirror. The surface seemed infused with spiritual energy as azure patterns rapidly spread across it. Moments later, Lu Shio's own spirit stream mirror vibrated, and a new commission instantly popped up. Du Shixin 6-star commission. Objective: assassinate Du Shixin. Rewards: 1. Epic knowledge skill decay star. 2. 1,135,725,481 alliance coins. 3. Perfect grade skill sandstorm eye. 4. Treasure grade material, flaming pumpkin. 5. Others, for perfect grade skill books. 2 perfect grade recipe cards, over 10 rare materials, and countless rewards below perfect grade. Time limit: none. Target description: Du Shirshin Nest Organization Title Hunter, nickname Gu King. Known skills: Epic skill 10 Directions Bind. Perfect grade skill Beast Spirit Body. Main crimes: orchestrated an invasion of the Golden Oasis town in the arid state's Golden Desert with Golden King scorpions, slaughtering 15,312 people. Released the bloodthirsty spring in arid Star City, causing hunters to turn on each other, resulting in 32,320 deaths and 131,215 injuries. Lucio raised a brow, almost forgetting about this matter. The Golden Assembly was formed by survivors victimized by the 3 evil organizations Yin, Nest, and Extinction. Most of their missions targeted members of these groups, with title hunter-level bounties always carrying a hefty price. The kill rewards were pooled from all those with deep blood feuds against the target, accumulating into a bounty list as long as a bedsheet. As Lucio scanned the details, new anonymous funding surged in, pushing the total reward even higher. Further below were detailed records, skills, history, and crime reports. The death toll directly or indirectly caused by Du Shirshin had exceeded 6 figures, while countless unresolved massacres still blinked red under to be filed. It was no wonder the globe hunted this ruthless madman, and the bounty kept climbing. All right, they'll take it, Lucio said decisively, closing the spirit stream mirror. He agreed so readily for 3 main reasons. 1. The reward was genuinely enormous. Success would largely fill his financial gaps, possibly even leaving a surplus. Though the Decay Star skills attribute requirements were unknown, even if he couldn't use it himself, it could be exchanged for resources of equal value. 2. He had long wanted to face a true title hunter to test his limits. 3. Lucio was never a forgiving man. With Du Shixin's crimes laid bare, there was no way he could stand idly by. His final words echoed the opening declaration, officially setting into motion the deadly hunt for the Gu King. Before Du Shirshin tried to escape, she used the scorpion tail hook to attack herself. If he hadn't been alert and immediately used teleportation, the whole story might have ended right there. In that instant, life and death hung by a thread whenever Lucio recalled it. He still felt that chilling wave of terror. Gritting his teeth, he silently vowed. One day, he would make Du Shirshin experience the same despair. All right, he'll take it, Lucio said. Upon hearing this, Nie Fengyan nodded with satisfaction. Yi Xian, standing nearby, immediately got up and briskly left the room to fetch the crucial map. Once the door closed, only the two remained inside. Lowering his voice, Nie Fengyan brought up another topic. Have you heard of the title battle? Lucio nodded lightly. The title battle was a duel among title hunters. The only way to claim one's own official title was to fight through this bloody path. Not every hunter earned a title, so each battle was a grand event within the hunting alliance. Even in the late game, players eagerly talked about it. Bearing an official title with a powerful name was the clearest and most dazzling symbol of status. Lucio had once seen a female player called invincible. Those 2 words were so arrogantly bold that he had almost raised Frostmourne right there to challenge her. Only 20 slots are open each year for hunters aspiring to get a title, Nie Fengyan went on. Major factions usually recommend 1 or 2 candidates as training opportunities. Our Golden Assembly also has a slot, and I think I want to give it to you. Lucio's brow lifted in understanding. The chairman wants me to see the world? See the world? Nie Fengyan chuckled, eyes sharp as a blade. If you can cut down Du Shirshin, who already holds a title, what's there to see? I want you to claim your title before officially becoming a title hunter. A dual-class hunter, crowned ahead of time. That kind of talent won't be overlooked by the alliance leaders. They'll invest all their resources in you. I expect a new star to rise. His gaze burned with passion. In the corner, Lin Yufei also looked on with envy. Dreamed of that level, but knew he wasn't there yet. Lucio was momentarily stunned, not having expected such high hopes from the chairman. Knock knock, light tapping sounded at the door. Yi Xian returned holding a thick sheet of paper, the edges of the scroll still fragrant with ink. The map is here. Come, take a look at the sewers beneath Nantian Harbor. Nie Fengyan stood and gestured for everyone to gather around the table. Yi Xian spread the map wide. Dense networks of pipes sprawled across the page in a complex web. With a population over 1 million, Nantian Harbor was vast, and so was its labyrinthine underground drainage system. I've already arranged for a preliminary survey, as the chairman instructed, Yi Xian said quietly, pointing to several marked spots. The Nest organization hides very deep. They seem to have operated here for a long time. What's worse is they've laid down corrosive mists in the deep layers, blocking most spiritual and elemental detection. To figure out the internal structure, hunters have to infiltrate in person. But I feared alerting them, so I didn't send anyone recklessly. Nie Fengyan turned his gaze to Lucio and slid the map toward him. Study this carefully. Make sure you come up with a plan to catch them all. Time is tight. The year-end celebration is in about 10 days at Nantian Harbor. If we can't deal with Du Shirshin before then, we'll have to wait. It's best to act before the celebration. Du Shixin has been hiding for 3 months now, and his wounds should be healed. I suspect he's planning to cause trouble during the festivities. Yi Xian continued. After discussing for over 10 minutes, Yi Xian had urgent matters to attend to and left first. Soon after, Nie Fengjian's spirit flow mirror also received a message, indicating he had business to handle as well. He'll take the map back and study it further. He'll try to finalize the plan within the next couple of days, LV Xiao said, folding up the well-thumbed sheepskin map carefully and tucking it into his chest before standing up and heading to the kitchen. The food ingredients prepared earlier still hadn't been fully processed. No sooner had LV Xiao stepped out than Lin Yufei couldn't resist tugging on Nie Fengjian's sleeve. Master, Du Shixin is a long-established powerhouse and a ruthless leader of the Chao organization. Isn't it too dangerous to send LV Xiao after him? To Lin Yufei, though LV Xiao was the same age as him and had defeated a title hunter once, the gulf between title hunters was vast. Having accompanied Nie Fengyuan in multiple pursuits of Du Shixin, he understood better than anyone just how terrifying that man was. His strength fully deserved his title, and even worse, his methods were vicious and merciless. Lin Yufei recalled a time when he and his master infiltrated a mountain village under Du Shixin's control. That night, the cold, wet blood seeped through the stone cracks, turning the entire village into a living hell on earth. Over 1,000 people, none survived, not even the infants in their cradles escaped. That was when Lin Yufei first truly grasped that blood running like a river was no exaggeration, but a horrific reality. In his heart, Du Shixin was a demon stripped entirely of humanity. Nie Fengyuan, however, showed no concern, replying calmly, "Don't worry, I'm here." Entrusting Du Shixin's case to LV Xiao was a test for his disciple. If LV Xiao couldn't handle it or faced mortal danger, Nie Fengyuan would step in without hesitation. In the kitchen, Wang Xiaoming and the others had already devoured the first pot of steamed buns. "Shoga, are there more?" Wang Xiaoming looked hopeful, with Niu Jiaojiao and Tang Baibai nodding eagerly by his side. The rest lounged back in chairs, burping contentedly and chatting, while Lin Yinyan quickly became friends with Lu Yuero and a few others, something that quietly surprised LV Xiao. Of course, just wait. LV Xiao instructed the yellow-turbaned strongmen to open the cages again, as the fresh, fragrant dough danced beneath his fingertips. Wang Xiaoming, Niu Jiaojiao, and Tang Baibai, known as the three bottomless pits, lined up expectantly, eyes fixed on the food being prepared. The lively feast went on until 9 o'clock at night. It wasn't because they ran out of ingredients. LV Xiao's spatial bag was large enough, and combined with the Wonderland from the book, he had already stocked supplies for his future food shop, but because the three core recipes had all just been upgraded to treasure grade. 1. Hurricane Crab Roast Soup Bun Recipe Treasure Grade. Effect: permanently increases movement speed by 25, only triggered at first consumption. 2. Volcano Bun Recipe Treasure Grade. Effect: permanently ignores 47 defense, only triggered at first consumption. 3. Thousand Buttermilk Bun Recipe Treasure Grade. Effect: permanently increases final damage by 23, only triggered at first consumption. With all three recipes upgraded to treasure grade, LV Xiao was essentially ready for the preliminaries of the culinary competition. Next, he just needed to find time to purchase treasure grade ingredients from the Floating Cloud Merchant Guild. After all, to create treasure grade dishes, one naturally needed treasure grade materials. The elite ingredients prepared before simply wouldn't suffice. Thanks, everyone. Once this food competition wraps up, I'll officially prepare a full meal to treat you all, Lu Xiao said proactively as the event was winding down. Yeah. Niu Jiaojiao and Tang Baibai almost jumped up simultaneously, their ponytails swinging in wide arcs, excitement clearly written all over their faces. Ma Qilan raised his fist and pounded his chest twice with a muffled thud. "Just let me know if you need anything. Climbing mountains of blades or walking through furry, no problem." "Same here," Wang Xiaoming shouted along, his voice echoing down the corridor. After seeing off his friends, Lu Xiao summoned the Huangjin strongmen back into the book realm and then returned to his own room. The hot water washed over his weary shoulders, steam fogging the bathroom mirror. Minutes later, wrapped in a bathrobe with wet hair still dripping, he spread the freshly acquired sewer map of Nantian Harbor across the table. By evening, he, Nie Fengyuan, Yi Xian, and Lin Yufei had already gone over the map in detail. The first idea: release smoke into the sewers to force the Nest organization's members to surface. The core goal was to smoke out Du Shixin and avoid fighting in cramped tunnels. Title hunters are fearsome. If they fought underground, the damage could break through to the surface. With Nantian Harbor densely populated, casualties would be disastrous. But this plan was quickly rejected. Even with Nantian Harbor's cooperation, ordinary smoke would leak out vents and cause public panic. Poisonous gas was absolutely out of the question. All four agreed. Normal smoke wouldn't drive out Nest members. So the thinking shifted toward displacement. What if not smoke, but illusions or spirit beasts? Lin Yufei suggested. "Don't forget all Nest members are spirit beast hunters," Nie Fengyun said, shaking his head. If you throw a bunch of spirit beasts in there, half an hour later they'd mysteriously disappear. Then use summon void spirits? Same problem. Nie Fengyan was firm. Once Du Shixin senses exposure, hell bolt. Last time in Breeze Forest, I personally intercepted him, but he still escaped with his men. Title hunters are masters at evading capture. In the end, the four boiled their conclusions down to two options proposed by Nie Fengyan. 1. Pinpoint Du Shixin's exact location, then strike with lightning speed and lethal force when he's completely off guard. 2. Lure Du Shixin into a trap he absolutely cannot escape. That ended the discussion, and everyone dispersed. Lu Xiao remained behind, eyes fixed on the map, continuing to strategize. The main challenge of the first approach was precise localization. Yi Xian, the Nantian Harbor Branch chief, would fully cooperate with firepower. If Nie Fengyan could intervene covertly, plus help from Lu Bu, they estimated a 70 chance of instant elimination once Du Shixin showed any weakness. Presetting blockades would help contain any disturbance to a manageable level. The second approach was trickier, not only to tempt Du Shixin into the trap, but also to make sure it was escape-proof even for a title hunter. How to arrange the trap and bait him in, that was the true key. The difficulty lay in how to get Du Shixin caught in the trap, and how to build a trap that even a title hunter could not break free from. The next day, in the early morning, Nantian Harbor was still filled with a salty, fishy scent. Puddles seeping from cracks in the stone pavement reflected the dull, gray light of the sky. LV Xiao waded through shallow water that barely covered his feet, carefully tracing the narrow, twisting corridors of the sewers, methodically mapping their terrain and structure. Moss and rust mottled the walls, and from time to time he bent down to tap the pipes with his short staff, listening to the echoes to gauge the depth of the channel's one last check before setting his traps. In the afternoon, he arrived exactly on time at the top floor of the harbor's office building and pushed open Yi Xian's office door. Outside the window, cranes loomed over the port while white caps churned on the distant sea, but inside the room a faint scent of talisman ink hung in the air. LV Xiao got straight to the point. I need a trap that Du Shixin absolutely cannot escape from, plus an epic-grade ice element material. Yi Xian set down the scroll he was holding, drumming his fingers lightly on the desk as he pondered for a few moments before meeting LV Xiao's gaze. I have both. But just to be clear, the materials you use now will be deducted from your final commission. Of course. Thank you, LV Xiao said without hesitation. For him, any upfront cost was insignificant as long as he could claim the entire bounty for killing Du Shixin. Having two seasoned veterans from the Golden Assembly Yi Xian and Nie Fengyan lend their help was both a matter of connections and goodwill. One day, if he had the chance, he would pay that support forward to the next generation. Besides, Yi Xian was willing to front the resources, first a rare sign of trust from the organization. All right, wait here. He'll be back soon. Yi Xian rose, his robe swaying lightly as he disappeared down the hallway. The instant the door closed, LV Xiao's shoulders relaxed a little, his gaze drifting over the crowded cargo ships and soaring seagulls outside the window. He reviewed the battle plan again, informed by a full night of simulations and early morning reconnaissance. He had settled on option 2. Use a formation trap to completely immobilize Du Shixin, then wait for the right moment to strike. The first plan's fatal flaw was always location. Both of his detection abilities were heavily limited. The first was the star eye spawned from the Xinghui artifact. It could create an invisible reconnaissance avatar at a fixed spot, but the sensory barriers deep within the nest's sewer disrupted its connection to the host, as confirmed by this morning's testing. Unless he personally went through walls into the maze below, it was useless. Doing so recklessly would alert the Anemone way the nest, such a massive force, didn't have counter-invisibility methods. The second ability was endless pursuit. This invisible, intangible mark couldn't be detected or broken, and as long as LV Xiao saw Du Shixin's face even briefly, the mark would lock on. The problem was Du Shixin was now holed up deep inside the underground labyrinth. If he revealed himself, others would intervene, and LV Xiao wouldn't get to manage the hunt. So the only viable strategy was set the trap first, then encircle and annihilate. The thought sharpened in his mind like a blade sliding from its sheath, quietly awaiting release. The door opened again. Yi Xian returned carrying a pitch-black formation plate and an ice crystal box exuding a chilly mist. Hey, race what you asked for. He carefully placed the two items on the tea table. 100 Dragon Prison Formation. Grade, Epic. Effect, upon activation, 100 elemental array patterns fire, water, earth, wood, metal launch simultaneously to strike the target with a compound assault, instantly weaving an unbreakable energy cage. Uses, 13. Description, a masterpiece of the genius formation master compass. Even true dragons are said to struggle to break its seal. Ice Dragon Shocking Garment. Grade, Epic Quality 28. Description, tough dragon hide shed by the mythical ice field flying dragon, infused with intense cold. Provides protection in polar environments. Without matching ice elemental control, the wearer will instantly freeze into a lifeless ice statue upon contact. Looking at the misty ice box and the solid formation plate, LV Shio's mind flashed back to his design for an instant formation trap concept from years ago. Now it seemed all his disparate ideas had found a place to land. The idea of instantly deploying a trap could indeed be realized through formations. After this incident, I might as well learn some formation techniques. As for the epic material, Lucio has other plans for it. How does that sound? Yi Xian asked. That works. Thank you, Chairman Yi. Lucio nodded repeatedly. Shall we still meet in the conference room tonight? They'll also invite Chairman Nye to go over my plan in detail. All right, they'll wait for your proposal this evening. Yi Xian agreed. Based on yesterday's discussion, it was clear Lucio had chosen the second plan, so his urgent need for high-level traps wasn't surprising. But what exactly did he want to do with a single epic-grade ice element material? Yi Xian recalled the intel he had. Lucio didn't have any ice elemental spirit beasts, which only deepened his curiosity. Gathering the formation array and the ice dragon dread garment glowing with icy blue light, Lucio left the guild and headed straight to the floating cloud trading company. He did plan to strengthen himself before his showdown with Du Shixin, but not by relying directly on the epic material. His special arrow quiver was almost empty, and he needed to stock a fresh batch of high-grade beans. That was his true confidence. After finishing his purchases, Lucio frowned as he looked at the bill. His account card had already been drained by buying food supplies, so he had no choice but to charge everything to the rich lattice gold cloud card, that is, Yi Qiangshu's credit line to him. If he failed to successfully kill Du Shixin, he might truly have to marry into the Yi family just to pay off his debt. Thinking of this absurd possibility, he couldn't help but feel a bittersweet mix of amusement and exasperation. The sun set in the west, painting half the sky crimson with sunset glow. Exiting Nantian Port, Lucio followed the eastern mountain path up to a hillside hidden by dense woods, where he stopped. With a snap of his fingers, spiritual energy gathered in the air, and a platinum treasure chest covered in intricate patterns materialized out of thin air. He embedded the ice dragon dread garment and the 100-path prison dragon formation array disc into the bottom of the chest. The runes on the array disc glowed a deep blue before quickly sealing as the lid closed. Thus, a treasure chest trap that could be detonated at any moment was completed. Only one problem remained. How to lure Du Shixin into this gift box trap. Lucio crouched amid the grass, pondering for a long while. Setting traps always involved two things: the trap itself and the bait. Fishing requires bait, bird catching requires scattered grain. But what could attract the infamous Golden King scorpion hunter to bite? To find out, Lucio had carefully reviewed Du Shixin's dossier. Surprisingly, this bloodthirsty hunter had almost no vice. She never indulged in pleasures of wealth, women, or power, seemingly untouched by the original sins of desire. Even stranger, rumors claimed he was a pure love. His lover, a childhood sweetheart, had died in a sandstorm shortly after he became a professional hunter. After that, Du Shixin's temper changed suddenly, triggering the massacre of 15,312 people in the Golden Desert Oasis town by luring in Golden King scorpions. Such a bloody act made Lucio suspect there was more behind that sandstorm, but he found no proof. Du Shixin's movements betrayed no greed for money, beauty, or influence, only cold trails of ruthless killing. When a spirit beast hunter eschews lust and has no obvious hobbies, finding a weakness is almost harder than hunting an ancient beast. Yet no matter how ascetic, as long as Du Shixin wanted to grow stronger, there had to be a hunger for power hidden deep inside. Lucio looked up at the platinum treasure chest in the center of the trap, touching its icy metal with his fingertip. A faint, almost imperceptible smile curled on his lips. Du Shixin might ignore all temptations, but as long as he was still driven to become stronger, and even had the slightest bit of greed left in his heart, there was no way he could pass up a platinum chest capable of producing epic-grade items. At night, Lucio met with Nye Fengyun and Yi Xian in the conference room to discuss their plan. They hadn't brought Lin Yufei along after all. The kid hadn't even completed his first professional breakthrough yet, so he wasn't ready to join the upcoming battle. Lucio activated a mystical illuminated screen covered with runes and laid out his plan point by point. After inspecting the so-called platinum treasure chest on site, both Nye Fengyun and Yi Xian nodded in full agreement. If not for Lucio's warning, they might have been fooled by the chest's appearance, thinking it was a genuine rare artifact. No matter what method they tried, they couldn't tell it was a trap. As for why this fake treasure chest could be so convincing, Lucio's explanation was simple: professional skills unlocked after a career advancement. Those abilities varied wildly and could produce all manner of miracles, so something like this wasn't surprising. When do we move? Nye Fengyun asked, eyes fixed on him. Now, Lucio replied without hesitation. The longer we wait, the more likely things will go wrong. At dusk, he had finished rearranging the hillside and left watchful eyes behind, worried that some unlucky soul might accidentally trigger the trap. Nye Fengyun and Yi Xian exchanged a glance and nodded softly. They didn't have many people for this operation, but they were ready to go any time. No extra preparations needed. He'll notify the city lord and have him arrange patrols on the ground, Yixian said, folding the map as he stood. He'll approach from the west side, since it's closest to the city lord's mansion. Lu Xiu pointed to the western arc on the map. Then he'll sneak in from the east, by the harbor. Niefengyan indicated the far eastern end. He'll head south, Lu Xiu said, rising with his finger poised on the bottom of the map. The three split up and set off. Remember, staying alive comes first. Don't be reckless. Niefengyan patted Lu Xiu's shoulder before leaving. Got it, Chairman, Lu Xiu smiled in reply. A minute later, they each dashed through the gates of the Nansky Port branch of the Golden Assembly. The night had deepened, and after a busy day, Nansky Port was gradually quieting down. Only Fuyun Street and its surroundings remained brightly lit. Hunters came and went non-stop. Some accompanied their partners shopping for trinkets. Others toasted and chatted in taverns, while some fathers hurried home holding their children's hands. Since leaving the professional advancement realm, Lu Xiu had been busy either training his illusion beast or honing his cooking skills, rarely taking time to appreciate the simple warmth of human life. Standing at the street corner, he watched quietly for a moment and muttered under his breath, "Gotta drag the brothers out for a good meal sometime." The spirit flow mirror flickered faintly. Niefengyan, in position. Lu Xiu pulled a pre-prepared gas mask over his face, lifted the manhole cover, and jumped into the sewer. A shadow flashed as Ying Wang transformed into a long, robe-like sweater draped over his shoulders, and Xing Hui perched steadily on Lu Xiu's right shoulder. He moved quickly until his spirit sense encountered an invisible barrier, then stopped. "Lu Bu," he called quietly. Black mist surged as the burly Lu Bu stepped into the material world, his Fangtian Huaji spearing cold light. "What's that smell?" Lu Bu frowned. "Just the sewer. All the city's garbage ends up here," Lu Xiu said, handing him a gas mask. "Wear this, and you won't smell a thing." Lu Bu shook his head gently, refusing it. Gray mist curled around his cheeks and condensed in an instant into a ferocious demon mask. "Not bad." Lu Xiu took off his own gas mask and crafted one for himself as well. A faint gray mist gathered in Lu Xiu's palm, quickly taking shape as a demonic mask. This mask wasn't some intricate secret technique. It was a simple device woven from the power of the dead to block sense. Yet, staring at the terrifying visage, he suddenly felt constrained by the game's only use preset skills rule for too long. In the real world, elemental mastery meant hunters could freely manipulate elements. With enough control, there was no need to look up skill manuals. New techniques could be created on the spot. This mask was the perfect proof of that. "Mantis, in position." The words flashing on the spirit flow mirror snapped him out of his thoughts about custom skills. Mantis was Yi Xian's codename. Lu Xiu took a deep breath and swiped his fingertip across the mirror's surface. "Shadow Tiger move. Kill them all, leave none alive." The message instantly synced to Lu Bu. "Leave none alive?" Lu Bu's eyes gleamed with icy killing intent as he suddenly hoisted the Fangtian halberd and chopped down with a thunderous strike. Bang! The invisible barrier shattered like glass, scattering in shards. With the barrier broken, Lu Xiu and Lu Bu became two ghostly shadows darting deep into the sewer. At the same time, the west and east sides of Nantian Port's sewers echoed with the same crashing sounds. Nya, Feng slashing with his blade, Yixian punching fiercely, both smashing the barriers before them, then charging into the darkness. The seer's vision activated. Lu Xiu's eyes brightened sharply, his mental energy radiating outward from himself to detect the slightest anomalies. Pressing his right palm against the damp brick wall, he drew upon the earth element control taught in the Taiping Essentials technique to probe for hidden traps and devices underground. Rock Dragon Chariot. Before he finished speaking, the rocks beneath his feet shifted and rolled, forming into a snarling stone dragon coiled like a skateboard, swiftly propelling him forward. Then a second rock dragon chariot erupted from the wall, lunging at the elemental trap just triggered. Boom. The explosion detonated inside the stone dragon's stomach, the roar reverberating through the corridor. The dragon's body swelled hugely before withering and shattering, stones cascading down with a crash, but the ground itself remained unmoved. Shadows churned ahead. Lu Bu's figure flashed, the Fangtian halberd swinging down with the force of wind and thunder. Sput! A flash of cold light, and a black rabbit about waist-high dashed out of the shadows. Like it collided intentionally with the blade, it was cleaved in two. Trap Rabbit LV40 killed, gained 5,382 experience. Seeing the notification pop up, Lu Xiu's certainty grew. Deep inside must be the hidden base of the Hive organization. When he had cleared the Hive dungeon last life, had already encountered these trap rabbits. They were creatures formed from a phantom beast called the Dark Hole Rabbit by the Hive's genetic tampering. Originally, Dark Hole rabbits possessed an extremely keen sixth sense, able to detect dangers with remarkable sensitivity. After special breeding by the Hive, they mutated into trap rabbits, highly sensitive to any traps, specifically deployed to guard the outskirts with mechanisms and mines. Of course, most trap rabbits could only detect low-level traps if they could sense high-level dangers, The hive would have sent them to explore those perilous ancient civilization ruins instead of leaving them to clean the base's perimeter. Deep beneath the sewers of Nantion Harbor, Du Shershine stood on slick stone steps, his gaze cold and hard as he surveyed the scene below. A small basin had been carved out by brute force, and within it, hundreds of scorpion phantasmal beasts in every size and color tore at one another, their pincers clashing, their tails lashing. Shattered carapace and venom sprayed in all directions. The design of this venomous arena had come to him shortly after the Goose Spring ritual. It had taken only a few days to recreate a miniature version of its structure here in the sewers, complete with barriers, drainage channels, and vents for expelling toxins. For 3 months now, new scorpion beasts were released into the pit every night, fighting until only one remained. The victor would be collected, the losers dissolved into slurry. By now, Du Shershine had gone through over 10,000 of them, and he was just a handful away from gathering 100 champions. Once he had those 100, each one a proven killer, he could conduct another small-scale Goose Spring ritual and forge an ultimate phantasmal beast infused with the malice and resentment of 10,000 scorpions. That would fill the gap in his contracted beasts. 3 months ago, his battle with Nye Fengyun had cost him 2 of his 4 primary phantasmal beasts, one dead, one crippled. After returning to Nantion Harbor, he had personally put down the maimed one. He kept only a single backup beast, which meant his combat strength was still lacking. He needed to cultivate a 4th as quickly as possible to return to his peak. Suddenly, his head snapped up. His eyes locked onto the south, then swept rapidly toward the east and west. A pale blue crystal orb in his palm flared to life, and the images swirling within made his expression darken. In the eastern sewer, a bare-chested brute dragged a black battle axe as he barreled forward. Anything that drew near was either shattered by his shoulders or cleaved in two by the axe. Nye Fengyun. The view shifted west, revealing another mountain of muscle whose physique threatened to burst through his clothes, smashing through every pipe and obstacle in his path. Yi Xian, branch president of the Golden Assembly's Nantion Harbor chapter. The scene jumped again. To the south, a third figure appeared, a hunter wearing a demon mask, riding a dragon head formed of condensed rock as it surged forward. Stone shattered beneath him, kicking up waves of dust, and floating beside him was a void spirit wearing an identical mask. 3 titled hunters? A vein pulsed at Du Shershine's temple. Nye Fengyun hunting him alone had been troublesome enough. Now the man had brought 2 others of equal rank to corner him. They meant to kill him. My lord. A nest member came stumbling toward him, voice trembling. 3 powerful fighters have broken in. By the time you came to report, my corpse would already be cold. Du Shershine shot him an icy glance, then raised his hand and struck. The heavy barrier shattered on impact. Freed from confinement, the scorpion swarm scattered in chaos, but Du Shershine was already turning, striding swiftly away. Nye Fengyun blocked the east, Yi Xian the west, and that unknown titled hunter was closing in from the south. The only direction without an enemy was the northern passage. Retreat north. The thought flashed through his mind, but his steps faltered. Could this be exactly the trap Nye Fengyun wanted him to walk into? The possibility was high, but if he did not go north, the moment any one of them pinned him down, the other 2 would close in. Especially Nye Fengyun. Even at the peak of his strength, Du Shershine had nearly died beneath that battle axe. Now, with his 4th phantasmal beast still unformed, he stood no chance against the man at all. LV Xiao and Lu Bu moved through the sewer tunnels. As they went deeper, the surroundings became far from monotonous. Corridors reinforced with steel bars appeared along the walls, soundproof rooms lined the passages, and spacious halls soared overhead. Lit sconces with cold white light were fixed in the niches on both sides, illuminating every inch of the corridor. The stench was forcibly extracted, replaced by air so clean it could be breathed comfortably for hours. Meanwhile, various phantom beasts and members bearing the Hive organization's insignia began to appear one after another. They had fully stepped into the enemy's lair. A deafening beast roar suddenly exploded through the space. A Hive member opened a phantom beast portal, and from it thundered a pitch-black silver rock-inked bear, its limbs embedded with silver-colored rocks. The massive beast raised its head and spread its arms wide, trying to intimidate intruders with a mighty roar. Responding instantly was LV Xiao's already drawn armor-piercing arrow. Spiral arrow. The taut bowstring snapped loose, and the black arrow sliced through the air like a streak of shadow. Thud! Thud! The arrowheads first pierced deep into the ink bear's chest, tearing through its heart, then shot out from its back to pin itself squarely in the forehead of the Hive member. Beast and man fell backwards, almost simultaneously. 1 arrow, 2 kills, both vital strikes. LV Xiao's lips curved in a slight smile. His archery skills had improved by leaps and bounds recently, thanks entirely to the guidance of the archery master Lu Bu at his side. Master level was just the beginning. As the hunter rank advanced, with Lu Bu's mentorship, LV Xiao could hope to climb all the way to Grandmaster or beyond unless one day his own insight surpassed even Lu Bu himself. Elsewhere, Lubu reveled in the carnage. The Fontion Huaji glaive in his hand seemed to transform into a grim reaper's scythe, flashing cold, deadly light. Every swing reaped the lives of multiple phantom beasts and hunters alike. Though he hadn't activated Invincible under heaven, his terrifying stats over 600 in all attributes made short work of hive members who hadn't yet ascended their titles and phantom beasts yet to undergo their second evolution. Every corridor he passed through was left cleared without exception. Convert their bodies into the undead. Send them out to purge, LV Shio ordered while knocking another arrow. Lubu had little interest in these insignificant pests, but nodded in agreement. The Fontion Huaji lightly tapped the ground, releasing a tide of black mist that spread out. With a cold command rise, the undead power flowed into the corpses, and the previously scattered bodies twitched and rose, turning into shambling zombies that broke apart to hunt. LV Shio didn't care for this low-tier fighting force. His mission was to hunt down Du Shixin, and he had no time to chase after retreating hive members. It was more practical to treat their phantom beasts as experience sources. Lubu was his virtual god. Any phantom beasts killed by the undead also granted LV Shio experience points. At the same time, he deployed 2 fire yellow turban strongmen and 2 source wood yellow turban strongmen, splitting forces to intercept. Press forward. After a brief cleanup, the 2 pressed on without hesitation, soon reaching the core of the hive organization's Basia room, holding many different phantom beasts confined within pitch-black cages. In the modestly sized room, 2 walls lined with stacked prison cages rose all the way up to the ceiling, leaving only a narrow aisle down the middle for passage. Lucio walked between them, the muffled clanging of his boots striking iron plates echoing through the tight corridor. At the bottom of the cages lay the cloud-striding tiger, its vertical pupils fixed on him. The bright-winged white crane crouched silently, wings folded neatly. The smoke ox's chest rose and fell heavily, its hot breath steaming the air. The scent of fear, despair, and anger mingled with the damp smell of rust, hitting his nostrils forcefully. These were all rare and precious spirit beasts seldom seen in Yunqing Prefecture, many of them even from distant foreign lands. Yunqing Prefecture was located at the far eastern edge of the Hunting Alliance, backed by the Boundary Sea, while the foreign territories lay all the way to the west. Lucio wondered to himself, how were these foreign spirit beasts brought all the way to Nantian Port? By long and arduous overland travel? Using spatial artifacts for teleportation? Or perhaps by sea, taking a wide detour around the Boundary Sea? A shadow flickered at a corner, and his gaze stopped. There, in the lowest cage, a frail girl was confined. Butterfly-like phantasmal wings unfolded from her shoulder blades, and the thin white garment barely veiled her skin. Above her head, a pale green label glowed clearly. Jade Butterfly Demon LV35. Jade Butterfly Demon. Lucio's heart jumped. Wasn't this the queen-level spirit of the lesser spirit butterflies from the 14th floor of the Tower of Heaven, the Fairy Queen's Garden? That Tower of Heaven in the foreign lands had 100 floors and was known in the game as a giant dungeon labyrinth, each floor a world unto itself. The lesser spirit butterfly was a wood element creature, naturally gifted with healing and buffing abilities, while the Jade Butterfly Demon was its king variant, boasting the exclusive divine skill Grow Big, Quickly. Lucio's mind immediately recalled the skill description. Grow big quickly. Active skill causes the target to enlarge 35 times in size, doubling their strength, having their agility, and granting a dominant status. Lasts for 3 minutes. Cooldown 1 hour. Dominant's body cannot be controlled or knocked down. In latest-stage PvP battles, this skill had given him no end of headaches. That's why when selecting auxiliary spirit beasts for his sacred Lifebringer relics, he had immediately thought of the lesser spirit butterfly. Unfortunately, the Tower of Heaven was in foreign lands, so he couldn't venture there anytime soon and had to give up. He never imagined that today, the Nest organization would travel thousands of miles just to deliver the Jade Butterfly Demon King variant right to him. No need to say anything. Thanks to the prison overlord's gift. Lucio's heart surged with joy, and he almost laughed out loud on the spot. Brothers, it's time to get new spirit beasts again. He recalled his Shadow King beast was also personally given by Du Shixin and jokingly thought, maybe I should just spare Du Shixin for now and come to him whenever I need spirit beasts. Of course, that was just a joke. What needed killing, still needed killing. With that thought, he casually stroked his chin. Maybe he actually could drop by the Nest organization's base every so often. Acting on the whim, he swept his hand, unfolding a fairy tale realm in his palm. Like a giant book silently flipping pages, it sucked up all the cages and beasts lining the corridor into the volume. The Jade Butterfly Demon would have to wait until they returned to sign the contract. For now, the urgent matter was to continue hunting Du Shixin. As for all the other rare spirit beasts, Lucio already had a plinto hand them all over to the Floating Cloud Trading Guild. That way, he could settle his debts once and for all and make a hefty profit. Besides, there were surely some mutated or king-level beasts among those cages he hadn't identified, yet they could help him pick out suitable mounts. He was even planning to find Lu Bu a horse king on the side. The mirror of Ling Lu suddenly glowed. On its surface appeared the image of Nie Fengyun, who had already locked onto Du Shixin's figure, had just left Nantian port and was heading steadily north. Upon receiving this intel, LV Xiu's eyes brightened sharply. What he wanted was for Du Shixin to step into the northern zone. The assault around Nantian port was arranged in a surround on 3 sides, leave 1 gap formation. The only opening to the north was the life gate LV Xiu had intentionally left, but it was actually laced with Dangera platinum treasure chest trap that he had personally buried there. As for whether Du Shixin would open it, LV Xiu was certain. Even if reason resisted, greed would always overcome caution. Shadow Tiger, keep your distance and pressure him. Don't reveal yourself, he whispered to the mirror of Ling Lu, then pulled out the Earth DUI talisman. The barrier of the Nest organization's base had just been able to block Earth-based teleportation, but now, with Du Shixin retreating, that obstacle had vanished. LV Xiu retracted his spear, absorbed the star beak into his phantom beast space, and then burst into the ground like an elevator shooting upward. The next moment, he broke through the soil and dashed swiftly toward the northern treasure chest ambush point. At that moment, Du Shixin was filled with unease. He had long suspected Nie Fengyun might have set a trap on the northern line, so he advanced cautiously, even sending underlings ahead to scout. But they moved slowly, holding him back at every step. Just as he hesitated, Nie Fengyun suddenly appeared before him, delivering a close-range, nearly lethal blade strike that almost cut him in 2 on the spot. Du Shixin barely escaped by having dozens of subordinates block the blow, acutely sensing the killer intent radiating from Nie Fengyun without the slightest concealment. After that brief fight, realization hit him sharply. The north might not be a trap at all, but the only survived escape route from a golden scale ambush. Nie Fengyun's relentless chase and kill attempts proved the enemy wanted to stop him from fleeing northward. With that in mind, Du Shixin decisively abandoned all his men, slipped alone through the sewers, burst out of Nantian port's gates, and headed toward the northern mountains, unleashing his spiritual senses to the fullest to catch any sudden attack amid the shadows. The night was deep and heavy. Just as he stepped into the dark forest, his senses caught a faint aura of treasure Energia platinum treasure chest, quietly standing on a hidden hillside several hundred meters away. A platinum chest? His heart skipped a beat, and Du Shixin instinctively slowed his pace. A sudden thought flashed. How could this thing appear here? Had it just naturally crystallized, or was it Nie Fengyun's trap? The closer he got, the more intense the treasure aura became, as if invisibly luring his soul. A platinum treasure chest almost guaranteed an epic class item inside, and as a hunter with only 3 epic abilities, 2 phantom beast skills, and a blade technique learned from a skill book, in just 1 epic item and 1 epic weapon to his name. Acquiring another perfectly matched epic treasure would be a game changer. Treasure chests are born naturally from heaven and earth. Never heard of anyone using one as a trap, he murmured, torn between greed and caution. Worse, the chest stood directly in his escape route, single moment to open it. Then he had to run immediately. In the end, greed won out. Du Shixin hurried forward, raising his hand and prying the lid open at near full speed, not even confirming what lay inside yet planning to grab it and stash it in his ring first. But the instant the lid lifted, a bone-chilling cold exploded from the sky, and hundreds of colorful elemental runes burst forth in every direction simultaneously. Du Shixin, boo-how! Boom! The thunderous explosion echoed across the skies and earth, jolting nearly everyone in Nantian port. Outside the city, the northern sky blazed with streams of multicolored runes that twisted and fell like luminous waterfalls, more dazzling than any fireworks from past year-end festivals, as if heralding the arrival of a divine artifact. The deafening blast shattered countless hunters' dreams, sparking a frenzy of whispered speculation throughout the streets and alleyways. The boldest had already grabbed their guns and swords, rushing beyond the city walls, shouting, "Hunters, let me see what's going on." Atop the northern mountain peak, the ground and sky across thousands of meters were woven into an intricate cage by over 100 runes of varied colors. At the cage's center stood a 3-meter pillar of ice crystal, inside which Du Shixin was frozen, his expression forever frozen in a moment of terror. The ice prism refracted the flowing light of the runes, resembling a lifeless crystal statue. Haha, I knew that would be his face. Yi Xian, standing beyond the runic cage, laughed heartily. The satisfaction of witnessing his trap catching the enemy was exhilarating to his very bones. On a nearby slope, Nie Fengyun folded his arms and watched with a pleased expression. He had been pursuing Du Shixin for a long time, and finally trapping the villain in the 100-dragon prison array today meant no matter what, he was determined to bury this evil once and for all. LV Xiu was the last of the 3 to arrive, and the only hunter among them yet to earn his title. Slower on foot, he hesitated for a moment when he saw the frozen statue of Du Shixin. He felt a pang of conscience. Du Shirshin had once gifted him rare phantom beasts, while LV's return gift had been a deadly treasure box trap. But thinking of the hundreds of thousands of innocent lives Du Shirshin had mercilessly taken, he gritted his teeth. Today, justice would collect its debts, along with the souls left behind. The explosion's power of the treasure box trap had proven proportional to the box's grade and the quality of materials inside. A platinum treasure box filled with epic-grade Phantom Beast materials was the most extravagant setup LV Shio could muster, and it delivered a resounding blast and freezing effect all at once. He's not dead yet, Nia Fengyun warned, deliberately holding back to let LV Shio have the final strike. If LV failed, Nia would finish the job. Either way, Du Shirshin was destined to die today. Before he finished speaking, LV Shio stepped confidently into the 100-dragon prison array. Carrying runes left by the host, he moved in and out with ease. His master Lin Nanwen's teachings echoed in his mind. Give no enemy room to breathe. Strike decisively to end it all in one blow. LV Bu, Shadow King, Starbeak. Immediately, the virtual god and two phantom beasts materialized. LV Bu tore through the air, launching a leap 100 meters from Du Shirshin. With a mighty swing, his screeching halberd carved through the air, radiating a dark, deadly aura like thunder crashing down. Shadow King charged from the flank, wrapped in black flames that surged fiercely with speed and heat. Star Beak circled above, its wings crossed into two blazing stars, locking onto the target before crashing downward. LV Shio himself did not relent. From his spatial backpack, he drew his longbow and armor-piercing arrows, movements so practiced they were instinctive. The bowstring twisted tightly around the arrow, continuously spinning and contracting. Spiral arrow. At its limit, the bowstring snapped with a loud crack like a bullet firing. The black arrow flew so fast it became a blurry shadow streaking through the air. Just as all the attacks were still about 20 meters away from Du Shirshin, an invisible ripple burst explosively from the pale blue pendant on his chest. A low, rumbling hum surged forth like an unseen tide, spreading outward in circles. In an instant, the ice encasing him shattered into fragments, and the arrows, ice blades, and fierce winds flying toward him were all deflected. The spiral arrow shot by Lu Shio, normally tracing a spinning path, was halted midair by the ripple before rolling back. Bang! The pendant reached its limit and crumbled into fine powder scattered across the ground. The final ripple, like a massive wave, completely cleared the space within 30 meters in front of him. Freed from his bonds, Du Shirshin hunched over, gasping heavily, his eyes fixed on the powdery remains. This was his last card to survive the epic-grade consumable called Vibrating Ripple Stone. Activated by mental power, it could instantly generate a barrier repelling all attacks. He had once used it to fend off a combined assault from 4 titled hunters. Now, the item was ruined, the chill lingering, and his anger slowly cooling. The platinum treasure chest had yielded him no benefit, yet he had lost an epic item and fallen into a trap laid by Nia Fengyun. Du Shirshin gave a bitter laugh. His greed had brought this hardship, but it was no surprise. Who could resist the lure of a platinum bait? He turned his head to look at Lu Shio. The shockwave had pushed back the attack, and Lu Shio had already withdrawn Lu Bu and Shadow King to stand guard before him, ready to fight again at any moment. Du Shixin's gaze swept over the 2 spirit beasts level 52. The contracted beasts of spirit beast hunters were level 52, so this guy himself, along with the void god, must be the double-class hunter who had recently slaughtered members of the feast organization in the advancement realm. Looking next at Yi Xian and Nia Fengyun standing arms crossed watching outside the formation, Du Shirshin suddenly understood. They were using him as a testing stone. He grinned, a cruel smile stretching his lips. Be careful you don't dull your blade by sharpening it too much. With a fierce motion, his right fist slammed into the ground. Beast form. Sizz. A golden light shot up from the earth, summoning a gigantic, radiant sand scorpion behind him that instantly fused with his body. In the blink of an eye, a towering golden scorpion humanoid nearly 2.5 meters tall stood in his place, a 3-meter-long tail with a filthy purple tip trailing behind signaling a venom deadly in an instant. Du Shirshin pushed off the ground, sending stones flying as he transformed into a golden shadow charging straight toward Lu Shio. A streak of silver light flashed over his golden armor mid-flight. Beast armor. A smaller silver sand scorpion phantom appeared briefly before imprinting itself onto his chest, arms, and thighs, visibly boosting his aura. His right arm morphed into a sharp, giant pincer glowing with pale purple poison light, leaving a long streak of light as he dashed through the air. Die! A fierce killing intent slammed forward, but Lu Shio did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, placing Void God and the 2 spirit beasts in front of him as a shield, shouting, Lu Bu, get him! Lu Bu slightly lifted his chin, his eyes coldly scrutinizing Du Shirshin as she charged toward him. He did not attack immediately. Keeping calm, He waited until Du Shirshin was about 10 steps away before slamming his Fantian Huaji polearm fiercely against the ground. Unrivaled under the sky. Spreading his arms wide, a formidable aura burst forth like an unbridled wild dragon, scattering in all directions, surging like a tidal wave. That overwhelming force slammed hard against Du Shirshin as she rushed forward, brutally slowing her momentum. She felt as if her feet had sunk into a swamp. Every step cost her several times the effort. A fierce light flickered in Lu Bu's eyes as the rushing aura around him suddenly darkened with a shadowy, ghostly hue. That crushing pressure instantly solidified into an invisible barrier. Du Shirshin collided with it, as if hitting a thick wall, and could advance no further. Watching from a distance, Lu Xiao muttered to himself. This guy is clearly using the same aura suppression technique against Du Shixian, definitely holding a grudge. Immobilized under the suffocating pressure, Du Shirshin stared dumbfounded. Isn't this a phantasmal god summoned by a level 52 hunter? Phantasmal god levels matched their summoners, and Lu Bu was confirmed to be only level 52. Yet this suppressing power far exceeded what a level 52 phantasmal god should possess. Du Shixian's curiosity about Lu Bu's background instantly surged. She was not alone. Observers Yi Xian and Nie Fengyun also became intrigued. What's Lu Xiao's phantasmal god's deal? Yi Xian whispered. No idea. Didn't ask. Nie Fengyun shook his head but equally marveled. Just from the aura displayed so far, this person would be a top-tier powerhouse worthy of historical fame for sure. Gotta ask after the fight. Just as the aura suppression fully formed, Lu Bu took a bold stride, and then suddenly leapt up. Clutching the Fantian Huaji with both hands, his muscles tensed, and he dove downward like a falling mountain. The move was the same as before, but now empowered by his aura, the strength difference was vast. Du Shirshin could feel from the fierce wind hitting her face that she couldn't block directly. She slammed her right foot onto the ground fiercely, using the recoil to launch herself backward. Boom! The Fantian Huaji struck, sending a violent shockwave across a 100-meter radius. Spiderweb cracks spread wildly over the ground, even causing the 100-dragon imprisoning formation talismans to hum. Amid rolling dust, a fissure rapidly shot toward Du Shirshin, moving far faster than the other cracks. Bang! The fissure exploded, unleashing a roaring gray shockwave from within. Faintly shaped like a raging human form, Lu Bu had secretly embedded his soul-reaping strike in this attack. Without hesitation, Du Shirshin swung both giant scorpion pincers, slashing purple arcs through the air. With two puff sounds, she sliced the shockwave into countless sparkling fragments. But before the fragments fell, her body shuddered and her teeth clenched tightly. Damn it, a soul attack. The soul pain made her breath hitch. With no time to recover, Lu Bu was already ghost-like close. With over 1,000 points in agility, his speed was near instantaneous. The Fantian Huaji trailed a deadly gray glow, the killing intent deafening. In a flash, Du Shixian's eyes snapped wide open. 1,000 eyes. Her pupils vertically slit. Golden eyes like a serpent's mythical beast slowed everything to a clear crawl. Lu Bu's once ghost-like speed was no longer elusive. Each movement was visible and traceable to her. Sensing the soul-burning, undead power radiating from the Fantian Huaji, he swiftly flicked both scorpion pincers, and a sharp, gleaming blade instantly sprang from the center of the pincers. Clang! The twin blades precisely blocked the spearhead. Boom! The air exploded with a terrifying reverberation that burst between the two. The ground beneath Lu Bu and Du Shirshin cracked apart violently. The earth shattered. Within 100 meters, fist-sized chunks of stone were blasted into the air in all directions. You're a bit stronger than that sheep from last time, Lu Bu said with a faint lift of his grim expression as he saw Du Shirshin block his strike. I hope you'll let me have some real fun. Before the words finished, the Fantian Huaji slashed down again, like a lightning strike flowing endlessly. Du Shixian's twin blades surged with poisonous light, matching the relentless assault with his own continuous slashes. In just a few seconds, they clashed more than 10 times midair. Each strike sparked fire, a horrifying wall of gray undead energy, weaving with purple toxic rays between them. Amid the fierce battle, Du Shirshin mentally sized up Lu Bu. This virtual god not only possessed the physique of a hunter-level title holder, but also wielded spear techniques worthy of a master. No wonder members of the banquet organization in the professional advancement realm had fallen to him. Typical hunters wouldn't last a single encounter. Luckily, blade skills are master level 2. In the distance, Lu Xiao sat astride the Shadow King, holding the whispering longbow of the Wind Fairy and a piercing arrow. His flowing cloud eyes and profound seer vision activated simultaneously, locking onto Du Shirshin with no blind spots in a 360-degree radius. Yet he held back from shooting. A speed gap was just too great, and firing might only distract Lu Bu. I could help attack, but let him have his fun, Lu Xiao thought, clearly sensing Lu Bu's current pleasure. He wasn't idle, focusing intently on analyzing the target. Combining the Golden Assembly database with the live battle situation, Lucio was nearly certain that Du Shirshin was the personal power-type phantom beast hunter the teacher had mentioned. This school channels all the phantom beast powers into oneself. 1. The Ace Phantom Beast Golden King Scorpion provides beast transformation materials. 2. The second main force Cold Silver Mad Scorpion uses a perfected skill beast armor to become reinforced armor. 3. The original third and fourth main forces Shadow Soaring Snake and Hundred-Headed Heavenly King Spider also possess auxiliary skills, but recent intelligence from Nya Fengyun revealed one is dead and the other incapacitated, so whether those are replenished remains unknown. Even with only 2 beasts left, Du Shirshin was still terrifyingly strong, managing to hold an even fight against Lu Bu. Impressive. Impressive. Lucio couldn't help but murmur in admiration. If Du Shirshin knew he was being praised for standing toe-to-toe with Lu Bu, he'd probably curse loudly it's level 93 over here, and that guy's only 52. Plus, he hasn't even undergone that career advancement that grants life migration. Suddenly, Lucio's gaze fixed on the ground not far away. Shadow roar. Roar. The Shadow King obeyed without hesitation, opening its mouth to bellow. A wild surge of dark, chaotic energy condensed into a solid shockwave that slammed into the earth. The next moment, the soil exploded open, and a blood-red long worm wildly shot out. Its head a gaping abyssal maw lined with countless razor-sharp blades. A black shockwave slammed into the gaping abyss, triggering a massive explosion. Using the fiery blast as cover, Ingwang swiftly put distance between himself and the danger zone in the blink of an eye. Lucio narrowed his eyes and scanned the battlefield, immediately spotting a fissure cracking open along the ground. Suddenly, a colossal worm with razor-sharp rock scales burst forth, screeching as it soared into the air. Above its head, a glowing golden info bar flashed clearly thousand-blade rock-eating worm LV-87. This was the third phantom beast recently added by Du Shirshin. Lucio silently praised himself. If it weren't for my earth element control having upgraded to advanced level, this guy would have been a real nightmare. Boom, boom, boom. Thwarted in its ambush, the thousand-blade rock-eating worm violently swung its massive body midair, smashing its gigantic tail on the ground before burrowing back underground. It darted rapidly toward Lucio's position, its huge form carving deep furrows in the earth, pulverizing sand and stones into dust. Thanks to his advanced earth element mastery, Lucio clearly tracked its movement pattern beneath the surface. Rock Dragon Chariot. Scatter beans into soldiers. He hushed the whisper of the wind fairy and sprang into action with both hands. His right hand lifted, summoning 8 dragon heads formed from giant brownish rocks, each roaring in unison. His left hand thrust forward, launching for gleaming white beams in arcing trajectories. In a single breath, 8 rock dragon chariots struck underground one after another, intercepting the thousand-blade rock-eating worm Hedon. The worm's sharp head pierced straight through the first dragon head. The second and third were smashed to pieces. Yet, when it rammed into the fourth, its raging momentum noticeably weakened. The fifth and sixth chariots completely halted its advance. The seventh and eighth acted like a double shock, forcing the enormous worm out of the ground and sending its massive body tumbling through the air. Phantom beasts that have evolved twice are just insane. Lucio panted heavily. Although he could launch 14 rock dragon chariots consecutively, his simultaneous limit was 8. Any more would overwhelm his mental capacity. Fortunately, the perfect tier skill rock dragon chariot did not disappoint. He almost achieved his goal. 4 icy white beams flashed brilliantly in midair, transforming on impact into 4 burly warriors clad in full frost armor, each wielding an enormous ice crystal hammer radiating chilling energy. At the same time, far below in the South Skyport sewer, the previous batch of yellow-turbaned strongmen battling scorpion phantom beasts and providing Lucio with experience suddenly scattered, their summoning slots replaced. This time, Lucio deliberately used the perfect grade polar ice beans purchased from the Floating Cloud Guild before the battle. Choosing ice attribute beans and using epic ice materials when setting treasure box traps were strategic decisions. Data showed that Du Shirshin's Ace Phantom Beast, the Golden King Scorpion, was highly vulnerable to frost. Polar Cold Yellow Turban Strongman 4. Level 52. Element Mastery, Mid-level Demon Power, Mid-level Ice. Final attributes: Strength 356-380, Agility 356-380, Constitution 356-382, Spirit 356-379. Skills: 1. Ice Hammer Strike LV7. Hits target with an ice crystal hammer, causing freeze effect. 2. Ice Armor Indestructible LV5 Passive, 200 defense, reduces physical and elemental damage by 40, slows attack speed of attackers. 3. Ice Heart Talisman Water LV3. Automatically restores health when below threshold and clears negative mental statuses. The 4 yellow turban strongmen, each with near 400 final attributes, landed roaring and charged forward, swinging their ice crystal hammers with relentless force, smashing down toward the still flipping thousand-blade rock-eating worm. 80, 80, 80. Thud, thud, thud. The ice crystal warhammer came crashing down, smashing the thousand-blade rock-eating worm just barely thrown from the ground back into the earth. The spreading chill nearly carved a glacier across the soil. The worm let out a furious screech. Its thick, segmented body shattered the frost coating suddenly, then coiled back like a giant python, locking its grip tightly around the four extreme cold yellow turban warriors. Its shell scraped harshly against their icy armor, emitting sharp, popping sounds. But in the next instant, frost quickly reformed over its body. The yellow turban warriors ignored the constriction completely. Their icy armor rang with each movement, their arms swinging the relentless ice crystal hammers like tireless siege engines, pounding the earth so hard dirt flew. Just as the worm was nearly strangled to death, one warrior suddenly pulled a bowl of magic talisman water from his breastplate, tipped his head back and downed it in one gulp, then pressed onward with unyielding ferocity, as if he were a fearless martyr. Shadow roar, starfall, spiral arrow. Lucio, watching from afar, didn't let up his barrage, calling out commands. He coordinated with two phantom beasts to unleash a relentless stream of ranged attacks. Meanwhile, Du Shirxin, locked in fierce combat with Lu Bu, constantly glanced toward the struggle between the worm and the warriors. Though both sides displayed master-level martial prowess, no matter what hunting skills or even epic moves Du Shirxin tried, the opponent's terrifyingly seasoned combat instincts expertly nullified every strike. Who trained this virtual god's experience? Du Shirxin muttered bitterly while searching for a way to break the stalemate. Then he released his third phantom beast, a twice-evolved mutant thousand-blade rock-eating worm, hoping to ambush Lucio. But the ambush was effortlessly seen through. The giant worm was quickly suppressed by the four extreme cold yellow turban warriors summoned by Lucio. That was a backup phantom beast Du Shirxin had painstakingly raised, yet it was dominated by a mere level 52 hunter. Only then did Du Shirxin truly grasp Lu Bu's terrifying edge. Only a knowledge hunter equally powerful can manifest such an abnormal virtual god. If the Golden Assembly has newcomers like that, the other two major guilds better watch their backs. Within the hunting alliance, he caught a glimpse of the future, but immediately gritted his teeth. Still, I'm going to live. I haven't avenged Kaya yet. No matter how brilliant the enemy, today is their last day. He crossed his twin blades to block Lu Bu's halberd, but suddenly his legs gave out. He plunged toward the earth, two scorpion clock phantoms dragging him underground. Cowardly vermin, you dare to run? Lu Bu frowned, a hint of frost flickering in his eyes. Lucio, ever vigilant, saw Du Shirxin vanish into the soil from afar and instinctively tracked his stealthy direction. He understood immediately. Turning to kill the knowledge hunter himself after failing to beat the virtual god? He chuckled lightly. Facing such a common tactic, he chose to reveal his trump card. Let me show you my ultimate move. Beast King transformation, Starbeak. The Starbeak perched on his shoulder flashed into light, merging seamlessly with his form. In an instant, the glow faded, his flesh and blood had transformed into radiant starlight, 7 brilliant stars connected within him. The brightest was called Breaker of Armies. Wings of stellar light unfurled along his spine, pristine and immaculate. With a gentle flap of his wings, Lucio soared upward, instantly hovering in midair. The earth exploded, and Du Shirxin burst from underground. Looking up, he froze in place, his mind blank with disbelief. How was he flying? Soaring into the sky, Lucio flew straight to the highest point of the 100-path dragon imprisonment formation. The howling gale roared in his ears as he lifted his hand and drew his longbow whisper of the wind fairy. Empowered in every aspect by the Starbeak attribute, his strength and agility surged dramatically. Combined with the vantage of flowing cloud eyes and the seer's vision, his precision was enough to make a single arrow truly threaten Du Shirxin. From his spatial pouch, he carefully pulled out a treasure-grade arrow, the Polar Frost Arrow. Grade, treasure. Attribute, 50 damage. Special effect, upon hitting, immediately triggers freezing, slowing, and frostbite. Crafted by master artisans over months, this arrow's core was rare polar frost, imbued with intense ice power that could freeze targets instantly, chilling flesh and blood to the core and disrupting bodily functions. Lucio specifically prepared it for Du Shirxin. This was an upgraded form of a fine-grade ice crystal arrow, each costing as much as 30,000 alliance coins. Spiral arrow. The bowstring was pulled into a tense oval shape. If not for the exquisite workmanship of the bow, his raw force would have snapped it. Lucio silently resolved to upgrade to a higher-tier longbow once he returned. Bang! The string's twang was accompanied by a sonic boom as the polar frost arrow sliced through the air, shining like a falling meteor under the starlight. Shadow dash. Du Shirxin nearly reflexively activated his acceleration skill. His figure blurred into a chaotic, ghostly shadow, flickering and darting in the darkness. The next moment, thud! The arrow slammed into the ground, shattering into a brilliant ice bloom as cold spread instantly around. Lucio's gaze sharpened, immediately adjusting his tactics. 3 polar frost arrows were knocked simultaneously. Focus strike 3 arrows unleashed. The rain of arrows was like a storm of frost. Du Shirshine continuously retreated, shards of ice shattering at his feet. Again, 3 arrows. Keep going, 3 arrows. Blue-white streaks crisscrossed the night sky like falling stars. Each polar frost arrow cost 30,000 alliance coins. Lucio had stocked 30 bundles, 300 arrows in total. 100 volleys of triple shots at his command. Though his funds were tight, he spared no expense, determined to wound Du Shirshine. Du Shixin's mind churned in panic as he fled desperately. After his shadow serpent was slain by Nye Fengyun, he lost all aerial combat capability. Hoping to compensate with a 4th spirit beast, the plan fell through before he was cast out of Nantian Harbor. Now the newly ascended hunter poured relentless fire from above, leaving Du Shirshine choked with frustration and fury. "Come down here and fight me if you dare," he roared, suddenly hurling a golden sand scorpion. Substitute armor. The shimmering golden shell met the incoming Fontian halberd midair. Flesh and chitin flew as the spear's gleam struck like thunder. Seeing Du Shirshine exposed on the ground, Lu Bu's hesitation vanished. His polearm danced wildly as he surged forward in an instant. High above, Lucio did not pause. Repeated use had boosted his Beast King transformation to level 3, extending its duration to 20 minutes and shortening cooldown to 20 hours. Meanwhile, Lu Bu's invincible under heaven lasted only 10 more minutes. The battle demanded swift resolution. Lucio sheathed the whisper of the wind fairy and stretched his arms wide, as if embracing the entire starry sky. Beast King transformation broken army, Starbeak's signature skill 7, stars consecutive slaughter. The 7 stars execution summoned the power of the stars to strike a 5 square meter area affecting the spirit attribute. This was followed by a continuous barrage from the 7-star forces Tan Lang, Zhu Min, Lu Siyuan, Wen Shu, Lian Jun, Wu Chu, and Pa Jun dealing spirit attribute damage multiplied by 3. Each successive strike of the 7 stars increased in power by 20. The originally pitch-black night sky suddenly brightened with a cluster of radiant stars, a shimmering galaxy stretching across the distant horizon, dazzling and freely scattering starlight. A vast cascade of starry brilliance suddenly fell from above, as if the celestial curtain had been torn apart. Countless blazing meteors left trails of white-hot flames slicing through the night. Bathed in this endless rain of light, Lucio's eyes, deep like the starry sea, looked down from above, locking onto Du Shirshine below. With a single airborne palm strike, his right hand seemed to grasp the sky and slam down, instantly gathering stellar energy to unleash a cataclysmic blast covering the 5 square meter spirit attribute area. The Star Fury strike thundered down upon the earth, each pattern of the 100-fold dragon cage formation glowing brightly under the blast's light. Du Shirshine looked up to see 7 giant stars: Tan Lang, Zhu Min, Lu Siyuan, Wen Shu, Lian Jun, Wu Chu, and Pa Jun igniting one by one on the horizon, like 7 sharp swords suspended in midair, poised to fall in succession. A chill ran through him. The 7 stars' execution's power increased with each hit by 20, making any attempt to dodge utterly futile. Suddenly, a torrential shower of starlight poured down. Cold sweat drenched Du Shixin's brow as he instinctively ducked, trying to burrow into the ground. But the earth beneath him trembled violently. Lu Bu had already moved in, slamming his right foot down. The ground within 100 meters cracked open, stones flying, and from the depths of the fissures, countless shriveled arms of lost souls clawed upward in agonized screams, as if the gates of hell had been flung open. Frozen in horror, Du Shirshine realized that burrowing down was a sure path to capture. Just as his focus shattered, the Fang Tian Huaji halberd above sliced down, trailing a dark gleam. Clang sparks flew as Du Shirshine barely raised his twin blades to block. In a flash, his scorpion tail hook suddenly sprang forth, dripping with purple-black venom, transforming into a shadowy strike aimed at Lu Bu's brow. The venomous hook was as fast as lightning, but Lu Bu's right hand suddenly loosened its grip on the halberd. Leaning forward, he dodged the strike, twisting his shoulder, and with a fist the size of a clay pot wrapped in roaring thunder, struck Du Shixin's face. Boom! The punch exploded with tremendous force, shaking Du Shixin's face bones violently. He was blasted flying hundreds of meters, crashing into a distant mountain hollow like a broken sack. The first star in the sky screamed down, exploding the mountain hollow into a deep crater. The following stars poured down like a cascading waterfall, the star river on the ground, and the gleaming Milky Way above intertwined in dazzling brilliance, while the 100-fold dragon cage formation's light patterns burned in the radiant silver glow. Seizing the moment, Lucio fully drew his longbow. The spiral arrow, his specialty for striking down opponents, relentlessly whistled through the air. The arrow tore through the clouds, and simultaneously, the 7 giant stars aligned in a row, descending one after another like heavenly wrath. In the mountain hollow, Du Shirshine, clad in battered armor and a half-shattered scorpion mask, roared and crawled out from the scattered starlight. If he remained rooted in place, he would be crushed to dust by the endless stars. He still had an epic-level spectral beast skill left to unleash and firmly believed he could turn the tide of battle. Sherfong. Thud. With the dull sound of metal piercing flesh, a black armor-piercing arrow suddenly embedded itself in his brow. Du Shixin's pupils constricted sharply, as if frozen in place. Immediately, the 7 stars execution and spiral arrow struck together, binding him. Thud, thud, thud. The relentless blows carried a chilling cold that drained his remaining strength completely. His sturdy body could no longer hold on, and slowly reclined backward following the arrow's momentum. In the distance, Lu Bu gently relaxed his bow. Moonlight illuminated his cold, stern profile as he murmured, "Compared to halberd techniques, my archery is equally unmatched." A soul-piercing, heart-wrenching arrow never missing its target. As the night sky returned to its usual darkness, the stars twinkled faintly as before. A pale silver starlight streamed through the shattered valley, forming a ghostly river whose surface was coated with a layer of translucent ice. Du Shixin was frozen at its center, his battle armor cracked and splintered like dried porcelain about to crumble. His dim eyes had long since lost focus. Beneath the ice, his 2 contracted spirit beasts lay quietly by his side, one a giant scorpion, as big as a small mountain, shining pure gold all over, the other, only palm-sized but shimmering with silvery light. In midair, Lu Xiao gathered his scattered spiritual energy and stepped lightly onto the frost-covered ground. Almost at the same time, Lu Bu appeared like flowing starlight, landing beside the icy lake. Du Shixin was dead, along with his contracted beasts, both annihilated together. By the rules, if a hunter dies in beast transformation, the contracted beasts perish as well. As for the 1,000-blade rock-eating worm that roared through the mountains, it had long been crushed to pieces by 4 yellow turban warriors, reduced to a sticky, bloody sludge mixed with chunks of ice. With the simultaneous death of these 3 spirit beasts each having completed their second evolution, the immense energy surging into Lu Xiao instantly boosted his level from 52 all the way to 60. But he clearly felt how much harder it was to advance further. Before level 40, he could move like lightning, but now the slowing was obvious even to the naked eye. Suddenly, the night sky was torn open by a system announcement projected like a bright curtain. Nest Organization Officer, titled Gu King Du Shixin, has been slain by Golden Assembly member Lu Xiao. The dazzling words exploded in the ears of countless hunters. Lu Xiao bent down to gather Du Shixin's corpse and the 2 scorpion shells into his storage ring as trophies. Just as a loud, familiar voice rang out behind him, "Ye Fengyan. Whoa, that's an officer from the Nest Organization. And with the title too? Damn, that's badass." The once quiet mountain pass suddenly erupted. Hunters attracted earlier by the blast of a platinum treasure chest and the 100-dragon prison array had already surrounded the perimeter in multiple concentric layers. Lu Xiao had sensed their arrival long ago, but with Nie Fengyun loudly boasting under all eyes, he felt awkward enough to wish he could vanish underground. Internally, he grumbled, "This scene really is torture for social anxiety." He dispelled the 100-dragon prison array, the countless chains dissolved into stardust, and the formation plate crashed to the ground, cooling into twisted scrap metal. Gathering himself, Lu Xiao approached Nie Fengyun and Yi Xian. "Chairman, I have not failed you. Well done." Nie Fengyun patted his shoulder, eyes shining with approval, saw in this young hunter the rising star of not only the Golden Assembly, but the entire hunting alliance. "We'll handle the cleanup here. You head back first. I'll expedite the reward approval for killing Du Shixin," Yi Xian added. "Thank you both." Lu Xiao nodded in thanks, reaching into the void. Shadow King transformed into a long black hooded sweater that draped over his shoulders. Its hem fluttered as his figure faded away. Yi Xian blinked, tapping her forehead. "Ah, I forgot to ask about his void god origin. We'll ask next time." Nie Fengyun already began organizing the troops to clear the battlefield. The huge crater blasted in the northern foothills needed filling to prevent permanent desolation, and the frozen corpse of Du Shixin had to be brought back as irrefutable proof of mission completion. The night deepened as temperatures dropped sharply. On his way back, Lu Xiao wore the black cloak made by Shadow King, quietly walking toward the Golden Assembly branch. His steps were light, but in his mind he replayed the recent battle and fast-forward. Techniques used, openings found, spiritual energy spent, analyzed each detail carefully. The post-battle summary was as clear as a blueprint, reaffirming one fact: his overall strength could be considered that of a titled hunter, not just any titled hunter, but one who actually possessed a title. Before the formal battle with Gu King Du Shixin, his 2 main summoned beasts were already slain by Nie Fengyun. Combined with the weakening effect of the treasure box trap, Du Shixin was probably operating at only about 70 of his peak strength. From the direct clash yesterday, once Lu Bu activated Invincible Under Heaven, Du Shixin was completely crushed. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao had 4 yellow turban bruisers holding the front lines, with Shadow King and Starbeak flanking left and right. ready to step in at any moment. He himself ended up being the safest piece on the board. If at that time he had chosen to merge with Shadow King in the Beast King transformation instead of Starbeak, he could have still turned into mist and taken to the sky. Though he would have lost the convenience of long-range archery, the boost in power and agility from Shadow King combined with close combat strength would have allowed him to hold out until Lu Bu arrived for backup. In other words, Le Xiu already had the confidence to face an official title hunter Hedon. However, his weaknesses were clear. He could fight, but lacked offensive skills he could deploy instantly. At high altitude, his usable archery skills were only focus shot and spiral arrow, and the former was just at the adept level. His elemental attacks were even weaker. Starbeak's only elemental skill, Starfall, was like sparse shooting stars across the sky, too few to make a difference. The Earth Dragon Chariot skill couldn't even be cast in midair. My archery is already at advanced. It's time to invest in some master-level hunting techniques, Lu Xiu murmured, stroking his chin, planning to use the bounty reward from killing Du Shixin to buy some manuals at the Floating Cloud Trading Guild. Focus shot and spiral arrow would soon max out at level 10. He also needed to improve his knowledge of earth and wood elements. As for close combat, his sword skill was only a single adept level instant slash, which was about to reach max level but lagged behind his current stats. Upgrading to a stronger sword technique was imperative. This was the main reason he hadn't merged with Shadow King or directly engaged Du Shixin in melee yesterday. The next morning, the bustling atmosphere of Nantian Harbor wiped away any trace of last night's smoke and bloodshed. His previous feat of single-handedly killing an elite from the banquet organization and reclaiming the secret key was already sensational. Now, having slain Du Shixin, Gu King hunted with a huge bounty by the Hunting Alliance's fame soared exponentially. Taking down a quasi-title hunter made headlines. Killing a notorious official title hunter infamous in Yunqing Prefecture turned him into a living legend. Major factions immediately ranked Lu Xiu among the quasi-title hunter and above tier. Walking through the streets, he was constantly handed all kinds of things. 13 love letters, some with neat handwriting, others crooked, were pressed into his hands. 8 hunters bowed publicly to thank him for avenging their family members. By the time he reached the end of the street, he had accumulated a stack of envelopes, a basket of dried mountain fruits, and a pile of ordinary and adept-grade materials, golden beast pelts, steaming demon cores, some even stuffed their homemade cured meats into his arms. The wave of excitement didn't stop there. Yi Xian handed him a cup of sweet soup while marveling. I reported Du Shixin's death to the Alliance last night. The bounty reward doubled within hours and it's still climbing. The reward keeps increasing after the mission is done. Lu Xiu nearly choked on his soup. In 2 lifetimes, this was a first for him. Beyond Nantian Harbor, numerous hunters were rushing in from all cities just to thank him in person. After hearing Yi Xian's report, Lu Xiu rubbed his temples. In his previous life playing games, he only saw the 3 major evil organizations' lieutenants as bosses who dropped rare gear. But now, truly entering this world and becoming part of the hunting world, Lu Xiu realized the people in those organizations were even more despicable than he had imagined. There were too many fans around. To avoid getting trapped and overwhelmed on the streets, Lu Xiu decided not to go out for a casual stroll. Instead, he stayed inside the resplendent, bustling Golden Assembly, where he had a more important matter to attend to. The Jade Butterfly Demon, seized from the Nest Organization's base, now lay quietly within a small prison cage in the book's illusionary realm. Lu Xiu had decided to officially make this king-level, pure support type, an unmutated spirit beast his 3rd battle companion. Its type perfectly matched what he had originally planned to procure from the Floating Cloud Trade Guild, truly a godsend opportunity. He raised his hand and swiped through the void, pulling a palm-sized cage woven from golden threads out from the thin, wing-like spatial rift between the pages. As soon as the cage door opened, the Jade Butterfly Demon instantly shrank to the innermost corner, its wings trembling and glistening faintly in the dim light. It clearly remembered how many companions had been taken away alone like this, never to return. Lu Xiu sighed inwardly. To spirit beasts, all humans, whether evil Nest Organization members or ordinary hunters, were essentially potential enemies. Gaining this little creature's trust would not be easy. Tap! A soft snap of his fingers, and a gentle contract rune blossomed in the air. Lu Xiu reached into the cage and lightly but firmly pressed a pale blue mark onto the demon's forehead. Upon first touch, the little creature shuddered, its membranous wings folding almost completely, but as the soul contract took shape steadily, it immediately sensed the goodwill from its new master. Its frantic trembling gradually calmed, and those eyes, filled with spiritual light, shone with a mix of confusion and closeness. In the next moment, a system notification appeared before Lu Xiu's eyes. Spirit Beast contract successfully signed. Acquired Spirit Beast Jade Butterfly Demon. Attribute bonuses: Strength 6.6, Agility 18.8, Constitution 7.7, Spirit 22.5. New skill learned. Entangle active bind targets with vines formed from plant power. Welcome aboard. Lucio said with a smile, pulling out a bottle of crystal clear dew he had prepared long ago from his spatial backpack and handing it to the cage entrance. The jade butterfly demon naturally fed on dew, with its favorite being the mystical morning nectar that condensed on immortal tree leaves from the Tower of Ascension. But right now, it was just ordinary dew collected early this morning fortunately. The little beast was clearly starving. After confirming Lucio's goodwill, it lunged forward, wrapping its two tender green arms around the bottle and gulping down deeply. While it drank eagerly, Lucio opened the character panel to examine his new partner's data. Jade Butterfly Demon. Level: King 35. Base attributes: Strength: 6,678.26.6. Agility: 188,200.2 18.8. Spirit: 225,238.8 22.5. Numbers in parentheses indicate final stats after contract bonuses. Talents: Spirit of Flora continuously emits plant energy centered on itself, restoring health and wounds to allies within a range equal to Spirit 0.1. Elemental Mastery: Wood Intermediate, Water Intermediate. King Class Skill: Aquawood Spirit Shield summons water and tree power to create a protective shield for nearby allies. 1 hour cooldown. Skills: Nectar LV4 condenses a drop of nectar to instantly heal wounds and remove negative effects from a target. Nourish LV7 accelerates plant growth. Entangle LV2 instantly binds a target with vines using plant power. Grow Bigger. LV1 enlarges a target's size by 35 times, doubling strength, but having agility. Grants super armor for 3 minutes. 1 hour cooldown. The overall profile was nearly identical to the spirit butterfly little demon that Lucio had encountered in his previous life, perfectly matching his expectations. The Spirit of Flora talent provided a steady healing aura for the team. Nectar could instantly erase all negative effects like a mobile cure, and the life-oriented Nourish skill excited him the most that could entrust the fields in the book's fairyland entirely to the Jade Butterfly Demon from now on. Entangle, a rare control-type skill, was also granted to Lucio after he made a contract with the Jade Butterfly Demon. In both the game world and the real hunting realm, control skills tend to be soft control. Their effectiveness and duration depend entirely on the relative strength between the caster and the target. Hard control is almost impossible just as an ant cannot suddenly freeze a mighty dragon in place. Grow quickly. Lucio had already read about this skill in the data files even before he first met the Jade Butterfly Demon. Besides that, as a king-class individual, the Jade Butterfly Demon possessed base stats far beyond those of ordinary Spirit Butterfly minions, as well as a signature king skill, the Waterwood Spirit Shield, a precious, team-wide protective shield. In summary, the Jade Butterfly Demon combined healing aura, instant recovery, crowd control, buffing, and group shielding into a 5-fold support role, truly earning the title of a top-tier support phantom beast and fully deserving the Gamer's Choice label. Lucio, here, I have to thank one person, Du Shershin. IF, he muttered under his breath. The visual panel before him showed that the Jade Butterfly Demon was far from reaching its peak. It had neither completed mutation nor undergone its first evolution. According to theory, priority mutation grants the Jade Butterfly Demon access to more attribute branches and a leap in potential. After that, the first evolution can absorb more and higher-tier materials. With this in mind, Lucio took out an item emitting a faint golden glow from his spatial backpack, an epic material called Remnant of the Divine Lifebearer, and gently placed it beside the Jade Butterfly Demon. In the next moment, pure white, blazing light burst forth from both, shooting up like a pillar and illuminating the entire secret chamber as brightly as daylight. The scene resembled a formal evolution. After only a few breaths, the light faded. The Jade Butterfly Demon reappeared, but looked like an entirely new butterfly. Originally, she had appeared as a brown-haired little girl, with thin butterfly wings on her back, dressed in a simple white dress and barefoot, seemingly fragile. Now, her golden hair shone like the rising sun, strands glowing softly. Faint golden patterns appeared on her translucent wings, radiating a sacred aura. The white dress had transformed from thin cloth into flowing, silky elegance. Her delicate face gained a noble air, like a princess from a fairy tale. Unable to wait, Lucio opened the panel. Holywood Fairy King, Class Mutation. Level: 35. Attributes: Strength 8698.2. Agility 218 230.2. Constitution 127 139.4. Spirit 275 288.8. Final attributes shown in parentheses. Talent: 1. Spirit of Holy Wood. Continuously releases life energy centered on itself, within a range of Spirit 0.2. Continuously restores HP and wounds of allies, and cleanses negative statuses. Elemental Control. Wood Intermediate. Water Intermediate. Life Intermediate. King Skill. Waterwood Spirit Shield. Harnesses the power of water and trees to grant shields to nearby allies. Cooldown 1 hour. Skills. 1. Life Spring LV4. Creates a life spring that instantly heals allies within range and removes their negative statuses. 2. Origin Nourishment LV7. Accelerates plant growth with a chance to spawn higher grade plants. 3. Drain Entangle LV2. Uses life and plant power to bind a target with vines and siphon their life force for allies. 4. Grow Quickly LV1. Enlarges the target's size by 3 to 5 times, double strength, grants super armor for 5 minutes, cooldown 1 hour. Staring at the Sacred Wood Fairy status panel, Lucio suddenly realized he had seriously underestimated the power of the epic level artifact, the last remnant of the Divine Lifebearer. A single mutation that added a life attribute transformed this Jade Yao butterfly almost as if it had truly evolved. 1. Its attributes skyrocketed across the board. 2. Its entire skill set upgraded. The Spirit of Flora leaped to become the Spirit of Sacred Wood, doubling its spell range and adding the ability to purify all negative statuses. The Dewdrop transformed into the Life Spring, which had formerly only healed a single target, but now scattered a healing rain over an entire area. Nourishment was replaced by Fundamental Nourishment, granting a chance to yield higher-grade crops. This astonishing series of improvements made Lucio want to rush to the market immediately and stock up on a batch of perfect-grade plant seeds to test the waters if he could truly cultivate an epic-grade crop. It would be worth sacrificing hundreds of perfect seeds without a doubt. In addition, Entangle evolved into life-draining Entangle, letting vines both bind enemies and siphon their life force, adding a subtle sinister edge. Lucio raised an eyebrow at the panel. I like this style. Even better, due to resonance from his Spirit Beast contract, the Entangle skill he just acquired also upgraded to life-draining Entangle. Yet the biggest surprise was the enhancement to Grow Bigger, Faster. It became Grow Up, Faster. The negative effect of having agility was completely removed and the duration extended. Originally limited to tank Spirit Beasts, this skill now benefited any strength-based Spirit Beast or Hunter without drawbacks. In Lucio's mind, he immediately pictured Lu Bu activating Unrivaled Under Heaven and then going berserk with Grow Up, Faster. If only Head had this boost last time against Du Shirshin, that fight would have ended much sooner. Mihu. The Sacred Wood Fairy stared at its newborn body and robes in surprise, looking left and right, as if still unsure what had just happened. Lucio reached out to rub its head and lifted it out of the iron cage. Perched on his left shoulder was the petite Sacred Wood Fairy, and on his right crouched the proud Starbeak, giving him a strange sense of having raised a little daughter. Game recollections surfaced after the Jade Butterfly Fairy's first evolution at level 40. Its appearance changes from a 5 or 6-year-old child to around 11 or 12 years old. The second evolution at level 80 gives it an appearance close to 18. The third evolution at level 120 matures it further. This unique growth delight encouraged many players who weren't focused on combat power to keep a Jade Butterfly Fairy companion as if it were a real child growing Upplethaw. Some not-so-pure players inevitably took note. As the mutated royal individual among the Jade Butterfly Fairies, the Sacred Wood Fairy seemed to follow this same growth path, and Lucio couldn't help but look forward to its future metamorphoses of youth. However, reaching the first evolution would still take some time. First, the Sacred Wood Fairy was only level 35, had need to find time to grind it up to 40. Second, it required high-quality perfect-grade wood, water, and life materials. Wood and water materials were relatively easy to find. The truly tricky part was the life materials which, while not as rare as star materials, were still scarce. After weighing his options, Lucio decided to try his luck at the Floating Cloud Mercantile. But before setting out, he had one more urgent task. He had to dismantle Du Shixin's 3 Spirit Beasts first. Those were all second evolution Phantom Beasts. If Du Shirshin had raised them well, they could yield epic-grade materials. Lucio was about to pull the 3 Phantom Beasts from his spatial backpack to harvest their materials when his palm had just touched the cold beast patterns, and suddenly the Spirit Flow mirror hanging on the wall lit up. Mantis, Lucio, the commission reward is ready. Come to my office to collect it. From the other end of the Spirit Flow mirror came Yi Xian's somewhat urgent voice. Shadow Tiger, on my way. Lucio replied. He had originally thought that the reward list containing over 1,000 items would take at least 10 days to half a month to prepare, but he hadn't expected everything to arrive by the next afternoon. With the situation pressing, he could only stuff the 3 Phantom Beasts he had just taken out back into his backpack and stride quickly toward the second floor of the Golden Assembly. When he pushed open the door, Yi Xian was writing rapidly at her desk. You're here. She looked up and nodded at him, but her hands moved even faster. Have a seat. Lucio sat down on the sofa, his gaze sweeping over the files piled like small mountains in the room. 10-odd seconds later, Yi Xian closed the documents, retrieved a list and a palm-sized pouch from her drawer, and placed them in the center of the coffee table. The pouch's silk surface was crimson red, with a golden character for reward, embroidered on it both festive and precious. Inside is the commission reward for killing Du Shirshin, and here's the list. Check it over. Yi Xian said as she leaned forward to pour him tea, wisps of steam curling upward. The reward was delivered directly by headquarters. If anything's missing, just tell me and I'll report it for replenishment. All right, thank you. Lucio thanked her and picked up the pouch. When his divine sense probed inside, the spatial bag's interior revealed a cubic space 10 meters on each side and 10 meters high, packed full of skill books, materials, and items of various kinds almost overwhelming to the eye. Lucio first examined the epic and perfect grade items. With the treasure grade and excellent grade items being so numerous, he made a mental note of their general locations, planning to count them in detail later. There was only one epic grade item, the knowledge skill Star of Decay. Star of Decay. Quality, epic knowledge skill. Learning requirements. Knowledge hunter, master of the undead. Description: condense a Star of Decay using the power of the undead. All living beings bathed in its starlight will decay in an instant until they transform into undead servants. When he saw this skill book, Lucio's eyelids twitched slightly. I hadn't expected his second epic grade skill to also be of the undead attribute. If he hadn't already manifested the ghost god Lu Bu, this book would probably have gathered dust in storage for quite some time. After all, hunters who mastered the undead system were already rare in Yunqing province, and master-level ones were even more scarce, making it nearly impossible to find someone to trade with. Once his mind was made up, he decisively learned it immediately. A new epic grade entry instantly appeared in his skill list. Star of Decay. Level, LV1. Category, Knowledge Skill. Effect, condense a Star of Decay using the power of the undead. The starlight covers a radius spirit 1 meter. Enemy targets illuminated suffer simultaneous 30 physical, elemental, and soul defense, and continuously take spirit 3 undead attribute damage per second. Living beings that die within the starlight's range will be converted into undead servants possessing 50 of their original full attributes. So powerful. Lucio marveled inwardly. The damage and conversion were merely secondary. What was truly terrifying was the effect of simultaneously weakening all 3 types of defense. He raised his right hand, and a cold, condensed orb that emitted a grayish-white glow and seemed to freeze time itself quietly hovered in his palm, the newly formed Star of Decay. The Star of Decay had neither a cooldown nor a duration limit. In other words, as long as Lucio had sufficient spiritual power, it could exist indefinitely. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.